Chapter 2011, Zhang Wenlin, oh, you're popular now. You don't bother to say hi to senior actors. You're a big star now. The woman who picked on Bai Lin was the most important actress in their company, Zhang Wenlin. She was also an A-list actress in the entertainment industry. Zhang Wenlin was 30 this year. She was tall and pretty, but her appearance wasn't very outstanding in the entertainment industry. Zhang Wenlin was good at acting and she had good luck. She also didn't hesitate to accept unspoken rules, so she had a smooth career to some extent. Because of that, Zhang Wenlin became arrogant and self-centered with a quick temper. She always bullied other artists in their company. It had nothing to do with Bai Lin, because Zhang Wenlin wouldn't bully her. They never talked to each other whenever they met, so Zhang Wenlin simply gave her a glance of disdain if she saw her. However, Bai Lin didn't talk nor greet Zhang Wenlin for a reason. Their relationship actually wasn't like that at the beginning. 2.5 years ago, she had a good relationship with Zhang Wenlin. At least, Zhang Wenlin was willing to take care of her at that time. There was another actress who was as famous as Zhang Wenlin in the company. She was also an A-list actress and was 3 years older than Zhang Wenlin. Back then, they were competing against each other for a leading role. However, before the audition, the actress suddenly had an allergic reaction, and the cause of the allergy was the honey in the water. As a result, the actress missed the interview. During the investigation, Bai Lin happened to have been to the makeup room when there was no one inside. It was Zhang Wenlin who asked her to help her get something. Therefore, people became suspicious of Bai Lin. Even Zhang Wenlin claimed that Bai Lin was guilty. Bai Lin finally realized that Zhang Wenlin told her to get something for her on purpose. Nevertheless, there was no camera in the makeup room, so Bai Lin couldn't clear her name. Luckily, the actress stood out and said she didn't drink water at all after Bai Lin walked into the makeup room. In other words, she had drunk the water with honey before Bai Lin walked in. In that case, Bai Lin's name was cleared, but who was guilty? Although there was no surveillance camera in the makeup room, there were some in the corridor. After the investigation, it turned out that it was done by Zhang Wenlin's assistant. Zhang Wenlin's assistant dared to do it because Zhang Wenlin allowed her to do it, otherwise it would be meaningless. In the end, the assistant carried the blame and Bai Lin's relationship with Zhang Wenlin became terrible overnight. Afterwards, they never talked or greeted each other. Did you forget that we haven't greeted each other for over 2 years? You said nothing about it before. Why are you suddenly annoyed today? Asked Bai Lin instead. Both her attitude and tone were calm. She didn't even bother to call her name. It was impossible for Bai Lin to be friendly to Zhang Wenlin after Zhang Wenlin had tried to frame her. She was already very nice that she didn't bring the evil deed up. Zhang Wenlin was mad, and didn't know what to say at this moment, because she was afraid that Bai Lin would mention that to embarrass her. It wasn't a secret in their company, but it was still quite embarrassing. Nevertheless, she was very displeased with Bai Lin's attitude. Bai Lin, we work in the same company. Can't we be nice to each other? Do we have to be like enemies? Said Zhang Wenlin as if she was innocent. However, she didn't mean to build a good relationship with Bai Lin. She was just complaining that Bai Lin refused to be nice to her instead of her being bad to Bai Lin. Therefore, she hurled the blame to Bai Lin. Bai Lin wasn't mad, but sneered. I think I get along well with everyone in the company. Bai Lin didn't say that Zhang Wenlin was an exception, but she had made it very clear that she got along well with everyone but her. Zhang Wenlin was mad again, feeling more and more embarrassed over time. She was also increasingly displeased with Bai Lin. All right, Shang wants to see me. I need to go now. Without caring about Zhang Wenlin's feelings, Bai Lin walked away, leaving her behind. Zhang Wenlin was angrier, but there were many people around in the company. She had to pay attention to her image, so she didn't dare to show her anger. Furiously, she watched Bai Lin walking away. She just gained some fame and now she is so arrogant. It depends on one's abilities to stay famous. Let's see how long you can be popular. Muttered Zhang Wenlin. She believed that Bai Lin became arrogant after gaining some fame. After walking away, Bai Lin went straight to Shang Jian's office. She was a little upset while standing in front of his office. Xiang Jian disdained her in the past and didn't give her many chances, but she didn't blame him, because she was unwilling to accept unspoken rules. However, Bai Lin hated Xiang Jian after going through what had happened yesterday, but she couldn't show her real feelings on her face. Bai Lin knocked on the door before walking inside. "Hi, Xiang, do you want to see me?" "Oh, hi, Bai Lin. Have a seat. I need to talk with you about something." Xiang Jian smiled at Bai Lin. He was unusually enthusiastic about Bai Lin today. "The thing is that we know you want to end the contract, but you're a real talent for our company. We don't want to waste it. The vice president promised to give you a rise to a commission of 35% as long as you can stay in our company. We'll help you get more quality jobs in the future. You'll become an A-list actress within a short time. A commission of 35%. Bai Lin sneered to herself. She was clearly aware of their real purpose. Even if they promised to give her a commission of 40% or 50%, she was reluctant to stay here, let alone 35%. Therefore, Bai Lin wasn't persuaded at all when she heard the condition. "Xiang, thank you for your appreciation, but sorry. I still want to end the contract. Couldn't you consider it for a while?" asked Xiang Jian. He was unwilling to give up, although he knew Bai Lin was determined to leave. He was sure that Bai Lin was going to join Fenghua Entertainment, because she didn't seem interested at all when he proposed to give her a commission of 35%. "No," said Bai Lin with determination. "How about 40%? asked Xiang Jian. Hearing that, even though Bai Lin already knew their purpose, she was still slightly surprised, but she made up her mind. "Xiang, I've already made my decision. I won't renew the contract." Chapter 2012. Breakthrough levels. Even if Xiang Jian knew the result, he was still a little disappointed, because he could have a greatly increased income if Bai Lin became more popular. "Well, if so, I can't force you. Can you tell me whether you are going to sign a contract with Fenghua Entertainment after ending the contract with us?" asked Xiang Jian. He didn't ask for an answer because he already knew, he simply wanted to confirm it. "I do have the idea, but it'll only happen after I end the contract with you. Once I'm free, I can work for any company I like. I'm still working for you now, so I'll still do my job well for the time being," said Bai Lin. She didn't give Xiang Jian an affirmative answer that she already had an agreement with Fenghua Entertainment, because it would damage her reputation once it went abroad. Although she said that, Xiang Jian still believed that Bai Lin would join Fenghua Entertainment. "All right, you can leave now." Knowing that Bai Lin was determined, Xiang Jian didn't bother to waste time persuading her. "Sure," said Bai Lin, then left. After Bai Lin was gone, Xiang Jian called the vice president at once. Bai Lin was determined, so they could do nothing about it. They couldn't use any dirty tricks after all, so they had to accept the result. Since there was nothing they could do, they could only accept it. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao arrived at the Sihewan later. The moment Sheng Guanyang saw Jing Yuniao, he put on a serious expression. "Yuniao, you're likely to break through levels soon. You can't stay in the capital, otherwise cultivators from different places will be attracted here. When a cultivator at a high level went into the next level, it would cause a rush of magical power from all directions with dark clouds and loud lightning and thunder. The capital was where cultivators did their activities, so all the cultivators in the capital would see it once those changes happened. They would then determine the location of the cultivator who made it to the next level and rush over." Hearing that, Jing Yuniao was shocked. During her recent cultivation, she indeed felt the attack from accumulating magical power. If so, I'll immediately set off to Kunlun sect's place. She would only be safe there. It was cheerful that she could go to the next level, but it was also worrying. Every time a cultivator got into the next state, he or she would suffer a lightning tribulation. Jing Yuniao was at the peak of the Yuanying stage. After going into the next level, she would be in the out-of-body stage from concrete to abstract. It was a great leap to go from turning chi into energy to going from concrete to abstract, so she would definitely go through a lightning tribulation. The reason why Leng Xiaoting thought he was going to die last time was because he had gone through the lightning tribulation for going from the stage of turning power into chi to the stage of turning chi into energy. The lightning tribulation was extremely important for cultivators. If they could survive, they would successfully go into the next level with greatly improved abilities. If not, they could lose some of their energy or go back in levels if they were slightly injured. However, if they were seriously injured, they could be disabled or even die. Therefore, normally cultivators didn't have the courage to go through the lightning tribulation. Even if some cultivators were unwilling to do the test, it didn't mean they were safe, because they could be forced to do it at any time. And it was most dangerous to do it when they were ill-prepared. The Kunlun sect's place is safe, but the test this time isn't easy. You're going to have a large leap, said Shengguanyang. After that, he turned to Ji Yuning and said, well, I can go with you. Ningning, if it's possible, you should go with us too. The magical power here isn't as thick as that at the Kunlun mountain. Sure, I'm free now. I can go with you. Ji Yuning said, when will we set off? Ji Yuning followed them to the Kunlun sect's place not because she needed to cultivate, but because she was worried about Jing Yunyao's safety. She decided to go there to watch her. Pack your stuff today. Get ready and we'll leave tomorrow morning, said Shengguanyang. It wasn't an emergency, but the sooner they went, the better. In fact, there was nothing for them to pack up, because Ji Yuning had everything they needed in her telepathic eye space. And Shengguanyang had given Jing Yunyao a Chenkin bag, so she also had some stuff she often used in it. If they were to go there tomorrow, Ji Yuning needed to visit her company today. Jing Yunyao didn't need to cultivate now, because it would cause trouble if she accidentally broke through into the next level. Great, I'll book plane tickets for tomorrow morning, said Ji Yuning, then took out her phone to book plane tickets. The earliest flight to City Jie tomorrow morning was at 8:10 a.m., but Ji Yuning and the others weren't in a rush to be so early, so they chose the flight which would take off at 9:30. It took at least 40 minutes from the city center to the airport, and they needed to check in at the airport before 8:30 a.m. So in order to prevent traffic jams from delaying them, they had to leave at 7 a.m., then arrive at the airport for breakfast. Because they were going to Kunlun Mountain the next day and needed to prepare some stuff, they stopped cultivating today. They were mainly worried that Jing Yunyao would break through into the next level during cultivation. As a result, after having a meal, Ji Yuning began to deal with her things. After all, she didn't know how long she would stay at Kunlun Mountain, and there would be no signal. Ji Yuning sent a message to Leng Xiaoting first and directly told him that Jing Yunyao might need a few days to get into the next level, but they had to go there earlier. Once she was well prepared, she could make the leap anytime. After that, Ji Yuning also told Leng Xiaoting they were going to the Kunlun Mountain along with Shengguanyang. Leng Xiaoting was training now, so he couldn't read the messages, but he would once he had time. Ji Yuning then called Xiaoya about the situation in City C. Xiaoya said that there was some trouble inside the Flying Eagle, but the problem was already solved. She planned to report it to Ji Yuning after she was back, but she told Ji Yuning about it now since Ji Yuning called her. They would be free, so they were going back to the capital that afternoon. Because Xiaoya was coming back, Ji Yuning told her to stay in the capital because she needed to leave the city for a while. Her phone would be turned off and the calls would be transferred to Xiaoya's phone. Xiaoya would help her deal with them with the excuse that she went abroad. In addition, she also told Xiaoya to help her friends if her friends needed help, because she wouldn't be there to do it in person. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Master Tang and told him that she would be going abroad tomorrow. He might not be able to get through to her, so she needed to tell him in advance, otherwise the Tang family would be worried about her if they could find her. She then called her teacher asking for leave with the same excuse that she needed to deal with something abroad. Ji Yuning then shared the news with Zi Beiying as well. Chapter 2013. Can't tell anyone. After making the arrangements, Ji Yuning drove Jing Yunyao back to Mountain River Garden, then she went to the company. Because there were cultivators watching her nearby the company, she couldn't bring Jing Yunyao with her. If Jing Yunyao went there, she might be exposed. In order to avoid this car being targeted too, Ji Yuning didn't drive it directly to the company. After finding a place to park in the parking lot near the company, she walked over on foot. However, there was no air of cultivators outside the company today. Ji Yuning stayed in the company for the afternoon, and told Chen Kanji that she was leaving for a short time, so the calls would be transferred to Chao Ya's phone and that he would take care of the company's affairs. In fact, even when Ji Yuning was in the capital, she seldom came to the company and rarely dealt with the company's affairs. However, it was necessary to tell Chen Kanji that she would be absent for a while, in case he needed to discuss something with her. Therefore, Ji Yuning gave Chen Kanji He Kiming's phone number and told him to turn to He Kiming for help if he encountered any serious trouble he couldn't handle. Leng Xiaoting had also told He Kiming to help Chen Kanji. What? This is He Kiming's phone number. The president of xianxia. Chen Kanji was struck dumb after knowing that Ji Yuning gave him the phone number of He Kiming. He got excited as well, because He Kiming was one of the top 10 famous entrepreneurs in their country. He Kiming wasn't his idol, but was definitely one of the figures he admired. In addition to He Kiming, he admired Ji Yuning's father, Tang Yunfan, as well. Although there were many other successful entrepreneurs, they built up a profitable business empire unusually fast and had a good reputation. Actually, Ji Yuning was the person who became successful at the fastest speed he had ever seen. Ji Yuning didn't own a lot of companies in many industries, but her companies already had over 50 billion yuan in assets. Some of her companies were still unknown to the public. Moreover, Ji Yuning had only built up her business empire for a year, and Chen Kanji believed that Ji Yuning's wealth would exceed 100 billion yuan within 3 years. It was an underestimation, because Ji Yuning already made over 50 billion yuan after a year, so it was very likely that she would own 100 billion yuan in another year. Right, He Kiming is the president of xianxia, said Ji Yuning calmly, but she understood Chen Kanji's reaction. Chen Kanji was aware of Ji Yuning's relationship with the senior management of xianxia, but he didn't know she actually knew its president. Given Ji Yuning's words, it seemed they had quite a close relationship. Boss, can you tell me how you managed to get to know He Kiming? Chen Kanji asked curiously. He wasn't being suspicious of Ji Yuning's relationship with He Kiming, but he was simply curious about it. Actually I'm not familiar with He Kiming, but I'm very familiar with his boss, said Ji Yuning. What? Hearing that, Chen Kanji was greatly shocked. He Kiming's boss. Boss, do you mean the real boss of xianxia is another person? Chen Kanji asked. Although the answer couldn't be more obvious, he still asked that question because it was truly shocking. Yeah, I can tell you, but you can't tell other people, said Ji Yuning. She had no intention of hiding it from Chen Kanji. It was a secret, but wasn't bad, so it actually didn't matter even if others learned about it. Sure, I swear that I'll never tell anyone else, said Chen Kanji seriously. He knew their relationship couldn't be common, but he wouldn't think it was amoral because it was impossible. He believed Ji Yuning and He Kiming could be relatives at most. The real boss of xianxia is actually Leng Xiaoting, said Ji Yuning. Knowing that, Chen Kanji was amazed. To his astonishment, the real boss of xianxia was Leng Xiaoting. In other words, Ji Yuning's boyfriend owned xianxia. He always had a feeling that Leng Xiaoting wasn't an ordinary man, and it turned out that Leng Xiaoting was the real boss of a large business corporation. What Chen Kanji didn't know yet was that Leng Xiaoting wasn't only the real boss of xianxia, but was also the youngest major general in the military and the eldest grandson of the Leng family in the capital. If Chen Kanji knew that, he would be more shocked. Because Ji Yuning never bothered to tell them Leng Xiaoting's family background, they could only guess that Leng Xiaoting wasn't an ordinary man from his air. Anyway, no matter how powerful Leng Xiaoting was, they didn't think that Ji Yuning didn't deserve him, because Ji Yuning was extremely outstanding. They dropped the topic afterwards and Ji Yuning asked, "Oh, have you prepared all the necessary documents to announce the establishment of the corporation?" "Yeah, everything is done. We're waiting for you to settle the final date," said Chen Kanji. "I planned to hold it next week, but something came up, so we can only delay it for a few days. I'll hold a news conference to officially announce the establishment of the Shengning organization after I'm back," said Ji Yuning. It had been delayed for a long time, so it was time for them to make the announcement now. After finishing the talk with Chen Kanji, Ji Yuning went back to her own office. After a short while, she received a call from Ni Chenyang. Ji Yuning, are you free tomorrow afternoon? We're going to share a meal within the Chamber of Commerce. Will you come? Asked Ni Chenyang. Sorry, Senior Ni, I'm occupied tomorrow, so I'm afraid I can't go. Ji Yuning apologized and declined. Fine. Ni Chenyang didn't insist. The Chamber of Commerce didn't have strict rules for its members. Even if some members couldn't come, it wouldn't force them to join in the meetings. It only held fundraising once every season, and they would visit the recipients together if they had time. Their fundraising targets were those who were excellent at studying, but couldn't afford education because of poor family conditions. Students who received their funds could directly go to school without tuition fees until they graduate from university. There would be living allowances every semester, but they could only be used for meals because the money was transferred straight to the meal card every month. Students who could directly go to school without tuition fee until they graduate from university had to satisfy one condition. Their academic performance must be kept above a certain number of students, otherwise they would be disqualified. The condition wasn't very harsh, and the students could get the funds by surpassing half of their schoolmates. They must obey school disciplines as well. If they were seriously punished for breaking the rules, they would lose the qualification. At 5 p.m., Ji Yuning left the company. She was ready to go to Sihewan. Because they would be rushing to the airport early in the morning tomorrow, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao chose to stay in the Sihewan tonight. Shang Guanyang had already asked Stone to pick Jing Yunyao up, so Ji Yuning went straight there. Chapter 2014. It's evil to ruin one's reputation. However, on her way, Ji Yuning ran into a cultivator and ninjas. To be specific, she saw a cultivator fighting with ninjas. The cultivator was a good-looking teenager about 16. There were two ninjas and Ji Yuning had coincidentally met both of them. They were the ninjas, Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi, she met in City B. Because the fight happened between a cultivator and ninjas, it was very tense. They were on a road with many passers-by, so there were a lot of onlookers. Although they stood far away in case they were hurt, they actually were quite excited watching the drama. Some people criticized the man and the woman for bullying a teenager. In their eyes, a 16-year-old teenager was merely a kid. Someone called the police, but the police hadn't come yet. Ji Yuning didn't know whether Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi were aware that the teenager was a cultivator, but she had to stop them right now, because obviously the teenager was no match for them. Therefore, Ji Yuning was worried that the teenager might be forced to use his magical skills, which would expose his identity. By then, not only the ninjas, but other mortals would also find it out. As a result, Ji Yuning immediately stopped the car at the roadside, then joined the fight to help the teenager against the two ninjas. The teenager felt relieved when someone stood out to help him because he was also worried that he might be forced to use his magical skills. Although he thought Ji Yuning was only a comparatively strong mortal, he could see that she wasn't weak at all. The moment Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya saw Ji Yuning, they recognized her. Because they had been defeated by Ji Yuning before, they were unwilling to waste time fighting against her right now. They were doomed to lose after all, so they stepped back after a short while. Hey, why can't you have a nice talk to solve the problem if there is one? Why do you have to fight publicly? It won't do anyone any good, said Ji Yuning with the attitude of a mediator. They said I had stolen their stuff, but I didn't. They refused to believe it, so they wanted to search my body. It's humiliating. I undoubtedly wouldn't allow them to do that, so we began to fight, said the teenager in anger. He seemed greatly aggrieved. From the teenager's reaction, Ji Yuning could see that he wasn't lying. When the teenager accused them of hurling blame at him, he didn't panic at all. In that case, it must be either a misunderstanding or a scheme. If it was a scheme, it meant the teenager didn't steal Kato Toya or Karaki Akemi's stuff, but they were still suspicious of him, which meant they had found out that the teenager might not be immortal but weren't sure of it. As a result, they deliberately said he was a thief and forced him to use his magical skills in the fight. It was just Ji Yuning's guess, but she tended to believe the teenager because she knew the real reason why Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi came to their country. It was very possible that the teenager was innocent. You knocked into us and our stuff disappeared. Why couldn't we ask you about that? Kuraki Akemi argued in annoyance as if it was the truth. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning guessed correctly. They were indeed curious about the teenager's real identity, so they knocked into him on purpose, then made up a lie that their stuff disappeared. They blamed the teenager for stealing their stuff and forced him to have a fight in order to see whether the teenager was really a cultivator. Unfortunately, they weren't able to see it. They were curious about the teenager's real identity because they had witnessed him rescue an old man who was almost hit by a car. His speed was unusually fast, which aroused their curiosity. However, they weren't very sure that the teenager was a real cultivator, because some mortals could move so quickly. They had met some of them, like Ji Yuning, before. Killers from some killers' organizations could also move extremely fast. Ridiculous. I didn't knock into you, you knocked into me. The teenager got angry, pointing at Kuraki Akemi. If so, Ji Yuning was sure that it was Kato Toya and Kuraki Akemi's scheme. I did knock into you, but I didn't do it on purpose. I've apologized to you. My stuff disappeared all of a sudden, so I asked you about it. You have such a quick temper and you used violence first, said Kuraki Akemi, taking it for granted. She was telling other people that they were reluctant to fight. The teenager was mad. In fact, no one could stay calm when he or she was accused of stealing stuff without proof and was even going to be searched. It was a great humiliation. Oh, may I know what you've lost? Ji Yuning interrupted the teenager and asked Kuraki Akemi. She could see that the teenager was a little impulsive, but Kato Toya and Kuraki Akemi's accusation was indeed humiliating. My jade bead bracelet. It's a birthday gift from my mother. It's very precious, Kuraki Akemi said, looking sad. She made it seem real. Seeing that, many people began to feel sympathetic to Kuraki Akemi. However, given the teenager's reaction, he didn't seem to be a thief at all. Was it possible that the bracelet dropped somewhere else? Everyone had that idea, but nobody dared to say it aloud, because it would be embarrassing. Ji Yuning, on the contrary, said it aloud at once. Have you searched for it all over the ground? Maybe it fell somewhere on the ground, especially in this median. If it fell inside, you wouldn't be able to find it if you didn't pay much attention. Ji Yuning actually didn't see any jade bead bracelet in the median, but simply gave them an out. She wasn't being kind, but it wasn't necessary for her to argue with them. It wouldn't end well anyway, especially in the current situation. No one had suffered a great loss after all. Right, it's bad to ruin someone's reputation without any proof. Have you searched for it carefully? The teenager chimed in, feeling as aggrieved as he did angry. This was the first time that he had been humiliated in public, which was quite annoying. He bore his master's words in his mind, and would avoid having conflicts against mortals in the mortal world. He couldn't hurt them or expose his real identity, which was the reason why he didn't dare to use his magical skills. Chapter 2015. Let me ask you one thing, however, the two mortals were too strong. If he didn't use magical skills, it was impossible for him to win. Therefore, when he was left with no choice, he had the impulse to use magical skills. Luckily, someone stood out to help him. Anyway, this young girl who was willing to help him was so stunning. As a result, the teenager was a little distracted by staring at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning felt his look, but didn't bother to pay much attention to it. Kato Toya and Kuraki Akemi understood that Ji Yuning gave them an out, but they didn't think further about her intention. They didn't think she stood out for the teenager and felt she simply wanted to mediate. When Ji Yuning walked over, Kato Toya and Kuraki Akemi actually had the same idea to solve the problem as soon as possible. They were unwilling to waste more time on it as well. Accordingly, they seized the chance Ji Yuning gave them. However, if they really found the jade bead bracelet from the nearby median, it would prove that they indeed had damaged the teenager's reputation, which was embarrassing. Nevertheless, if they continued to argue with the teenager, it would cause a worse result. As a result, after hesitating for a few seconds, Kuraki Akemi went to pretend to search at the nearby median under Kato Toya's signal. After looking for a while, Kuraki Akemi deliberately blocked the other people's view and threw the jade bead bracelet on her wrist to the ground, then she pretended to find it. Nobody saw that scene except for Ji Yuning. Because she was aware that they caused the teenager trouble on purpose, she wasn't surprised. Kuraki Akemi had the jade bead bracelet as she walked to them, then she apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't carefully search for it and questioned you with a bad attitude instead. Please accept my apologies for damaging your reputation. Once Kuraki Akemi found the jade bead bracelet, she apologized to the teenager with alacrity. She even bowed low to him, seeming quite sincere. I'm sorry. Kato Toya didn't bow, but also apologized sincerely. They seemed sincere on the surface, but actually it was just an act. After all, they had embarrassed the teenager for no reason. If they didn't show any sincerity, it would be difficult for them to end the drama. Ji Yuning was the only one who knew they were just acting, while others believed that Kato Toya and Kuraki Akemi were sincere. Therefore, the teenager gave up his idea of making them apologize to him on their knees after they found the jade bead bracelet. He had never been slandered like that before. If it happened in the cultivation world, he would surely make them pay a high price for it. However, seeing Kato Toya's and Kuraki Akemi's sincere attitude, he felt a little reluctant to make them apologize to him on their knees. All right, my name is cleared. That's enough. You can go now. The teenager waved his hand and let them go. Thank you for your forgiveness. Kato Toya and Kuraki Akemi thanked him, then walked away. After that, onlookers all dispersed as well. Seeing Kato Toya and Kuraki Akemi walking away, Ji Yuning turned around to leave too. However, the teenager stopped her at once. Miss, please wait a sec. May I help? Asked Ji Yuning. Thank you for helping me out. Can I buy you a meal? Asked the teenager with great anticipation. He invited Ji Yuning to share a meal because he wanted to thank her and he was interested in her. He didn't have any evil thoughts. It's not a big deal. You don't need to thank me. I don't think a meal is necessary. My family is waiting for me to dine at home. Ji Yuning declined. Oh, fine. Since she said that, the teenager didn't insist, but he was very disappointed. Afterwards, he asked curiously, by the way, why did the two people stop the moment you showed up? They refused to believe me no matter how I explained it earlier. The teenager didn't think Ji Yuning was in the same group as them and deliberately caused him trouble. After all, he didn't have anything they wanted. Because of defeated both of them. If they continued to fight with us, what do you think they would get? Asked Ji Yuning. What? You've defeated both of them. I can't believe you're even stronger than them. Said the teenager in surprise. Although he wasn't at a high level, he was outstanding among his peers. Even without magical skills, he wasn't weak, but he still couldn't defeat the two mortals he just met. It wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat one, but surprisingly, this young girl who was about 20 was able to defeat both of them. It meant she must be much stronger than him. You don't live in the capital, right? Asked Ji Yuning with certainty, because she knew he was a cultivator from the cultivation world. How do you know? The teenager was surprised again. Yes, I don't live in the capital. I came to visit my relatives. They live nearby. The capital seems to be peaceful on the surface, but it actually consists of different kinds of people. You better not have conflicts with others. Try to alleviate problems as much as possible, or turn to the police for help, said Ji Yuning. In fact, she was simply worried that the teenager might expose his real identity if he was forced to use magical skills in conflicts with other people. Besides, she could see that the teenager was a little impulsive, so she kindly reminded him to be careful. Actually, tolerance couldn't solve every problem. For example, Kato Toya and Kuraki Akemi aimed to cause the teenager trouble today. Even if he allowed them to search his body, a fight might not be avoided, because they could directly hide the stuff in his clothes and claim that they found it from his body. In that case, he should have called the police instead of having a fight with them. The police might not be helpful, but sometimes it could save his life. If the police couldn't help him either and he had no connection, he would have to accept the result. Sure, I know. The teenager felt grateful for Ji Yuning's kindness. He also had a deep impression of her beauty. Great, bye-bye, said Ji Yuning, walking away. Please wait a moment. The teenager called her right away. Miss, may I know your name? My name's Mo Qilin. Can I have your phone number? Although it's a little rude, you've amazed me and I really hope we can be friends, said Mo Qilin with slight embarrassment. It was their first meeting after all, so it was indeed a little rude. However, he just wanted to make friends with her. That was it. Chapter 2016, Freeze them temporarily, sure. Ji Yuning didn't reject it. Although she didn't know which family Mo Qilin was from in the cultivation world, he didn't aim to hurt her anyway. In addition, she had a good impression of him at their first meeting, so it wasn't a big deal to make friends with him. In fact, not every cultivator tried to hurt her. For example, Baili Zongyang and his younger sister hoped to build a good relationship with her without an evil purpose, so she was willing to spend time with them. However, it depended on her how they would get along with each other. Ji Yuning took out her name card and handed it to Mo Qilin. Thanks. Mo Qilin showed excitement at once and took her name card. I don't have name cards. I'll send you a message later. Of course, said Ji Yuning. She didn't stay there for much longer before she left. Mo Qilin watched Ji Yuning's car disappear from sight before walking away. Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi were in a bad mood when they left. They felt quite unhappy, because they failed to figure out whether the teenager was a real cultivator. They had the idea to leave for a while, then go back once Ji Yuning was gone to find the teenager, but they didn't think it was a good idea after thinking about it carefully. If they went back again, it would prove that they deliberately caused the teenager trouble. In that case, their purpose would be exposed, and it might drag themselves into trouble if the leaders of the country found them. All in all, they blamed Ji Yuning for everything. If it hadn't been for her, they could have already figured out the teenager's real identity. After all, they only wanted to know whether he was a real cultivator. They had no intention of hurting him. Even if they were going to hurt him, they wouldn't do that in public. Nevertheless, it was useless even though they blamed Ji Yuning for it, because they were no match for her. They couldn't expose their real identity just to pay Ji Yuning back. As a result, they had to give up for the time being. Because of the accident on the way, Ji Yuning didn't arrive at the Sihewan until 6:30 p.m. Ji Yuning called Sheng Guanyang and told them to eat before she got there, but Sheng Guanyang decided to wait for her. It wasn't that late anyway, and they weren't hungry. They could have dinner at 7 p.m. Therefore, they had the meal together after Ji Yuning came. During the meal, Ji Yuning talked about what she had encountered earlier with Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yunyao. After hearing her account, both of them had a little frown. It's obvious that the two ninjas found something special about Mo Qilin. It aroused their curiosity, but they weren't sure about it, so they tried to test his skills, said Sheng Guanyang. You've successfully stopped them this time, but they could meet again, said Jing Yunyao with worries. Jing Yunyao didn't care much about the society's safety, but Leng Xiaoting was in charge of that right now, so she was worried that it might cause Leng Xiaoting trouble. Well, I guess I can do nothing about that. We're running out of steam. We can only do our best to solve the problems no matter what happens in the future. Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi are in the capital now. They'll run into cultivators sooner or later, so we must stop them from hanging around now, said Ji Yuning. She had an idea to deal with the ninjas. What do you plan to do? Asked Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yunyao with one accord. Although they're spies from country R, we can't kill them for no reason. I can freeze their bodies and make them lie in the hospital for a few days. At least they can't continue to look for cultivators when we're in the capital, said Ji Yuning. There was no grudge between them, but they were spies from country R. Even if Ji Yuning didn't kill them, she would certainly make them suffer. I think it's a good idea. Sheng Guanyang agreed at once. Me too. Jing Yunyao agreed. It was a good thing that they could stop the spies from doing any activities. I'll tell my subordinate to find out where they stay. I'll take action after I finish eating, said Ji Yuning. Then she immediately called Kay and told him the section of the road where the accident happened. Afterwards, she told Kay to track where Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi went through surveillance cameras. May I help? Asked Jing Yunyao. She knew Ji Yuning was able to handle it, but she still asked that question out of concern. No need, I can deal with it. It's easy. Ji Yuning declined. There are more and more cultivators in the capital now. You must be careful. Jing Yunniao didn't insist, but still reminded Ji Yuning to be careful. In 10 minutes, Kei replied to Ji Yuning, telling her that Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi left for XX restaurant. They were dining in number 333 private room at this moment. In addition to them, there were 2 other young men inside the room. Ji Yuning finished eating, so she moved once she received the message. She told Kei to keep on watching them. If they left, he had to let her know. Kei would stop watching them when she told him to stop. Because Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi had seen her car today, she drove Shengguan Yang's exclusive car in case she was exposed. Moreover, Ji Yuning also changed her clothes and put on a baseball cap along with sunglasses so that they couldn't recognize her. Because they were all in the Eastern District, Ji Yuning arrived at XX restaurant in about 20 minutes. By the time Ji Yuning arrived, Kei still hadn't told her that they had left, which meant they were still in the room. Ji Yuning gave Kei a call to make sure of it, then told Kei to stop watching them. Kei never asked further about what Ji Yuning was going to do. Ji Yuning stopped the car in the parking lot outside the restaurant, but she didn't get out of it, because she decided to wait for a while. If she went to quietly stand outside the private room where Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi stayed and even stared straight at the wall for a while, the waiters would soon find out that something wasn't right, which would cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, there were other people in the private room, and innocent people would be hurt as well if she released magical power and it spread around. Therefore, she could only wait for a better chance to take action after they went out. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the inside once in a while in case they went directly to the underground parking lot by elevator. After about 20 minutes, Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi came out. They talked with their companions for a while at the entrance of the restaurant, then waved each other goodbye. The 2 men walked towards another direction, while Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi coincidentally walked towards Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't think they saw her, but believed their car must be stopped here as well, because their sight never fell on her, but they still walked towards her direction. Chapter 2017. Yeah, I'm sick seeing Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi approaching. Ji Yuning had a chance, so she rolled down the window a little and focused on them, releasing magical power to freeze them. Instantly, Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi felt the attack from the icy air, and immediately stiffened, but they didn't feel anything wrong. It was already the end of October and the weather was starting to cool down, so they thought it was the cause of the cool breeze. However, they soon felt it wasn't right because they felt that their bodies were getting stiffer and it became difficult to walk. Besides, they also felt a gaze staring at them. They thought to themselves that something was terribly wrong and their faces turned pale. The cold air quickly influenced their bodies. When they tried to turn to look at the person who stared at them, their limbs had already stiffened, so it was impossible for them to make a turn. What's going on? Why do I feel so stiff? Kato Toya was also surprised, and found that it had become difficult for him to speak as well. What? Do you feel it too? I have the same feeling. Karaki Akemi was astonished. What should we do now? Kato Toya felt helpless all of a sudden. He had no idea what was happening. The only idea in his mind was that he had eaten something poisonous. After that, they could barely stand, so they suddenly fell to the ground and Ji Yuning withdrew her magical power. Ji Yuning only injured them moderately. They could be fine after resting for a month or 2. It actually depended on their own physical fitness and repair function. For ordinary people, it took more than a month or 2, but they were ninjas. Their bodies were different from ordinary people, so they would probably recover quicker. Anyway, within half a month, they could recover. By then, Ji Yuning would already be back and she could handle the problems they would cause. Once Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi fell, passers-by saw them and walked over to check their condition. After knowing that their limbs stiffened and they couldn't move at all, someone immediately called an ambulance for them. Because they were only slightly injured, they were able to speak, but with difficulty. After solving the problem, Ji Yuning left. However, right after Ji Yuning left, Baili Zongyang walked by. Because the ambulance hadn't come yet, he saw Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi and felt the magical power from their bodies, but the magical power was mixed with evilness. Baili Zongyang figured that they must have offended the evil practice, so they were injured by evil magical power. However, even though he understood that they were injured by cultivators, he had no intention of helping them. He wasn't that helpful, and was unwilling to be dragged into trouble in the mortal world. After all, they weren't seriously injured and they would be fine after resting for a while. If their lives were in danger, Baili Zongyang might give them a helping hand. However, as for the evil practice, upon thinking of the evil practice, Baili Zongyang frowned. No cultivator liked them in the cultivation world, and they would never let its members go once they met some. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense any air of the evil practice right now. Obviously, its member was already gone, so he couldn't find them. As a result, Baili Zongyang decided to just leave. Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi called the police when they were taken to the hospital. They were suspicious that there was harmful substance in the food provided by the restaurant, so the police took action to investigate it. However, they found nothing harmful, because the other two people who dined with Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi were fine. After an examination, Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya were sure that they didn't suffer from food poisoning. Besides, the doctor couldn't find anything wrong with their bodies or the reason why they suddenly stiffened. Because the doctor had never seen such a condition before, they had no idea how to treat it. Although the patients' lives didn't seem to be threatened currently, their bodies were really injured, so the hospital gathered many experts to study what the disease was. After Ji Yuning left, she went back to the Sihewan and nothing else happened. When they got up early the next morning, Stone sent Shengguan Yang, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao to the airport. After arriving at the airport, they directly picked up the tickets for security check. Because their valuable stuff was all stored in their magical space, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao each carried only one bag. After the security check was done, there was still 40 minutes before boarding, so they found a restaurant to have breakfast. Although there was food on the plane, it was hardly enough for Shengguan Yang. Because it was breakfast, they chose to have noodles. Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao each had a bowl, but Shengguan Yang alone ate 3 bowls, which scared the waitress. Other waiters also gave him a glance of surprise. Normally, old people ate less, but Shengguan Yang ate more than young people. Nevertheless, Shengguan Yang couldn't care less about it, because he was paying. After having noodles and a rest, they went to the gate, where they sat for about 10 minutes before boarding. Ji Yuning booked seats in the first row. Shengguan Yang sat by the window, Ji Yuning was in the middle, and Jing Yunyao sat next to the aisle. It took 7 hours from the capital to City Zhe, so all they could do was read, talk, or sleep. It was already 5 p.m. when they got off the plane, and it would be time for dinner after they reached the city center. They didn't plan to stay in City Zhe for the night, they planned to go straight to Kunlun Mountain. However, the plan could never account for all the changes. The moment Ji Yuning and the others walked into a restaurant, they met Jing Yunyao's friend, the wife of the mayor of City Zhe. "Oh, hi, Shen Yao, you're back." The mayor's wife was surprised and happy to see Jing Yunyao. She immediately walked to greet her, but her face looked very haggard and she had weak breath and little energy. Seeing Shu Lihua, Jing Yunyao was excited as well, but felt upset once she clearly saw her face. "Lihua, you don't look well. Are you sick?" she asked with concern. Although she asked that question, she was already aware of the answer. She wasn't a doctor, but she could see whether one was in good health. "Yeah, I'm sick. I have mid-stage breast cancer," Shu Lihua said. The joy of seeing Jing Yunyao disappeared from her face at once, then it was replaced with loneliness and sadness. "What? The mid-stage of breast cancer?" Jing Yunyao was shocked after hearing that. "How's the treatment now?" Chapter 2018, Eat a lot. Breast cancer wasn't equivalent to the death penalty. In fact, breast cancer was one of the cancers with the best treatment effect. As long as the patient actively cooperated with the treatment, the cure rate was relatively high, but it just took more time and money. "I'm undergoing treatment. The doctor said it's very likely to be cured as long as I act in concert with the treatment, but it takes longer and much more money, so Shu Lihua said, showing obvious helplessness. Although her husband was a mayor, her husband was an upright official, so their family wasn't rich. They had 2 sons who were studying in college, which required a lot of money. As a result, she was in a dilemma, and was hesitating to accept the treatment. Upon hearing that, Jing Yunyo understood her worries and got mad. Lihua, how can you hesitate? Money isn't important. Your health matters more than anything else. If you have difficulties, you can ask me for help, said Jing Yunyo in annoyance. Jing Yunyo was more than willing to help Shu Lihua deal with the disease, but her magical power could only cure common injuries and could do nothing about cancers, but she could pay the money for her. Anyway, she didn't have many friends in the mortal world, and Shu Lihua was the only one she could share secrets with. Did you forget me? Ji Yuning suddenly opened her mouth. Jing Yunyo was struck dumb for a second, then realized that Ji Yuning had power crystals. Oh, right, I was so anxious that I forgot about you. Jing Yunyo said with excitement. Shu Lihua didn't understand their talk, but she learned that Ji Yuning came with Jing Yunyo after Ji Yuning opened her mouth. There were 2 other people in front of her, so she apologized at once for ignoring them. I'm sorry. May I know your name? This is a senior member of our family. His surname is Shangguan. This is my niece. Her name is Ji Yuning. Jing Yunyo introduced them to Shu Lihua. Because they were outside, she didn't bother to tell many details. Nice to meet you, Mr. Shangguan, Miss Ji Yu, Shu Lihua gently said to Shangguan Yang and Ji Yuning. This is my good friend, Shu Lihua. Jing Yunyo introduced Shu Lihua to Shangguan Yang and Ji Yuning afterwards. Hi, Ms. Shu. Shangguan Yang and Ji Yuning politely greeted her too. All of a sudden, Jing Yunyo seriously said to Shu Lihua, Lihua, I have a medicine that can help cure your disease, but will you trust me? What? Hearing that, Shu Lihua was greatly shocked. There was a medicine which could cure her disease. At the same time, Shu Lihua was thrilled. She had doubts, but she still chose to trust Jing Yunyo. It sounds unbelievable, but I'm willing to trust you. Jing Yunyo has saved her life, so she didn't think that Jing Yunyo would hurt her. Even if the medicine couldn't completely cure her disease, she would be better than now. Hearing Shu Lihua's reply, Jing Yunyo turned to look at Ji Yuning. Ning. Ji Yuning then took out a porcelain bottle at once and handed it to Shu Lihua. Ms. Shu, this medicine can really cure your disease, because it has cured many serious diseases before, like heart disease. There are 3 pills. You can take one right now, then have one every 3 days afterwards. After taking all 3 pills, your disease should be cured. Try one tonight. Have an exam in the hospital tomorrow, and you'll find the cancer cells will have become much fewer. Knowing that the medicine could really cure her disease and it had already cured many serious diseases before, like heart disease, Shu Lihua was stunned. It was too unbelievable to be true, but she still cried tears of joy. Lihua, Jing Yunyo moved a step forward and laid one hand on Shu Lihua's shoulder. She wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Shu Lihua understood they were in a public place, so she forced herself to calm down because she couldn't lose her manners. Well, I honestly don't know what to say right now except for thank you. Thank you so much, Shu Lihua choked. Of course, we're glad to be helpful. Jing Yunyo accepted Shu Lihua's thanks because it wasn't her but Ji Yuning who helped Shu Lihua this time. By the way, since we met today, why don't we share a meal together? Shu Lihua said, I need to thank you for giving me the medicine. Please do me the honor. You're going to dine with your friends. Is it appropriate if we go as well? Jing Yunyo felt it might not be suitable. Nonsense. There are only 3 of us. One of my good female friends along with her daughter came back to visit her parents. She wants to buy me a meal. I won't let her pay for it, so I invited her out to dine together, said Shu Lihua. Although she was in no mood for socializing now, it was rare for her friend to come back and her friend also called her out for a meal. If she didn't go, it would be too impolite. In the end, Jing Yunyo couldn't reject it, so she agreed. Ms. Shu, I have to tell you that my grandpa alone can eat as much as 3 people. I'm afraid you'll pay a lot for the meal then, said Ji Yuning with a smile. Well, Shangguan Yang felt embarrassed when Ji Yuning said that about him, but it actually was what he wanted to say. He was truly worried that Shu Lihua didn't know how much he could eat and would order too little. If so, he might still be hungry. Knowing that, Shu Lihua was surprised. To her astonishment, Shen Guanyang alone was able to eat as much as 3 people. Anyway, she didn't mind ordering more food later. It's not a problem at all. Mr. Shangguan, please order whatever you want to eat. You don't need to care about the price. Sure, thanks, said Shangguanyang with satisfaction. After walking into the private room, Shu Lihua took a power crystal at once. She planned to use water to help her swallow it, but Ji Yuning stopped her. Ji Yuning told her the medicine had no color or taste, and that it would melt once it touched water. Shu Lihua did what Ji Yuning told her to do, and the pill indeed had no color or taste. The moment she put it into her mouth, it melted. As soon as she took the pill, she felt cold yet comfortable. After a few seconds, Shu Lihua felt her body was full of energy again and her face became ruddy. Wow, I can't believe it. I just took it and now I feel energetic again, Shu Lihua exclaimed. She was totally amazed by its effect and couldn't believe it, but it was real. After taking the first pill, she had more confidence in the medicine. You look much better now. Have a look at yourself in the mirror, said Jing Yunyao with a smile. Really? Shu Lihua was excited. She stood up right away to look at herself in the mirror in the washroom. It was true that her face became red and looked healthy. It was so amazing. Ningning, thank you. When Shu Lihua went to the washroom, Jing Yunyao thanked Ji Yuning. Chapter 2019. Met a savior. Although Ji Yuning was her future daughter-in-law, it didn't mean she would help her with everything, so she was very grateful for Ji Yuning's kindness. She needed to thank Ji Yuning. You don't need to say that. We're a family, said Ji Yuning, feeling it was unnecessary. She didn't care about it at all. Shu Lihua soon walked out showing great excitement and happiness on her face. Although the cancer in her body wasn't completely cured, she saw hope because of the medicine. After a few minutes, Shu Lihua's friend came. Shu Lihua explained to her friend why Jing Yunyao and the others came, and her friend was very considerate. Her friend couldn't care less about it and Shu Lihua would pay the bill today anyway. She wouldn't judge no matter whom Jing Yunyao brought to the meal. However, the daughter of Shu Lihua's friend was a little displeased the moment she saw Ji Yuning. There was slight jealousy in her eyes. The daughter of Shu Lihua's friend was at the same age as Ji Yuning. They were of the same height and she was pretty too, but Ji Yuning was much prettier than her. Hi, my name's Zheng Jiayu. I'm from City B. What's your name? Where are you from? Zheng Jiayu, the daughter of Shu Lihua's friend, greeted Ji Yuning first. She was very polite except for the evil thoughts showing in her eyes. Ji Yuning didn't know what she was scheming, but she wasn't afraid. Hi, my name's Ji Yuning. I also live in City B, but I'm studying in a college in the capital now, replied Ji Yuning kindly. Even though she knew Zheng Jiayu was unkind to her, she had to be nice because Zheng Jiayu seemed to be kind, at least on the surface. Hearing that, Zheng Jiayu stiffened for a second. She deliberately said that she came from City B to show off, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning lived in City B as well. In addition, Ji Yuning was studying in a college in the capital. Oh, may I know which college you're studying in right now? Zheng Jiayu asked, but she continued before Ji Yuning could answer, I'm studying in City B Jiao Tong University. I'm a sophomore this year. I originally planned to study in the capital as well, and my target was the capital university, but I needed about a dozen points more to be accepted. Saying that, Zheng Jiayu seemed a little sad, but she actually felt very proud of herself. She didn't think Ji Yuning would be as good as her at studying. City B's Jiao Tong University was already a top university in City B and it ranked 6th in their country, and Ji Yuning said she studied in the capital. There were only 2 universities ranked above City B Jiao Tong University in the capital, which were the Capital University and Wuxia University. Only the top students could be accepted by the 2 universities, but top students were very few around the whole country. Anyway, Zheng Jiayu refused to believe that Ji Yuning could be accepted by either of the 2 universities. Unfortunately, the reality was quite the opposite of her thought. I'm studying in the capital university, said Ji Yuning calmly, showing no pride or arrogance. She didn't think it was worthwhile to show off. All of a sudden, Zheng Jiayu was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. What? Ji Yuning is studying in the capital university now. How is it possible that she's so excellent at studying? In an instant, Zheng Jiayu felt heavily hit and grew more jealous of Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning wasn't only beautiful, she was also excellent at studying. However, although she was filled with jealousy, she had a good psychological quality, so she didn't lose her manners. Within seconds, she calmed down and restricted the strong jealousy in her heart. Wow, you're so amazing. You made it to the capital university. She complimented Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning smiled, but said nothing. Jing Yuniao, instead, joined in their conversation. Yeah, Ningning is very outstanding. She was the top scorer with a full score at this year's National College Entrance Examination. All the prestigious colleges around the country competed against each other for her, offering free tuition and accommodation. Mrs. Zheng and Shu Lihua didn't see Zheng Jiayu's scheme, so they thought that Zheng Jiayu really got along well with Ji Yuning, but Jing Yuniao saw through Zheng Jiayu. As a senior, she shouldn't argue with a junior, and Ji Yuning wasn't weak, but she was very protective, so she had to say something. Shang Guanyang saw it as well, but he wasn't so sensitive, so he said nothing. What? The top scorer with a full score. Hearing that, Zheng Jiayu, Mrs. Zheng, and Shu Lihua were all shocked. I heard about it, but I didn't read the news carefully. I didn't know it's you, Miss Ji Yu, said Shu Lihua with a smile. She had a better impression of Ji Yuning now. Miss Ji Yu, you're really amazing. Mrs. Zheng complimented with sincerity. Thank you for your compliment, said Ji Yuning calmly. Zheng Jiayu gave in completely right then. She stopped asking Ji Yuning questions. To her surprise, she ran into a real top student. If Zheng Jiayu learned about Ji Yuning's other skills, she would feel more shocked. Dishes were soon placed on the table. Jing Yuniao, Shu Lihua, and Mrs. Zheng chatted with each other during the meal, while Ji Yuning and Shang Guanyang kept on eating without a word. Because of Ji Yuning, Zheng Jiayu didn't enjoy the food. After having the meal, they separated. While they were having the meal, Shu Lihua had asked Jing Yuniao why she came back this time. Jing Yuniao said that she needed to deal with something, but she didn't elaborate on that. Shu Lihua didn't ask further about it, and only asked Jing Yuniao whether she planned to stay in City J for a day or go to County X right after having the meal. Because City J wasn't far from County X and it only take an hour on the road, it was convenient to go there at night. Jing Yuniao said she would leave for County X right after having the meal, so Shu Lihua didn't persuade Jing Yuniao to stay in case it would affect her schedule. Instead, Shu Lihua proposed to arrange for a car for them and Jing Yuniao accepted it. Given their close relationship, they didn't need to hesitate to accept each other's help. After that, Shu Lihua called her husband and asked him to arrange for a car. Therefore, once they walked out after the meal, there was already a car waiting for them outside. They said goodbye to one another, then separated. After about 10 minutes, Shu Lihua got home. Her husband, Zhou Hongming, was greatly surprised to see her ruddy cheeks. Seeing her husband's shock, Shu Lihua said with a smile, "Darling, I met a savior." Savior? What savior? Zhou Hongming was struck dumb. He couldn't connect the savior to the fact that Shu Lihua suddenly looked healthier. You can see that my face has become ruddy and I'm full of energy now, said Shu Lihua with a beam. What do you mean? What happened? Why do you suddenly, talking about that, Zhou Hongming got excited. Chapter 2020, Unreliable, the savior I met today. I went to dine outside today, then ran into Shen Yao at the restaurant. There was an old man and a young girl with her. After they learned that I have breast cancer, they gave me several pills and told me to take one every 3 days. The cancer should be cured after I take all the 3 pills, said Shu Lihua with great excitement. She even cried out of joy. Although she still felt it was too good to be true, she chose to believe it was possible. What? Hearing that, Zhou Hongming rounded his eyes in great shock. He was thrilled at first, but then doubted it. Lihua, is it real? Why do I somehow feel it isn't reliable? I know Shen Yao won't hurt you, but I can't believe there is such an effective medicine in this world. Zhou Hongming was very doubtful about it. Hongming, I know it's hard for you to believe it. I can't believe it either, but I still choose to trust Shen Yao. There is no reason for her to fool me. She has saved my life after all. I took a pill before having the meal today, and my face became ruddy right away. I feel my body is full of energy now as well. Even if the medicine can't cure the cancer, it won't make it worse. Ji Yuning also told me I can go to have an exam in the hospital tomorrow. We'll see whether there is any change, said Shu Lihua. She knew it was quite amazing, so she didn't force Zhou Hongming to believe it right now. Great, we can have an exam in the hospital tomorrow. Zhou Hongming still had doubts, but it was useless. They could only wait for the exam result tomorrow. He hoped it really worked so that his wife could suffer less pain during the treatment. He didn't know whether Shu Lihua had the idea of giving up, because he never had that idea. He was determined to cure Shu Lihua no matter how difficult it was. Sure, but keep the medicine between us. We can't tell other people. I'm afraid it might cause trouble for them, said Shu Lihua. Although Ji Yuning didn't tell her to do that, she understood it might be troublesome if others learned that Ji Yuning carried such effective medicine. I will, said Zhou Hongming. Ji Yuning and the others arrived at County X after just more than an hour. She told the driver to stop the car in front of XX Hotel, then let him leave after they got out of the car. After that, they walked forward along the road, going further and further away from the crowd. There was still a long distance to go from County X to the Kunlun sect's place. They could directly fly there with a sword, but they were still in the town now. It was brightly lit with many pedestrians, so they couldn't take out their sword right there and fly away because it would cause a sensation. As a result, they had to walk to a dark place without anyone else around to take action. After walking for about 20 minutes, they were already far away from the town. There were no street lights, people around, or surveillance cameras, so Sheng Guanyang took out his sword. Afterwards, the three of them stepped on it. Once they stood steadily, Sheng Guanyang flew the sword away. A flying sword was much faster than cars and they could go straight without taking detours, so they only needed 20 minutes to fly with the sword when it would take at least an hour by car to get to the Kunlun sect square. Because it was October, there was no snow on Kunlun Mountain. And it wasn't so cold either. In addition, they were all cultivators and weren't afraid of cold, so 2 pieces of clothes were enough for them. Back to a familiar place, Sheng Guanyang suddenly had mixed emotions. He had stayed here for hundreds of years after all, so he felt at ease. However, he would still leave, because he couldn't give up the activities and delicious food in mortals' world. Therefore, Sheng Guanyang wasn't very sad. All right, let's go to the back of this mountain, said Sheng Guanyang, then walked ahead, followed by Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao. After that, Ji Yuning let the monster fox out and told it to cultivate on its own. The monster fox had stayed here for hundreds of years, so it was excited to be back here as well, but it would still leave when Ji Yuning left later. Even though it was locked in the telepathic eye space most of the time and lost consciousness while with Ji Yuning, it enjoyed itself sometimes. At Kunlun Mountain, however, it could only cultivate all day long, or play with fairies, or search around for snow lotus. When they reached the back of the mountain, they flew over the broken cliff to the front of the tower. Afterwards, Sheng Guanyang took Jing Yunyao to a wooden room at the back of the mountain and told her to retreat inside. Because Jing Yunyao was going to break through levels, the thunder might damage his tower if she did it inside. Sheng Guanyang then took Ji Yuning into the tower. There were windows inside, so they could see the situation in the wooden room where Jing Yunyao stayed. If any accidents happened, they would know. During the night, neither Zhou Hongming nor Shu Lihua could sleep. Both of them kept thinking about tomorrow's exam. At dawn, they got up to make preparations. Because it was too early, they waited for a while before finally going at 8:20 a.m. City J wasn't a large city like the capital, where it took a long time to get to another place. There was barely a traffic jam, so Zhou Hongming and Shu Lihua arrived at the hospital in a few minutes. Even though Zhou Hongming never used his power to bully other people, others would be willing to help him because he had power. Therefore, once Zhou Hongming and his wife showed up, the chief doctor of Shu Lihua arranged for a test for her. When the result came out and showed that the cancer cells were nearly half of what there had been, all of them were amazed even if Ji Yuning had already told Shu Lihua about it. Before she saw the result with her own eyes, she felt it was too unbelievable to be true, but now she saw it and was shocked. Jesus, it's a miracle. Within only 2 days, the cancer cells have reduced by nearly half. In that case, the treatment will be much easier in the future, said the chief doctor. This was the first time that he had seen such a miracle, but it was good news. Really? The cancer cells have reduced by nearly half? Asked Zhou Hongming with uncertainty. Because he cared too much about it, he was worried he had heard it wrong. Yes, Mayor, it's true. The cancer cells are indeed nearly half fewer in your wife's body, said the chief doctor with certainty. It's wonderful. Zhou Hongming, who was always stable, cheered like a kid now. He immediately hugged Shu Lihua without caring about other people's looks. Chapter 2021. Ji Yuning fell down the cliff. The attending doctor understood their feelings very well, so he didn't think it was inappropriate, and he actually was very envious of their love for each other. It was rare to see such pure love nowadays because most couples left one another once they encountered trouble. Shu Lihua also cried in happiness. She kept thanking Jing Yuniao and Ji Yuning in her heart because she could get better all because of them. After a long while, Zhou Hongming and Shu Lihua finally realized what they were doing and let each other go at once. They felt a little embarrassed for forgetting their manners. After leaving the hospital, Shu Lihua immediately called Jing Yuniao, but Jing Yuniao was in cultivation at this time, so she failed to get through to her. Since she couldn't get through to Jing Yuniao, Shu Lihua stopped calling her. She thought Jing Yuniao might have gone to a place without signals. After all, they were in a remote place and many thinly populated parts of it weren't covered by signals. As a result, she didn't feel worried about Jing Yuniao or thought that something bad might have happened to her. Jing Yuniao wasn't weak. On the contrary, Jing Yuniao was very good at martial arts, so there was no need for Shu Lihua to be concerned. Therefore, Shu Lihua only sent Jing Yuniao a message, telling her that the cancer cells had reduced in her body. She also thanked her and Ji Yuning for helping her. In the Kunlun sect's place, Jing Yuniao went on retreat, focusing on cultivation. Ji Yuning was cultivating as well, but she couldn't do it for a long time because she was just a beginner. She encountered difficulties after a short while, so she rested once in a while during cultivation. On the first day of cultivation, Ji Yuning reached the peak of foundation stage, but couldn't go further afterwards no matter how hard she tried. 2 days later, it stayed the same. Even if Shangguan Yang helped Ji Yuning with it, she still couldn't make further progress. Actually, it was very normal. In fact, Ji Yuning had already made unbelievable progress. Within only a day, she reached the peak of foundation stage from the beginning of it. Very few people could do that. Before Ji Yuning, the only talented cultivator Shangguan Yang had seen was Leng Xiaoting. Most cultivators made a little progress after cultivating for over half a year, but they had become very skilled within half a year. During these 2 days, Jing Yuniao hadn't made it to the next level yet, because it wasn't easy. Grandpa Shangguan, I feel like having a walk around. Because Ji Yuning couldn't make any further progress right now, she felt bored and wanted to go have a walk outside. Sure, but don't go too far away. It's very dangerous, said Shangguan Yang. Then he opened the door of the tower and let her go out. The moment Shangguan Yang opened the door, he ignored Ji Yuning and focused on eating fruits. Ji Yuning was amused. Grandpa Shangguan, do you think I can fly over that? The flood dragon wasn't by her side right now, so she didn't know how to get over the ravine that was about 10 meters across. It would be fine if there were 2 supporting points in the middle of the ravine, but there was no supporting point in the middle at all. If she directly jumped over, she might fall down the vast abyss. What? Shangguan Yang was struck dumb for a second, then felt embarrassed. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Saying that, he stood up walking to Ji Yuning. He grabbed her shoulders, then flew over without delay. This wasn't the first time that Ji Yuning had flown in the sky, but she still enjoyed it very much. It would be more enjoyable if she could fly on her own. Therefore, she had to work harder on cultivation because she would be able to fly after reaching a certain level. After Shen Guanyang took Ji Yuning across the cliff, he flew back and Ji Yuning left, walking forward aimlessly. The Kunlun sect's place in the daytime was surrounded by clouds and mist, and it was like a fairyland. Walking in the Kunlun mountain, Ji Yuning couldn't help but feel her body fluttering like a god. Because Kunlun mountain was full of magical power, it made people refreshed and relaxed. Suddenly, she heard something, so Ji Yuning looked around, only to see a figure flashing into a stone wall. Ji Yuning didn't miss it, and she knew what it was. It was precisely the snow lotus that she had met once before. In an instant, Ji Yuning's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she chased the snow lotus. It would be best if she could catch it today. Seeing Ji Yuning chasing it, the snow lotus ran away at once. After days, Ji Yuning became much more agile and the distance between her and the snow lotus was much shorter than before as well. Unfortunately, she couldn't fly around, so she could only watch the snow lotus jumping down the cliff and could do nothing about it. It was indeed very hard to catch a snow lotus which became immortal. Right when Ji Yuning felt disappointed and wanted to leave, she suddenly felt a touch of danger attacking her from behind. Without enough time to turn around and see what it was, she quickly moved aside. However, Ji Yuning had bad luck today. After moving to the side, she stepped on a snake. Because the body of the snake was slippery, she slipped and fell down the cliff. No! Ji Yuning exclaimed in fear. She didn't expect to be so unlucky to fall down like that. She didn't know how deep this abyss was or whether she would die after falling. No matter what, the only thing she could do now was to release strong magical power to cover herself. She hoped to save her life in that way. The cliff was about 40 meters tall. It wasn't very high, nor short. There was a sea of flowers beneath the cliff, which was very beautiful. However, Ji Yuning, at this moment, wasn't in the mood to appreciate it, because she didn't know whether she would be dead or alive after falling. Although she had magical power to protect herself, she wasn't sure whether it was very useful. She hadn't done that before after all. She could only hope it was helpful. Before long, Ji Yuning fell in the sea of flowers with a loud boom. Because Ji Yuning was protected by magical power, it exerted great power on the surrounding things when she fell down. Therefore, all the flowers with a radius of 3 meters were smashed, followed by a big hole in the ground. Ji Yuning now lay in that big pit. Ji Yuning didn't have any injuries but was stunned by the powerful force. Because the place where Ji Yuning fell from the cliff was a little far from the mountain at the back of the Kunlun sect, Shen Guanyang in the tower didn't hear Ji Yuning's scream. He didn't know that Ji Yuning was in trouble. After Ji Yuning fainted, the magical power that protected her naturally disappeared. Then the snow lotus suddenly appeared next to Ji Yuning, circled her, and jumped onto her chest. The next second, a white light was emitted from the snow lotus, and a petal left the flower flowing towards Ji Yuning's mouth. The snow lotus petal reached Ji Yuning's mouth, then turned into a white light and flowed into it. Chapter 2022. A blessing in disguise. Ji Yuning regained consciousness later, but it was dark everywhere when she opened her eyes. No matter how far she walked, she could never see an end. Oh my! Am I dead? Am I in hell now? Ji Yuning suddenly felt scared and hopeless. She was reluctant to die right now because she was unwilling to leave the many people she loved. The snow lotus outside saw that Ji Yuning still couldn't wake up after taking its petal, so it gave Ji Yuning another one. Because it lost 2 petals within seconds, the magical power around the snow lotus became much weaker and the white light was also dimmed a lot. The snow lotus had senses, so it was alive. After the snow lotus petal entered Ji Yuning's body, Ji Yuning in the black space saw a white light hitting her body. She didn't know what it was, so she subconsciously avoided it, but the light still entered her body. Ji Yuning fell into darkness again and lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes, the surroundings had changed. It was no longer dark, but white everywhere. Before she could explore the surroundings, Ji Yuning felt something pressed against her chest. She immediately looked over and saw the snow lotus standing on her boob. She was displeased right away because the snow lotus was sexually assaulting her. Seeing that Ji Yuning woke up, the snow lotus subconsciously wanted to run away, but Ji Yuning moved faster and caught it with her hands. The snow lotus lost 2 petals within a short time, so it became weak and slower. After being caught by Ji Yuning, the snow lotus made little noises, but Ji Yuning could understand its language. The snow lotus said, sounding aggrieved, "I just saved your life with 2 petals. I'm losing magical power and I'm weak now. How can you catch me? You're not grateful at all." Hearing that, Ji Yuning was amazed. Did the snow lotus just save her life with 2 petals? If so, Ji Yuning absolutely couldn't catch it, so she let it go at once. "I'm so sorry, and thank you." Ji Yuning thanked the snow lotus without any intention of catching it again. She was grateful and would never return kindness with ingratitude. Ji Yuning didn't doubt the snow lotus's words at all, because she indeed saw that 2 petals were missing and its magical power was much weaker. In addition, she also felt that her body recovered and had a lot of energy now. She even felt much better than before. "Oh, you can understand my language." The snow lotus originally only wanted to complain about it, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning could understand its language. "Yeah," said Ji Yuning, then got up and found herself in the middle of a sea of flowers that she fell into. Afterwards, Ji Yuning looked around. There were cliffs in every direction. "How should I get out of here?" She frowned. The snow lotus said nothing, because it didn't know the answer either. Ji Yuning couldn't rely on the snow lotus. She could only figure out a way to solve the problem on her own. After walking around, she found no road to go out. It seemed that she had to climb up. Fortunately, this cliff was steep, and there were many places to grab. It shouldn't be a big problem to climb up. After thinking about it, Ji Yuning pulled up her sleeves and climbed up. She was afraid that Shengguanyang would be worried if she was outside for too long. However, Ji Yuning only climbed for 2 meters before she suddenly felt unwell, then the magical power in her body was rushing around, especially in her lower abdomen. A flow of magical power was expanding, as if it was about to explode. It was a joy to Ji Yuning, because it meant she was going to break through into the next level. It seemed that she was blessed when she fell down this time. She stopped climbing and jumped down at once to sit cross-legged on the ground. She relaxed and concentrated her thoughts in her body. After Ji Yuning smoothed the magical power running around in her body, a barrier appeared. Although it was the first time that Ji Yuning had reached the barrier to the next level, she had already learned a lot about cultivation beforehand, so she was aware that this barrier was the barrier towards the next level. As long as she broke through it, she would be in the next level. Without delay, Ji Yuning moved the magical energy to hit the barrier, but the magical energy scattered the first time while the barrier stood still there. It was indeed not easy to break the barrier. Anyway, since she failed once, she tried for the second, third, fourth time and so on. She failed again and again, but she refused to give up even though she was shedding buckets of sweat and her face turned pale and her limbs were trembling. Ji Yuning understood she needed to try many times to get into the next level. Some cultivators might spend half a month or months on trying to break the barrier. The higher the level was, the more difficult it was to break the barrier. It was very common to take years to do that, which was the reason why there were only a few cultivators at high levels nowadays. Besides, the magical power was thinner, so cultivators didn't dare to try it. If they refused to stop during the process and couldn't get out, it was quite dangerous. Anyway, Ji Yuning was at a comparatively low level now, so it wasn't very hard for her to break the barrier. Moreover, there was thick magical power. She believed she could soon break through it as long as she persisted. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning suddenly remembered her blood of the phoenix. She forgot it due to anxiety. Since she lacked magical energy in her body now, she could use the blood of the phoenix. Therefore, Ji Yuning immediately used the blood of the phoenix to fill her body with magical power, then turned the magical power into magical energy to hit the barrier. This hit finally loosened the barrier. After another heavy hit, the barrier was broken. By the last hit, Ji Yuning passed it. She made it. She finally made it. Nevertheless, before Ji Yuning could celebrate it, she felt endless magical power from the outside pouring into her body. She couldn't stop it at all. Once the magical power poured into her body, she had to make it circulate, otherwise she would be damaged by it. In that case, all she had done to break the barrier would become meaningless. As a result, Ji Yuning had to do her best to summon up her strength to make the magical power circulate. After the magical power circulated for a while, she gradually recovered, but still couldn't stop the magical power from pouring into her body. The snow lotus was long gone from fear when Ji Yuning's body started absorbing magical power, otherwise it would be absorbed into her body as well. Ji Yuning didn't mean to do that, but it was out of her control. After a while, Ji Yuning met another barrier. Was she going to break through it to get to the next level again? It was a good thing, but she wasn't sure whether she could handle it. Anyway, nothing ventured, nothing gained. She made up her mind to do it again. In the following hours, Ji Yuning tried to hit the barrier again and again, but it was obviously much more difficult this time. After dozens of hits, Ji Yuning had no strength, and she was slowly losing consciousness. However, she kept on trying mechanically, gathering magical energy in her body to hit the barrier blindly. Chapter 2023 goes up in 2 levels at a time. Ji Yuning didn't know how long she had tried. Although she almost lost consciousness, she refused to give up because she would be able to get into the next level after breaking the barrier. The only thing she wanted to do now was to improve her skills. After a long time, the barrier finally loosened and showed leaks, then it broke. However, before Ji Yuning could relax, she fell into darkness again. She didn't know that she had disappeared for 2 days, and Sheng Guanyang almost went crazy searching for her. He divided his body into 2. One was observing Jing Yunyao, while the other left to look for Ji Yuning. Sheng Guanyang was at the soul separation stage from concrete to abstract now. During the soul separation stage, he could control his clone and do 2 things at the same time. He was also able to exert influence on different places at the same time. As his spiritual consciousness had greatly increased, he could manipulate 2 or more people's behavior. Unfortunately, Sheng Guanyang had searched for Ji Yuning for a long time in vain. At 2 a.m., Leng Xiaoting came to the Kunlun sect's place. Once he learned the news that Ji Yuning had been missing for 2 days, he went out to look for her. He had returned to the base at noon yesterday, then left. He just turned on the phone. After seeing the messages Ji Yuning had sent to him, he immediately called her. However, because he failed to get through to her, he figured out that they hadn't come back yet. Without delay, he bought a plane ticket to fly to meet them. He originally was only worried about Jing Yunyao, because Jing Yunyao was going to break into the next level. It would be very dangerous, but he unexpectedly learned that Ji Yuning was missing and Jing Yunyao was safe instead. When Ji Yuning woke up, the surroundings were dark, but this time it wasn't a dark space with no end because Ji Yuning could see flowers around her. After Ji Yuning woke up, she felt very vigorous and also felt that her whole body had improved a lot. Ji Yuning was already in the fusion stage of turning the power into qi. During that period, her body and her cultivation skills began to be combined, which was a stage of ability improvement. Ji Yuning was quite excited to go up 2 levels at a time, but she was worried as well. She had no idea how long had passed, but it couldn't be a short time, so Sheng Guanyang must be anxious about her missing. Therefore, she had to climb up and get back as soon as possible. Without delay, Ji Yuning climbed up with her bare hands. This time, she felt she was much faster and stabler than before. The improvement actually wasn't obvious enough compared to her original abilities because cultivators in fusion stage were no match for her before she became a cultivator. Anyway, even if her skills hadn't been largely improved, she was obviously stronger than before. Besides, it took time to become a master. No matter which level she was at right now, she must take cultivation seriously. When Ji Yuning was halfway through the climb, she heard someone calling her, so she stopped at once. The voice calling her was so familiar. It was Leng Xiaoting's voice. Was it her illusion, or was it really Leng Xiaoting? Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look in the direction where the voice came. Although it was dark, she could still see Leng Xiaoting clearly. "Xiaoting, I'm here," Ji Yuning shouted right away. As soon as Ji Yuning shouted, Leng Xiaoting heard it too and figured out where she was. Without hesitation, he ran towards her. Seeing Lang Xiaoting coming over, Ji Yuning stopped shouting and kept on climbing up. Ningning, where are you? After running for a while, Lang Xiaoting kept on shouting because he failed to see Ji Yuning. I'm down the cliff, replied Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Lang Xiaoting immediately ran to the cliff. As he approached it, he heard movements from the edge. He looked down at once and saw a person climbing up 10 meters under the cliff. Ji Yuning saw Lang Xiaoting too, so she beamed at him. Lang Xiaoting, however, felt like crying, because he saw Ji Yuning climbing up from the foot of the cliff, which meant she had fallen from it. That was the reason why she had been absent for 2 days. When Ji Yuning saw Lang Xiaoting's tearful eyes, the smile froze on her face. She knew he must be crazily searching for her, so she felt guilty, even though she hadn't wanted to fall down the cliff. Nevertheless, if she had a second chance to make the choice, she would choose to fall down again. Lang Xiaoting said nothing and took out a sword at once. He immediately flew down to Ji Yuning's side, then carried her back to the ground. The moment they touched the ground, Lang Xiaoting kissed her heavily. His lips were even trembling. Ji Yuning understood that he was scared and horrified after she was missing, so she tolerated it when the kiss became painful. She even kissed him back passionately. After a while, Lang Xiaoting calmed down and became gentle. After he calmed down, he realized that Ji Yuning had fallen off the cliff. He didn't know whether she was injured, so he let her go and carefully observed her body with his eyes at once. Are you injured? No, I'm not, said Ji Yuning. Great, great. Lang Xiaoting believed it. He felt greatly relieved and hugged Ji Yuning tightly. He didn't question or criticize Ji Yuning for going missing, because it wasn't what Ji Yuning wanted, but he still seriously warned her to be careful. Don't run away alone again in the future. Do you understand? I know, said Ji Yuning obediently. Oh, I have good news to share with you, she said with excitement. What is it? Lang Xiaoting relaxed a little hearing that. Although I fell down the cliff, I gained something good from bad luck. After taking 2 snow lotus petals, I went up 2 levels at a time. Now I'm already in the fusion stage. I was busy going up in levels, so I delayed the time to go back, said Ji Yuning. She couldn't wait to share the good news with Lang Xiaoting right after she comforted him. Really? Lang Xiaoting was cheered up and complimented her with love. Ningning, I knew you were amazing. Because Ji Yuning had the blood of the phoenix in her body, other people couldn't see her exact level unless she told them. Ha ha, if I'm not good enough, I won't be able to travel around the world with you in the future. Ji Yuning grinned. She was thrilled that she could make rapid progress, but it was barely enough, so she still needed to work hard. Lang Xiaoting felt happy for Ji Yuning, but he also had mixed emotions because Ji Yuning needed to do too many things in order to stay with him. Chapter 2024, You All Are Talent. If it was possible, he wished that he and Ji Yuning could be a normal couple so that they wouldn't need to deal with so many things and often be separated from each other. However, it was fate, and sometimes they had no choice, so they could only do their best to finish their tasks. Let's go back now. Master almost went crazy, said Lang Xiaoting, then let Ji Yuning out of his arms. He held her hand, walking back. Ji Yuning felt very guilty for making Shengguanyang worry about her safety after she went missing. At this time, Shengguanyang was walking forth and back in front of the tower anxiously. When he heard 2 people's footsteps approaching, he knew Lang Xiaoting found Ji Yuning back and felt relieved. After a while, he indeed saw Lang Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, so he was completely relieved. Although it wasn't likely for Ji Yuning to be hurt given her abilities and because he had the idea that Ji Yuning might leave to cultivate and forget the time, she disappeared for 2 days. It was understandable that he was worried. Therefore, Shengguanyang was relieved to see Ji Yuning coming back, but he still asked her seriously in a bad mood, what happened? He asked her why she disappeared all of a sudden. I'm sorry, Grandpa Shengguan. I shouldn't have worried you. Ji Yuning apologized to Shengguanyang first, then she explained. I ran into a snow lotus when I went out back then. I chased it to the edge of the cliff. Then I was attacked by something all of a sudden. I tried to avoid it, but stepped on a snake by accident. I slipped and fell down the cliff. What? Were you injured? Shang Guanyang stopped being mad at Ji Yuning once he heard that. I'm fine, because I used magical power to protect myself. I simply lost consciousness after the heavy hit. Then the snow lotus gave me 2 of its petals. I woke up later and wanted to come back, but I suddenly felt magical power rushing around in my lower abdomen. I thought I might be going to get into the next level, so I stayed there to break through the barrier first. In the end, I went up 2 levels. Now I'm in the fusion stage, said Ji Yuning with a beam. Really? It's wonderful. Shang Guanyang felt excited as well. Talent. You all are talented. Although Ji Yuning had the blood of the phoenix in her body and it was easier for her to cultivate than for other cultivators, it was only helpful. She still relied on herself to improve her skills. Therefore, with the help of the blood of the phoenix, Ji Yuning was able to go up 2 levels, but her own talent and perseverance played a more important role in the process. Great, during the time here, you can work harder on cultivation. Let's see whether you can break through the fusion stage. After all, it's the last stage of turning the power into qi. You'll get into the phase of turning qi into energy afterwards. There is a huge gap between them. It's a large step forward, so you'll have a lightning tribulation, said Shang Guanyang. The lightning tribulation wasn't the most terrifying part when cultivators tried to get to the next level. The scariest part was the tribulation of free spirit where cultivators had to experience the test of heavenly thunder 81 times. Each time was real torture. Over 1,000 years ago, only a few cultivators could survive the test, let alone now. Once a cultivator passed the test, he or she could become immortal right away, but the losers would become untitled gods if they were lightly injured or their souls would be completely ruined if they were seriously wounded. For now, no cultivator was able to pass the phase of free spirit. Even Shang Guanyang, who had cultivated for hundreds of years, was merely in the soul separation stage. He stopped going up in level over 100 years. Anyway, it was still quite incredible for cultivators that he made it to the soul separation stage. At least no cultivator was stronger than him for the time being. Sure, I'll work harder, Ji Yuning replied seriously. If she often had the lightning tribulation in the capital, cultivators in all directions would notice. Leng Xiaoting was worried that Ji Yuning was going to have the lightning tribulation, but he could do nothing about it because every cultivator had to go through it. He could only hope that Ji Yuning would succeed. It was midnight now and Ji Yuning had just successfully gotten to the next level, so she needed to rest before getting up tomorrow to continue to cultivate. Jing Yunyao, who was in retreat, was gathering her magical energy to hit the barrier in order to get to the next level as well. The lightning tribulation would show up after the barrier was broken. However, after breaking the barrier, Jing Yunyao would be physically weak, which made it very dangerous for her to handle the lightning tribulation. Unfortunately, no one could help her. Shang Guanyang could only treat her if she lost and got injured to make sure she was fine. When Leng Xiaoting went back to the capital, Xu Jinchen followed him, but he didn't tell his family nor go home at once. Instead, he contacted Zi Beiying first and asked her out for a meal. Zi Beiying hadn't seen Xu Jinchen for a few days, so she missed him very much. However, she wouldn't show her real feelings because they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Therefore, when she accepted Xu Jinchen's invitation, she seemed unwilling to go out. If Xu Jinchen didn't know that Zi Beiying actually had a good impression of him, he might think that she didn't want to spend time with him. Anyway, Xu Jinchen was thrilled to know that Zi Beiying already bought a house in the capital, because he understood that she did that mostly because of him. Zi Beiying explained that she needed to come to the capital often and couldn't stay in Ji Yuning's place or a hotel all the time, so she directly bought a house. She could sell it in the future if she wouldn't come. Again, Xu Jinchen, however, could see that Zi Beiying made up that explanation to hide her real purpose. He was happy, but didn't expose her lie. Xu Jinchen could rest for a few days after coming back this time, so he asked Zi Beiying where she wanted to visit. He would have a tour with her. Zi Beiying was excited to know that too, but she had her pride and said that she needed to think about it. She didn't think about it for too long. When Xu Jinchen drove her back to Century City at night, she decided to climb the Great Wall. The Great Wall was one of the 7 wonders of the world, the symbol of their culture and the pride of their people. Therefore, at 9 a.m. the next day, Xu Jinchen went to pick up Zi Beiying at Century City, then they left together. This time, there were only the two of them. Zi Beiying didn't bring Mengde and Nan with her, because she wanted to spend some time alone with Xu Jinchen and she also needed them to supervise the decoration of her house. Chapter 2025. Forget home. Once he has a girlfriend. Mengde and Nan weren't worried about Zi Beiying and they trusted Xu Jinchen. They knew that Xu Jinchen wouldn't do anything inappropriate to Zi Beiying. Even though they knew that, they actually hoped that Xu Jinchen would do something, otherwise it might take forever for him and Zi Beiying to get together. There was chemistry between them after all, but neither of them took a step forward. Therefore, if they wanted to be together, one of them had to be more active and take the step ahead. When they arrived at the entrance of the Great Wall, they had some food before going inside. As long as it was a good day, there would be many visitors climbing up the Great Wall. Luckily, it wasn't a holiday, so there weren't a lot of people. It was a good thing, because it would be impossible for them to appreciate the view if it was too crowded. Therefore, the amount of visitors was acceptable today. The Great Wall wasn't too quiet or noisy. Since they were at the Great Wall now, Zi Beiying surely needed to take some photos, but the view couldn't be pictured if she took selfies, so she told Xu Jinchen to help her. However, because of that, Zi Beiying felt shy to make poses. Even if she didn't do any special poses, she was too attractive to look ugly in the photos. Looking at Zi Beiying on the screen of the phone, Xu Jinchen was amazed and couldn't move his eyes away from her. After taking a few photos, Zi Beiying stopped because she felt too uneasy. They continued to walk, then saw a loving couple taking pictures together. At this moment, both Zi Beiying and Xu Jinchen had a strange feeling. They subconsciously exchanged a glance, then immediately moved their eyes away in panic. Right at this time, the boy of the couple walked over to Xu Jinchen and asked, "Sir, would you please help us take some photos? The larger view can't be pictured if we take selfies. We'll help you take photos as well later. How about that?" "No problem." Xu Jinchen didn't refuse, because it was very easy and he also wanted to seize the chance to take photos with Zi Beiying. After that, Xu Jinchen took the phone the boy handed to him. The boy then walked back to his position and Xu Jinchen said to Zi Beiying in a quiet voice, "I think it's a good idea. Why don't we take some photos together in a while too? Would you mind?" Zi Beiying flushed a little. She didn't mind it and was more than willing to do that, but she still seemed slightly reluctant. "It's just some photos. No big deal." Xu Jinchen smiled with satisfaction. His smile was so charming that Zi Beiying flushed again and turned her head away at once. Xu Jinchen was very handsome. No girl could stay calm seeing his smile. Seeing Zi Beiying's reaction, Xu Jinchen was more satisfied. After the boy and the girl did a good pose, Xu Jinchen began to take photos for them. Because they were a couple, they behaved intimately, which was totally acceptable. In fact, Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying were very envious of their intimacy. After taking several photos, the boy took back his phone and said, "Do you need me to take photos for you as well?" Xu Jinchen then gave his phone to the boy and went to stand together with Zi Beiying. They weren't a couple, so there was barely intimacy in their poses, but Xu Jinchen deliberately moved closer to Zi Beiying, so they seemed close. Because they were close, they could feel each other's breath and their hearts began to pound. Afterwards, both of them heard it and felt a little embarrassed. Luckily, they didn't show their real feelings and seemed calm on the surface. The boy didn't think there was anything wrong with their poses. Not everyone needed to show intimacy in front of the camera and they looked close too. In addition, both of them were good looking, so they looked very beautiful in the photos. The boy took a few photos for Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying, then Xu Jinchen took his phone back. He thanked the boy before looking at the photos. He had to admit that he felt that he and Zi Beiying were a perfect couple. "I'll send the photos to you," said Xu Jinchen. "Sure." Zi Beiying gave him a simple response. It sounded indifferent, but she actually couldn't wait to see the photos. Before long, she heard the sound of a new message from her phone. Without delay, Zi Beiying read it and saw that it was photos sent to her from Xu Jinchen. Staring at the photos, Zi Beiying also felt that they seemed to be a perfect couple, but both of them still felt a little embarrassed right now. "How is it?" Is it beautiful? Asked Xu Jinchen. Not bad, said Zi Beiying with embarrassment, then put away her phone. She decided to appreciate the photos alone at home later because it was embarrassing to do that in front of Xu Jinchen. Both Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying had the habit of practicing kung fu, so neither of them felt tired after climbing for a long time, but Xu Jinchen still asked her out of concern once in a while, "Do you need a rest?" "No need," said Zi Beiying. "Let's have a rest for a while and drink some water." Xu Jinchen cared about her and thought that they should have a rest. Since they came to climb the Great Wall, Xu Jinchen was well prepared with water and cookies in his backpack. Great. Zi Beiying agreed with Xu Jinchen, then they stopped to drink some water and have cookies. After resting for a while, they kept on climbing up. When they were back to the parking lot, it was already 5 p.m. and it was time for dinner by the time they got back to the city center. The moment Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying were in the car, Xu Jinchen got a phone call from Xu Jinlin. "Are you back in the capital?" asked Xu Jinlin with certainty. "Yeah, I'm back," answered Xu Jinchen. He wasn't surprised that Xu Jinlin knew he was already back in the capital. "Why didn't you come home?" "What, you forget home once you have a girlfriend?" Xu Jinlin joked. Xu Jinchen didn't avoid Zi Beiying when he answered the call, and Zi Beiying had good hearing, so she heard what Xu Jinlin said on the phone. When she heard Xu Jinlin address her as Xu Jinchen's girlfriend, she flushed and her heart pounded faster. Xu Jinchen didn't deny the way his older brother addressed Zi Beiying. "I'll be home later. There is a meal with Yan and other people. Why don't you come with your girlfriend?" asked Xu Jinlin. "I need to ask for her opinion first," said Xu Jinchen. He still didn't stop Xu Jinlin from mentioning his girlfriend. Instead, his reply actually admitted that he already had a girlfriend. Zi Beiying was annoyed and glared at him, but Xu Jinchen only gave her a smile. As soon as Xu Jinchen hung up, Zi Beiying questioned him, "Who's your girlfriend? Why didn't you explain it?" Chapter 2026, Be My Girlfriend. Zi Beiying didn't refuse to be called like that, but she was displeased because Xu Jinchen hadn't asked for her permission beforehand. It made her feel like she was fooled, which was quite upsetting. "Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" Xu Jinchen suddenly looked at Zi Beiying with affection and asked that question seriously. He felt he should take the step forward, or it would be torture for them to be like this. Zi Beiying didn't expect Xu Jinchen to say that, so she was stunned. Is he confessing his affection to me? Or is he joking? He doesn't seem to be joking at all. Receiving no response from Zi Beiying, Xu Jinchen continued, "Zi Beiying, are you willing to be my girlfriend? I can't promise I'll be a perfect boyfriend, but I'll do my best. If you like me as well, please give me a chance." "All right." Zi Beiying came back to her senses and moved her eyes away from Xu Jinchen at once. At this moment, her heart was pounding very fast. She didn't know how to reply to Xu Jinchen. She wanted to say yes, but it was hard for her to say that aloud. She didn't have worries, but only felt shy. Because she was too shy to say yes, she could only avoid the question. We should go back home now." However, Xu Jinchen wouldn't easily stop once he asked that question. "You're avoiding it. You don't dare to be my girlfriend," said Xu Jinchen. He deliberately said that to annoy Xu Beiying in order to make her accept him. He knew Zi Beiying's character. If he talked with her nicely, it wasn't likely to succeed, but she would accept it once she felt she was challenged. And he was right. Ridiculous. "I'm not a coward." Zi Beiying felt challenged once she heard that and subconsciously argued against Xu Jinchen. "Then it's a yes." Xu Jinchen smiled with satisfaction. Zi Beiying realized that she just fell into Xu Jinchen's trap, so she got angry in an instant. "I didn't say that." She glared at him. "You said you're not a coward, which means you dare to be my girlfriend," said Xu Jinchen, staring at her with a smile. "I didn't say yes." Zi Beiying argued. "You're a coward then," said Xu Jinchen. He kept on challenging her. Zi Beiying was annoyed, but didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Silence means yes. Xu Jinchen wouldn't let her go. "Xu Jinchen, enough. Aren't you embarrassed?" Zi Beiying asked in annoyance. "I think a girlfriend is more important," said Xu Jinchen, seeming innocent. Precisely because he cared too much about his face, he had remained single for years. Beiying suddenly found out that Xu Jinchen wasn't easy to deal with at all. Do you dare to be my girlfriend? Xu Jinchen asked again. Beiying said nothing. Okay, it's a silent yes. From now on, you're my girlfriend, said Xu Jinchen in a domineering tone. You're shameless, said Beiying in anger. I don't think it's enough. Xu Jinchen put on an evil smile. Beiying was scared and covered her breast at once, leaning backwards. She stayed alert while looking at Xu Jinchen. Since you're my girlfriend now, I need to leave a mark, said Xu Jinchen, taking it for granted, then approached Beiying. If you dare to move nearer, I'll refuse to be your girlfriend. Beiying blurted it out in fear. Do you mean you'll agree if I stop now? Xu Jinchen stopped right away, showing obvious satisfaction on his face. Great, I won't move closer, my girl. He called Beiying his girl. Beiying couldn't deny it right now, because she realized that Xu Jinchen was determined to move a step forward in their relationship. Even if she argued again, the result would be the same unless she rejected him. However, she couldn't say that aloud because she liked Xu Jinchen. Although she was stunned by Xu Jinchen's sudden confession of affection and didn't know what to do, she wasn't mad at all. My older brother is having a meal with a few friends. Do you want to go with me? Xu Jinchen asked Beiying. No, you can go by yourself, said Beiying on purpose. If you don't go, I won't go either. What do you want to have for dinner? Let's go have some food together. Since Beiying was unwilling to go, he wouldn't force her. He wouldn't go either. Beiying felt touched when Xu Jinchen chose to stay with her. She felt she was being a little unreasonable all of a sudden. Your older brother wants you to go. Isn't it rude if you refuse to go to see him? Said Beiying gently. I promise that I'll stay with you these days. If you don't want to go, I won't leave you alone. It's not important, so I can be absent. By the way, you're my girlfriend now. I can't abandon you here. I'm a man, said Xu Jinchen seriously. Beiying didn't argue with him this time when he called her his girlfriend. Although she seemed reluctant, she had to admit that she was moved by Xu Jinchen's words. Fine, let's go to see your older brother together. If I refuse to go, I'll be the unreasonable person, said Beiying. Now she accepted the fact that she was already Xu Jinchen's girlfriend. Actually, when she had said that to Xu Jinchen, she already took herself as his girlfriend. Great, let's go now. Xu Jinchen felt quite satisfied since Beiying regarded herself as his girlfriend. It was true that men needed to be shameless sometimes to chase a girl. After that, Xu Jinchen called Xu Jinlin and asked him where he was. The Xu family had its own hotel, so there was no need for them to go somewhere else. They dined at Jinlin Hotel in the city center. Halfway there, Xu Jinchen saw a flower shop, so he found a place to park, then asked Beiying to wait for him in the car, saying that he needed to buy 2 bottles of water. Beiying couldn't see the flower shop from where he stopped the car, so she didn't know that Xu Jinchen left to buy flowers. When he came back with a large bunch of roses, she finally realized he just lied to her. He didn't leave to buy water, but flowers. In an instant, Beiying felt like crying. This was the first time that she had experienced such a romantic thing. Once Xu Jinchen was back at the front of the car, he directly opened the car door of the front passenger's seat and handed the flowers to Beiying. Here, Xu Jinchen never had a serious romantic relationship before, so he wasn't a very romantic man. He could only do his best to learn and try to be romantic. Since Beiying admitted that she was Xu Jinchen's girlfriend, she wouldn't reject his flowers. She accepted them at once and said, thanks. Chapter 2027. Yin Shixin's body is discovered. Xu Jinchen gently smiled at her. He hesitated for a while, then closed the car door of the front passenger's seat before going back to the driver's seat and driving. Actually, he really wanted to kiss Beiying just now, but didn't think it was appropriate. After all, it wasn't easy for him to persuade Beiying to be his girlfriend. If he did anything too intimate to her right away, it would be rude. Sometimes, he needed to be shameless, but he should behave in order to protect his good impression on her. At 6:20 p.m., Xu Jinchen brought Beiying to Jinlin Hotel. They directly went to the private room that Xu Jinlin booked. At this time, everyone was present. Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying were the last ones because they came here from the Great Wall and spent a lot of time on the road. In the private room, there were 6 people, 3 men and 3 women. Xu Jinlin came with his fiancé. His friend, An Yan, was with his wife, and his other friend, Ji Wenbu, came with his girlfriend. Although An Yan and Ji Wenbu were both Xu Jinlin's friends, they were close to Xu Jinchen as well. When Xu Jinchen was back in the capital, he was either with his comrades from the Red Flame or them. Because of his profession, Xu Jinchen didn't have many friends. Xu Jinlin was involved in business, so he knew a lot of people, but only maintained a good relationship with a few of them. At the beginning, Xu Jinchen enjoyed gathering with them, but he gradually felt reluctant to gather together with them again because they all became couples afterwards while he was still single. As a result, he gathered more often with his mates in the Red Flame. Unfortunately, his comrades also got a girlfriend one after another, so he was unwilling to see them too. He was unhappy about it, but didn't take it seriously. Anyway, he had a girlfriend too now, so he didn't care how many couples there were among his friends. "Oh, hi, Jinchen, why don't you introduce the girl to us?" Once Xu Jinchen showed up, his friends said hi to him. "Well, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Zi Beiying," said Xu Jinchen with obvious pride. People looked excited when they had good news, so Xu Jinchen was showing great excitement after having a girlfriend. Afterwards, Xu Jinchen said to Zi Beiying, "Beiying, this is my older brother, Xu Jinlin. This is his fiancée, Wen Si. This is An Yan and there is his wife, Zhang Kiki. And this is Ji Wenbu, and that's his girlfriend, Gaola. Nice to meet you, Miss Zi." Hearing that, everyone gently greeted Zi Beiying. "Nice to meet you all," Zi Beiying replied to them. It was their first meeting, so she felt a little uneasy. After all, she was Xu Jinchen's girlfriend now. If they were just friends, she wouldn't feel shy at all. Moreover, Xu Jinchen's biological older brother was present. Anyway, Zi Beiying wasn't an ordinary girl. Even though she felt a little embarrassed, she still behaved confidently. After Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying sat down, they began to order. And while waiting for the dishes to be delivered to the table, they chatted with each other. Zi Beiying met them for the first time, but they didn't ignore her and chatted with her once in a while. Whether they were men or women, they were all kind to her. However, because they just met, they wouldn't talk about everything with each other, especially about Zi Beiying's family and how they got to be together in case they were embarrassed. After having the meal, they went to have fun in a clubhouse. The several cultivators who came to spy on Ji Yuning didn't see her for a few days, and instead ran into one another. The cultivators who ran into each other were Yinxi and Dongfang Jinghong. Because they were aware that other families also sent out someone to spy on Ji Yuning, they weren't surprised to see each other. In fact, they had sensed one another earlier on, but they were unwilling to meet, so they avoided seeing one another once they felt the other person's air. However, this time, they ran into each other by accident and it was too late for them to avoid one another, so they had to meet. "Oh, hi, Uncle Yin." Seeing Yin Shi, Dongfang Jinghong greeted him first with a good attitude. Their families were actually enemies and they never stopped competing against each other, but their relationship wasn't that bad, so they remained polite on the surface. "Hi, nephew Jinghong." Yin Shi beamed at him. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet, I'm on my way for a meal now." "How about you, Uncle Yin?" asked Dongfang Jinghong. "Me either. Why don't we go together?" asked Yin Shi. "Sure." Dongfang Jinghong agreed, then they went to dine together. Although they clearly knew each other's real purpose, neither of them mentioned it, so they talked about something else. "Oh, did you see my older brother?" asked Yin Shi. "Uncle Shixin." "No, I didn't," said Dongfang Jinghong, then stopped asking further about that. When the dishes were placed on the table, they began to eat. They sat in the hall, so they were surrounded by other people. As a result, they heard the next table's discussion during the meal. "Jesus, someone found a body in the mountain at XX Road. It seems like it's been dead for a long time, but it hasn't rotten yet. It's hard to believe." "Yeah, but it's scary too. There must be very deep hatred for the murderer to kill them and throw the body away. Who knows?" The police haven't found the murderer yet, so I'm afraid there won't be a result. Although they can't find the murderer now, it doesn't mean the murderer can hide forever. When the body was found, there wasn't a phone or ID card, so no one knows who it was. It has been shown on the internet for 3 days, but no one can recognize it. Hearing that discussion, Yin-Shi and Dongfang Jinghong weren't interested, because it wasn't uncommon. People killed each other and threw the bodies because of conflicts. Isn't there any other clue? There is. The body had a piece of Hotan jade carved with a dragon, but it might not be helpful. There is a lot of jade now after all. Nevertheless, Yin-Shi was struck dumb for a second when he heard that the body had a piece of Hotan jade carved with a dragon. Yin-Shixin carried a piece of Hotan jade carved with a dragon. There was a lot of jade carved with all kinds of patterns now, but Hotan jade was still very rare. He refused to believe that Yin-Shixin was dead, but he had a premonition all of a sudden, so he had to go to make sure of it. Chapter 2028. Find the murderer. Therefore, Yin-Shi immediately stood up and walked to the next table. "Excuse me, can I see the news?" he said. People sitting around the table didn't know what he wanted to do, but one of them still gave Yin-Shi his phone and let him read the news. Dongfang Jinghong was confused about Yin-Shi's behavior, but he just watched. Yin-Shi took the phone and saw the picture of the piece of Hotan jade carved with a dragon on the screen. After a glance, he was very sure that it was Yin-Shixin's jade pendant. In an instant, he looked panicked. Was Yin-Shixin really dead? He couldn't believe it. Yin-Shi refused to believe it because Yin-Shixin was a cultivator. It was impossible for mortals to hurt him. He didn't think Yin-Shixin was killed by another cultivator because there was a rule that cultivators couldn't kill each other. If there was any conflict, they should report it to Tiandaozong. Tiandaozong would deal with it and wouldn't hesitate to kill if it was necessary. However, if any cultivator dared to do that secretly, he or she would be punished once it was exposed. Tiandaozong was the authority in the cultivation world, so no cultivators dared to act against it. If Yin-Shixin wasn't killed by another cultivator from the cultivation world, then it must be a member of the evil practice or a high-level monster. Yin-Shi slid a finger up the screen to see whether there was a picture of the body to make sure of it. He actually had a faint hope that it might not be Yin-Shixin, but he was heavily hit the moment he saw a picture of the body. His face went pale in an instant and he could barely stand steadily. The body was really Yin-Shixin. To his astonishment, Yin-Shixin was killed. Seeing Yin-Shi's reaction, Dongfang Jinghong squinted. It was obvious that Yin-Shi knew the dead person. Thinking of the question Yin-Shi just asked him, he thought the dead person could be Yin-Shixin. Dongfang Jinghong was scared and couldn't believe it either. Yin-Shi was at a high level, so he actually didn't have many matches in the cultivation world, let alone in the mortals' world. If the dead person was really Yin-Shi, then who killed him? "Do you know this dead man?" asked the person who gave Yin-Shi his phone. Hearing that, Yin-Shi came back to his senses and returned the phone to the person. He didn't answer the person's question and only thanked him before turning around and walking away. The person didn't continue to ask him, because the answer couldn't be more obvious given his reaction. He must know the dead man. Yin-Shi lost his appetite. He had to take Yin-Shixin's body, then go back to the cultivation world and talk about it with the Yin family. After Yin-Shi went back to the table, he said, "Nephew Jinghong, I'm sorry, something came up. I have to go. Enjoy it. I'll go to settle the bill. Please allow me to do that. You can go now if you need to deal with something. Don't waste time here," said Dongfang Jinghong. He was very considerate. It wasn't a big deal that he bought a meal for Yin-Shi. Yin-Shi didn't eat much anyway. As for what had just happened, Dongfang Jinghong didn't ask about it. He would know once he read the news on the internet by himself. "Thanks, nephew Jinghong." Since Dongfang Jinghong said that, Yin-Shi didn't insist. "You're welcome," said Dongfang Jinghong, then Yin-Shi left in a hurry. Once Yin-Shi was gone, Dongfang Jinghong took out his phone to search for the news. Within seconds, he found it. After a glance at the dead body, he recognized it was Yin-Shixin. Although he already had that guess, he was still amazed after making sure of it. Without delay, Yin-Shi left for the Public Security Bureau to confirm the body's identity. After confirmation, Yin Shi successfully took Yin Shixin's body back, then he quickly left to the cultivation world. The moment Yin Shi saw Yin Shixin's body, he figured out how Yin Shixin died. He died because someone exploded his energy center. It seemed that Yin Shixin had encountered a strong match. Yin Shi brought Yin Shixin's body back to the Yin family in the cultivation world. When the Yin family saw his body, none of them could believe it. Yin Shixin's parents almost fainted from grief, so did his wife and daughter. What happened? The Yin family's patriarch asked Yin Shi. The Yin family's patriarch was its eldest son, and he cared a lot about Yin Shixin, who was his nephew, because Yin Shixin was outstanding among the young generation. He died because his energy center exploded, and he's been dead for a while. I coincidentally heard the news about a dead man during a meal today. Then I found out it was Shixin. Yin Shi said, it must be another cultivator who was able to make Shixin's energy center explode, but I don't know whether the cultivator is in the cultivation world or the evil practice. It can be a monster as well. He and Yin Shixin weren't very close, but they got along well with each other, so he felt sad when Yin Shixin was dead. Find the murderer. The Yin family's patriarch gave an order in anger because it was a humiliation to the Yin family. The Yin family's patriarch was suspicious of other powerful families at first, but didn't think it was very likely. In that case, the murderer was likely to be a member of the evil practice or a monster at a high level. No matter what, they needed evidence now. After that, the Yin family sent out people to investigate it. Although the police found nothing yet, it didn't mean they weren't capable. Early the next morning, the Yin family's patriarch went to Tiandaozong and reported to it. Tiandaozong undoubtedly would help the Yin family with it. Right. After the Yin family went to Tiandaozong, the news that Yin Shixin was killed went abroad. All the powerful families learned the news and discussed who did it. They knew that the Yin family might be suspicious of them, but they didn't do it, so they weren't worried about the investigation. Jing Jining, however, felt nervous and anxious because Yin Shixin's death had something to do with him. He knew Tiandaozong's abilities very well. They certainly would find out about his involvement in Yin Shixin's death, but he and Ji Yuning were in a remote mountain when they killed Yin Shixin. Therefore, they had no evidence to prove that he was the murderer even if they discovered that he had contacted Yin Shixin. After all, he wasn't as skilled as Yin Shixin, which was generally known to everyone. Nevertheless, he was afraid that they might find out about Jing Yunyo through him, so he left the cultivation world as soon as he heard the news and called Jing Yunyo. He knew that Jing Yunyo went to Kunlun Mountain, but he still tried to get through to her. Perhaps they were already back. After he failed to get through to her, Jing Jining sent Jing Yunyo a message telling her that the cultivation world found out about Yin Shixin's death and Tiandaozong was carrying out an investigation. Once Jing Yunyo's phone could receive signals, she would be able to read the message. For now, he could only do his best to ruin the surveillance videos of his meetings with Jing Yunyo. Chapter 2029, Did She Succeed? 3 days passed fast. During these days, Leng Xiaoting was practicing with Ji Yuning to help her improve her skills in real fights. At the same time, she was accumulating magical power in the fusion stage. In these 3 days, Jing Yunyo kept on trying to break through the barrier to the next level but hadn't succeeded yet. At 5 p.m., when Ji Yuning and the others were about to make some food, the blue sky suddenly became dark. Did Yunyo succeed? The next second, Sheng Guanyang turned around and directly flew down from the window of the tower, then stopped 10 meters away from the wooden room where Jing Yunyo was. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning closely followed him, staring at the wooden room anxiously. They were worried that Jing Yunyo might be hurt. However, she could only rely on herself to pass the test. Other people couldn't help her. Ji Yuning held Leng Xiaoting's hand, trying to comfort him, but she was actually very nervous too. The sky darkened quickly. Within seconds, it was filled with clouds. Afterwards, there was a lightning blast, followed by another lightning bolt, which directly hit the wooden room. In an instant, the wooden room was split to pieces. Jing Yunyo was physically weak right after breaking the barrier, but she regained some strength with the help of the magical pill that Sheng Guanyang gave her, so she avoided the hit. She didn't have time to rest, so she was still very weak and the loud thunder kept coming. Before she successfully got to the next level, she needed to go through the lightning tribulation 4 times in all. From turning the power into chi to turn chi into energy, the lightning tribulation was level 4, including heavenly lightning 9 times. From turning chi into energy to the stage from concrete to abstract, there was heavenly lightning 25 times. From concrete to abstract to free spirit, there was heavenly lightning 49 times. In the last round of the test of thunder, there was heavenly lightning 81 times. This time, Jing Yuniao needed to go through heavenly lightning 25 times, which was quite difficult. Heavenly lightning came with a scary flash again and again. Jing Yuniao did her best to avoid it. Although she succeeded at the beginning a few times, she became powerless afterwards. Left with no choice, she kept on avoiding it. As time went by, Jing Yuniao was recovering her energy. After all, she had made it to the next level, so she became much stronger. She was only weak for a while and was soon filled with energy again. Therefore, Jing Yuniao gradually relaxed in the lightning tribulation, but it wasn't easy to deal with. Because the thunder didn't always come alone and it might come with flashes sometimes, it was harder for Jing Yuniao to pass the test. All of a sudden, Jing Yuniao failed to avoid several flashes mixed with the lightning and was hit on the left arm. Jing Yuniao shook from the pain and released a moan. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting and the others got nervous. If it was possible, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't hesitate to suffer the consequences for Jing Yuniao. Unfortunately, he could only watch from the side. The flashes hit Jing Yuniao badly, but she didn't fall due to the protection of her magical energy. However, she still lost a lot of energy. As a result, it again became difficult for her to avoid the following lightning bolts. There were only a few lightning bolts left, but Jing Yuniao almost lost all her energy at this moment. Therefore, she was accurately hit by the thunder and seriously injured, falling straight to the ground. Unfortunately, the last lightning bolt was coming, but Jing Yuniao could barely gather magical energy to protect herself. If she was hit again, her life might be in danger. Leng Xiaoting clenched his fists tight as his eyes turned bloody red. His whole body was trembling. He had an urge to rush ahead. However, the cultivator must go through the test on his or her own, and other people couldn't do it for him or her. An idea dawned on Ji Yuning, but she wasn't sure whether it was useful. Anyway, she couldn't watch Jing Yuniao being hit by the thunder again, so she decided to try it. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning gathered her magical energy and passed it on to Jing Yuniao. She wanted to help Jing Yuniao. Since she couldn't stop the heavenly thunder, she could only give her magical energy to help her recover and reduce the harm after being hit by the heavenly thunder. Both Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang were scared when they found what Ji Yuning was doing, but it was too late for them to stop her. They supported Ji Yuning if she wanted to help Jing Yuniao, but what she was doing was too dangerous. It could help Jing Yuniao recover, but the lightning would be conveyed to Ji Yuning's body. Given Ji Yuning's level now, she might not be able to accept it. The magical energy Ji Yuning passed on to Jing Yuniao's body indeed helped the injured Jing Yuniao recover a little, then the lightning came right away. When the flash almost touched Jing Yuniao, it suddenly changed direction and moved towards Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang were terrified, but Ji Yuning quickly avoided it, so they were relieved. However, it wasn't over yet. More and more thunder mixed with flashes came one after another. This time, they all went straight to hit Ji Yuning. "Master, what's happening here?" Leng Xiaoting was in sheer panic. "I don't know." Sheng Guanyang was anxious as well. Although he was at a high level, he didn't know everything. There were some things that he had never seen before, so he had no idea about them. "Don't worry, Ningning has the blood of the phoenix in her body. She'll be fine," said Sheng Guanyang. He had confidence in that, but he was still worried because he couldn't make sure that Ji Yuning would be completely fine. The thunder and lightning came fast and heavily, so it took Ji Yuning a lot of effort to avoid them. Because both Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang were worried about Ji Yuning now, they didn't go to check on Jing Yuniao's condition. It wasn't because they didn't care about her, but because they now focused on Ji Yuning. Even after the thunder and lightning came a few times, it didn't stop. "What's going on now? Is Ningning going to enter the next level?" Sheng Guanyang guessed. Because the blood of the phoenix was in Ji Yuning's body, other people couldn't see her level. After witnessing the thundering and flashes, Sheng Guanyang had that idea. A cultivator didn't need to break the barrier into the next level on his or her own every time. Sometimes, it could suddenly happen in a certain situation, but it was very rare. It was also quite dangerous, especially in such a situation where Ji Yuning made a large leap forward. After making a large step forward, she needed to meditate to stabilize her magical energy within a short time. If the magical energy couldn't be stabilized, it would fall into disorder and hurt her. Accordingly, it was quite dangerous for Ji Yuning to break into the next level at this moment. Chapter 2030. Yes, she succeeded. Leng Xiaoting knew it as well, so he became more worried after hearing Sheng Guanyang's explanation. What should we do now? He asked. We truly can do nothing about it. It depends on her now. I can see she's breathing steadily. I don't think she just broke into the next level, but the thunder. Sheng Guanyang was confused too. Although he couldn't feel Ji Yuning's level, he could feel her breath. Ji Yuning was breathing normally now, and she didn't seem weak at all after going to the next level. However, it was hard to tell because Ji Yuning was different from other cultivators. She had the blood of the phoenix in her body, so everything was possible. Sheng Guanyang knew a little about the blood of the phoenix, so he couldn't guess correctly. After avoiding heavenly thunder a few times, Ji Yuning gathered a touch of magical energy. When the heavenly thunder was about to hit her again, she used the magical energy to fight back. The second the magical energy hit the heavenly thunder, it produced a great shock and Ji Yuning backed up several steps from the force. Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang called her worriedly, but they still could do nothing about it. After being shaken by the force, Ji Yuning suddenly felt the magical power moving around randomly inside her body, which meant she was going to the next level again, but it wasn't good news at this moment. Given the dangerous situation she was in right now, she couldn't try to break through the barrier at all. Stabilize the energy. Lead the thunder and lightning into your body. Break through the barrier. Right at this time, Ji Yuning heard an ancient and old voice in her mind. She was very familiar with it, because it was exactly the voice she had heard when she discovered her special skills. Therefore, Ji Yuning stopped thinking too much about it and sat down on the ground. In order to comfort Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang, Ji Yuning said to them beforehand, "Don't worry about me. I can handle it. Go to check your mother's condition now." The next second, Ji Yuning sat motionless. Hearing that, although Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang were still worried, they were a lot more relaxed. Because of Ji Yuning's reminder, they realized that Jing Yunyao was seriously injured. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang ran to Jing Yunyao at once, but Leng Xiaoting still turned around to look at Ji Yuning with concern once in a while. After reaching Jing Yunyao, Sheng Guanyang immediately treated her. Jing Yunyao had passed the lightning tribulation, but she was badly injured and it might take a long time for her to recover afterwards. Anyway, her life wasn't in danger, which was the best result. Ji Yuning didn't avoid it, so the lightning directly hit her. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting was so nervous that he could barely breathe. Even if Ji Yuning said she could handle it, he was still affected watching Ji Yuning hit by the lightning. What if something terrible happened to her? Leng Xiaoting's whole body was trembling. However, when the lightning hit Ji Yuning's body, nothing terrible happened. Strangely, the lightning disappeared the second it touched Ji Yuning and she wasn't affected at all. That scene amazed Leng Xiaoting, but he felt relieved when he saw Ji Yuning was fine. Sheng Guanyang was busy treating Jing Yunyao's injuries, so he didn't see that scene. The flash disappeared because it was absorbed by Ji Yuning's body and Ji Yuning led it to hit the barrier to the next level. The heavenly thunder was unbelievably powerful, so the barrier shook after it was hit once. Before long, the thunder came again and shook the barrier heavily. When it came for the third time, the barrier was broken. At this time, the thunder stopped coming. Leng Xiaoting didn't know that Ji Yuning was using heavenly thunder to break the barrier, but he was relaxed when the thunder stopped and the clouds dispersed in the sky. Jing Yunyao wasn't in a stable condition yet and Ji Yuning still sat there. Leng Xiaoting was worried, but he didn't dare to move in case he bothered her. Ji Yuning broke the barrier, but didn't totally break through it because no thunder came again. She could only rely on her own magical energy. Luckily, because the barrier was already broken, it was much easier to break it. Within seconds, Ji Yuning broke through it. After that, Ji Yuning made great progress once more. She didn't use much magical energy, so she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she was full of energy. Before long, Ji Yuning recovered and opened her eyes. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting was thrilled and ran to her at once. "Ningning, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ji Yuning smiled. "Let's go to see mother now." Ji Yuning didn't tell Leng Xiaoting that she made it to the next level again, because Jing Yunyao was under treatment now. They should care more about her injuries. Without delay, they went over. Sheng Guanyang was dealing with Jing Yunyao's wounds and they only watched from the side because they couldn't bother them at this key moment. After Sheng Guanyang's treatment, Jing Yunyao's pale face gradually became ruddy as her breath grew much steadier. However, because she was seriously injured, she couldn't heal with only the help of magical energy. When it was almost done, Sheng Guanyang stopped. "Thank you so much, Senior Shengguan." Jing Yunyao thanked Sheng Guanyang. Although she was still weak, her life wasn't in danger. She could recover after resting for half a month. "You don't need to say that. We're a family after all," said Sheng Guanyang kindly. Although he wasn't very familiar with Jing Yunyao yet, they were kind of a family because of Leng Xiaoting, so Jing Yunyao didn't need to take him as an outsider. After that, Jing Yunyao turned to ask Ji Yuning, "Ningning, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ji Yuning said with a smile, I have good news." "What is it?" Leng Xiaoting asked in a hurry. "Did you get to the next level again?" Sheng Guanyang guessed. That was the only good news he could think of right now, and he had the same guess just then. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised by Sheng Guanyang's guess, and her mood wasn't affected at all. Hearing Sheng Guanyang's words, both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao showed happiness. "Yeah, I did. I just sat there still and absorbed the lightning into my body. I led them and broke the barrier within minutes," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, all of them were amazed. It was the first time that they had heard that a cultivator was able to absorb heavenly thunder into the body. Sheng Guanyang guessed correctly that Ji Yuning had made it to the next level again, but he thought it happened before she was hit by the heavenly thunder. To his surprise, he was wrong. Chapter 2031, Double Happiness. They all knew that Ji Yuning was able to do that all because of the blood of the phoenix, so they soon calmed down after being surprised for a second. Common cultivators couldn't do that after all. "Well, great, today is a good day. Both of you have good news. Although it was dangerous, luckily you are both fine now. It's double happiness," said Sheng Guanyang with a beam. He was in a very good mood now, even though he wasn't the one who made it to the next level. He took Jing Yunyao and Ji Yuning as his family members, so he felt happy for them when they successfully got to the next level. "I think we should have a good meal tonight to celebrate it." "I'll be the cook," said Ji Yuning. Although it was a little late, they weren't very hungry so it was fine to eat later. "I'll help you," said Leng Xiaoting. He wouldn't let Ji Yuning do it alone. Great. Ji Yuning accepted. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting supported Jing Yunyao back into the tower for a rest, then they began to cook. They had fulfilled their goal at Kunlun Mountain, so they would go back tomorrow. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning had been absent for a few days after all. They actually had a lot of things to deal with. Jing Yunyao was physically weak, but she could still travel. They set off before dawn, because there was no car. They had to fly with the sword, so they had to set off before dawn, otherwise it would cause trouble if anyone saw them. Therefore, Ji Yuning and the others left the Kunlun sect's place at 5 a.m. When they were back in County X, it wasn't 5:30 p.m. yet, so it was still dark outside. At this time, there were already some people going for morning runs in the town. The breakfast shops were open as well. They decided to have breakfast first, then booked plane tickets. After turning on his phone, Leng Xiaoting didn't see any missed calls or messages, because he seldom received a call unless it was about work. Ji Yuning had a few messages from Xiaoya. Xiaoya told her who had called her and for what while she was absent. Chu Peihan had called Ji Yuning and simply wanted to ask her out, and there was nothing important. Mo Qilin, the young cultivator, had called her a few times to invite her to share a meal. Tang Qingyang had also called her, but didn't say why, so she could only call him back after dawn. In addition to the above, she received 2 surprising calls. One was from He Xin, while the other was from Han Wenling. Ji Yuning didn't keep in touch with He Xin and Han Wenling normally, so for them to suddenly call her there must be a reason. However, they didn't tell Chao Ya the reason, so Ji Yuning had no idea what it was about. Nevertheless, it was too early now and they must be asleep, so Ji Yuning decided to wait till 8 a.m. Jing Jining and Shu Lihua had called Jing Yunyao, but because they couldn't get through to her, they left her a message. Shu Lihua told Jing Yunyao that nearly all the cancer cells in her body disappeared and she was worried about her after failing to get through to her for so many days. However, when she read Jing Jining's message, Jing Yunyao frowned. Ji Yuning saw that, so she asked with concern, "Mother, what's wrong?" Yin Shixin's body was discovered. The Yin family and Tiandaozong are investigating it. I'm afraid they'll find you and your uncle Jing, said Jing Yunyao. Hearing that, Ji Yuning looked serious as well. When did Uncle Jing send you the message? About 3 days ago. Jing Yunyao said, it's enough for them to find out the result. After all, Tiandaozong is very capable of doing that. Call Uncle Jing right now. Let's see whether you can get through to him. If he's still outside, it should be fine. If not, there could be a problem, said Ji Yuning. Sure, said Jing Yunyao, then she called Jing Jining at once, but no one answered her call. It seems Tiandaozong has already met Uncle Jining, said Leng Xiaoting. It should be fine. Uncle Jing and I killed Yin Shixin in a remote mountain after all. There are no surveillance cameras, so there is no clear proof to prove that Yin Shixin's death has something to do with Uncle Jing. Well, as long as Uncle Jing refuses to admit it, said Ji Yuning. He won't admit it. Jing Yunyao believed that Jing Jining wouldn't admit it. She was still worried, even if she felt Tiandaozong couldn't find evidence to prove that Yin Shixin's death was caused by Jing Jining and Ji Yuning. After they reached a breakfast shop, they ordered some food and Leng Xiaoting began to book plane tickets. There were 5 flights from City Zhe to the capital today and the nearest one would leave at 8:50 a.m. It was only 5:30 a.m., but they had no car, so they gave that flight up. County X wasn't large, so there weren't any taxis. If there were, they could have taken a taxi and they would board on time. The bus began to work at 8 a.m. and it took at least an hour from County X to City Zhe. They needed to spend about half an hour on the road to the airport. In that case, when they finally arrived, the flight should have left for nearly an hour. As a result, they could only book a later plane which would take off at 11:20 a.m. so that they would have enough time. They didn't plan to take a bus to get to City Zhe from County X. Instead, they chose to book a car from the airport and take it to the airport, because it was more comfortable. They would fly back to County X first instead of flying to City Zhe right away with the sword because there was a long distance. Jing Yunyao was weak now, so it was better for her not to be exposed to fast wind. After all, nothing could protect them from wind when they flew with a sword. After having breakfast, they went for a walk. There was nowhere to go at this time, and the car sent over from the airport wouldn't arrive for another hour and a half. Although Jing Yunyao had a few good friends at County X, she was unwilling to disturb them, so she didn't go to visit their places. In fact, even if they went to visit friends, they couldn't stay in their places for a long while, because it would be bothersome. They went to a park and sat down to wait for the car. A few minutes before 8 a.m., Leng Xiaoting received a call from the driver. The car already arrived at County X and the driver asked him where they were right now. Leng Xiaoting told the driver that they were in the park. After a few minutes, a MPV showed up, then they got in it and left. At this moment, the sky was completely bright. After getting into the car, Ji Yuning began to deal with the missed calls. She called Tang Qingyang back first. Tang Qingyang told her that he read a piece of news 3 days ago. It said that a half-rotten male body was found by the road in a suburb, and the male body was Chi Ziyu. Chapter 2032, there is no problem at all knowing that Qi Ziyu was dead. Ji Yuning felt nothing because she had already taken revenge. It had nothing to do with her whether he was dead or not. Anyway, it wasn't surprising, and Ji Yuning had the feeling that Qi Ziyu would die sooner or later. As a result, she wasn't surprised at all when she heard the news. She had seen him seriously injured last time. He undoubtedly couldn't afford the treatment. He survived, but was simply struggling. Hey, Ji Yuning, can I ask you a question? After talking about Qi Ziyu, Tang Qingyang suddenly asked seriously. Sure, what is it? Said Ji Yuning. Do you think it's suitable for Shu Qinyan and I to be together? After all, there is a huge gap between the Tang family and the Shu family, said Tang Qingyang. Over these days, he and Shu Qinyan got closer and closer, so he thought he might seize the chance to ask her to be his girlfriend. He really liked Shu Qinyan, but felt the huge gap between their social status could be a problem. He didn't think that he didn't deserve Shu Qinyan, but he was worried about the Shu family's opinions. Ji Yuning was aware of Tang Qingyang's special relationship with Shu Qinyan, so she wasn't surprised by his question. I don't think there is a huge gap. You two really like each other and want to be together, so your social status isn't a problem. Even if you're not comparable to the Shu family when it comes to your position in society, I don't think it should stop you from being together with Shu Qinyan. The Shu family doesn't care much about status. Moreover, there are no couples who can perfectly match each other. Even a marriage between families of equal social status has to embrace slight differences, right? Ji Yuning truly didn't think status was a problem, and Tang Qingyang wasn't an ordinary man anyway. In the capital, Tang Qingyang was a popular, well-known, quality man. There were countless rich heiresses who were his admirers in the capital. As for their social status, the Tang family indeed wasn't comparable to the Shu family, but no one would disagree that Tang Qingyang and Shu Qinyan were a perfect match. It was very realistic now that Tang Qingyang was the controller of the Tang organization. The Tang organization had over 100 million yuan in assets. Shu Qinyan, however, was only born in the Shu family. No matter how rich the Shu family was, she wouldn't own a lot, so the most valuable thing she owned was the title of Miss Shu. Therefore, even from a realistic point of view, there was no problem with Tang Qingyang and Shu Qinyan's social status in their relationship. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Tang Qingyang felt relieved because he always trusted her. Great, I know. Ji Yuning, thank you very much, said Tang Qingyang, then he hung up. After that, Ji Yuning called Han Wenling and asked her why she called. Han Wenling didn't call Ji Yuning for anything important. She came to the capital a few days ago, and wanted to invite Ji Yuning to share a meal, but now she was already back home. If so, Ji Yuning could only tell her to have a meal together next time. Then Ji Yuning called Hsien and also asked for the reason why she called her. Hsien said there was a grand gambling party at the Yi family's casino in Cityao at the end of this year. Many famous foreign gamblers would attend it and the bet would be a lot of money, so she asked Ji Yuning whether she was free to take part in it. Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether she would be free at the end of this year, because anything could happen. She didn't give Hsien an affirmative answer right away and only said that she would consider it. Ji Yuning actually didn't have much interest in gambling, but she was willing to take part in the activity and win some money if she had time. The most important thing she needed to deal with right now was the kung fu competition in the cultivation world, which was only a week away. Ji Yuning wasn't nervous at all, because she believed in Leng Xiaoting and her own abilities. As for Mo Qilin, Ji Yuning didn't bother to call him back. After that, Jing Yunyao called Shu Lihua. Shen Yao, why couldn't I get through to you during the past days? Once Shu Lihua answered Jing Yunyao's call, she asked with concern. Although she knew it wasn't easy for Jing Yunyao to be hurt given Jing Yunyao's abilities, Jing Yunyao wasn't able to do everything after all. Besides, Jing Yunyao had disappeared for a whole week, so she naturally felt worried about her. Sorry, I lost my phone. I went to a remote town and there are no phones to buy. I couldn't use a phone till now. I bought a new one and a new phone card so that I could see your message. I called you right away, said Jing Yunyao. She obviously couldn't tell the truth. Knowing that Jing Yunhao was fine and only lost her phone, Shu Lihua felt relieved. Are you back in City Zhe now or somewhere else? Asked Shu Lihua. I'll be in City Zhe in a while, but our flight will leave at 11:20 a.m. We'll directly go to the airport, said Jing Yunhao. Oh, I thought we could share a meal together. If so, let's meet next time. Shu Lihua felt disappointed, but she couldn't force Jing Yunhao to stay. Sure, I'll come back to see you once I have time, said Jing Yunhao. Great, I'll visit the capital if I have the chance. You can be my guide then, said Shu Lihua. Because of her status, she didn't have many real friends. Most people made friends with her for a purpose. She wouldn't stop getting along with them, but she just needed to be careful. Jing Yunhao, however, was different. She had saved Shu Lihua's life and was her real friend, so Shu Lihua cherished their friendship very much. Even though they seldom met after Jing Yunhao moved to the capital, they kept in touch and she would visit Jing Yunhao occasionally. Of course, said Jing Yunhao with a smile. She looked forward to seeing Shu Lihua in the capital. Oh, please help me thank Miss Ji Yu. I'll be cured very soon after the cancer cells disappear from my BPDY, said Shu Lihua gratefully. If it hadn't been for Ji Yu Ning, she would have to suffer from it for a long time. I'm happy for you. I surely will convey your thanks to her, said Jing Yunhao and gave a glance at Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Ning heard Shu Lihua's words, so she smiled too, which meant she accepted Shu Lihua's thanks. After chatting with Shu Lihua for a while, Jing Yunhao hung up. In the cultivation world, Tian Daozong found some clues. Yin Shixin had met Jing Jining before he died. Before Jing Jining met Yin Shixin, he had seen a woman. That woman was Jing Yunhao. Although Jing Jining had done his best to damage the surveillance videos of his meeting with Jing Yunhao, he failed to completely destroy them. Chapter 2033, Slightly Suspicious. Luckily, Jing Yunhao's face wasn't clear in the surveillance videos, so they failed to recognize her. In addition, they believed that Jing Yunhao was already dead, so they didn't think the woman could be her. After all, it was very common that cultivators who often visited mortals' world had a few friends there, so it wasn't a problem that cultivators met mortals. However, because Jing Jining met the woman right before seeing Yin Shixin, they were suspicious of the woman and thought that she might have something to do with Yin Shixin's death. It was one of the possibilities they could think of, but it didn't mean that they believed Jing Yunhao was guilty. Besides, they weren't sure whether Yin Shixin died on the day when he met Jing Jining, and they all knew that Jing Jining wasn't as skilled at Yin Shixin, so they were doubtful about Jing Jining's involvement in Yin Shixin's death even if they were aware of their bad relationship. However, since they had met, Jing Jining was a suspect, and they had to ask him about it. Although Jing Jining knew that Tian Daozong would investigate him, he still went back to the cultivation world after dealing with what he should do. If he ran away, it would prove that he was guilty. Jing Jining wasn't surprised when Tian Daozong wanted to see him, but he was a little nervous because he had no idea what Tian Daozong had found out. No matter what, he had to face it. In order to protect himself, Jing Jining composed his features. He didn't seem guilty at all, at least on the surface. Jing Jining followed the staff to Tian Daozong. The person who was in charge of this case was the elder of the law enforcement hall, Shi Baichuan. Shi Baichuan seemed to be around 60, but he was actually hundreds of years old and was at a very high level. Yin Shi was sent over by the Yin family to sit in on the trial. They were just going to ask Jing Jining for some information instead of questioning him this time, so it wasn't very official. They didn't go to the law enforcement hall, but to a lounge. Anyway, they didn't have evidence to prove that Jing Jining had something to do with Yin Shixin's death, so it might damage Jing Jining's reputation if the meeting was too formal. Jing Jining, when we investigated Yin Shixin's death, we found out that you had met him before he died, said Shi Baichuan. Yes, Jing Jining admitted with alacrity. They had already found it out, so it was meaningless even if he denied it. If he refused to admit it, they might think that he was deliberately hiding something. Jing Jining didn't think that they were able to find evidence of what had happened next, so he could tell the story as he wanted. Jing Jining continued, I did meet Yin Shixin and we even had a fight, but you should know I'm not as skilled as Yin Shixin. I couldn't win at all. He injured me and left. I don't know what happened after that. I heard the news a few days ago. I was shocked too. It was true that Jing Jining couldn't defeat Xianxia, so they thought his answer was reasonable, but they stayed doubtful. You said Xianxia left after injuring you in the fight, but is it possible that Xianxia didn't leave after injuring you? You might have had a helper and killed him together, said Yanxi. He kept on observing Jing Jining's reaction. Yanxi's guess told the truth, so Jing Jining panicked a little. He was worried that they might have found out the key information, but no matter what, Jing Jining couldn't admit it and did his best to not seem guilty. However, he wasn't so calm now. It would be strange if he looked too calm, because he was the suspect at this moment. Therefore, Jing Jining frowned and showed annoyance. He was displeased when they were suspicious of him. I understand why you're suspicious of me, but why would I kill Xianxia? What can I gain from that? Given Xianxia's skills, the helper I need to kill him must be stronger than me. Who do you think is willing to work with me? After all, I seldom appear in the cultivation world during these years, said Jing Jining with slight anger since he was regarded as the murderer. The other people actually had the same idea as Jing Jining, and they mainly wanted to see his reaction. They wanted to know whether he would panic or get mad. Jing Jining reacted normally, so either they were wrong or Jing Jining was too excellent at acting. In front of Shi Baichuan, they chose to believe Jing Jining's words. However, it only alleviated their suspicion. They still remained suspicious of him. Then who's the woman you met before seeing Xianxia? Asked Shi Baichuan. Hearing that, Jing Jining was surprised. He was worried that they might have found out about Jing Yunyao. After thinking for a while, he didn't think it was possible. If they found out the woman was Jing Yunyao, they wouldn't be so calm. They should just be suspicious that the woman could be his helper. Jing Jining realized that his surprised expression might arouse their suspicion, so he composed himself at once. What? Are you suspicious of a mortal now? Isn't it very normal that I have some mortal friends after doing business in the mortals' world for many years? We just shared a meal. There is nothing wrong with that. In fact, it indeed aroused their suspicion when Jing Jining was struck dumb for a second upon hearing their question about the woman, but his explanation made his reaction seem very reasonable. We didn't say that. We're not suspicious of you either. We just found out that you had met Xianxia before he died, so we need to ask you a few questions, said Shi Baichuan. He wasn't that suspicious of Jing Jining, so he said that in order to comfort him. I know. Anyway, I did meet Xianxia, said Jing Jining airily, but showed slight mockery on his face. It meant that he knew they were suspicious of him and he was innocent. Oh, I found some strange things in the mortal world. Some people with special skills suddenly showed up. They might be from a foreign country. They've committed crimes in our country, said Jing Jining. He felt it was necessary to report it to Tiandaozong and it could also help him get rid of their suspicion. Chapter 2034, He didn't really hurt me, what? There are people with special skills abroad as well. Shi Baichuan was astonished. We have cultivators, ghosts, and all kinds of monsters. It's not strange that people with special skills exist in foreign countries. Is it possible that Xianxia ran into one of them? Said Jing Jining. Hearing that, Shi Baichuan and the other people pondered. It was indeed possible. They had no right to interfere in mortal affairs, but it was necessary for them to investigate those people with special skills. Foreign people with special skills weren't only a threat to the country, but also to cultivators. They knew nothing about them right now, so they had no idea about their abilities. Although they always believed that cultivators were extremely strong, they were only much stronger than mortals. Monsters or ghosts at a high level were threatening for them, so foreign people with special skills would become a greater threat. I'll report it to our patriarch, said Shi Baichuan. Shi Baichuan stopped asking Jing Jining more questions, because they weren't very suspicious of him and their suspicion was alleviated after talking with him. However, they still remained slightly suspicious of him, so Tiandaozong arranged for people to watch him after they left. Those people who followed Jing Jining were at a higher level than him, so he couldn't sense them, but he knew he would be followed after the meeting. Therefore, Jing Jining was particularly careful. After meeting Tiandaozong, Jing Jining went straight back to the Jing family's house and didn't go out again. Jing Jining stayed calm all the time, but he was actually quite nervous. Once his meeting with Tiandaozong was over, he took a breath of relief for the time being. The moment Jing Jining was back in the Jing family's house, the housekeeper told him to go to Jing Yarong's study. Jing Yarong wanted to see him. There was no need to ask, because Jing Jining knew it must be related to Yin Shixin's death. Jing Jining had to go because it was his family's patriarch's order. In the study, in addition to Jing Yarong, Jing Jining's father, Jing Yanghua, was also present. Sitting in front of the main table, the man who seemed about 60 years old with a large mole under his right eye, was Jing Yarong. Sitting at the left side of the table, a man was also about 60. He was Jing Jining's father, Jing Yanghua. Jing Yarong was years older than Jing Yanghua, but Jing Yanghua looked much older than Jing Yarong because of the huge gap between their levels. Jing Yarong was in the middle stage of Yuanying stage, while Jing Yanghua was just at the peak of the Golden Core stage, so he aged faster, but both of them had actually lived for hundreds of years. The higher level a cultivator was at, the longer he or she could live. They aged, but much slower than ordinary people. Facing Jing Yarong, Jing Jining was filled with hatred, but he couldn't show his real feelings on his face because Jing Yarong was the Jing family's patriarch. He remained polite, but wasn't very respectful. Jing Yarong also stared at Jing Jining expressionlessly, because he was aware that Jing Jining hated him. Jing Jining was close to Jing Yunyao, but he killed her. He didn't kill Jing Yunyao publicly, but everyone in the Jing family clearly knew his character. Even if he said nothing, they all knew that he had cruelly killed Jing Yunyao. Jing Yarong never regretted killing Jing Yunyao because Jing Yunyao had humiliated him. Looking at Jing Jining, Jing Yanghua was worried because he was his beloved son. Jing Yanghua was unwilling to see Jing Jining involved in Yin Shixin's death. "Hi, Patriarch, Father," Jing Jining called them. "What happened? Do you have anything to do with Yin Shixin's death?" asked Jing Yarong seriously. Although it was good news for them, he didn't want the Jing family to be in trouble. "No, I just met him before he died. He left after injuring me. I don't know how he died," said Jing Jining calmly. Hearing that, Jing Yarong and Jing Yanghua were convinced. Nevertheless, Jing Yanghua was mad when he learned that Yin Shixin had injured Jing Jining. "Are you all right now?" he asked with concern. "I'm fine. He didn't really hurt me and he's dead now," said Jing Jining, so he had no hatred towards Yin Shixin now. It was already 7 p.m. when Ji Yuning and the others arrived at the airport of the capital. Before they got on board, Leng Xiaoting called Stone and told him to pick them up at the airport before 7 p.m. Therefore, before they arrived, Stone was already waiting for them there. So once they walked out, they left the airport. They had eaten some food on the plane, but they still needed to have dinner, so they went to look for a restaurant. Along the way, Jing Yunyao was worried about Jing Jining's condition, so she turned on her phone as soon as she left the plane to see whether Jing Jining had called or sent her any messages. She saw nothing, but it only made her more worried. Ji Yuning and the others were anxious as well, so they didn't know how to comfort Jing Yunyao. Back to the city center, Ji Yuning called Tang Haifeng, then Ji Yuman. She told them that she was back and asked about Ji Yuman's condition. Ji Yuman had been pregnant for 6 months now. Her belly was large, so it became inconvenient for her to move now. Luckily, she was very healthy. Afterwards, Ji Yuning chatted with Chu Peihan and her other friends in the WeChat group. She hadn't shown up in the WeChat group for a long time, so her sudden appearance aroused everyone's criticism. However, they weren't really mad at Ji Yuning because they knew she was very busy. They went to a restaurant which was famous for delicious local dishes. Because it was late, there weren't many diners, so Ji Yuning and the others didn't wait for a long time before their order was done. After having dinner, they went back to Sihewan. Jing Yunyao already made it to the out-of-body stage from concrete to abstract, but she was seriously injured during the lightning tribulation. She was still physically weak and would be weaker than she was at Yuanying stage, so it was safer for her to stay in Sihewan. It was Monday, but Ji Yuning didn't go to school because she needed to deal with something else. Once she finished dinner at Sihewan, she went to her company without Leng Xiaoting because they shouldn't wander around at this time now. There were cultivators near Ji Yuning's company, school, and houses, so Leng Xiaoting would be easily discovered if he went out with Ji Yuning. At noon, Jing Jining left the cultivation world as well because he was worried that Jing Yunyo might be concerned about him. He had to let her know that he was safe. Chapter 2035. Hi, Senior Xiaoting. Once Jing Jining was out and his phone could receive signals, he found missed calls and messages from Jing Yunyao, so he replied to her message right away. Because he felt someone was spying on him, he couldn't make a call or the secret would be exposed as soon as he spoke. Jing Jining. When Tiandaozong investigated Yin Shixin's death, they found out that Yin Shixin had met me before he died, but they don't have evidence to prove that his death has something to do with me. I'm safe now, but I believe Tiandaozong must have arranged for someone to spy on me, so I can't call you. Send me messages if anything is up. The second he sent the message, Jing Yunyao noticed it. Knowing that Jing Jining was fine, she felt relieved. Afterwards, she shared the news with Ji Yuning, so she was relieved too. Ji Yuning arrived at her company later, but sensed no cultivators around the building, so she didn't bother to pay much attention to it. Up on the 17th floor, she saw Kei and Chen Kanji. Kei reported the latest information about Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi to Ji Yuning first because Ji Yuning told him to pay special attention to them. Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi couldn't get any useful information recently, but they didn't tell any other people just because they couldn't move now. During this week, Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi stayed in the hospital. They had met no strange people, but Ji Yuning had no idea whether they had contacted their people with their phones. She didn't care much about it. If she wanted to know the exact situation of Kato Toya and Karaki Akemi, she would directly order Gao Yi and Chao Ya to spy on them in the hospital. After that, Ji Yuning talked with Chen Kanji about the news conference for the establishment of her business group. They decided to hold it in 3 days to officially announce that the Shengning organization was formally established. Within these 3 days, Ji Yuning would invite her relatives and friends to come. She planned to deliver an invitation letter to her relatives and friends in the capital and calling to invite those out of the capital. She undoubtedly called her own grandfather and father first. Normally, the Tang family would send a representative to attend the news conference, but this time was different. It was Ji Yuning's business group after all, and she was a member of the Tang family, so they attached great importance to it. Therefore, Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen decided to attend it in person. Unfortunately, because Ji Yuman was pregnant and it wasn't convenient for her to move around, she couldn't go. And because of Tang Yunhang's position in the government, he couldn't show up either. Ji Yuman also needed someone to take care of her, so Zhang Lihua stayed with her. Otherwise, the whole Tang family would show up to support Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuman was independent, the Tang family cared about her a lot, so they didn't allow her to go even if her body was fine. Ji Yuning also shared the news with Situ Yi, Qi Tianlin, and many other people who had a good relationship with her. She called them, but wouldn't demand their presence. They were her friends after all, so she needed to invite them, or they might be unhappy and blame her for forgetting them. Leng Xiaoting originally had to go back to the military base the day after tomorrow, but he decided to stay once he learned that Ji Yuning's business group would be officially established in 3 days. If his teammates needed him, Xu Jinchen would call him. Because Zi Beiying knew that Ji Yuning was back, she called her and invited her to go out and share a meal, but Ji Yuning refused. She needed to visit Master Leng at the Leng family's place since she was back in the capital. She could only dine with Zi Beiying tomorrow. She was free tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So since she said that, Zi Beiying wouldn't force her to go out. Zi Beiying didn't tell Ji Yuning that she was Xu Jinchen's girlfriend now because she didn't know how to say that aloud. The Xu family was aware of her romantic relationship with Xu Jinchen, but it was Xu Jinlin, instead of Xu Jinchen, who told them. After knowing that Xu Jinchen successfully won Zi Beiying's heart, the Xu family felt happy for him and urged him to bring Zi Beiying home. Xu Jinchen declined because Zi Beiying was unwilling to do that. It was too early to do that after all. Therefore, the Xu family gave up. Xu Jinchen was afraid that they might bother Zi Beiying after he left, so he warned them not to annoy Zi Beiying. If Zibeiyin was mad at him and broke up with him, he would blame them for everything. It wasn't easy for Xu Jinchen to get a girlfriend, so they definitely wouldn't go to bother Zibeiyin in case their romantic relationship was affected. In the afternoon, Ji Yuning and the others went to the Leng family's old house. However, Sheng Guanyang was reluctant to go out, so he stayed alone in Sihewan. Because it was a weekend, most members of the Leng family were present, but Zhang Shuyuan was absent. She stayed in the hospital to take care of Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaojia would leave the hospital in a few days. She was much better now and became gentle. Although she still hated Ji Yuning, she wouldn't dare to challenge Ji Yuning again if they met. Ji Yuning and the others had dinner in the Leng family's house before leaving at 9 p.m. to head back to the Sihewan. In the Sihewan, Sheng Guanyang was still enjoying his tea in the yard. Seeing Ji Yuning, he suddenly said seriously, "Ningning, are you willing to call me master as Xiaoting did?" Sheng Guanyang always had the idea that he would love to accept Ji Yuning as his apprentice if Ji Yuning could become a cultivator. He appreciated Ji Yuning very much from the very beginning. So now that Ji Yuning became a cultivator, he thought he could ask Ji Yuning for her opinion. Of course. Ji Yuning beamed. Without hesitation, she took a cup of tea and knelt down before Sheng Guanyang. She lifted the teacup with both of her hands, then handed it to Sheng Guanyang. "Please, master." "Great, great." Sheng Guanyang was happy to see that Ji Yuning was willing to be his apprentice. He took the teacup from Ji Yuning's hands and drank the tea in it. Afterwards, Sheng Guanyang took out a few books of secret skills and gave them to Ji Yuning. "Because you have the ancient blood of the phoenix and you don't need my magical pills or Chenkin bag, I can give you these books of secret skills." "Thank you, master." Ji Yuning took them and thanked Sheng Guanyang. As Sheng Guanyang said, Ji Yuning didn't need magical pills or a Chenkin bag because she already had the ancient blood of the phoenix. She wasn't displeased at all that Sheng Guanyang didn't give those to her. "Get up now," said Sheng Guanyang. Ji Yuning listened to him and stood up. After that, she turned to look at Leng Xiaoting and called him, "Hi, Senior Xiaoting." "Hi, Junior Ning." Leng Xiaoting replied to her with a smile. He agreed it was a good idea that Sheng Guanyang accepted Ji Yuning as an apprentice, so did Jing Yuniao. In the afternoon the next day, Ji Yuning went to dine with Zibeiyin. Leng Xiaoting was by her side. Because Zibeiyin missed the taste of roasted duck, they went to have it together. This time, they went to the famous roasted duck restaurant in XX Allian East Street in the Eastern District. Chapter 2036, My Fiancé, Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning arrived when it was almost 6 p.m. However, Xie Yi came to dine there with her friends today as well. She stood in the yard having a call and saw Leng Xiaoting walking inside by chance. The moment Xie Yi saw Leng Xiaoting, she recognized him although it was just his side profile. Seeing Leng Xiaoting, Xie Yi was full of excitement, but she was displeased when she noticed there was a girl sitting next to him. Who's that girl? What's her relationship with Xiaoting? Xie Yi only saw Ji Yuning's side profile and she had only met Ji Yuning twice before, so she failed to recognize her. Even if Xie Yi felt hurt when she saw Leng Xiaoting being with another girl, she still couldn't control herself and walked towards him. She wanted to know who the girl was and their relationship. Her call was over at this time, so she walked towards Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning at once. "Hi, Xiaoting," Xie Yi called him. Hearing that, both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning stopped and turned to look at Xie Yi. Xie Yi didn't see Ji Yuning's face from the front until now and she immediately recognized her. Ji Yuning was the girl who had unbelievable accuracy at darts. How could it be her? Ji Yuning was also slightly surprised to see Xie Yi, but she didn't think further about that because it wasn't strange that Xie Yi knew Leng Xiaoting. "Hi, Miss Xie," Leng Xiaoting said to Xie Yi in a flat voice. Hearing the way he called her, Xie Yi felt quite upset, but she couldn't say anything about it. She composed herself, turning to stare at Ji Yuning. "Xiaoting, may I know who this is?" she asked. "My fiancé," said Leng Xiaoting. "Fiancé." Hearing that, Xie Yi forgot her manners and rounded her eyes in great shock. She's Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. When did Leng Xiaoting have a fiancé? Doesn't he hate women being close to him? Leng Xiaoting said that by himself, so it couldn't be false. All of a sudden, Xie Yi felt heartbroken. Ji Yuning could see that this woman called Xie Yi admired Leng Xiaoting. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all, because Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to pay much attention to the woman although she admired him. If she felt jealous just because the woman liked Leng Xiaoting, she would be too sensitive. In addition, the woman hadn't done anything to her yet. Ji Yuning only gave her a glance then withdrew her gaze. She had no intention of greeting her. Miss Xie, we need to go inside now. After saying hi to Xie Yi, Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to pay more attention to her or introduce her to Ji Yuning. After all, Xie Yi was unimportant in his eyes. Therefore, he walked away holding Ji Yuning's hand, leaving Xie Yi behind. Ji Yuning didn't open her mouth until they walked away, but she deliberately teased him. Oh, good for you. We just ran into one of your admirers in the restaurant. Look at her sad face. You must have broken her heart. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning's hand tightly. He squinted at Ji Yuning and said in a low deep voice, speaking of the admirers, mine is barely comparable to yours. As far as I know, I always keep a distance from them, but some of them have already become your friends. Am I right, Ningning? Leng Xiaoting wasn't being jealous, but he was a little unhappy that Ji Yuning had so many admirers by her side. Ji Yuning blinked with a guilty conscience. Well, just some friends. We don't spend much time together normally. Even if we stay in touch, it's all because of business. Ji Yuning explained. I know, or I wouldn't be so calm now. I would have stopped you from becoming friends, said Leng Xiaoting with pride. Ha ha, Ji Yuning snorted with laughter. She wasn't mad at all and instead felt amused. It was rare to see Leng Xiaoting being so childish, so it was quite funny. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were a good-looking couple, so many people were attracted to them. There were many who couldn't move their eyes away from them. So when Ji Yuning smiled, several men who focused on her were stunned. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting was annoyed and pulled Ji Yuning away at once. Ji Yuning understood why Leng Xiaoting did that, so the smile grew broader on her face. Don't be so jealous. Leng Xiaoting squinted and asked her, do you want to see other women staring at your fiancé with admiration all the time? Of course not. Ji Yuning stopped smiling and said seriously. Since she was unwilling to see that, she couldn't laugh at Leng Xiaoting for that. Before Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, Zi Beiying was already there with Mengda and Nan. They booked the same private room they had used last time. Because Zi Beiying said that she wanted to come here to eat roasted duck, Leng Xiaoting told his friend to keep a private room for them. Hi, Xiaoting. The moment Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning reached the front of the private room, they heard a male voice from the opposite private room. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning stopped at once. When they turned around, they saw a man about 40 walking towards them. Oh, hi, Joe, nice to see you. Leng Xiaoting called him. The man was the owner of this roasted duck, Zhou Zonghong. What a coincidence. I have several friends who came here to have a meal today. They called me over, said Zhou Zonghong. Although Zhou Zonghong was the owner of this roasted duck restaurant, he had more than one restaurant, so he didn't come here often. After that, his sight fell on Ji Yuning next to Leng Xiaoting, then he asked, Xiaoting, may I know who this is? He asked that question, but he already had a guess. He had never seen a female by Leng Xiaoting's side, so the girl must be Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. He was greatly surprised when he saw that Leng Xiaoting showed up with a girl, but he didn't show his real feelings on his face. This is my fiancé, Ji Yuning, said Leng Xiaoting, then he introduced Zhou Zonghong to Ji Yuning. Ningning, this is the owner of this restaurant. You can just call him Zhou. Although Ji Yuning was much younger than Zhou Zonghong and could call him uncle, she was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend now, so she naturally should call him the same way as Leng Xiaoting. Nice to meet you, Zhou, said Ji Yuning politely to Zhou Zonghong. When Zhou Zonghong heard Leng Xiaoting's introduction, he was shocked again. He guessed that the girl might be Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, but unexpectedly she was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. After all, a fiancé was totally different from a girlfriend. Chapter 2037. It's exciting to have sex in blood. Hearing Ji Yuning's greeting, Zhou Zonghong came back to his senses and politely said to her as well, "Nice to see you too, Miss Ji Yu." Afterwards, Zhou Zonghong turned to look at Leng Xiaoting and asked, "When is your wedding?" "It should be soon, right? Don't forget to invite me." "Of course I won't, but we need to wait for about 3 years," said Leng Xiaoting. Upon thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting felt quite upset. It was torture to wait so long. What? Zhou Zonghong was surprised. He thought it should be this year or the next year, but surprisingly they had to wait for 3 years. "Why?" asked Zhou Zonghong. "Because Ningning is only 19. She hasn't reached the age of consent yet," said Leng Xiaoting. He wasn't afraid that Zhou Zonghong might joke about him for having a girlfriend who's much younger than him. It wasn't a big deal in his eyes. Hearing that, Zhou Zonghong was astonished. She's only 19. Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend is much younger than him. Zhou Zonghong felt like laughing, but didn't dare to do that, so he had to control his expression. "All right, don't forget to let me know when the date is settled. I shouldn't waste any more of your time. Please go in." After that, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning said goodbye to Zhou Zonghong, then walked into the private room. From the beginning of the meal till its end, Zi Beiying said nothing about her romantic relationship with Xu Jinchen. She didn't mean to hide it from Ji Yuning, but felt too shy to say it aloud. Even if Zi Beiying said nothing about it, Ji Yuning could still see her difference because they unavoidably talked about Xu Jinchen. Every time Ji Yuning mentioned him, Zi Beiying looked a little nervous and seemed shy and happy. Seeing that Zi Beiying was different today, Ji Yuning had a guess but wasn't sure of it, so she quietly asked Zi Beiying when they walked out of the restaurant, "Where is your relationship with Xu Jinchen now?" "Are you?" Hearing that, Zi Beiying panicked a little. Nothing." Witnessing Zi Beiying's reaction, Ji Yuning rolled her eyes at her and said with obvious disdain, "Stop lying to my face. Your reaction already told me everything. You can't fool me." "Really? My reaction already told everything." Zi Beiying was surprised, but she had to admit that she indeed felt panicked. "Fine, we're already girlfriend and boyfriend." Zi Beiying had no intention of keeping it a secret from Ji Yuning, she just felt shy to say it aloud, so she admitted with alacrity when Ji Yuning saw through her. Because Ji Yuning already had that guess, she wasn't surprised and felt it was a good thing. Anyway, it was their personal affair, so Ji Yuning said nothing and could only hope that they would have a good ending. When they reached the parking lot, they left separately in their own cars. "Hi, Senior Xiaoting," Ji Yuning suddenly called Leng Xiaoting on the road to joke with him. This was her second time calling Leng Xiaoting that, so Leng Xiaoting wasn't very used to it yet. He was struck dumb for a second before coming back to his senses. I prefer to hear you call my name. I just want to call you Senior Xiaoting," said Ji Yuning. "Fine, as long as you're happy." Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't used to it, he still accepted it since Ji Yuning insisted. It was just a title and he would get used to it over time. "You can introduce me as your junior Ning and I'll introduce you as my senior Xiaoting when we go out again," said Ji Yuning, naughtily. Leng Xiaoting squinted at once. He gave Ji Yuning a sideways glance, then said, "Don't you want other people to know that I'm your fiancé?" "Well, it seems I'm not a qualified fiancé. If so, we won't go back to the Sihewan tonight. Let's go to Mid-Level's mansion instead. I need to convince you in bed so that I can feel secure." Ji Yuning immediately understood his meaning. He was going to convince her through sex instead of words. Ji Yuning wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. "Ningning, you agree with me, right? You didn't disagree at all." Leng Xiaoting put on an evil smile and joked. Ji Yuning felt embarrassed in annoyance and said on purpose, "I'm on my period." "It's not a problem. It's exciting to have sex in blood," said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't seem to care about it and even showed excitement. Actually, if Ji Yuning was really on her period, he wouldn't have sex with her because it would hurt her. He knew that Ji Yuning was lying, so he deliberately said that because he knew it wasn't the time of the month yet. "How can you do that? Don't you love me? Don't you know it'll hurt me?" said Ji Yuning angrily. Come on, don't you know I remember your time of the month? I also smell no blood from you, said Leng Xiaoting. You, in an instant, Ji Yuning flushed. She turned to look at the view outside the window, refusing to talk to Leng Xiaoting again. Leng Xiaoting drove faster because he couldn't wait any longer. Unfortunately, Mid-Level's mansion was far from the city center, so he complained to himself that the distance was too long. During these 2 days, the news that the Shengning organization was going to be officially established the day after tomorrow gradually spread abroad in high society. Many people were discussing it. The Shengning organization controlled Jade Beauty Jewelry, Kuzi, Kalane, Fenghua Entertainment, Gufen, Shangyan Arts and Crafts, and Shangyan Antique Store. Those were what they knew till now. All the companies Ji Yuning owned now were controlled by the Shengning organization. She planned to announce her other companies at the right time in the future. Because the Shengning organization didn't have many connections in the capital, only a few famous businessmen and officials were invited, but its news conference, which would be held at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow, was already known to a lot of people. Ji Yuning's name was well known in high society after the auction last time, so most people remembered her face. However, not everyone in high society knew her, and many learned about her through others' discussions. In the business circle of the capital, the majority were jealous of Ji Yuning's rapid success because she was too young to be so successful in their eyes. They were jealous of her, but it didn't mean they would hate or attack her. Not everyone was willing to spend time hating or making things difficult for other people. There were all kinds of people in this world, and not everyone was interested in attacking other people. Chapter 2038. Win those foreign gamblers money. In addition, Ji Yuning became successful on her own and never hurt them, so they had no reason to attack or defame her. It was amoral, and there were more good people than bad people. Ji Yuning also kept a good relationship with many powerful figures. If they still dared to cause her trouble, they would be ridiculously stupid. If they were stupid, they couldn't stay rich for long. However, if bad people were extraordinarily skilled and influential, it would be another story. After all, the weak were always the prey of the strong in this society, and power could solve many problems. It was the absolute rule. People unavoidably had grudges with others when they climbed up the social ladder. Therefore, one needed enough evidence to unseat a powerful figure by working with his opponent. Nevertheless, it was hard to collect enough criminal evidence on a powerful figure, so it wasn't easy. Ji Yuning was an exception. She was outstanding on her own and had good luck, so it became very easy for her to unseat powerful people. Even if many people were talking about the official establishment of the Shengning organization and Ji Yuning's relationship with super powerful figures, there were still some who took her lightly. She only had a relationship with them, and they weren't her family after all. Sometimes, connections could be helpful, but they wouldn't be helpful every time. Yuan Yilin, Yuan Shuyan, and Rong Zechen, who had grudges against Ji Yuning, held that idea. They had to admit that Ji Yuning was very outstanding, but they couldn't appreciate her because of their arguments. On the contrary, they disliked her very much. Ji Yuning had a relationship with Master Lang, so they didn't dare to mess with her, but it didn't mean they were afraid of her. Because the news conference would be held at the next day, Tang Yunfen and Tang Haifeng came to the capital that afternoon. So Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to pick them up at the airport. Along with Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen were Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin. Tang Jiakai came simply because it was fun, while Cao Wenxin showed up on behalf of the Cao family because Tang Yunrong and her husband weren't free. In fact, even if Cao Wenxin wasn't the representative of the Cao family, she would still come. She had enough free time anyway. Most importantly, Ji Yuning was her closest cousin, so she had to come even if she had to make time. Tang Haifeng and the others came with 4 bodyguards, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting drove 2 MPVs over. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sat in the same one, while the other was driven by a chauffeur. Tang Haifeng and the others flew with a private plane, so Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning drove inside through an exclusive passage after they arrived. Given Leng Xiaoting's status, he could directly go in after showing his officer certificate. When the staff at the airport saw Leng Xiaoting's officer certificate, they were all amazed. To their surprise, there was such a young major general in their country. The military was different from the government where one could get promoted through connections. Even if a soldier had connections, he or she still needed outstanding abilities to get a promotion. At least it required more than just connections to get a high rank in the military. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to wait at the parking place after driving through the exclusive passage. Tang Haifeng and other people wouldn't arrive until 20 minutes later, so they chatted casually in the car. After a while, Ji Yuning received a call from Yi Chaoshang. Seeing Yi Chaoshang's name on the screen, Ji Yuning immediately figured out the reason why he called her. If she guessed correctly, it should be about the gambling party he seen had told her about. "Hi, Master Yi." Ji Yuning answered the call. "Miss Ji Yu, I bet the He family must have shared the news with you. The Yi family is going to hold a grand gambling party at the end of this year. Many famous foreign gamblers will come and the bet will be a lot of money. If you have time, please come and join us to have some fun," said Yi Chaoshang. He knew Ji Yuning's abilities very well, so he obviously invited her to win a fortune. Moreover, he also hoped that Ji Yuning could defeat those foreign gamblers, but it depended on whether Ji Yuning would be free. "Sure, I'll come if I have time," said Ji Yuning. She didn't accept or reject the invitation right away, because she had no idea what she would do at the end of this year. After chatting with Yi Chaoshang for a while, she hung up. Leng Xiaoting didn't ask her about it. After waiting for 20 minutes, the Tang family's private jet landed. So Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got out of their car and went to welcome them. "Hi, Grandpa, Dad." "Welcome, Grandpa Tang, Uncle Tang." Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting greeted them, then went to support Tang Haifeng at once. Because Ji Yuning hadn't seen Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen for a long time, she was very excited to meet them again. "Hi, Ningning, Xiaoting." Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen were happy to see Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting as well. The smile never disappeared from their faces. "Hi, Wenxi, Jokai." Ji Yuning turned to greet Cao Wenxin and Tang Jokai afterwards, while Leng Xiaoting simply gave them a nod. "Hi, Ningning, Xiaoting." Cao Wenxin and Tang Jokai greeted them. Facing Leng Xiaoting, they felt a little nervous. "Grandpa Tang, Uncle Tang, my grandfather has already booked a room. We can directly go there now," said Leng Xiaoting. Master Leng heard that Tang Haifeng would come in person, so he had already booked a private room to welcome them. Master Leng also called Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu. Sheng Guanyang was also invited. Now Sheng Guanyang was already Ji Yuning's master, so he felt it was necessary to introduce Sheng Guanyang to Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen. It wasn't convenient for Jing Yunyao to show up in public, so she didn't go with them. Great. Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunhang agreed. In fact, before they came here, Master Leng had given Tang Haifeng a call and he had already accepted the invitation. After that, they got in the cars and left together. Tang Haifeng and the others sat in Leng Xiaoting's car, so did Ji Yuning, while the 4 bodyguards sat in another. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were present, there wouldn't be any problems even if the bodyguards weren't by their side. They went to dine at the Xianxia Hotel because it was owned by the Leng family. Before they arrived, Master Leng and his friends were already present. As the host, they naturally couldn't keep their guests waiting for them. Once Tang Yunfen and Tang Haifeng showed up, they introduced themselves to each other. Tang Haifeng, Tang Yunfen, and Master Shu were actually familiar with each other because all of them were tycoons. They had attended many business gatherings, so they weren't strange to one another. Chapter 2039. The establishment of Shengning Organization. Tang Haifeng and Master Shu had handed their family businesses to their sons long ago, so they hadn't met each other for a long time. "Grandpa, Dad, let me introduce you, this is my and Xiaoting's master, Sheng Guanyang," Ji Yuning said to Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen. Hearing that, both Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen were slightly surprised, but they didn't ask further about that. They immediately stood up to greet Sheng Guanyang. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Shengguan." "Nice to meet you too, Master Tang and Mr. Tang," said Sheng Guanyang. They were exchanging greetings just now, so he learned that their surnames were both Tang. Ji Yuning then introduced Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen to Shengguan Yang. Master, this is my grandfather, Tang Haifeng, and this is my father, Tang Yunfen. After exchanging greetings, they went to sit before ordering. They took each other as family, so no one hesitated to order their favorites. They shared the meal in a harmonious atmosphere. And because they had similar characters and many things in common, they soon got familiar with one another. Ningning, Wenxi and I plan to stay in the capital for 2 more days. If you have time, can you take us for a tour the day after tomorrow, after finishing your work tomorrow? You don't need to go to school every day anyway, said Tang Jiakai. He rarely came to the capital, so he was unwilling to go back home so early. No problem. Ji Yuning agreed. She would go to the cultivation world 4 days later, so it was fine to spend 2 days with them. Ningning doesn't need to go to school every day, but how about you? Tang Haifeng said all of a sudden. He wouldn't stop them from staying in the capital for longer, but Tang Jiakai was still a student. Hearing that, Tang Jiakai didn't feel guilty. Instead, he argued, it's just 2 days away from school. It isn't a big deal. After all, the day after tomorrow is the weekend. Tang Haifeng gave Tang Jiakai a glare, then closed his mouth. After having the meal, they didn't leave right away, but enjoyed tea for a while. After a good rest, they left together. Leng Xiaoting originally planned to accommodate them in the Shengxi Hotel, but Tang Yunfen decided to go to the Wangdeng Hotel. Leng Xiaoting didn't insist, because the Wangdeng Hotel was owned by the Tang family. It was indeed more convenient for them to stay there. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sent them to the Wangdeng Hotel, while the other people left in their own cars. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't leave right after they arrived at the hotel. They chatted with Tang Haifeng and the others for a while before leaving. The next day, the Shengning organization was going to be officially established. By the time it was almost 9:30 a.m., a lot of people had gathered outside. There were celebrities, officials, reporters, and onlookers. It was full of activities. Because it was still early, all the present businessmen and officials weren't very important. The most important figures were still absent. Among the present guests, Tang Qingyang, Xu Qinyan, Ji Yuanna, Zhang Rukan, and Song Nan might enjoy the highest status. Xu Qinyan wasn't the representative of the Xu family, but her social status as Miss Xu mattered a lot. Ji Yuanna came on behalf of the Ji Yu family. Ji Yuning only knew Ji Yuanna and had no relationship with the Ji Yu family, but the Ji Yu family was more than willing to build a good relationship with her because of Ji Yuning's close connection with the Leng family and the Xu family. Therefore, the Ji Yu family sent Ji Yuanna over as its representative instead of as Ji Yuning's friend. Zhang Rukan came on behalf of the Zhang family. Compared with Tang Qingyang and other people, Song Nan's family was much poorer, but no one took him lightly because the Song family wasn't an ordinary family and Song Nan was a close friend of Tang Qingyang and other heirs. Everyone came with an expensive flower basket and other gifts. Ji Yuning set up lounges to serve the guests desserts and drinks in the hall, but most guests preferred to stand outside chatting with each other in groups of 3 or 5. They came to congratulate Ji Yuning and also to form a relationship with people of power or wealth. Standing outside, they mainly hoped to see some powerful figures and seize the chance to welcome them before other people. After a while, Zi Beiying showed up. Because Zi Beiying had a very special family and she needed to keep it secret, she came as Ji Yuning's friend. The Zi family had prepared a very generous gift for Ji Yuning, but they would send it to Ji Yuning in private. Ji Yuning had saved the Zi family after all, so their gift couldn't be cheap. Song Miaoge came on behalf of the Song family because Ji Yuning had saved Song Miaoge's mother's life as well. The Song family also hoped to form a good relationship with Ji Yuning. Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe came too. Although Baili Zongyang was a newcomer in the business circle, his family's business was quite large, so he was a familiar face to many guests, but he and Baili Zongshe came today as Ji Yuning's friends. Zhang Zikai also showed up as Ji Yuning's friend and other people didn't know her status. Chu Peihan and the others came as Ji Yuning's friends. Because they knew that Ji Yuning would be very busy today, they didn't bother her. After congratulating and sending her the gifts, they went to rest aside. Although all the present businessmen and officials weren't very important, the presence of the representatives of the several powerful families shocked many people. A lot of business owners and officials went to strike up a conversation with Tang Qingyang and his companions. Afterwards, artists of Fenghua Entertainment showed up as well, but the majority of the guests were successful businessmen and officials, so they seemed less important. However, onlookers were more excited to see those stars than the businessmen and officials, because all the senior officials and tycoons were still absent while common citizens failed to recognize the present ones. Stars were different. Most people were familiar with their faces, and stars often had a lot of fans. As a result, onlookers and some reporters turned to focus on Tang Xiaoxiao and the other actors when they showed up. Compared with the businessmen and officials, stars had a lower social status, but it didn't mean they were disdained. Some businessmen and officials who knew them exchanged greetings with them. Even if some guests didn't know them, they wouldn't directly ignore them for the sake of Ji Yuning. After a while, it was the most shocking moment. The Leng family, the leading family of the four dominant families in the capital, sent Leng Xiaoting over. He was in a military uniform and came with an expensive flower basket as the representative of the Leng family. In an instant, it caused a great sensation. Jesus, I can't believe my eyes. Is it Lord Leng of the Leng family? What's Ji Yuning's real relationship with the Leng family? The eldest grandson of the Leng family enjoyed a very high status because the Leng family was the top family in their country. Chapter 2040. Their relationship can't be common, it's amazing. Lord Leng of the Leng family also came in person. I heard Ji Yuning has a relationship with Master Leng. In that case, Ji Yuning's relationship with the Leng family can't be common. Because not everyone knew that Ji Yuning had a relationship with Master Leng, they were shocked to see Leng Xiaoting, but they soon accepted it after hearing that. However, they were still stunned by the fact that Ji Yuning could have a relationship with Master Leng. Look at the badge on Lord Leng's clothing. He's a Major General. What? Major General? No way. He's too young. Because most guests weren't members of high society, they knew little about Leng Xiaoting and were quite amazed by his rank of Major General in the military. Jesus, it's so unbelievable. It was not only Leng Xiaoting, Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi also came. They didn't show up along with Leng Xiaoting, but quietly appeared by Ji Yuning's side. Xu Qinyan, Xu Peihen, Song Miaoge and the others stood next to Ji Yuning, while Tang Qingyang went to talk with those successful businessmen. It was the first time that Song Miaoge had seen Leng Xiaoting. She had only heard of him before. Although she had seen Leng Xiaoting ages ago when she was little, she could barely remember his face. She used to admire Rongju, but now she found Leng Xiaoting much more attractive than Rongju. Leng Xiaoting was more handsome and enjoyed a higher rank than Rongju. She only took Leng Xiaoting as her idol, and wouldn't have any evil thoughts about him because she knew he was her close friend's boyfriend. In addition, she was clearly aware that such a quality man as Leng Xiaoting wouldn't bother to pay much attention to her. Is this Ji Yuning's fiancé? Zhang Zikai asked Song Miaoge with excitement. She knew that Ji Yuning's fiancé was Leng Xiaoting, but had never seen Leng Xiaoting before, so she wanted to make sure of it. He's so handsome. He's even better looking than those stars, said Zhang Zikai in amazement. Actually, Leng Xiaoting shouldn't come to such an event because those cultivators who spied on Ji Yuning would certainly appear. Even if they didn't show up, Baili Zongyang and his younger sister were there and they would notice him. Nevertheless, no cultivator could sense any air of a cultivator from Leng Xiaoting's body, so those cultivators who followed Ji Yuning failed to find out that Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator as well. Before Leng Xiaoting came here, he got a magical pill from Shengguanyang to hide the air of a cultivator, but it was only useful for an hour, so he had to leave before its effect was gone. Leng Xiaoting arrived at 9:30 a.m. and the ceremony would be over at 10:30 a.m., so he had enough time to attend the news conference of the Shengning organization. Several cultivators came, but they didn't dare come near because of Baili Zongyang. They knew that they wouldn't get anything they wanted even if they watched Ji Yuning all day long today, so they left after a while. Sometimes, they honestly had no idea why they had to spy on Ji Yuning because they had found nothing useful even after a long time. Nevertheless, it was their patriarch's order, so they had to obey it. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning's relationship was kept a secret, so they didn't interact with each other very intimately. Leng Xiaoting simply stood behind Ji Yuning at an appropriate distance. Shortly after Leng Xiaoting came, both the Xianxia organization and the Jinline organization sent their people over. The representative of the Xianxia organization was its president's secretary, while the representative of the Jinline organization was Shu Jinline. Many people were aware of Ji Yuning's relationship with the two large business groups because they had sent people to congratulate Ji Yuning on the opening of her companies. However, people were still amazed by the importance of their representatives. Well, it seems Ji Yuning indeed has a very close relationship with the Xianxia organization and the Jinline organization. I've heard about it before, but never had the chance to see it, so I couldn't believe it. Now that I witnessed it with my own eyes, I can't doubt it. It was true that a lot of people had heard of it, but hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes. They didn't feel it was real till now. Some actually still couldn't believe it because it was too unbelievable. Before they could get back to their senses, something even more shocking happened. The patriarch of the Tang family and the chairman of the Tangguang organization came. It was even more shocking than the presence of Leng Xiaoting and Shu Jinline because Tang Haifeng was the Tang family's patriarch and Tang Yunfen was the chairman of the Tangguang organization. They came in person, so it meant a lot. In fact, Master Leng wanted to come as well, but Leng Xiaoting stopped him because he didn't think it was appropriate. Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu would come, but they hadn't shown up yet. OMG, both Master Tang of the Tang family and Chairman Tang of the Tangguang organization came. I'm curious about Ji Yuning's relationship with the Tang family now. Their relationship can't be common. She must have a closer relationship with them than the Leng family and the Shu family. Ji Yuning is so unbelievable. How does she manage to know so many powerful figures? No wonder she's able to build her business empire smoothly. Hey, didn't you notice that Ji Yuning resembles Lord Tang? I didn't realize it until you said that. Is Ji Yuning Lord Tang's illegitimate daughter? Because it wasn't a secret in the business circle that Tang Yunfen stayed unmarried for years, many people were aware of that. He refused to get married, so he definitely had no children except for illegitimate ones. Moreover, if Ji Yuning was his daughter, why was her surname Ji Yu instead of Tang? As a result, they guessed that Ji Yuning could be Tang Yunfen's illegitimate daughter. Only a few people noticed that Ji Yuning resembled Tang Yunfen, but they actually knew little about Tang Yunfen. I think it's possible. Come on, they just look alike. It doesn't mean they're related to each other. There are a lot of people who resemble each other in this world. No matter what, Ji Yuning's relationship with the Tang family must be very special. Hi, Grandpa, Dad, Ji Yuning called them, but her voice wasn't loud, so not many people heard it and those who heard it were aware of Ji Yuning's real relationship with the Tang family. Congratulations, Ningning. We're all proud of you. Tang Haifeng was filled with happiness and pride. Many guests heard their talk, but didn't think further about it because people who were close to each other often said that. After a while, Cao Wenxin came on behalf of the Cao family. Chapter 2041. Shocked again. The Cao family was based in City B, but it was a large dominant family, so many people had heard of it and were shocked by its presence. Not everyone knew that Tang Yunrong had married into the Cao family, so they had no idea that Ji Yuning had a relationship with the Cao family because of the Tang family. Not only the Cao family, but the Lei family and several other super-rich families along with senior officials from City B also showed up. They all sent over expensive flower baskets and waited in a line, which shocked the other guests again. Although those representatives of the super-rich families and senior officials from City B came for the sake of the Tang family, because they knew that Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfen's daughter, other people in the capital had no idea about that. Therefore, they believed that they came for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning's connections are in every industry. She knows so many members of high society. Yeah, they all have a very high social status. It's amazing. Although those families weren't comparable to the Leng family, the Shu family, or the Tang family, they all belong to the high social class. Other people could barely see them, but Ji Yuning was able to have a relationship with them. As a result, they were amazed again after the presence of the Leng family, the Shu family, and the Tang family. Afterwards, the He family from HK, and the Yi family from City M showed up, which shocked everyone once more. Even Ji Yuning was greatly surprised because she didn't share the news with the He family and the Yi family. Anyway, since they came, they must have found it out on their own. They knew her corporation was being formally established today, but didn't tell her that they were coming. Instead, they quietly sent people over with flower baskets and gifts to congratulate her, which made Ji Yuning feel touched. Jesus, Ji Yuning has a relationship with the He family from HK and the Yi family from City M as well. Is it really happening? They weren't doubting it, but it was too unbelievable to be true. Of course it is. No one dares to fake that. It's not necessary for Ji Yuning either. After all, the Leng family and other powerful families also have a close relationship with Ji Yuning. Right, I'm curious how Ji Yuning managed to form a relationship with the He family from HK and the Yi family from City M. It's quite unbelievable. Many people thought that Ji Yuning was able to build up an extraordinarily successful business empire relying on dirty tricks, mainly by selling her body for resources. However, given the status of those guests, only idiots would still hold that idea. All those important guests didn't welcome dirty tricks and no one would doubt their influence. Therefore, Ji Yuning must have her own abilities. If not, none of those powerful families would be willing to help her. That was also the reason why ordinary people couldn't be accepted by them. In fact, most people believed that Ji Yuning had outstanding abilities because they all had experience in workplaces. Without outstanding skills, it was impossible for one to build up a business empire by completely relying on his or her connections. After a while, senior managers of the Qinghua organization and the Heike organization came too. People who didn't know Ji Yuning's connection with the two corporations were surprised again, while those who were aware of that felt nothing because the two corporations had shown up at the opening ceremony of Ji Yuning's other businesses before. Because of Qi Tianline's and Satuyi's special background, they didn't come in person, otherwise it might cause Ji Yuning unnecessary trouble. If people learned that Ji Yuning had a relationship with the Qing gang and the Kirin gang, it might arouse suspicions. Although it wasn't uncommon that businessmen had a relationship with illegal gangs, they always kept it secret. If anyone dared to make it public, other people would become suspicious of them. After all, illegal gangs had done countless bad deeds, so it might arouse suspicion that whoever had a relationship with them were involved in illegal actions as well. Ji Yuning had a relationship with the Qinghua organization and the Heike organization, but it didn't mean that she had a relationship with the Qing gang and the Kirin gang too because the Qinghua organization and the Heike organization were doing legal business. Even if they were owned by illegal gangs, people were willing to accept that. Besides, there were many senior officials, it wasn't suitable for them to show up as the heads of illegal gangs. Qi Tianline and Satuyi didn't show up in public, but they did come. Qi Tianline arrived earlier than Satuyi. He stopped his car far from the crowd. He didn't get out of the car, but just opened the car window to look in the direction of Ji Yuning. The moment he saw Ji Yuning, his eyes became tender, but he frowned when he saw Leng Xiaoting next to her. He turned to coldly stare at Leng Xiaoting. Qi Tianline didn't know Ji Yuning's relationship with Leng Xiaoting, so he thought that they simply knew each other, but he had a few grudges against Leng Xiaoting. Although they weren't arch-enemies, he was reluctant to see him. Once they met, they would unavoidably compete with each other. Qi Tianline was cruelly domineering, but he had reason, so he wouldn't attack Leng Xiaoting in public. After all, it was illegal to attack a soldier. As the head of an illegal gang, he had broken the law many times, but he had done that in private and didn't dare to make it public. Therefore, even though he hated Leng Xiaoting, he did nothing and only coldly stared at him. As soon as Qi Tianline's eyes turned cold on Leng Xiaoting felt it. Because Qi Tianline didn't avoid staring at Leng Xiaoting with hatred, it was hard not to discover it. Qi Tianline's look was unkind, but wasn't threatening. Accordingly, Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to avoid it and turned to look behind him, then he found Qi Tianline in the car. Seeing Qi Tianline, Leng Xiaoting slightly frowned. He was surprised that Qi Tianline would come in person. Leng Xiaoting actually was unhappy to see Qi Tianlin as well because he knew that Qi Tianlin had special feelings towards Ji Yuning. Anyway, he didn't care much about it because Ji Yuning wouldn't choose Qi Tianlin even though Qi Tianlin liked her. Since Leng Xiaoting was able to feel Qi Tianlin's look, Ji Yuning who wasn't far away from him could also feel it. She turned around and was surprised to see Qi Tianlin. She couldn't welcome him right now, so she only gave him a nod as a greeting. Qi Tianlin gave Ji Yuning a gentle smile. He didn't do it on purpose, but it was with sincerity. Leng Xiaoting felt jealous seeing Qi Tianlin's look at Ji Yuning, but he could do nothing now, so he felt a little aggrieved. Ji Yuning was busy treating other guests, so she didn't have time to take care of Leng Xiaoting's mood. Chapter 2042, Why Don't We Share Some Tea? After that, Satuyi came. Because he planned to avoid the public as well, he drove his car to a corner. He came secretly, so he came with only 2 men. Because there was no car next to Qi Tianlin, Satuyi stopped his car by Qi Tianlin's car once he arrived. Qi Tianlin had Yu Hao and another henchman with him, leaving Cheng Hua and the gang to help him deal with some things. Chu Xuanfang and another henchman came with Satuyi. Chu Xuanfang stayed with Satuyi most of the time because Satuyi trusted him more than anyone else. Actually, Chu Xuanfang had something else to deal with today, but Satuyi thought that Chu Xuanfang hadn't seen Chu Peihan for a long time either, so he arranged for someone else to deal with the things for Chu Xuanfang, then brought him here. Chu Xuanfang didn't tell Chu Peihan that he would come because he planned to surprise her. It wasn't the time yet, but he would go to see Chu Peihan after the news conference was over. Because the window of Qi Tianlin's car was open, he saw Satuyi once Satuyi's car stopped next to him. "Hi, Qi," Satuyi greeted Qi Tianlin. Although their relationship wasn't good, it wasn't bad either. They normally stayed in their own lanes, but they would exchange greetings if they met. Anyway, he was surprised that Qi Tianlin would come, but he came as well, so it wasn't strange. Seeing Satuyi, Qi Tianlin was displeased and said sarcastically, "Well, surprised to see you, Satu. It seems you have a special relationship with Ji Yuning." He was aware of Satuyi's special relationship with Ji Yuning, so he became sarcastic from annoyance. In the meanwhile, Qi Tianlin deliberately put pressure on Satuyi. Satuyi was milder than Qi Tianlin, but he was the head of an illegal gang after all, so he wasn't weak at all and was trying to make Qi Tianlin feel stressed too. The 2 equally strong men ran into each other. However, people by their side couldn't bear the great pressure, so they found it hard to breathe in the car. "Qi, since you came here as well, don't you have a special relationship with Ji Yuning?" Satuyi seemed calmer than Qi Tianlin. "Of course I do," said Qi Tianlin with pride as if he was telling the truth. Satuyi said nothing further because he clearly knew that they could only be friends. Even if Qi Tianlin admired Ji Yuning, he could never win her heart because Ji Yuning already had Leng Xiaoting. In fact, he was in the same situation, so he didn't laugh at Qi Tianlin. If he laughed at Qi Tianlin, he would be making fun of himself. Satuyi turned to look at Ji Yuning afterwards. Staring at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, he felt they were indeed a perfect couple. Neither of them said anything, so they stopped putting pressure on each other. Because Leng Xiaoting glanced at them once in a while, he saw Satuyi when Satuyi showed up. He was already displeased when Qi Tianlin showed up and felt even unhappier after Satuyi came. Ji Yuning felt Leng Xiaoting's emotional change, so she turned and saw Satuyi. To be honest, Ji Yuning was very surprised by Satuyi's appearance because Satuyi's domain was far from the capital. Anyway, she felt slightly moved when they came in person. Because of their special background, they knew they shouldn't come, but they still did and watched her quietly from the side. She knew they admired her, but she had no special feelings for them. However, they could still be friends. Because Ji Yuning couldn't welcome Satuyi, she only gave him a nod with a smile. They couldn't exchange greetings, but it didn't mean that she would ignore them. She decided to buy them a meal separately later. Qi Tianlin, however, was displeased seeing Ji Yuning give Satuyi a smile when she nodded at him, because he felt he was treated unfairly. He focused on Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning already withdrew her sight and ignored him. He was mad, but couldn't go over and question her. Situ Yi, since neither of us can attend the conference, why don't we share some tea together? We can invite Ji Yuning to have a meal after she's done, said Chi Tionline. He was unwilling to stay here any longer and watch Ji Yuning paying more attention to Situ Yi than him. Ji Yuning only gave Situ Yi a quick glance. She wasn't paying more attention to Situ Yi than Chi Tionline at all, but Chi Tionline got jealous because she smiled at Situ Yi when she nodded at him. Sure, Situ Yi didn't know what Chi Tionline was really thinking, but he had that idea as well, so he agreed as soon as Chi Tionline proposed that. Therefore, they told their chauffeurs to drive to a nearby clubhouse. Because there were mostly office buildings, hotels, and clubhouses in the area where Ji Yuning's company was located, they easily found the place they wanted. When they left, both of them sent Ji Yuning a message telling her that they would go to have a seat somewhere else. They could meet after she was done. Ji Yuning had the same idea, so she agreed. When Situ Yi sent Ji Yuning the message, he told her to come with Chu Peihan and told her to keep it a secret. That Chu Xuanfang was also here because Chu Xuanfang wanted to surprise Chu Peihan. Ji Yuning agreed, so she didn't tell Chu Peihan. When it was nearly 10 a.m., Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu came together, which shocked everyone before they got their senses back from the last sensation. Ha ha, Ningning, congratulations. As soon as Master Shu and Zhang Zongyu came, they greeted Ji Yuning familiarly and congratulated her. Hi, Grandpa Shu, Grandpa Zhang, thanks. Ji Yuning smiled and replied to them. Wow, Master Shu came in person as well. Yeah, it seems that Ji Yuning's relationship with the Shu family isn't common either. When Lord Shu came on behalf of the Shu family just now, it was enough to prove their relationship isn't common. All the people who should come were mostly present. Governor Xiao, who was far away in Province Ji, Master Fu, and other people couldn't afford a long journey, so they only sent people to congratulate Ji Yuning with gifts. Most people weren't familiar with Master Fu and the other names, but they noticed the flower basket sent by Governor Xiao and were amazed. Chapter 2043, Let's Have a Talk. When it was 5 minutes from 10 a.m., several people who were going to cut the ribbon went up to the stage. There were 6 of them, namely Tang Haifeng, Tang Yunfen, Master Shu, Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, and Tang Qingyang. Afterwards, the host went on the stage to introduce the process of the news conference. At 10 a.m., fireworks were let off. In the meantime, Ji Yuning and the others cut the ribbon together. Accompanied by the sound of exploding fireworks, the 6 of them pulled down the red cloth from the signboard, Shengning Organization. The next second, Ji Yuning took the microphone from the host and took a few steps forward. At this moment, Ji Yuning behaved maturely. She was very young, but didn't look childish at all. On the contrary, she seemed much maturer and more powerful than her real age. She was like a ruler. Ji Yuning didn't bother to hide her ambition today, because the guests present were either experienced businessmen or senior officials. They all had great confidence and pride in themselves, so Ji Yuning had to be ambitious enough to be persuasive. Everyone knew that Ji Yuning was very successful now, but they were still amazed by her great ambition. Given her young age, her ambition was too great to be ignored. Today, I formally announce that the Shengning Organization is established, said Ji Yuning briefly with a clear voice filled with authority. Once she finished, she received a big round of applause. After that, Ji Yuning gave a speech which was over within several minutes. Chen Kanji stood on the stage next. After the announcement, people realized that Chen Kanji was the executive president of the Shengning Organization while Ji Yuning was only the boss behind the scenes. She wouldn't appear unless it was necessary. Chen Kanji had some fame in the business world before becoming the executive president of the Shengning Organization because he was the student of a famous finance expert. He had also achieved a lot in the finance industry. However, during the past year, Chen Kanji was absent from the finance industry. Surprisingly, he was the executive president of the Shengning Organization now. After Chen Kanji finished his speech, he introduced several senior managers of the Shengning Organization to the guests, then Ji Yuning invited them to dine at the Wangdang Hotel. Leng Xiaoting didn't go with them because over 40 minutes had already passed. The effect of the magical pill would be gone in a few minutes, so Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe would discover him if he stayed. Leng Xiaoting needed to leave, but he was afraid that Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen would be displeased, so he made up an excuse that he needed to deal with something else, and that he would go to see them again this afternoon. Both Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen were very considerate. Since Leng Xiaoting needed to deal with something else, they agreed to let him go first. Not everyone went to dine with Ji Yuning. Some of them left to deal with other things, and secretaries who came on behalf of their leaders also left. The rest of the famous businessmen and senior officials went to have a meal with Ji Yuning. Because Tang Haifeng, Tang Yunfen, Master Shu, Zhang Zongyu, Tang Qingyang and other important figures all went to have a meal, other people tried to spend more time with them. It would be best if they could leave an impression on those important figures. It took a long time and much effort to build connections, and most people were unwilling to miss this great chance. Most famous businessmen and senior officials managed to form a relationship with Tang Yunfen, Tang Qingyang, Xu Jinlin and other important figures by exchanging each other's name card. It was the first step to success. After Qi Tianlin and Satuyi went into the private room of the clubhouse, the atmosphere inside immediately became intense. Qi Tianlin and Satuyi felt nothing, but the people by their sides felt quite uncomfortable. I heard the Qing gang has a lot of trouble these days. Satu, aren't you afraid it'll be totally changed after you go back? Said Qi Tianlin. He didn't care about Satuyi at all, he simply wanted to annoy him. The Kirin gang and the Qing gang always stayed in their own lanes, but they saw each other as enemies and paid special attention to one another all the time, so Qi Tianlin knew what had happened to the Qing gang recently. Satuyi did the same thing, so he wasn't annoyed by Qi Tianlin's question. He only relied in a flat voice, just some contemptible wretches. The problem has already been solved. Thank you for asking. He knew that Qi Tianlin aimed to make fun of him, but he stayed polite on the surface. His gang indeed had some trouble, but those contemptible wretches weren't a serious problem. It took him some time to solve it, but it didn't cause serious damage. Humph. Qi Tianlin snorted. He couldn't care less about Satuyi. However, although he thought that, he wouldn't say it aloud. Well, I also have heard that something terrible has happened in your domain, Qi, said Satuyi. He was unwilling to be laughed at by Qi Tianlin. They're merely nobodies. I didn't need to deal with it in person. My subordinates could easily solve the problem, said Qi Tianlin arrogantly. Actually, it wasn't as easy as he described, otherwise his subordinates wouldn't have been injured one after another. However, he had to keep his dignity before Satuyi, so he naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Satuyi was clearly aware of it, but he didn't bother to embarrass Qi Tianlin because it wasn't necessary to make every detail public. It was better to stop after making fun of each other for a while. Qi, I bet you must have found out that the trouble we've encountered these days was caused by an outside force, right? Asked Satuyi. Although he asked that question, he knew the answer was affirmative. He simply said that in order to talk about the next topic with Qi Tianlin. Of course, I'm not dumb. I could easily figure it out. If I believed it was done by the Qing gang, I would have already paid you back. We wouldn't be nicely talking to each other right now, said Qi Tianlin in annoyance. He knew Satuyi didn't mean that, but he was still displeased. I know, I just want to make sure whether you're willing to talk about that with me, said Satuyi. Great, let's talk, said Qi Tianlin. In fact, he had the same idea. Qi, do you know what force it is and who's behind it? Asked Satuyi. No idea. Do you know, Satu? Asked Qi Tianlin. I have no idea either, so I planned to talk with you about that, said Satuyi. He wasn't surprised that Qi Tianlin knew nothing about it. If Qi Tianlin had any clues, Qi Tianlin would have taken action early on instead of waiting to talk with him about that right now. Chapter 2044. Much scarier than Satu, obviously, the force tried to stir things up between the Qing gang and the Kirin gang. It might seize the chance to replace us once both of us are injured. Satuyi said, although neither of us have fallen into the trap, it won't stop trying since it's aiming to ruin us. Whether it has the ability or not, we'll certainly be affected once it acts, so we must do something. Oh, so what do you plan to do, Satu? Asked Chi Tianlin. I have no idea yet. How about you, Chi? Said Satu Yi. He was lying because it would seem that he was trying to control Chi Tianlin if he proposed a plan. Given Chi Tianlin's character, he would be mad and refuse to work with Satu Yi, which wasn't what he wanted. Anyway, he wouldn't be embarrassed by denying it. It wasn't a big deal to make a concession sometimes. He was right. Upon hearing his reply, Chi Tianlin, who was a little annoyed, instantly felt more relaxed and began to seriously talk about it with Satu Yi. The force had been hiding for a long time. Even though this time was just a test for the Qing gang and the Kirin gang, it must have some confidence since it dared to take action, so they wouldn't be arrogant and think that they could do everything just because they had been the heads of illegal gangs for years. On the contrary, they stayed alert every day to the possibility of danger not only from their enemies but also from their own people. They were so busy that they wished they could have a few clones. When the meal was finally over, it was already 1 p.m. Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen would go back that afternoon, so they went to their rooms for a rest first. Ji Yuning made full use of the time and went to see Chi Tianlin and Satu Yi. She called Chu Peihan out with her, then told Mu Kei and Yu Mixi to leave first. She wouldn't be free to stay with them tonight. Mu Kei and Yu Mixi didn't mind, so they left earlier. Boss, you look so mysterious. Who are we going to see? Why did you bring only me? Asked Chu Peihan curiously. She had no idea that it had something to do with Chu Xuanfang. We need to see a few people. I'm afraid that a fight is unavoidable. If it really happens, you can help me. Mu Kei and Mixi aren't strong enough. They won't be helpful. They could burden us, said Ji Yuning, seeming serious. Knowing that, Chu Peihan stopped gossiping and became serious as well, as if they were going to have a fierce fight. Ji Yuning was amused by her reaction, but didn't explain further. The clubhouse Chi Tianlin and Satu Yi were in wasn't far away from the Wangdang Hotel. It was only a street away, so Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan arrived there on foot in about 10 minutes. It's fine. Don't be so serious. Seeing Chu Peihan's serious expression, Ji Yuning felt a little guilty. How couldn't I be serious? Boss, who are they? How come they dare to mess with you? Asked Chu Peihan in anger. She knew that Ji Yuning had never caused trouble for other people on her own initiative, other people always started it. Even if Ji Yuning hurt someone first, she only aimed at bad people, so she actually helped people get rid of bad guys. They're very special. I can't tell you right now. You'll know after we arrive, said Ji Yuning. She refused to tell Chu Peihan more details. Chu Peihan stopped asking her. Once they reached the clubhouse, Ji Yuning called Chu Xuanfang and told him to come down. Before long, Chu Xuanfang showed up. Chu Peihan, who was quite nervous, thinking that a violent fight was going to happen in a while, was struck dumb in an instant, then realized what exactly was going on now. Without thinking further about Chu Xuanfang's sudden appearance, Chu Peihan ran towards him with great excitement and gave him a big hug. Xuanfang, when did you come here? Why didn't you tell me? She asked. I wanted to surprise you. Chu Xuanfang stroked Chu Peihan's head. Fine, I forgive you. Chu Peihan didn't blame Chu Xuanfang for that. She was thrilled to see her older brother after all, so she wouldn't be unhappy just because Chu Xuanfang didn't tell her earlier on. All right, let's go inside now, said Chu Xuanfang. Chu Peihan let him go, then turned to Ji Yuning and complained. Boss, I understand that you kept it a secret that my older brother came, but why did you lie to me and say that we're going to have a serious fight? I stayed alert the entire time. Chu Peihan wasn't really blaming Ji Yuning for that though. I didn't know what else I should say. Ji Yuning shrugged and said airily. Fine. Because Chu Peihan didn't really blame Ji Yuning for it, she didn't continue to talk about it. After that, Chu Xuanfang took Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan inside. Xuanfang, did you come alone? Asked Chu Peihan. No, my boss came too, said Chu Xuanfang. Satu is also here. I haven't seen him for ages. Chu Peihan was excited to hear that Satu Yi also came. Satuyi was the man who she trusted the most and had the closest relationship with except for her biological older brother. Yeah, but the situation is a little special today. Stay quiet after you go into the room later, said Chu Xuanfang. Thinking of the atmosphere in the private room, Chu Xuanfang gave a shiver. Why? Is Satu in a bad mood? Chu Peihan asked nervously. Satuyi had never vented anger on her, but she felt uneasy when Satuyi was in a bad mood and put on a cold face. Ji Yuning, however, knew the reason, so she asked, "Is everything fine between them?" Who? Chu Peihan asked curiously. They just had an argument. Nothing else has happened, but the atmosphere in the room is quite tense. None of us can bear it, said Chu Xuanfang, then he turned to Chu Peihan. The head of the Kirin gang, what? Hearing that, Chu Peihan felt more nervous and tightened her body. After all, the head of the Kirin gang was much scarier than Satuyi. Don't be nervous. Everything will be fine, said Ji Yuning to comfort Chu Peihan. It's impossible for me not to be nervous. That man is much scarier than Satu. I'm not you, said Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan had to admit that she really admired Ji Yuning's bravery. There was no one Ji Yuning was afraid of, and Ji Yuning was even able to make friends with them. Ji Yuning gave her a resigned smile, then said nothing. It was true that she was a very rare, brave person. Chapter 2045, I can sit in the middle. Actually, Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of anyone because she had outstanding abilities and no one could hurt her. If not, she wouldn't be so confident. Standing outside the private room where Qi Tianlin and Satuyi stayed were their two subordinates. After Chu Xuanfang came with Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan, he knocked on the door. Chu Xuanfang opened the door and walked inside with them after hearing a voice from the inside. Hi, Ji Yuning. Seeing Ji Yuning walking inside, Qi Tianlin and Satuyi stood up at the same time. They turned to look at her and greeted her. Facing Ji Yuning, both of them were very gentle. Yu Hao and Chu Xuanfang followed by Qi Tianlin's and Satuyi's side. They were already used to their heads' attitude towards Ji Yuning, but other people might be astonished because no one else had witnessed Qi Tianlin and Satuyi being so nice to a girl. Even when Satuyi faced Chu Peihan, he remained slightly serious. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ji Yuning apologized. Not at all. Qi Tianlin and Satuyi didn't care about it at all. Only Ji Yuning could receive this kind of treatment from them. It was impossible for them to wait for other people for 10 minutes, let alone several hours. Come here. Both Qi Tianlin and Satuyi invited Ji Yuning to sit next to them at the same time. Hearing each other's invitation to Ji Yuning, they exchanged a glance with aggression in their eyes. I'll sit in the middle. Ji Yuning didn't want to make them lose face or embarrass them, so she went to sit in the middle. Qi Tianlin and Satuyi said nothing as long as Ji Yuning didn't sit with either of them. Ji Yuning had nothing serious to talk with them, so they only casually chatted with each other. In the meantime, the news about the Shengning organization and Ji Yuning spread abroad in high society and on the internet. Among all the sensations Ji Yuning had brought to the public, this was the greatest one. People who paid a lot of attention to Ji Yuning were aware of her powerful connections and close relationship with the xianxia organization, the Tangguang organization, the Jinlin organization, the Heike organization, the Qinghua organization, and other large business groups. However, they had no idea how close they were because all their representatives who had shown up before weren't very important, but this time was different. In addition, many new super-rich families, like the Han family from City Q, the He family from HK, the Yi family from City M, showed up this time, which was quite shocking. Jesus, Goddess Gu is so amazing. She's able to know so many powerful figures. Given her connections, no wonder Ji Yuning has built up her business empire so smoothly. Smoothly? Not really. Ji Yuning had encountered a lot of trouble and attacks, but she had more abilities than other people, so it was easier for her to solve all the problems, and it seemed that nothing serious had happened to her. It's very common that one relies on his or her connections to run a business. Anyway, Goddess Gu is very outstanding, so she's able to build up a business empire. Right, without outstanding abilities, one can never be successful even if she or he has powerful connections. Some large corporations went bankrupt after their owners were changed, so abilities really matter. A business can stay profitable as long as its owner has abilities. Right, I don't think Goddess Gu is able to become so successful just relying on connections. She must be very outstanding, to make other people willing to help her. No one wants to help a useless person. Right, if we try to strike up a conversation with those famous businessmen and senior officials, they probably won't give us a glance. All seniors and teachers like obedient kids who are good at studying. Those kids can always receive special treatment from the seniors and teachers. That's how the world runs. You can only get other people's appreciation when you're outstanding enough. If not, no one cares about you. Ji Yuning had a lot of loyal fans, and they hated to hear it said that Ji Yuning relied on connections to build a successful business empire, so they kept on defending her. They didn't want other people to think that Ji Yuning was able to become successful all because of her connections. In fact, smart people all knew that one could never be successful with just connections but no outstanding abilities. Therefore, Ji Yuning's own abilities were the major factor in her great success today. Some people who were mentally distorted by jealousy still claimed that Ji Yuning relied on her connections to be successful, but it didn't attract much attention. Most internet users tended to believe Ji Yuning. As the Xianxia organization was officially established, its market valuation was naturally announced. Jade Beauty Jewelry had a total asset of about 12 billion yuan, and this only counted the turnover since the opening and the jewelry being sold. The jade inventory wasn't announced. Kuzi Beauty Company had a total asset of about 9 billion yuan. Kalane Pharmaceutical Company had about 8 billion yuan. The above three were the most profitable brands controlled by the Xianxia organization. Xianxia Antique Store and Xianxia Arts and Crafts had about 3 billion yuan. Gufan had around 2 billion yuan. And Fenghua Entertainment's value wasn't estimated yet. Accordingly, the Xianxia organization was valued at about 34 billion yuan, which was a conservative estimate. After the establishment today, the Xianxia organization joined the top 20 corporations in the capital overnight, which had never happened before. Wow, Goddess Gu is so rich. She has over 30 billion yuan. At her young age, it's quite unbelievable that she could be so rich. It's even a conservative estimate. I bet she must be richer than just that. Of course, Kuzi is unusually popular now. It has only been founded for a few months. As time goes by, it will become more and more profitable. Right, Kalane is very successful too. Most families have Kalane medicines in their homes. They're quite effective. Gufan has a lot of loyal customers as well. I know very little about antiques and crafts. The value of Fenghua Entertainment must be high too. Many people felt jealous of Ji Yuning's wealth at such a young age, but they could do nothing about it. Rong Zechen, Yuan Yilin, Yuan Shuyan, and other people were paying special attention to the news about the Xianxia organization and Ji Yuning, so they were amazed too. They were aware of Ji Yuning's powerful connections and relationship with the Leng family, the Shu family, the Zhang family, and some other famous families, but they surprisingly found that Ji Yuning was far more influential than they thought. In addition, the Leng family sent Leng Xiaoting over to attend the ceremony. Leng Xiaoting rarely showed up at public events, unless it was his close friend's birthday party or something like that. Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfan also came in person on behalf of the Tang family in City B. They were curious about how close Ji Yuning's relationship with the Tang family was. It seemed that Ji Yuning wasn't simple at all. Chapter 2046. Share a meal this afternoon. In fact, they never denied Ji Yuning's abilities, but they got jealous precisely because Ji Yuning was very outstanding. Because it was a news video, it wasn't long and there weren't many pictures of Ji Yuning standing with Tang Yunfan. Tang Yunfan didn't show up very much in the camera either, so no one found out that Ji Yuning resembled Tang Yunfan. In addition, Ji Yuning didn't resemble Tang Yunfan that closely, so people could easily ignore it. Even if someone noticed it, their surnames were different. One was Tang, while the other Ji Yu. So nobody would connect them together. The news soon spread abroad in the capital university, and many other prestigious universities, so a lot of people saw it. This time, Ji Yuning became really famous. For the capital university, it was great pride and the leaders of the school were very happy about that. Because Ji Yuning was a very outstanding student, the school was able to gain a good reputation too. Ni Chenyang called Ji Yuning to congratulate her. Although he knew the Shengning organization would be established, he felt it would be more appropriate to congratulate her after the establishment. Ni Chenyang didn't blame Ji Yuning for not inviting him, because they weren't very close. He would be happy if he was invited, but it wasn't suitable from Ji Yuning's position. Xie Yi normally paid no attention to news like that, and she was resting in her dorm room in a military base. However, one of Xie Yi's female friends loved reading the news, so she read posts about the news conference of the Shengning organization. After that, she noticed Leng Xiaoting in the video and sent Xie Yi the link at once. Yi, it's quite strange. Why did Leng Xiaoting show up in the business news? Anyway, he's so charming in a military uniform. When can you steal his heart? What if other women saw him and stole his heart before you? Since she was Xie Yi's friend, she was aware that Xie Yi admired Leng Xiaoting. That was the reason why she sent Xie Yi the news link and message. She also knew that Leng Xiaoting was always cold to every girl, but she had no idea that he already had a fiancé. So even though there was no development between Xie Yi's relationship with Leng Xiaoting, she still thought that Xie Yi had a chance. Before Xie Yi played the video, she saw the cover picture of Leng Xiaoting standing with Ji Yuning on the screen. After reading her friend's message, she felt very upset. Leng Xiaoting already had a fiancé, so it was impossible for her to win his heart now. In order to stop her friend from saying it again, Xie Yi replied, "Don't talk about Leng Xiaoting with me again. He already has a fiancé. It's the girl in a white suit in the video." After replying to her friend, Xie Yi began to watch the video. Nevertheless, she was amazed when she watched and heard the content of the video. Although she already knew that the girl chosen by the Leng family couldn't be born in a common family, she was still surprised by Ji Yuning's unbelievable abilities. Ji Yuning was only 19 this year and she was just a freshman. It was incredible. The first idea that appeared in Xie Yi's mind was that Ji Yuning relied on her own abilities instead of dirty tricks to become so successful today. Because she had met Ji Yuning twice, she could see that Ji Yuning was very different from her peers although they barely talked to each other. Moreover, she wasn't dumb. If Ji Yuning wasn't outstanding, she couldn't become so successful just with her connections. She was a great example. Her family was very influential and was a major general, but she still had to rely on herself to be promoted step by step. If connections were really omnipotent, she would have been in a very high position long ago. Therefore, she believed that Ji Yuning had outstanding abilities. Precisely because of that, she grew more jealous of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wasn't only beautiful, outstanding and influential, but most importantly she won Leng Xiaoting's heart. Xie Yi was jealous of Ji Yuning, and was unwilling to accept the reality, but she never had any ideas to hurt Ji Yuning. She wasn't evil, and had no reason to do that. After all, it was her unrequited love from the beginning to the end. However, she wouldn't be pleased if she saw Ji Yuning again. Xie Yi was in a terrible mood now, so she went out to run instead of having a nap. Xie Yi's friend was shocked after reading her reply. What? Leng Xiaoting already has a fiancé. It's the girl named Ji Yuning. Anyway, Ji Yuning was indeed very outstanding and had great achievements at a very young age. In addition, she was stunningly beautiful. She and Leng Xiaoting were really a perfect couple. Xie Yi's friend felt sorry for her, but didn't blame Ji Yuning for it. After all, it was their own personal affair, so she had no position to interfere. When will you go back? If you have time, why don't we share a meal this afternoon? Asked Ji Yuning. Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen would leave for the airport at 4 p.m., so it would be time for dinner after she sent them to the airport. Sure. Both Qi Tianlin and Satuyi agreed. They also had the idea to invite Ji Yuning for a meal this afternoon. Although Qi Tianlin and Satuyi didn't want to see each other, they knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't dine alone with either of them because Ji Yuning was unwilling to embarrass them. As a result, even if Qi Tianlin and Satuyi were reluctant to see each other, they could only accept the reality or Ji Yuning would ignore both of them. After staying with Chi Tianlin and Satuyi for about an hour, Ji Yuning left first because she needed to send her grandfather and father to the airport. Chi Tianlin and Satuyi didn't stop her. They were reluctant to dine in another place, so they had a meal in that clubhouse. Now, they went to have a rest in their own rooms. Chu Peihan stayed with Chu Xuanfang. Right after Ji Yuning left the clubhouse, Satuyi called her and said he wanted to buy some pills from Ji Yuning. He didn't ask for the pills at their meeting just now, but did it on the phone when Ji Yuning left because he couldn't say it aloud with Chi Tianlin's presence. Ji Yuning agreed with alacrity. She didn't ask for as much money from Satuyi as Chi Tianlin. She only charged him 10 million yuan for 20 pills. When Ji Yuning was back at the Wangdeng Hotel, she sensed no air of cultivators around, so she called Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 2047, Do You Want Me to Be Stuffed? Leng Xiaoting was in the hotel right now. Because he now was at a higher level than those cultivators who came to spy on Ji Yuning, he would find them before they noticed him. So he came over once he sensed no air of cultivators near the hotel. After that, Ji Yuning met Leng Xiaoting and they went to the room where Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng stayed. When it was time for them to leave, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning sent them to the airport. Although Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin would stay in the capital for 2 more days, they still went to send Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfan to the airport along with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfan were unwilling to leave Ji Yuning because they hadn't seen each other for a long time and this meeting was very short. They had to separate again very soon. However, they all had their own things to deal with, so it was unavoidable. After Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfan left, Ji Yuning said to Leng Xiaoting on their way back to the city center, Chi Tianlin and Satuyi came today. They didn't show up in public because of their background, so I invited them to share a meal this afternoon. Will you come? Because she knew Leng Xiaoting had some grudges with Chi Tianlin, they would have conflict if they met. She could stop them, but the atmosphere would be unkind, so she needed to ask for Leng Xiaoting's opinions first. I don't think I should go. Leng Xiaoting refused. Although he was unwilling to let Ji Yuning go to dine with them, he knew that they were simply friends. He wasn't worried about that, and he merely disliked Chi Tianlin and Satuyi. However, even if he disliked them, he couldn't stop Ji Yuning from making friends. In addition, Chi Tianlin and Satuyi were very helpful. Since he said that, Ji Yuning didn't insist. All right, you can have a meal nearby with Jiakai and Wenxi. I'll go to see you once I'm done. Ji Yuning didn't bother to ask Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin whether they would go with her, because she knew they wouldn't. They were so afraid of Chi Tianlin, and they would only feel uncomfortable if they went there. Back in the clubhouse, it was already 6:10 p.m. It wasn't early, but wasn't very late either, so neither Chi Tianlin nor Satuyi called to urge her. They knew that Ji Yuning didn't have much free time today, and she would come since she promised to come. If she couldn't, she would let them know earlier. At 6:20 p.m., Ji Yuning went to the private room they were in. In the private room, the atmosphere was tense before Ji Yuning came. Although Chi Tianlin and Satuyi reached an agreement to some extent, it didn't mean they could get along well with each other. They were always competing against one another. People who stayed in the same room as them found it difficult to breathe. Once Ji Yuning came, they became gentle. Chu Xuanfang and the other people couldn't admire Ji Yuning more now, because she was the only one who was able to receive such good treatment from these 2 gang bosses. Even those who had a close relationship with them couldn't see them being so kind. That must be the power of love. Even if Chi Tianlin and Satuyi were only Ji Yuning's friends, both of them liked her. During the meal, Chi Tianlin and Satuyi competed against each other to put dishes into Ji Yuning's bowl with a pair of separate chopsticks, so it wasn't inappropriate. Ji Yuning, however, didn't know what to say, seeing the large pile of dishes in her bowl. She could eat a lot, but couldn't eat so much. Besides, her bowl now became a battlefield in the war between Chi Tianlin and Satuyi. All right, enough, you two. Ji Yuning was slightly annoyed. Go out and have a fight if you want. Stop using my bowl as your battlefield. Or are you dissatisfied with me? Do you want me to be stuffed? Hearing that, Chi Tianlin and Satuyi stopped, feeling upset. A fight wasn't necessary, and they couldn't do that right now even if they were really going to have a fight because Ji Yuning would certainly leave. Neither of them was dissatisfied with Ji Yuning. Chu Xuanfang and the other people admired Ji Yuning now more than ever, because only Ji Yuning dared to vent her anger on them and they weren't mad at all. After Ji Yuning snapped at them, they stopped putting dishes into her bowl because she could barely finish the food in her bowl. Ji Yuning didn't care much about that. She would do her best to finish the food. In the end, almost half of the food was left in the bowl. After having the meal, both Chi Tianlin and Satuyi wanted Ji Yuning to stay for a while longer or have fun with them in the clubhouse, but Ji Yuning said she needed to see her cousins, so she had to leave. Since she said that, Chi Tianlin and Satuyi didn't insist. And since Ji Yuning was going to leave, Chi Tianlin and Satuyi separated too. Chu Xuanfang would drive Chu Peihen to her school later so they could spend more time together. Chu Xuanfang would leave early in the morning tomorrow, and neither of them knew when they would meet again. As soon as Ji Yuning left, she went to see Leng Xiaoting and the others. Because she didn't dine with them, she planned to go to have fun with them in a bar or club tonight. She called Zi Beiying to join them. When Chu Xuanfang drove Chu Peihen back to her school, something unpleasant happened. Chu Xuanfang borrowed a car from the hotel to send Chu Xuanfang to school, which was Satuyi's temporary car today. They didn't have influence in the capital, so they could only borrow a car from the hotel. Even though it was a car they borrowed from the hotel, it was a luxurious car which cost over 1,000,000 yuan, so it aroused suspicions and rumors when Chu Peihen went back to her school in it. There were many rich heirs in their school, so it wasn't uncommon to see luxurious cars. However, if they were unfamiliar with the owners of the luxurious cars, they would have unkind opinions. It was unfair, but was understandable. Because it was a film academy, most students went to this school for fame. The entertainment industry was also notorious for its amoral unspoken rules, so it was very common that many female students sold their bodies for money for fame. Some people kept it in private, but some didn't. On the contrary, they chose to make it public to show off her connections. Oh, the girl just got out of a luxurious car. Has she found herself a sugar daddy? 4 girls just reached the gate of their school. After witnessing Chu Peihen get out of the luxurious car, they began to discuss it. Who knows? Isn't it very common in our school? Girl B said. Perhaps it's her family's car. Don't just defame girls for getting out of luxurious cars, said Girl C. Chapter 2048, Aren't you ashamed? Come on, it can't be her family's car. There aren't so many rich kids, said Girl B with jealousy. Even if there aren't many rich kids, how do you know she isn't one of them? Said Girl C. She thought it was very evil to badmouth other people without knowing the truth. Do you know she's one of those rich kids? Girl A argued. I don't. Since you don't know it either, stop attacking the girl. Rumors can kill. It's very unkind to badmouth other people behind their back, said Girl C. Luo Yinyan, you don't even know her, why are you defending her? Said Girl A. She was mad at Girl C and criticized her. Yang Zi, I just want to remind you not to badmouth other people without knowing the truth. It's very evil. It's not good for you either. If you can't understand that, I'm leaving, said Luo Yinyan in annoyance, then left right away. She didn't know that Yang Zi was such an unkind girl till now. She thought that she better keep a distance away from her, or she would be attacked one day as well. Yang Zi was mad, but didn't dare to argue with Luo Yinyan any longer because Luo Yinyan's family was richer than hers. However, she didn't understand why Luo Yinyan chose to stand with a strange girl. Yang Zi still didn't think she was wrong, but the other girls agreed with Luo Yinyan. Chu Peihen already heard their discussion. If they talked about something else, she wouldn't mind it, but she must do something because they defamed her. Therefore, Chu Peihen walked straight to Yang Zi and the other girls. Seeing Chu Peihen walking to them in annoyance, Yang Zi and the other girls realized that Chu Peihen must have heard their discussion. Yang Zi panicked a little, but didn't think it was a big deal. She didn't think that Chu Peihen would dare to hurt her just because she said something bad about her, so Yang Zi glared at Chu Peihen. Nevertheless, Yang Zi and the other girls were filled with jealousy once they saw Chu Peihan clearly because Chu Peihan was prettier than them. Even if Chu Peihan wasn't the most beautiful girl in their school, she was already very outstanding. Seeing Yang Zi glaring at her, Chu Peihan smiled mockingly. They were bad-mouthing her just now, but why were they mad at her now? I heard your discussion. What? Can't other girls sit in luxurious cars? Can't other girls have luxurious cars? Does a girl have to have a sugar daddy in order to sit in a luxurious car? Why do you hate rich people so much? Why wouldn't you stop attacking me? You can't defame me just because you're jealous of me. Chu Peihan didn't show much anger on her face. She simply mocked them. Chu Peihan said they were jealous of her not because she was narcissistic, but because the jealousy in their eyes was too obvious to be ignored. Besides, they got jealous of her right after defaming her. Ridiculous. No one is jealous of you. Why should we be jealous of you? You're shameless. Stop flattering yourself. Yang Zi argued in anger and humiliation. She denied it, but the jealousy in her eyes was indeed too obvious to be hidden. Right, we don't hate rich people either. There are a lot of girls who ache to get famous by finding themselves a sugar daddy in our school. You might be one of them. Girl A chimed in. Although she realized it was unkind after hearing Luo Yinyan's words, jealousy got the better of her when she faced Chu Peihan now. Since you know nothing about me, how dare you defame me? Don't you know it can seriously damage a girl's reputation? It's fine if you're talking about the truth, but what if it isn't? You're deliberately making rumors and causing me trouble, said Chu Peihan. She wasn't mad, but squinted coldly. Looking at Chu Peihan being like that, Yang Zi and the other girls felt guilty in an instant. Tell us, is the car your family's? Yang Zi had no sense to face reality. Since Chu Peihan came to argue with them, it proved she didn't have a sugar daddy, but Yang Zi wouldn't give up asking about that. Yang Zi believed that Chu Peihan must have a sugar daddy, but didn't dare to admit it for the sake of her reputation. Does it have to be my family's car or a sugar daddy's? Can't it be owned by my relative or friend? Don't you have rich relatives or friends? Are your relatives and friends all poor? Chu Peihan didn't say that the car was her family's because it wasn't. Anyway, Chu Peihan kept on arguing against Yang Zi and the other girls. It was true that they all had rich relatives and friends. When Yang Zi went to enroll, she had also borrowed a good car from her relative. The car didn't cost as much as 1,000,000 yuan, but it at least cost about 700,000 yuan. However, they still refused to give in, so Yang Zi said, "Who knows whether you're telling the truth? No matter what, it's none of your business. Face your fault and stop annoying me. I have a quick temper and I can ruin you if you won't stop." Chu Peihan coldly threatened them, which scared Yang Zi and the other girls. They were mad at being threatened, but didn't dare to resist. Hey, what's happening here? What are you arguing about? Right at this moment, a cheerful male voice sounded and they turned to look at him at once. The next second, the girls became shy. Oh, hi, Senior Han. Yang Zi and the other girls greeted him in a very gentle tone. They didn't seem mean at all now. Chu Peihan, however, rolled her eyes at the young man. She was reluctant to see him. The young man was exactly Han Chengelin. Han Chengelin didn't reply to Yang Zi and the other girls, nor did he pay any attention to them. Instead, he stared at Chu Peihan and gloated over her embarrassment. Hey, don't you have a car yourself? Why do you need your friend to send you back every time? Don't you feel embarrassed? Students in our school are very complicated. Be careful not to be misunderstood, or the loss will outweigh the gain. Han Chengelin was defending Chu Peihan by saying it was her friend who sent her back, not a sugar daddy. Moreover, Chu Peihan had her own car and she wasn't poor at all. She didn't need a sugar daddy. He also believed that it was just Chu Peihan's friend instead of a sugar daddy. Chapter 2049. I don't care how you think of me. He actually didn't know whether Chu Peihan's family was rich, but he could see that she wasn't born in a common family. Hearing his words, Yang Zi and the other girls were surprised. They definitely wouldn't doubt his words. Since he said that, it meant the person wasn't Chu Peihan's sugar daddy, but a friend. In addition, Han Chengelin said that she had her own car, which meant that her family couldn't be poor. What was worse, given Han Chengelin's tone, it was obvious that he was familiar with Chu Peihan. Unexpectedly, Chu Peihan knew Han Chengelin and they were very familiar. They knew a lot about Han Chengelin. He wasn't only outstanding, his family was also very rich. In that case, people who were familiar with Han Chengelin couldn't be poor. I don't go out often. Why'd I have to drive a car? Leave it covered by dirt in the parking lot. My friend doesn't mind sending me back. Why should I feel embarrassed? Said Chu Peihan. She knew that Han Chengelin was helping her, so she accepted his kindness because she was unwilling to get in trouble. What? Don't you need to apologize after slandering me? Chu Peihan turned to ask Xianxia and the other girls seriously. She had no intention of paying them back. As long as they apologized, she would let them go. Sorry. Xianxia and the other girls subconsciously apologized and didn't dare to say anything else again. All right, you can go now. If I learn you're bad-mouthing me again behind my back, you'll be punished. Chu Peihan chased them away without patience. She also warned them in the end. I won't, said Xianxia at once. They didn't dare to pay more attention to the handsome Han Chengelin because they were greatly embarrassed in front of him this time. Without delay, Chu Peihan turned around, and walked away, leaving Han Chengelin behind. Seeing that, Han Chengelin was struck dumb for a second. He was surprised by Chu Peihan's attitude, so he became mad in an instant. Hey, I helped you out. Shouldn't you thank me for that? I didn't need your help. It's you who jumped out by yourself. Even if you said nothing, I could still handle it on my own, said Chu Peihan, showing no gratitude to him. Chu Peihan wasn't ungrateful. She actually felt grateful, but she felt that Han Chengelin was very annoying, so she didn't want to talk to him. Han Chengelin was slightly mad, but wasn't really angry with Chu Peihan. Instead, he felt Chu Peihan was quite adorable. Fine, you win. Han Chengelin gave in. Anyway, given my sincere performance, please teach me Kung Fu. Chu Peihan refused to reply to him, and rolled her eyes at him because she was unwilling to talk about that with him now. No matter how she refused to do that, Han Chengelin wouldn't let her go. If you don't say no, then it's a silent yes. Without Chu Peihan's response, Han Chengelin begged again. Even if you take it as a silent yes, I won't teach you any skills. What can you do about that? Chu Peihan said. How can you be so cold-blooded? I've begged you for so long. You still refuse to change your mind, said Han Chengelin confusedly. Why can't you give up then? I've refused countless times. Can't you give up? I can make the decision on my own. You can't force me to do it. Let me be honest with you, I don't like you, so I don't want to teach you Kung Fu, said Chu Peihan. She couldn't care less about his face. Han Chengelin wasn't annoyed. In fact, he wouldn't stop begging Chu Peihan not only to persuade her to teach him Kung Fu because he didn't lack teachers, but because he felt that Chu Peihan was very fun and he wanted to see her more often. Come on, I'm so handsome. How come you don't like me? Han Chengelin asked in the tone of a typical narcissist. Hearing Han Chengelin's words, Chu Peihan rolled her eyes at him again and said with obvious disdain, I've seen many men who are more handsome than you. You're merely a nobody. As long as you're willing to teach me Kung Fu, I don't care how you think of me, said Han Chengelin airily. Chu Peihan felt she couldn't communicate with Han Chengelin, so she directly ran away leaving him behind. Hey, you. Han Chengelin was struck dumb for a second. To his surprise, Chu Peihan suddenly ran away and he felt heavily hit. Han Chengelin wanted to chase her, but gave it up the next second because it would greatly affect his image. Besides, he couldn't catch up with her. Chu Peihan ran much faster than him, so it was useless even if he chased her right now. Anyway, he would see her again. He didn't need to rush to chase her right now. Because Xu Jinchen was absent, Zi Beiying had an absent look on her face. Especially when she saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting showing affection in public, she felt lonelier. Now that she had a boyfriend, she couldn't stand it when other people showed affection in public while her boyfriend was absent. When she was single, she didn't think it was a big problem when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting showed affection in front of her. She felt slightly uncomfortable, but it wouldn't affect her mood to have fun with her friends. She wasn't so sensitive after all. In addition, Cao Wenxin was in the same situation as her. Therefore, they sat together and drank a lot. Ji Yuning and her friends separated at 11 p.m. Zi Beiying and her bodyguards went home on their own. Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin were staying in the Wangdeng Hotel as usual, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sent them to there. There were many coincidences in this world. So as soon as they entered the hotel, they met Xin Bei's ex-girlfriend, Yu Wenjing. Yu Wenjing was a little drunk, holding a man's arm. Right after she finished check-in and turned around, she saw Cao Wenxin and the others behind her. At this time, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai walked at the front, followed by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Because Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai walked closely and they chatted with laughter about where to go and eat tomorrow, they seemed like a couple. As a result, Yu Wenjing believed they were a couple. Without hesitation, she rushed to Cao Wenxin and criticized her in anger. How dare you? Since you're together with Xin Bei now, how can you stay in a hotel with another man? You bitch, I'm going to tell him. The moment Cao Wenxin saw Yu Wenjing, she frowned and directly gave Yu Wenjing a heavy slap after hearing her words. Yu Wenjing was struck dumb after the slap. Before she came back to her senses, she heard Cao Wenxin's cold voice. Are you crazy? Stop attacking people. Yu Wenjing got her senses back and was full of fury, but she was scared of meeting Cao Wenxin's angry eyes because Cao Wenxin had kicked her once before. Chapter 2050. No position to blame me. The man who stood behind Yu Wenjing walked over aggressively at once. He protected Yu Wenjing behind him, then raised his hand to slap Cao Wenxin. However, the second he raised his hand, Tang Jiakai caught it. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting watched from the side and did nothing because they knew that Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin weren't weak. Both of them were strong, so it was very easy for them to defeat two ordinary people. Let me go. The man glared at Tang Jiakai. Sure. Tang Jiakai sneered, then threw the man to the ground. The man glared at Tang Jiakai in anger. To his surprise, Tang Jiakai was much stronger than he thought and easily threw him to the ground. Although it was painful, he wasn't seriously injured, so he abruptly got up from the ground to beat Tang Jiakai. However, before he could touch Tang Jiakai, he was stopped by security guards who just ran over. Please, don't fight in our hotel, or we'll call the police, said a security guard seriously. It's the woman who hurt my friend first. The man pointed at Cao Wenxin, complaining angrily. Because your girlfriend slandered me. Cao Wenxin argued in annoyance. She didn't think she should tolerate the slander. Am I wrong? Yu Wenjing retorted, although she was slightly afraid of Cao Wenxin. You don't even know our relationship. Why are you so confident that you're right? Cao Wenxin said with a cold expression. Who do you think you are? You have no position to criticize me. Yu Wenjing was struck dumb for a second. She indeed had no position to criticize Cao Wenxin, but she was unwilling to give in. I just feel it's unfair for Xin Bei. What's your relationship with my boyfriend? He doesn't need your sympathy, said Cao Wenxin. Yu Wenjing suddenly didn't know what to say. Yu Wenjing's boyfriend heard their conversation and realized why Yu Wenjing lost control of herself just then. It turned out that she did it for another man. At this moment, the manager of the hotel walked over in panic to Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin. He apologized in horror. I'm sorry, Lord Tang, Miss Cao, I'll tell them to leave right now. Other people were surprised, seeing the manager's attitude towards Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin. It seemed that they were very important. Hearing the manager's words, Yu Wenjing, however, felt displeased and questioned him. Why should we leave? Because this hotel is owned by my family, so I can chase you out. You shouldn't have slandered my younger cousin and me just now. Tang Jiakai seldom showed his status, but this time was different because he hated this woman extremely. Besides, he could also see that this woman must admire Xin Bei, but Xin Bei disliked her, so she blamed Cao Wenxin for that and slandered Cao Wenxin. They were all shocked. To their astonishment, he was the heir of the Tang family, while Cao Wenxin was his younger cousin, a member of the Tang family as well. It was known to everyone that the Wangdeng Hotel was owned by the Tangguang organization, which was the Tang family's business, and the Tang family was a famous dominant family. Yu Wenjing rounded her eyes in shock. She couldn't believe that they were from such an influential family. At the same time, she was reluctant to accept that. She refused to believe that Cao Wenxin was born in a powerful family. Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. All right, tell them to leave now. They're annoying. Tang Jiakai waved his hand impatiently. He didn't want to see Yu Wenjing any longer. Sure, Lord Tang, said the manager and told the security guards to chase them out. After knowing Tang Jiakai's and Cao Wenxin's family background, Yu Wenjing and her boyfriend didn't dare to argue with them again. They had to leave quickly. Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin were mad at their behavior, but they soon relaxed. After all, they weren't the ones who were punished, so they soon forgot about Yu Wenjing. After Yu Wenjing and her boyfriend left the Wangdeng Hotel, her boyfriend suddenly slapped her and questioned her in anger. What did you mean by doing that just then? Who's Xinbei? Why did you stand out for him? Yu Wenjing was annoyed by his slap, but panicked once she heard him mention Xinbei. He's your ex-boyfriend, right? Or the man you love? Seeing Yu Wenjing's reaction, the man had his answer. He just wasn't sure whether Xinbei was Yu Wenjing's ex-boyfriend or the man she loved. No matter what, she must like him very much since she would still get mad because of him. Yu Wenjing panicked a little again. The man was sure that he guessed correctly, so he wanted to give her another slap, but gave up in the end. Since you can't forget him, disappear now, said the man, then he turned around walking away without hesitation. Feng, I'm sorry. I know it's my fault. Please don't leave me. Seeing that, Yu Wenjing went ahead to pull the man's arm at once. She indeed still cared about Xinbei, but she was clearly aware that they wouldn't be together again, so she didn't have any hope about that. She was merely impulsive just then. However, she couldn't lose Chen Feng right now, because only Chen Feng could satisfy all her needs. Chen Feng could satisfy her physical and material needs, and she also liked him, so she was unwilling to break up with him. Get off. Chen Feng heavily threw Yu Wenjing to the ground without any sympathy. He also had no intention of helping her get back to her feet, and left right away. He liked Yu Wenjing as well, but he hated it that her heart was occupied by another man. He had been hurt by that once before, so he had zero tolerance for that now. Ji Yu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left after sending Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin back to their rooms. They ran into Yu Wenjing, who was crying on the ground by the side of the road outside the hotel, but they didn't bother to pay attention to her and directly drove away. It was already 12 a.m. when they were back in the Sihewan. Shang Guanyang was resting in his room, while Jing Yunyao was cultivating in the backyard. Once she sensed that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were back, she stopped and walked out to chat with them. Chapter 2051, Are you really mad? Your cousin sent me a message today. The Kung Fu competition in the cultivation world will be held in 3 days. You need to go there late at night the day after tomorrow. If you go there in the day, other cultivators will see you. Jing Yunyao said, Oh, because the Yin family and Tiandaozong failed to find the murderer, your cousin is still being watched by Tiandaozong, so he couldn't come out to meet you. He'll leave the cultivation world in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. Senior Shengguan will go to meet him. If there is really someone following him, he'll lead the person away and bring your cousin over. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting agreed. Will they spy on Uncle Jing forever if they can't find the murderer? Ji Yuning asked. She wasn't mad because they were the murderers. It was understandable that Jing Jining was taken as the suspect and was being spied on. Even she would do that as well if she went through something like that. Therefore, she didn't have a double standard. If they still can't find anything strange about Jing Jining in another half a month, they might give up spying on him, because they need to deal with other things. It takes a lot for them to send a senior cultivator to spy on Jing Jining, said Jing Yunyao. The next day, Leng Xiaoting went back to the military base in the morning. They would go to the cultivation world at midnight tomorrow, so he would come back again in the afternoon. That morning, Ji Yuning took Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai to have a tour at the tourist attractions in the city center. After having lunch, they would go to some places which were farther away. However, before lunch, Cao Wenxin received Xinbei's call. Xinbei told her that he was back in the capital and asked her where she was. Obviously, after Leng Xiaoting went back, he told Xinbei to go to the capital. Cao Wenxin was excited when she learned the news that Xinbei was back in the capital. Because of Xinbei's job, they rarely saw each other. Since Xinbei was back, he spent the day along with them. At noon, Leng Xiaojia left the hospital. Leng Yuanqin and Zhang Shuyuan went to bring her back home. After recovering for some time, Leng Xiaojia got much better. She wasn't as haggard and weak as before, but she wasn't strong either. Given Leng Xiaojia's current situation, she was unwilling to see outsiders, so she would stay at home to recover for a long time after leaving hospital. She wouldn't go out until she was fully recovered. Because of what she had suffered, Leng Xiaojia became much gloomier than before. She refused to talk to other people and even talked very little with her own parents. In the old days, she was very talkative. When Leng Xiaojia was back, Master Leng reminded her to behave herself from now on. He forbade her to have any conflicts with Ji Yuning again. Leng Xiaojia was displeased, but had to agree when she faced the serious Master Leng. She could do nothing about it after all. No matter how much she hated Ji Yuning to death right now, she didn't dare to hurt Ji Yuning again. After reminding Leng Xiaojia to behave herself, Master Leng told her to have a rest in her room. Leng Xiaojia surfed on Weibo to relax. Although she hated Ji Yuning and disliked everything about Ji Yuning, she still couldn't stop herself from paying special attention to news about Ji Yuning. Sometimes, one pays special attention to another person not out of concern, but because of hatred. Leng Xiaojia simply wanted to see bad news about Ji Yuning. Unfortunately, she only read news about the establishment of Ji Yuning's business empire. Instantly, she was in a worse mood. She threw her phone away, losing interest in it. To her surprise, Ji Yuning was much more outstanding than she thought. After having a meal in the afternoon, Tang Jiakai knew that it would be better for him to be absent, so he went to play games in his room, leaving Cao Wenxin alone with Xinbei. Anyway, he was indeed a little tired after hanging out for a day. He didn't want to go out again. Ji Yuning also went back to Sihewan. In the city, all the lights were bright. Cao Wenxin and Xinbei chatted with each other while walking in a park, hand in hand. As they chatted with each other, Cao Wenxin blurted out that she ran into Yu Wenjing at the hotel last night. Cao Wenxin originally didn't want to bring it up, because it would make her seem very mean. In addition, she wasn't hurt anyway, so it was unnecessary to bring it up, or Xinbei would be upset. However, she already blurted it out and Xinbei heard it. "What did you say? You ran into Yu Wenjing at the hotel. Did she do anything terrible to you?" he asked at once. Xinbei looked annoyed because he was afraid that Cao Wenxin was aggrieved. "No big deal. I was with my younger cousin back then, so she was suspicious of me cheating on you. She criticized me for a while, but was chased out by security guards afterwards." Cao Wenxin had to be honest, but she didn't tell many details. "She's crazy. How could she do that to you?" Xinbei knew that Yu Wenjing wouldn't be kind, so he was furious. However, although he was mad, he wouldn't go to pay Yu Wenjing back since Cao Wenxin also told him that Yu Wenjing had been punished. "All right, I don't care about that. Anyway, I wasn't the one who was punished." Cao Wenxin comforted Xinbei right away. She honestly didn't think they should be mad because of that. Xinbei soon calmed down, but he still thought that Cao Wenxin was treated unfairly, so he apologized. "Sorry, it's all because of me. You shouldn't have been assaulted. Do you regret being together with me?" Cao Wenxin asked on purpose. "Of course not." Xinbei immediately denied it. "Fine." Cao Wenxin snorted and said nothing further. She wasn't mad at Xinbei, but was simply teasing him. "Are you really mad?" Xinbei asked nervously. He had been together with Cao Wenxin for a long time, but they seldom met, so he wasn't very familiar with Cao Wenxin's character yet. As a result, he wasn't sure whether she was really mad at him. "I'm not," said Cao Wenxin, but in a flat voice, which wasn't persuasive. Therefore, Xinbei still believed that she was mad. Even if it was a little strange, he still said to please her, "Did I say or do anything wrong? Tell me, I can change." "Nothing." Cao Wenxin stopped teasing him and became much gentler. "Really?" Xinbei still couldn't believe it. "Yeah," said Cao Wenxin. Chapter 2052, Tang Jokai isn't a kid. Shinbei observed Cao Wenxin's expression for a while. Seeing no hint of annoyance, he finally felt relieved and stopped asking her why she seemed mad just now. I want ice cream. When they walked by an ice cream shop, Cao Wenxin said. Sure, what flavor do you want? I'll go buy it for you, said Shinbei. Strawberry, said Cao Wenxin. No problem, said Shinbei and went to buy ice cream for Cao Wenxin. Because there were many people in the ice cream shop, he needed to wait in a line, but Shinbei didn't seem impatient at all. Seeing that, other people all got envious of Cao Wenxin because Shinbei was a very handsome and loving boyfriend. Even though it only took a while to stand in a line to buy ice cream, most men wouldn't do that because they lacked patience. The line wasn't long, so Shinbei bought the ice cream within 5 minutes and gave it to Cao Wenxin. They walked for a while longer, then went to sit in a quiet cafe. After sitting for a few hours, they had to go back at 11 p.m. Can I sleep in your room? Asked Shinbei. No, my younger cousin will sleep in the room next to mine. Cao Wenxin refused without thinking about it. It wasn't because she was shy, but because she was afraid that Tang Jokai might hear some sounds from her room. She indeed felt a little shy, even if she had stayed alone with Shinbei many times, but it wasn't the reason why she turned Shinbei down. It was mainly because of Tang Jokai. Knowing that, Shinbei agreed. Can I book another room which is farther away from your cousin's? Cao Wenxin hesitated for a second, but still thought it was inappropriate. If he learns that I'm not in the room the next morning, he'll be suspicious. Hearing that, Shinbei almost rolled his eyes. Tang Jokai isn't a kid. Do you think he'll believe that you're alone in the room tonight? We're all adults. He won't have any bad opinions about you. Cao Wenxin frowned. She agreed with Shinbei on that, but somehow still felt slightly displeased. Anyway, Tang Jokai wouldn't believe that she slept alone in the room, so she didn't need to care about his opinions. You can go to book a room now. Jokai's room and mine are both on the 16th floor, said Cao Wenxin. She and Shinbei were a couple anyway, so there was nothing for her to be afraid of. Sure. Shinbei was satisfied. Once they arrived at the Wangdeng Hotel, he went to book a room. Shinbei booked a room on the 12th floor, which was far away from Tang Jokai's room. When a couple stayed in the same room for a night, they surely would do something a couple should do. The next day, Cao Wenxin woke up at 6:30 a.m. She abruptly sat up on the bed, which woke Shinbei up. He thought something terrible happened to Cao Wenxin, so he asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Get up. Go back to the room and change clothes," said Cao Wenxin, giving Shinbei a glare. Although she knew that Tang Jokai would believe she stayed with Shinbei in the same room last night whether she went back to her room alone or not the next day, she still wanted to hide it. She was unwilling to wear the same clothing because it would expose that she didn't go back to her room last night. Cao Wenxin rarely wore makeup now because her skin became much better after using kuzi. She was very pretty, so it was fine for her to go out without any makeup now. She would only wear some makeup when she needed to have fun outside. Shinbei didn't think further about that, so he felt confused when Cao Wenxin glared at him and said she needed to change clothes. Anyway, he wasn't displeased at all and said right away, "I'll go with you." "No." Cao Wenxin gave him a glare again. "I'll go on my own. I'll call you once I'm done, then we'll have breakfast together with Jokai." Hearing that, Shinbei figured out Cao Wenxin's thoughts, so he didn't insist. Fine. After that, Cao Wenxin got up and her flawless seductive skin was completely exposed in Shinbei's sight. Shinbei felt aroused in an instant and ached to pull Cao Wenxin back and press her against the bed again. In the end, he controlled himself because he did not want to make Cao Wenxin mad. Cao Wenxin quickly put on her clothes and left. Back on the floor where she stayed, she gently opened the door of her room, then walked in and closed the door. After the door was closed, Cao Wenxin gave a sigh of relief, but she immediately felt as if she was having an affair. She was surprised by that thought. She and Shinbei were a normal couple, but it seemed that they were having an affair. Anyway, she cared about other people's opinions. After getting rid of the thought, Cao Wenxin directly went to have a bath, then she changed her clothes and put on some makeup. When everything was done, it was already 7:30 a.m. At this time, someone knocked on the door of Cao Wenxin's room. Cao Wenxin was surprised and subconsciously thought it was Xinbei. Because she was too worried that Tang Jiakai might run into them and it would be embarrassing, she forgot that she didn't tell Xinbei the number of her room. He only knew which floor her room was on. Before Cao Wenxin finished thinking about that, she heard Tang Jiakai's voice from the outside of the door. Wenxin, are you in the room? Although Cao Wenxin was Tang Jiakai's older cousin, there was only a year gap between them, so Tang Jiakai seldom called her cousin Wenxin. He normally called her name. Yeah. Cao Wenxin was relieved when she heard Tang Jiakai's voice and hurriedly went to open the door. When the door was opened, Tang Jiakai subconsciously glanced around. It was obvious that he believed that Xinbei would come back along with Cao Wenxin to the room. He didn't think it was inappropriate because they were a couple, but surprisingly, he didn't see Xinbei in the room and began to doubt whether they stayed together last night. Seeing Tang Jiakai's behavior, Cao Wenxin immediately realized what he was thinking, so she felt a little guilty even if Xinbei wasn't in the room. However, Cao Wenxin pretended that nothing had happened and said, "I'm done. Let's go have breakfast." Afterwards, she went out and closed the door. "Where is Xinbei?" asked Tang Jiakai. "In his own room." "I'll call him," said Cao Wenxin and took out her phone to call Xinbei at once. Hearing that, Tang Jiakai felt it was very strange. They were a couple and seldom saw each other. Why didn't they stay in the same room? Chapter 2053, Stop hiding it. Was it because of him that they felt embarrassed to stay in the same room? Tang Jiakai thought that he had figured out the truth, but they actually had stayed in the same room last night. Anyway, it was Cao Wenxin and Xinbei's personal affairs, so he said nothing. They stayed on the 16th floor, so Xinbei was already waiting outside the elevator when it went down to the 12th floor. He saw them, so he went inside and exchanged greetings. After they finished breakfast, Ji Yuning arrived. Ji Yuning accompanied them today. At 2 p.m., Sheng Guanyang went to meet Jing Jining in a cafe near the district where the Sihewan was located. In that case, even if someone was spying on Jing Jining, he could quickly get rid of the person by going back to the Sihewan. When Sheng Guanyang arrived, he noticed that someone was following Jing Jining. Because the cultivator was at a higher level than Jing Jining and there was a long distance between them, Jing Jining didn't see the cultivator and failed to avoid him. After that, Sheng Guanyang led the cultivator away and told Jing Jining to go to the Sihewan right now. Once Sheng Guanyang took action, he never failed. Sheng Guanyang was at a very high level, so the cultivator couldn't sense the air of cultivators from his body as long as he was 5 meters away. If they were very close, the cultivator could see Sheng Guanyang, but Sheng Guanyang didn't want it to happen, so he took out an object covered with magical power to attract the cultivator. An object covered with magical power was very rare for cultivators nowadays, so the cultivator was unwilling to miss it. In addition, he felt that Jing Jining wouldn't leave within a short time because the coffee was just placed on the table. However, after he had been chased for a long while, Sheng Guanyang made sure that Jing Jining had already left and put the magical object away so that the cultivator felt nothing all of a sudden. At this time, the cultivator didn't think further about that, but he subconsciously felt that he might have been trapped when he went back to the cafe and found that Jing Jining was gone. However, he didn't think it was possible because he refused to believe that Jing Jining could notice him. Even if Jing Jining knew that he was following him, how could Jing Jining be sure that he wouldn't chase him? He felt that Jing Jining might have sensed the magical object as well and left to search for it too. Thinking of that, the cultivator believed it was the truth. Since Jing Jining was gone, he could only keep looking for him. If he couldn't find Jing Jining, he would return to the cultivation world. Because the cafe wasn't far from the Sihewan, Jing Jining arrived there within several minutes. "How is it?" Jing Yuniao asked Jing Jining once he showed up. "Someone is really spying on me," said Jing Jining. Because it was within his expectations, he wasn't very surprised. Before long, Sheng Guanyang was back. They only needed to wait in the Sihewan till Leng Xiaoting came in a while, then they would set off for the cultivation world at midnight. Within a few days, the news about the establishment of the Shengning organization was noticed by more and more people. Most of them admired Ji Yuning's abilities very much. There were some who were jealous of her as well. Some even made up rumors to attack Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning had many loyal fans to defend her. However, if haters did that in real life, nobody could stop them. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai went back to City B that afternoon because tomorrow was Monday and Tang Jiakai needed to go to school. Although he was going to graduate, he could not be absent from classes. Cao Wenxin wasn't occupied. The studio she opened with her friends was managed well, so she didn't need to be present all the time. She could stay in the capital for a few more days. Xin Bei, however, couldn't. It wasn't easy for him to go out for 2 days, so he had to go back tonight. Soldiers were very busy and they were always occupied with tasks or other jobs. Their team wasn't managed by any organizations or public institutions, and their head was Leng Xiaoting, so they could leave as long as Leng Xiaoting permitted. And because their tasks were highly dangerous and they always risked their lives, Leng Xiaoting understood them and told them to rest as much as possible when they weren't busy. However, there were a lot of things for them to deal with recently, so Xin Bei couldn't be absent for too long. As a result, at about 4 p.m., Xin Bei sent Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai to the airport, while Ji Yuning went back to the Sihewan. Right after Ji Yuning arrived, Leng Xiaoting came back. When they were all present, they began to discuss how to participate in the kung fu competition. They only needed to register for the competition at the event location, and it didn't require an ID check. After leaving their names, they could get in with a number plate. Should Xiaoting and Ningning go there as common cultivators or as senior Shengguan's disciples? If they go there as common cultivators, we must slide inside secretly at midnight. If they show up as senior Shengguan's disciples, we can go inside publicly, said Jing Jining. After all, Shengguan Yang enjoyed a very special status. Even if the Kunlun sect was already history, Shengguan Yang would still receive great respect in the cultivation world because of his level. They admired the strong, and there were probably no cultivators who were stronger than Shengguan Yang in the cultivator world nowadays. It was possible, however, Jing Jining wasn't very sure of it. There could be hidden senior cultivators who were cultivating in remote places. Jing Jining continued, if senior Shengguan is going to show up, he can go inside publicly given his level and status, or it'll be embarrassing. If not, we can quietly go inside. Since we're going there, I don't want to hide. It's embarrassing, said Shengguan Yang. He had his pride, and was unwilling to hide. Anyway, Xiaoting and Ningning won't show up with their real faces. No one can find them after the competition, so I think we can go inside together publicly, said Shengguan Yang. It was his opinion, but he didn't make the decision right away. Instead, he turned to ask Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning about their opinions. What do you think? I don't think it's a bad idea. It can also help us avoid unnecessary trouble by going there as Grandpa Shengguan's disciples, said Ji Yuning. Although the trouble might not be serious for them, it was better to avoid it. Chapter 2054, Go to the Cultivation World, I agree, said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't have many opinions about that. Great, if so, we'll go inside publicly, but should we go there right now or the early morning the next day? Jing Jining asked, I think it's better if we can go there right now. We don't have much time tomorrow. I'm afraid accidents might happen. I agree. If we arrive earlier, we can learn more about the cultivation world, said Ji Yuning. Yeah, it's better to go there earlier, said Shengguan Yang. He was very curious about the cultivation world. I agree too, said Leng Xiaoting. He also wanted to go to the cultivation world earlier. Upon thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting couldn't stay calm because the murderer of his father was in the cultivation world. However, it wasn't time for him to take revenge this time, so he had to control himself even if he met the murderer. Although it was tough, he believed he could do that. Jing Yuniao had even more mixed emotions than Leng Xiaoting, but she said nothing. She believed that Leng Xiaoting could handle his emotions and they would be fine with Shengguan Yang's presence. Oh, if they ask about it, I'll say that I met Senior Shengguan by accident at Kunlun Mountain a while ago. We talked about the cultivation world. Senior Shengguan heard the kung fu competition was around the corner, so he wanted to take part in it with his disciples. As for why I didn't tell them that I already knew Senior Shengguan is still alive, I'll say that Senior Shengguan wanted to keep it a secret. What do you think? Said Jing Jining. He would surely be asked that question, so he decided to discuss it with Shengguan Yang right now. The Kung Fu competition held in the cultivation world was open to all cultivators in the world and not just those in the cultivation world, so every cultivator could participate as long as he or she was in the age range. Because of Shengguan Yang's status, Jing Jining wouldn't be criticized even if he brought them inside publicly. As long as they were cultivators, they could enter the cultivation world. Sure, no problem, said Shengguan Yang. Therefore, after they made the decision, they were ready to set off and Ji Yuning just needed to change her appearance. She made the change casually this time. Her features were the same as Tang Aining, but she looked a little different. After all, Ji Yuning could only make slight changes based on the original face so that people couldn't recognize her. She didn't have the ability to change her face as she wanted. Leng Xiaoting needed to swallow Shengguan Yang's magical pill to change his appearance. Although a single pill could only be effective for 24 hours, they would go there now and leave tomorrow night, so he had enough time. The magical pill could change his appearance to some extent, but couldn't completely change his face. Based on his original look, his skin became dimmer and uglier. His eyes dropped a little and his lips became thicker. There was a mustache as well. In that case, people could hardly recognize Leng Xiaoting and no one would believe that he could look like that. Leng Xiaoting still needed a scar to make him completely different from his original appearance. However, his air stayed the same. Anyway, it didn't matter in strangers' eyes. Oh, after we go inside, Xiaoting can be Qing Feng, while Ningning is Qing He, said Shengguan Yang. Since they had changed their appearances, their names should be different too. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. After they were done, it was 5 p.m. They didn't have dinner and set off right away, because they would dine in the cultivation world. Although the cultivation world wasn't very large, it wasn't small either, so there were restaurants and hotels. The cultivation world was modernized in all aspects except for electricity, cars and so forth. In order to stop cultivators in the cultivation world from finding Leng Xiaoting and other people through the car, Jing Jining went to rent a car that they would take to the Qinling Mountain. Leng Xiaoting and the others drove their car to the appointed place, then got into the car rented by Jing Jining. When they arrived at Qinling Mountain, it was past 6 p.m. and the sky had become dark, so there were no visitors. There were only residents living at the foot of Qinling Mountain. After parking the car, they went to the entrance of the cultivation world. They walked fast, so they soon reached the foot of the mountain. Afterwards, Shengguan Yang noticed the magical barrier on the mountain. With a glance, he figured out the right path. He didn't walk at the front, but let Jing Jining lead the way. At this time, Ji Yuning also showed the air of cultivators, because it might cause unnecessary trouble if cultivators in the cultivation world couldn't sense that she was one of them. Although the blood of the phoenix could completely hide the air of cultivators on Ji Yuning's body, it could expose it as well. Ji Yuning had complete control over it. Jing Jining didn't know why Ji Yuning could hide the air of cultivators after she became a real cultivator, but he hadn't asked about it. Everyone had his or her secrets. Since it was a secret, she wouldn't tell even if he asked about it. Therefore, he was surprised when he suddenly sensed the air of cultivators from Ji Yuning's body, especially when he found out that Ji Yuning had already reached the fusion stage. She was at the foundation stage not long ago, so within a short time, Ji Yuning made a lot of progress. Jing Jining didn't bother to ask about that. Ji Yuning noticed Jing Jining's surprised expression and confusion, but she didn't explain it because she didn't want many people to know her secrets. Before long, Jing Jining calmed down. Because he had witnessed Leng Xiaoting's unbelievable abilities, he was convinced that it was possible. However, to his astonishment, Ji Yuning was unbelievable as well. After they reached the foot of the mountain, they directly climbed it with Qinggong. Ji Yuning hadn't learned the skill yet, so Shengguan Yang helped her. They stopped halfway up the mountain in front of the magical barrier. It was a passage to the cultivation world, but only cultivators could see it. If mortals came here, they would only see a common mountain. Without trouble, they successfully entered the passage. It was about 30 meters long with 3 turns. After walking past the 3rd turn, they saw light ahead. Out of the passage was another world. There were large forests and they couldn't see the whole picture of the cultivation world yet, but the magical power was indeed thicker here and of better quality than that at the Kunlun mountain. Chapter 2055. Enter the cultivation world. The entire cultivation world was divided into 5 regions, the main city, also called the Sky City, and 4 regions in the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. They were also called the East City, the West City, the South City, and the North City. The cultivation world was about the same size as the capital, so the 5 regions were far from each other. In the capital, it took about an hour to drive across districts. So in the cultivation world that had no cars, it took a longer time to go from one city to another. There were horses in the cultivation world. However, no matter how fast they were hardly comparable to cars, so it took at least 2 or 3 hours to go from one city to another in the cultivation world. It could even take a whole day on foot. Cultivators could travel by qinggong, but the speed was mainly decided by their levels. Some could travel faster by qinggong than by horse, while some were much slower than a horse. And if they traveled by a flying sword, they could arrive within half an hour. The distances between the cities weren't the same either. If it was short, it would take less time. If it was long, it would take longer. In the cultivation world, mountains occupied more land, so the cities weren't very large. After all, the whole cultivation world only had a population of slightly more than 20,000. Sky City was located in the central area of the cultivation world and it was also the largest urban area. The 4 major families and Tiandaozong lived there. Therefore, there was a distance from the entrance to Sky City. The boundary of the cultivation world was on a mountain surrounded by rivers. To reach the realm of the cultivation world, they had to cross a 20-meter wide river. The river was the only way to get in, so there were many boats on the riverside for cultivators in the cultivation world to go in and out, because those with a low level couldn't fly over this river. Only those with a high level or those who were able to fly with swords could fly over this river. No one was managing the boats because they sailed the boats on their own. There were passengers coming and going all the time, so there were always boats at both sides. They didn't need to worry about lacking boats to pass the river. Anyway, with Sheng Guanyang and Leng Xiaoting's help, Ji Yuning and the others didn't need boats at all. They could directly fly over from the mountain with swords. As a result, there was no need for them to climb down the mountain. Once they walked out of the passage, Sheng Guanyang and Leng Xiaoting took out their swords. Because Leng Xiaoting wasn't very skilled at flying swords right now, he couldn't take other people with him, so both Ji Yuning and Jing Jining took Sheng Guanyang's sword. As they flew high in the air above the woods, they could see the landform. It was a very beautiful scenery with impressive mountains and clear waters. Unfortunately, the sky was a little dusky, so they couldn't see it clearly. The flying swords flew straight over the mountains towards the Sky City. Not many cultivators could travel by flying swords in the cultivation world, so several cultivators were quite amazed when they saw the scene. However, they could only see cultivators flying by swords, but couldn't clearly see their faces because they were up high and moved very fast. Cultivators on the ground could barely see them. Within 20 minutes, they landed near Sky City. Because they didn't spend much time on the road from the Qinling Mountain to Sky City, it wasn't even 7 p.m. yet. And the sky wasn't completely dark. They could still vaguely see stuff. The buildings here seemed very ancient, so Ji Yuning felt that she had traveled back in time. In fact, it was basically true because this wasn't their world. They landed outside the city, so nobody saw them. After landing, they walked in on foot. In the night, the lights were faint along the streets in Sky City. Because there was no power supply, there were no street lights. Only the lanterns hanging outside the shops on both sides of the street provided faint light. Although there was no power supply in the cultivation world, there were generators, so candles and oil lamps weren't the only sources of light. Only a small number of people used generators, but the use of rechargeable or battery lamps was still very common. Cultivators used the same currency as mortals, but they could only pay in cash instead of bank cards or e-currency, and because there was no internet, mobile phones were of no use. In most cases, they only watched downloads of films and shows or listened to music when their phones had power. It was dark, but there were still a lot of pedestrians on the streets, especially tonight. Because the kung fu competition would begin tomorrow, many cultivators rushed here from the other 4 cities. Some came to participate in the competition, while some simply came to watch the drama. Walking along the street, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting received a lot of attention from other cultivators. Most of them were young cultivators. They were young as well, so those young cultivators believed that they came to take part in the game too. It wasn't strange, but those young cultivators were curious about their levels since they were competitors. Without delay, they used their magical sense to see their levels. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could feel it, but neither of them resisted it. They allowed the other cultivators to observe them. Those young cultivators judged that Ji Yuning was at a common level, so they didn't take her seriously, but they failed to figure out Leng Xiaoting's level, which meant that Leng Xiaoting's level was higher than theirs. As a result, many cultivators stayed alert for Leng Xiaoting. Because they could team up in the game, they wouldn't quit after knowing that there were cultivators who were stronger than them, otherwise there wouldn't be so many participants every year. After a short while, Ji Yuning and the others felt someone was following them. None of them bothered to turn around, but they knew who the person was by guessing. It should be the person who was sent over to follow Jing Jining. They were right. The person who followed them was exactly the cultivator who had been following Jing Jining these days. The person lost Jing Jining the other day, so he came back to the cultivation world and reported it to his leader. They also refused to believe that Jing Jining had escaped by deliberately attracting his attention to another direction. Instead, they believed that Jing Jining had felt the magical power of the magical object as well, so he chased it. Anyway, they still remained suspicious of Jing Jining, so the person was sent out again to watch at the gate of the Sky City to see whether Jing Jining would come back. This time, Jing Jining was back, but there were 3 people with him. The 3 people shocked the person who spied on Jing Jining. Among the 3 people, the old man and the young man were at a high level. The young man wasn't special, but the old man seemed very different because he couldn't sense his level. Which meant that the old man was at a higher level than him. The person wasn't at a very high level, but he was already very outstanding in the cultivation world because he was in the middle stage of the golden core stage. Therefore, he could roughly sense Leng Xiaoting's level, which should be in the golden core stage as well, but he didn't know whether Leng Xiaoting was in the primary, middle, or the peak stage. Chapter 2056. He's unusually thick-skinned. The young man seemed younger than 30, but his level was very high. It was rare to see a cultivator who was younger than 30 in the golden core stage. Unfortunately, Jing Jining was able to know such an outstanding cultivator. Because they were all cultivators, the person didn't think that they could come from the mortals' world. He believed that they were cultivators who just stayed outside all the time. He also believed that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came to Sky City for the kung fu competition. Anyway, it aroused his suspicion that Jing Jining was able to know such an outstanding cultivator. He used to think that Jing Jining didn't have the ability to kill Yin Shixin, but now he changed his mind. It was possible if Jing Jining knew a cultivator at a very high level. He needed a further investigation to make sure of it, because he couldn't jump to conclusions that the cultivator at a very high level would kill for Jing Jining just because Jing Jining knew him. Anyway, because Shang Guanyang was at a higher level than him, he didn't dare to go closer in case they noticed him. He didn't even dare to focus on them. Instead, he only gave them a glance once in a while. Ji Yuning and the others had noticed the person who was spying on Jing Jining long ago, but they had no intention of hiding since they decided to come here publicly, so they did nothing and let the person follow them. Jing Jining brought Ji Yuning and the others to the best hotel in the Sky City. He had already booked rooms for them because there would be no vacant rooms if he only tried to book them today. There were too many visitors in Sky City right now. The manager of the hotel recognized Jing Jining, so he welcomed him with great enthusiasm. "Hi, Mater Jing. Is there a private room? We need to have a meal," said Jing Jining. Of course, I'll arrange a table for you, said the manager and immediately made the arrangement for Jing Jining. Right at this moment, 3 men, who were at the same age as Jing Jining, walked downstairs and saw Jing Jining. Oh, hi, Jing. Been a while. I heard you have some trouble these days. Is everything all right? Said one man. Although it sounded as if he cared about Jing Jining, he was actually gloating at his misfortune. Obviously, Jing Jining didn't get along with them. The man who was talking to Jing Jining had a grudge against him. He was also Jing Yunfei's friend, and Jing Yunfei didn't get along with Jing Jining, so he disliked Jing Jining very much. His name was Hong Yifeng. He wasn't a member of the 4 major families, he was a member of Tiandaozong. In the old days, Jing Jining was a member of Tiandaozong as well, but he withdrew after what had happened to Jing Yunyao. He went to do a business in the mortal world and seldom came back to the cultivation world afterwards. Hong Yifeng was at the same level as Jing Jining, but he was very outstanding when he was young. He simply made slow progress as he grew older. Therefore, he was only in the golden core stage now. Actually, in the cultivation world, there were only about 100 cultivators who were in the golden core stage. When Hong Yifeng was talking to Jing Jining, he glanced at Ji Yuning and the others. The moment he saw Ji Yuning, Hong Yifeng's eyes lit up. He was amazed by Ji Yuning's beauty. When his sight fell on Leng Xiaoting and Shengguan Yang, Hong Yifeng frowned because he could see that both of them were at a high level, especially Shengguan Yang. He could barely see Shengguan Yang's specific level. Leng Xiaoting should be at the same level as him, but Leng Xiaoting was much younger than him, so his mind was in chaos but didn't show his real feelings on his face. Who are they? How does Jing Jining know them? Oh, hi, Hong. Thank you for asking. I'm very well. Although Jing Jining hated Hong Yifeng, he had to stay polite on the surface. If he got mad, he would be criticized by other people. Glad to know that, said Hong Yifeng with a fake smile. Jing, may I know who they are? Hong Yifeng turned to look at Shengguan Yang with respect because Shengguan Yang was stronger than him. Whether Shengguan Yang was an important figure or not, he enjoyed a high status because of his high level, so Hong Yifeng didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Shengguan Yang. They're my friends, said Jing Jining. He had no intention of giving him more details. Out of curiosity, Hong Yifeng asked, you haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't we share a meal, my treat? Thanks, Hong. Since they are my friends, I'll treat them. I don't want to be impolite. Jing Jining knew what Hong Yifeng wanted to do, so he refused without hesitation. Right, but can I join you? Hong Yifeng said. He was really thick-skinned. Sorry, we need to talk about something later without outsiders. Why don't we have the meal another day? Said Jing Jining. Fine, I shouldn't be bothering you any longer. See you. Hong Yifeng felt embarrassed to insist. He knew there was a cultivator who was at a much higher level than him. If he annoyed them, he might be punished. See you, said Jing Jining, then Hong Yifeng left with his companions. Once Hong Yifeng was gone, they went to have a meal in the private room. When Hong Yifeng and his companions walked out, Hong Yifeng said to his 2 good friends, I need to go back to Tiandaozong right now to deal with something. I'm afraid I can't go to the Wind Pavilion right now with you. We can gather together another day. Wind Pavilion was an entertainment place, a combination of an ancient brothel and a modern bar. Sure, see you, Hong. They knew the reason why Hong Yifeng needed to go back to Tiandaozong right now, so they didn't stop him. Hong Yifeng wanted to go back to Tiandaozong to report his meeting with Jing Jining, because he had the same idea as the cultivator who was following Jing Jining. He used to think that Jing Jining didn't have the ability to kill Yin Shixin, but now he thought it was possible because there was a cultivator who was at a very high level by Jing Jining's side. Although the investigation of Yin Shixin's death had nothing to do with him, he wanted to make things difficult for Jing Jining, so he couldn't miss this great chance. After Ji Yuning and the others walked into the private room, they ordered some food. When there were no longer outsiders, Jing Jining said, that man is Hong Yifeng. An elite member of the Chasing Cloud department. We had conflicts when we were young, and he had a good relationship with Jing Yunfei, so he never liked me. We normally argue with each other once we meet, but he pretended to be much kinder this time because of Senior Shangguan. In the cultivation world, no matter who you are, you can enjoy a high status as long as you're at a high level. That's the reason why Hong Yifeng had to behave himself even if he didn't know Senior Shangguan. The members of Tiandaozong were divided into chief, elite, direct, accepted, and registered disciples. Chapter 2057. Tell Jing Jining to come over. Chief disciples. They stood out from many disciples, and were basically the successors to the first seat of each department. The true best disciples. They were also the spokesperson for the future image of the sect. They had little power, but their potential couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, their status would be improved in the future. Normally even the head dared not offend them. The so-called first seats referred to the four heads led by the leader of Tiandaozong. Their existence was to assist the leader in handling large and small things according to the instructions of the leader, and to supervise the deacons in performing their duties. They also needed to lead the disciples to practice. They were like managers of different departments in a modern company. The Chasing Cloud department was in charge of security. Elite disciples, the real backbone of the school, the performers of various tasks. They weren't only highly qualified, but also had unique skills in order to be included in this group. Direct disciples, disciples with great potential. They probably weren't very outstanding for the time being, but they had a great future ahead. Accepted disciples, common disciples. Registered disciples, basically servants in the school, but they were the image of the school to outsiders. Although they had a low status, they had abilities. They weren't comparable to other disciples, but they could have a promotion if they were chosen. Although Tiandaozong had a very high standard for its disciples wouldn't be chased out as long as they were accepted, even if they made slow progress. However, if any disciples broke the rules of Tiandaozong, they could be demoted or even chased out. If they dared to break the rules of the cultivators, they would be seriously punished. Only outstanding cultivators had special privileges, but there were limits. The person who spied on Jing Jining was one of the elite disciples of the law enforcement hall, Ma Dongliang. When he saw Hong Yifeng, he realized that Hong Yifeng held the same suspicion as him. He also knew that Hong Yifeng left to report it to his master, so Ma Dongliang went back to Tiandaozong before him and reported it to his own master. Although all four heads did their own jobs separately and there was no conflict among them, they didn't have a good relationship with each other. Instead, they were always competing against one another. None of them were willing to be at a lower position. They weren't the only ones competing against each other. Even their disciples took one another as competitors. Being strong was their pride. Because the law enforcement hall was handling this case, if the Chasing Cloud department found a clue before it, it would definitely be laughed at for its efficiency. Tiandaozong wasn't in the luxurious Sky City, it was located on a high mountain at the edge of it. People needed to climb upstairs for over 100 meters to get to Tiandaozong. Ma Dongliang soon arrived by Qinggong. At this moment, the sky was already dark, but he could come to see his master at any time as long as there were serious matters. Ma Dongliang met Shi Baichuan later and told Shi Baichuan what had happened. Shi Baichuan was greatly surprised too. What? Jing Jining entered Sky City with 3 people. 2 of them are at a high level. Yeah, the young man should be in the Golden Core stage. I failed to see the old man's level. He could even be at a higher level than you, master. Ma Dongliang said, I haven't seen them before, so they can't be citizens of Sky City. They should come from other cities and hardly show up in public. Ma Dongliang had seen countless cultivators, and the cultivation world wasn't large, so the senior cultivators were basically known to everyone. So if he wasn't familiar with them, they must have stayed away from the public. The old man was even at a higher level than him. Shi Baichuan frowned. He wasn't displeased, because his level wasn't very high. It was very normal if there were other cultivators who were more skilled than him. However, he was surprised that such a senior cultivator could hide from the public for so long. If so, why did the senior cultivator show up right now? For tomorrow's Kung Fu competition. How about the 2 young people by the senior cultivator's side? Shi Baichuan said nothing, and Ma Dongliang continued, because of Jing Jining's level, we didn't believe that he was able to kill Yin Shixin, but now I think it's possible. He has 2 strong cultivators by his side after all. Oh, Hong Yifeng just met them as well. I bet he was going to report it to his master very soon. Great, tell Jing Jining to come over right now. This is my order, said Shi Baichuan. Whether the several cultivators had helped Jing Jining kill Yin Shixin, he must ask Jing Jining about that since it aroused suspicions. Originally, they held the slightest suspicion that Jing Jining was guilty, but now they changed their mind after several senior cultivators showed up with him. Sure. Ma Dongliang obeyed his order and was about to leave. Wait a second. Shi Baichuan called Ma Dongliang to stop all of a sudden and said, since they're senior cultivators, avoid having conflicts with them when you go to tell Jing Jining to come here. If Jing Jining refuses to come, I'll go to see them in person. As for the senior cultivators, background, he would ask Jing Jining later. No problem, said Ma Dongliang and left. Right after Hong Yifeng arrived, Ma Dongliang walked away, so they didn't meet. Before long, Hong Yifeng's master, Wei Xian, learned the news. He was also surprised by the sudden appearance of the strange senior cultivators by Jing Jining's side because they were very familiar with senior cultivators who showed up often in the cultivation world. Therefore, the senior cultivators who came with Jing Jining this time must have kept a very low profile. Although it wasn't strange, many senior cultivators tended to attract as much public attention as possible, so it was rare to see skilled cultivators being low profile. As skilled cultivators, they could receive countless people's admiration and endless compliments, which was hard to resist. Even though the senior cultivators in Tiandaozong spent most of their time cultivating, they still showed up in public often to show off their importance. Wei Xian wasn't an exception. If so, Jing Jining could be the murderer who killed Yin Shixin. Wei Xian made the same judgment, but he couldn't jump to conclusions without evidence. Anyway, since he already learned the news, he had to seize the chance to make fun of Shi Baichuan, so he said, I need to see Shi Baichuan right now. Wei Xian didn't care about the senior cultivators by Jing Jining's side. After all, they were senior cultivators, so he was unwilling to mess with them. He wasn't in charge of the case anyway. If he did something beyond his duties, he would be criticized. Therefore, Wei Xian went to Shi Baichuan's residence. Chapter 2058. A rare visitor at this time, Shi Baichuan was playing elephant chess with his chief disciple, Ning Shu, in the yard. Wei Xian's visit fell into Shi Baichuan's expectation, so he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, it seemed that he was waiting for Wei Xian's arrival by playing elephant chess with Ning Shu here. Although Shi Baichuan was clearly aware that Wei Xian wasn't a kind visitor, he had no intention of avoiding him. He wasn't guilty after all. No matter how much they hated each other, they always remained polite to one another on the surface. Oh, hi, Junior Wei, what a rare visitor you are. How come you're free to visit me today? Said Shi Baichuan with a beam, but without sincerity. Seeing Ning Shu, Wei Xian got jealous. Among the disciples of the four heads, Ning Shu was at the highest level. Not long ago, he made it to Yuan Ying stage and became the 9th senior cultivator in Yuan Ying stage in the cultivation world. However, the four heads were also in the Yuan Ying stage. They were either in the early or middle stage, and none of them could reach the peak. The other 3 senior cultivators in the Yuan Ying stage were their leader and the other elders. He was in the early stage of Yuan Ying stage, while Shi Baichuan was in the middle stage, so he was jealous of Shi Baichuan. Now Shi Baichuan's chief disciple was at the same level as him, which filled him with more displeasure. Hi, Senior Wei. Ning Shu stood up and greeted Wei Xian once he saw him. Although they were at the same level, Wei Xian was senior to him after all, so he had to be polite. Hi, said Wei Xian in a flat voice, then he replied to Shi Baichuan. Well, I just learned a piece of news about Jing Jining, so I came to share it with you. When Wei Xian said that, he was obviously sarcastic and even showed mercy. Shi Baichuan wouldn't give Wei Xian the chance to continue to laugh at him, so he said before Wei Xian could finish, do you mean there are senior cultivators who suddenly showed up by Jing Jining's side? Hearing that, Wei Xian was surprised. Obviously, Shi Baichuan was aware of the news. Before Wei Xian could say anything else again, Shi Baichuan continued, I held a suspicion that Jing Jining might have something to do with Yin Shixin's death, but it wasn't strong because Jing Jining was no match for Yin Shixin. However, there is a senior cultivator in the golden core stage and a senior cultivator who showed no hint of his level by Jing Jinning's side this time. My suspicion grew, so I told Dongliang to call Jing Jinning over. I need to ask him face to face. Junior Wei, if you want to know more details, you can wait for a while. Jing Jinning will be here soon. Let's see what he says. Anyway, I'm not sure that Jing Jinning will come, because there are senior cultivators by his side after all. Dongliang is too weak compared to them. I'll go to see him in person if Jing Jinning refuses to come here. Hearing Shi Baichuan's words, Wei Xian looked even more displeased. He planned to make fun of Shi Baichuan, but unexpectedly embarrassed himself in the end. However, he ached to know more about the senior cultivators, so he curbed his displeasure and agreed. Why not? I also want to know how Jing Jinning will explain that. When Ma Dongliang arrived, Jing Jinning and the others were still having the meal, so Ma Dongliang didn't bother them. After waiting for about 20 minutes, they finished the meal and Ma Dongliang said to Jing Jinning that Shi Baichuan wanted to see him. There was no need to ask why, because Jing Jinning and the others all knew the answer. Jing Jinning didn't resist or fight back at all. Instead, he immediately agreed to go to Tiandaozong with him, but only after he accommodated Ji Yuning and the others. Since Jing Jinning agreed right away, it reduced Ma Dongliang's suspicion, but they still needed to have an investigation to see whether Jing Jinning had anything to do with Yin Shixin's death. Before long, Jing Jinning reached Tiandaozong with Ma Dongliang and went to Shi Baichuan's residence. Because it wasn't an interrogation, there was no need to go to the law enforcement hall. Nice to see you, Head Shi, Head Wei. Seeing Shi Baichuan and Wei Xian, Jing Jinning greeted them respectfully. Jing Jinning, let's get straight to the point. You told us you don't have the ability to kill Yin Shixin and there was no senior cultivator who helped you with that. Now there are two senior cultivators who suddenly appeared by your side. How do you explain that? Asked Shi Baichuan seriously to put pressure on Jing Jinning. Although Jing Jinning was affected by Shi Baichuan, he still remained calm and didn't panic at all. He used to be a little guilty, but now Shengguan Yang was in the cultivation world, so he wasn't afraid at all. Head Shi, I understand your suspicion. But if you still choose to be suspicious of me after I tell you the senior cultivator's status, there is nothing else I can say, said Jing Jinning calmly. Oh, who's the senior cultivator? Hearing that, Shi Baichuan asked curiously. It was not only Shi Baichuan, Wei Xian and Ning Shu got curious too because it sounded as if they all knew the senior cultivator. The elder of the Kunlun sect, Shengguan Yang, said Jing Jinning. Because they showed up together in public, there was nothing to hide. Knowing that, Shi Baichuan and Wei Xian stood up in surprise at once. They couldn't stay calm any longer nor could they believe their ears. They had obviously heard of Shengguan Yang, but had never seen him in reality. Actually, they all believed that he was already dead, so they were greatly surprised by his sudden appearance and couldn't believe it. Do you mean the senior cultivator is the elder of the Kunlun sect, Shengguan Yang? Shi Baichuan asked with uncertainty and doubt. Yeah, he came with his two disciples, said Jing Jinning. How did you get to know and meet Shengguan Yang? And are you sure the person is really Shengguan Yang? Asked Wei Xian. Senior Shengguan stayed in the Kunlun sect the entire time. I went there by accident once and met him. I didn't know he was still alive until then. He's also at a super high level. I'm afraid there is no cultivator who can be his match in the cultivation world, said Jing Jinning, showing great respect towards Shengguan Yang. I haven't seen Senior Shengguan before, but I believe he's a distinguished guest for Tiandaozong given his level, he added. Hearing Jing Jinning say that there was no match for Shengguan Yang in the cultivation world, everyone was amazed. In that case, Shengguan Yang was either in the out-of-body stage or the soul separation stage. Thinking of that, they took a long breath in, but still believed that Shengguan Yang couldn't be in the soul separation stage right now. He should be in the middle or the peak of the out-of-body stage. Anyway, that was already very unbelievable, because the best cultivators in Tiandaozong were merely in the primary stage of the out-of-body stage. Chapter 2059. Can't slight therefore, as Jing Jinning just said, even if the person wasn't Shengguan Yang, he was still a distinguished guest for Tiandaozong given his unusually high level. Anyway, they didn't doubt whether the cultivator was really Shen Guanyang, so they stopped being suspicious of Shen Guanyang for helping Jing Jining kill Yin Shixin. Because they had all heard of Shen Guanyang's good reputation, they believed that Shen Guanyang wouldn't kill the innocent. Even if Shen Guanyang really killed Yin Shixin must have done something unacceptable. After all, it was true that it had nothing to do with Shen Guanyang. Jing Jining continued, he thought cultivators were extinct. I introduced the cultivation world to him later, so he learned that the kung fu competition is going to be held in the cultivation world. He wanted his 2 disciples to take part in it, so I brought them here. Since you knew that Senior Shengguan is still alive, why didn't you tell Tiandaozong? Asked Shi Baichuan. He wasn't blaming Jing Jining, but felt Jing Jining shouldn't have kept it a secret. If they had known about it, they would surely have invited Shen Guanyang to the cultivation world. In addition, given Shen Guanyang's level, Tiandaozong would undoubtedly treat him as their honored guest. It was rare to see a senior cultivator in the cultivation world right now, so it was good news for them to meet Shen Guanyang. Senior Shengguan didn't want me to tell other people, so I said nothing. Since he came here in person now, I bet he doesn't want to keep it secret any longer, said Jing Jining. In that case, Shi Baichuan couldn't criticize him again, because he would be criticizing Shen Guanyang. Since Senior Shengguan is here, we can't slight him. I'll go to report it to our head to see how to handle it. Jing Jining, you can wait here for a while, said Shi Baichuan. Sure, said Jing Jining. He understood that they needed him to take them to see Shen Guanyang in a while. Because he had told Shen Guanyang that people from Tiandaozong might go to see him along with him before he came here, he didn't stop Shi Baichuan. Anyway, they would meet sooner or later. Shi Baichuan immediately left his yard and headed to their head's residence. Wei Xian wanted to go with them because he was unwilling to see Shi Baichuan show off his abilities before their head, but he gave it up later after carefully thinking about it. It wouldn't do him any good if he tried to play tricks in front of their head. Their head could easily see through him. However, he didn't leave right away because he knew that their head would come to see Jing Jining right after learning the news, then they would go to see Shen Guanyang. If it was possible, he wished that their head would take him there as well. The others knew what Wei Xian was thinking, but Ning Shu and Ma Dongliang, as juniors, couldn't chase him away. Before long, Bai Lingtian, the leader of Tiandaozong, learned that Shen Guanyang was still alive and came to the cultivation world. He was greatly surprised. Without delay, he decided to personally visit the hotel where Shen Guanyang was staying to invite him to stay in Tiandaozong. Whether Shen Guanyang accepted his invitation or not, he had to go there. He didn't doubt whether the senior cultivator was really Shen Guanyang, because he believed that Jing Jining wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, when Bai Lingtian was young, he had seen Shen Guanyang before. Although it had been hundreds of years, he should still be able to recognize Shen Guanyang. Even if the senior cultivator wasn't Shen Guanyang, Bai Lingtian would still treat him politely given his high level. The Kunlun sect was gone now, but Bai Lingtian was still respectful of Shen Guanyang. Shen Guanyang enjoyed a high status, and was at a very high level, so he had to go to see him as the leader of Tiandaozong. It was night, but it wasn't very late, so they wouldn't bother Shen Guanyang. Afterwards, Bai Lingtian followed Shi Baichuan to his residence because they needed to leave with Jing Jining. Before they set out, Bai Lingtian asked Jing Jining again to make sure of it. Bai Lingtian didn't take Wei Xian with, but told him to deliver the news to the other heads and elders of Tiandaozong. The disciples would get ready to welcome their distinguished guests. They also needed to tidy up 3 high-class guest rooms. Although Bai Lingtian wasn't sure that Shen Guanyang would come, it was better to make the arrangements. If they weren't prepared when Shen Guanyang came, it would be embarrassing. Wei Xian felt quite disappointed that Bai Lingtian didn't take him, but he had to obey their head's order. Bai Lingtian took 2 of his guards and Shi Baichuan along with Ning Shu. There weren't many people, but they were important enough. If too many people went to see Shen Guanyang would be bothered. Once Bai Lingtian and the other people were gone, Wei Xian went to share the news with the other heads and elders of Tiandaozong. When they learned that Shen Guanyang was still alive, they were amazed too. Young disciples knew nothing about Shangguanyang, but they had heard of the Kunlun sect. Since Shangguanyang was the elder of the Kunlun sect, he must have a very high status. All the disciples of Tiandaozong showed up right away, but Baili Zongyang, Dongfang Ziyu, and Jing Yunyan were absent. They were actually disciples of Tiandaozong as well. Baili Zongyang was the direct disciple of the eldest elder of Tiandaozong, while Dongfang Ziyu was the direct disciple of the third elder of Tiandaozong. Both of them were chosen by the elders earlier on, then became their disciples. Jing Yunyan was the direct disciple of the fourth elder. The fourth elder found out that he had great talent, so the fourth elder took him as his disciple. As the direct disciples of the elders, they had great advantages. As long as they reached a certain level, they could inherit the seats of the elders. They could also compete for the positions of the heads, relying on their abilities. No matter who had the abilities, he or she could compete for the positions. They needed to reach a certain high level and become a good manager. Without good management skills, they wouldn't be qualified at their positions. The disciples of Tiandaozong didn't stay in Tiandaozong every day. Some of them were on retreat, some traveled around, while some were occupied with other things. Because they didn't need to focus on cultivation all the time after joining Tiandaozong, they also needed to experience difficulties. They lived not only on cultivation. Dongfang Ziyu did her best to improve herself in cultivation for tomorrow's competition. This time, she was determined to win the championship. Baili Zongyang wouldn't participate in the Kung Fu competition this year, but he came back as well. Baili Zongxie also went back to the cultivation world today. She wasn't at a high level and wouldn't win a prize even if she took part in the game, but she still decided to come because it was a good chance. Chapter 2060. Ask for permission. Because they directly flew over with swords, it took very little time and Bai Lingtian along with the others soon arrived at the hotel where Ji Yuning and others stayed. In the cultivation world, all the senior cultivators above the golden core stage had magical tools, but only those above the Yuanying stage could fly with swords. In the golden core stage, only very talented cultivators could use flying swords. Bai Lingtian and Shi Baichuan were already joined with their swords, so they could hide their swords inside their bodies. They could also control it to show it or hide it. Ningshu wasn't able to do that yet, so he carried his sword with him all the time. Ji Yuning and the others knew that people from Tiandaozong would come, so they were waiting for them and didn't go back to their own rooms. They stayed together in Ji Yuning's room, enjoying tea and chatting with each other. They had 3 rooms and Ji Yuning's was in the middle, so their own rooms were on both sides and no one would hear their conversation. They wouldn't say anything inappropriate anyway, because they came here with fake identities except for Shangguanyang. Because it wasn't very late, there were pedestrians on the streets. People were also going in and out of the hotel, so Bai Lingtian's appearance attracted a lot of attention. Those who recognized Bai Lingtian and his companions were all surprised. They were curious to know why they came here. Those who didn't know them were also amazed, because they came on flying swords, which was rare to see now. Therefore, some people stayed by the hotel to see what they were going to do. "Hi, Leader Bai, what can I do for you?" The owner of the hotel respectfully greeted Bai Lingtian once he showed up. At the same time, he was a little nervous because he was worried that there might be problems with his hotel. Anyway, Bai Lingtian seemed normal during the day, so he bet everything would be fine. "I came to see a person," said Bai Lingtian, then he turned to Jing Jining. "Please help me pass on my request." Bai Lingtian didn't go inside right away, because it would be rude and disrespectful. He needed Jing Jining to help him ask for permission. "No problem." Jing Jining agreed and went upstairs. However, the onlookers were shocked by the fact that Bai Lingtian needed to make a request to meet someone. Obviously, the person he was going to meet must be very important, or Bai Lingtian wouldn't be willing to wait outside. They were all curious about the person's status, but none of them dared to ask about it. The hotel owner guessed it correctly. The person Bai Lingtian wanted to meet must be the group of people Jing Jining came with earlier. To his surprise, those people were very important. Jing Jining went to Ji Yuning's room and told them that the leader of Tiandaozong, Bai Lingtian, was here. He also requested a meeting with Shangguanyang. Shangguanyang didn't put on airs. Since Bai Lingtian was already here, he invited him to come in. Therefore, Jing Jining went to bring Bai Lingtian and the others up. Bai Lingtian was the leader of Tiandaozong after all. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, as the juniors, couldn't just sit there, so they got up and stood behind Shengguanyang when Jing Jining went out to bring them up. Shengguanyang quickly agreed to see Bai Lingtian, so Bai Lingtian felt very relieved. He was originally worried that Shengguanyang would be displeased by his interruption and take him down a notch. He wasn't projecting his shortcomings on Shengguanyang, he simply was unfamiliar with Shengguanyang's character. After that, Bai Lingtian brought Shi Baichuan and the others upstairs. When they were gone, onlookers began to talk about it. Who is Leader Bai going to meet? He's already here, but has to wait for the person's permission. It can't be more obvious that the person is a very important figure. Even Leader Bai is so respectful of the person. I wonder what they'll do after they come out in a while. I want to see who the person is. Even if we can see the person, we might not be able to recognize the person. At least we need to know what the person is like so that we don't offend the person by accident. Bai Lingtian and the others followed Jing Jining to the outside of Ji Yuning's room. He told his guards and Ning Shu to wait outside the door, then walked in with Shi Baichuan. Although it was Ji Yuning's room and it was inappropriate for so many men to enter a girl's room, they already made the decision to go to Tiandaozong if Bai Lingtian invited them to go there, so it didn't matter who came into this room. Even if Bai Lingtian didn't invite them to visit Tiandaozong, Ji Yuning could exchange rooms with Leng Xiaoting after they were gone. It wasn't a big deal anyway. After a glance at Shengguanyang, Bai Lingtian was sure that he was real Shengguanyang, so he immediately made a bow with hands folded in front and said, Bai Lingtian, the leader of Tiandaozong, came to see Senior Shengguan. Senior Shengguan, I didn't know you were already in the cultivation world. Please forgive me for coming late. Shi Baichuan, the head of the law enforcement hall of Tiandaozong, came to see Senior Shengguan. Shi Baichuan respectfully greeted Shengguanyang as well. After they greeted Shengguanyang, they sized Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting up. They sensed that Ji Yuning was at a common level, but she wasn't bad for her age. When they sensed Leng Xiaoting's level, both Bai Lingtian and Shi Baichuan were amazed. He must be a talented cultivator, to reach the golden core stage at such a young age. Leader Bai, head Shi, I'm not mad at all. Please have a seat, said Shengguanyang kindly, but he had a powerful air, so nobody dared to slight him. Thank you so much, Senior Shengguan. I think we don't need to sit now. We came here this time because we learned that Senior Shengguan appeared in the cultivation world, which is a big surprise. If it's possible, can you do us the honor of visiting Tiandaozong? Said Bai Lingtian. He really hoped that Shengguanyang could visit Tiandaozong, but he wouldn't force him to do that. Well, Shengguanyang hesitated for a few seconds, then he said, I do want to have a look at Tiandaozong, but I'm afraid it might bother you. Shengguanyang was being very considerate, but it was just an act. After all, they had already made the decision to visit Tiandaozong. Of course it's not bothersome. Bai Lingtian immediately said, Senior Shengguan, aren't your two disciples going to attend the Kung Fu competition tomorrow as well? The game will be held in Tiandaozong. You can stay in Tiandaozong, so it'll be more convenient for you to join in the game tomorrow. Well, Shengguanyang pretended to think about it for a while, then agreed. Great, thank you so much, Leader Bai. It's my pleasure. Please, Senior Shengguan, this way. Bai Lingtian was excited upon hearing Shengguanyang's answer, then he made a hand gesture to invite him to go out right away. Oh, Senior Shengguan, is there anything you need to pack up? We can wait outside for you. Chapter 2061, Visit Tiandaozong, not at all. We can go right now. Shengguanyang and the others just came, and they all put their stuff in Chenkin bags or the telepathic eye space, so there was nothing they needed to pack up. Without hesitation, they stood up and left with Bai Lingtian. Senior Shengguan, I'll go home now. See you tomorrow, said Jing Jining. He brought Shengguanyang and the others here, but it wasn't appropriate for him to visit Tiandaozong along with them. When they walked out, there were still a lot of onlookers. Because they were curious to see whom Bai Lingtian was going to see, none of them left. However, they didn't recognize the new faces that came out with Bai Lingtian. They only knew that those people must be very important. After walking out, Bai Lingtian suddenly realized a problem, so he said with slight embarrassment, "I'm so sorry, Senior Shangguan. We came here in a hurry, so we didn't prepare a carriage. I'm afraid we have to go there on our own." Although they were all cultivators who could fly with swords or qinggong and they didn't need horses or carriages, Shangguan Yang was their guest, so it was a little impolite to tell Shangguan Yang to travel by himself. "It's fine. Leader Bai, please lead the way," said Shangguan Yang airily. Afterwards, he waved his hand and a sword appeared in the air the next second. He stepped on it, followed by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Witnessing that, everyone except for Bai Lingtian and Shi Baichuan were surprised. It was a flying sword. He must be a senior cultivator. Leng Xiaoting could also fly with swords, but he was unwilling to show so many of his skills in public right now, so he took Shangguan Yang's magical sword. "Great," said Bai Lingtian. He also waved his hand to show his sword, then he stepped on it with his 2 guards. Shi Baichuan and Ning Shu took out their own sword as well and stepped on it. Bai Lingtian took the lead and quickly flew towards Tiandaozong. Within minutes, they arrived at its square. At this moment, the square was ablaze with lights. All the disciples present already stood in lines, waiting. Only 2 elders who were on retreat and a head who wasn't in Tiandaozong were absent. There weren't many disciples in Tiandaozong, there were slightly more than 100 of them. Sects in the old times could have thousands of disciples. However, there were only about 20,000 people in the cultivation world right now and only a few could become disciples of Tiandaozong. Moreover, not every qualified cultivator would choose to join Tiandaozong. Different people had different dreams after all. Once Bai Lingtian and the others came, everyone turned to look at them. Seeing Shangguan Yang flying over with a sword, those who knew him weren't surprised, while those who didn't were all astonished. Even if they were aware that they were going to welcome a very important figure with an enthusiastic reception, they were still amazed. Ji Yuning and the others didn't know that Tiandaozong would prepare such a grand reception for them, showing that they really attached great importance to Shangguan Yang's arrival. Bai Lingtian and the others landed in the middle of the square, then walked to the hall. 2 elders and 2 heads who stood outside immediately walked over to welcome them. As they approached the hall, Ji Yuning saw a familiar figure. It was Mo Qilin. She wasn't surprised at all. In front of the hall. "Nice to see you, Senior Shangguan. I'm the 2nd elder of Tiandaozong, Yun Hongqing." "Senior Shangguan, nice to see you. I'm the 3rd elder of Tiandaozong, Shi Xiaoyang." Yun Hongqing and Shi Xiaoyang politely greeted Shangguan Yang. Because they were in the same generation, they could directly call each other's titles. In addition, both of them had met Shangguan Yang before when they were young, so they could recognize Shangguan Yang. Even if it happened hundreds of years ago, they still remembered their first meeting with Shangguan Yang, so they were sure that the senior cultivator was really him. There were people who resembled each other, but it was rare to see 2 people who so closely resembled one another. Moreover, even if the senior cultivator wasn't Shangguan Yang, they would still be very polite to him given his unusually high level. Shangguan Yang also remembered that they had met before, but he simply didn't know their names. After all, they didn't talk to each other back then. "Senior Shangguan, honored to see you. I'm Wei Xian, the head of the Chasing Cloud Department of Tiandaozong." "Senior Shangguan, honored to see you. I'm the head of the Gale Hall of Tiandaozong." The Gale Hall was the information department of Tiandaozong. "Nice to see you all. Thank you so much for your invitation," said Shangguan Yang nicely. Even though his level was higher than theirs and he enjoyed a higher status than them as well, he was the guest after all, so he naturally should thank the host. Moreover, he was politely welcomed by the host, so he was willing to be a polite guest. "It's our honor that Senior Shangguan is willing to come to Tiandaozong," said the 3rd elder. "Right." The 4th elder chimed in. "Nice to see you, Elder Yun, Elder Shi, Head Wei, and Head Fu." Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting greeted them. "Nice to see you too, young friends." They didn't take Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting lightly just because they were juniors. Because of Shangguan Yang, they replied to them politely. In fact, when they saw Leng Xiaoting they were surprised by his level. At his young age, he already reached the golden core stage, which proved that he was talented. Anyway, he was Shangguan Yang's disciple, so it was very normal. After that, Leader Bai turned to look at the disciples at the square and said loudly, "Everyone, this is the elder of the Kunlun sect, Senior Shangguan." Hearing that, all the disciples at the square made a bow towards Shangguan Yang with hands folded in front and respectfully said, "Honored to see you, Senior Shangguan." Shangguan Yang didn't need to reply to them. After the reception, the two elders and Bai Lingtian brought them to have a chat in the living room. Within seconds, the news that Bai Lingtian personally went to welcome a senior cultivator at a hotel spread abroad to the four major families. Shortly after Jing Jining was taken away by people of Tiandaozong, they learned the news and they also believed that it must have something to do with Yin Shixin's death that Tiandaozong took Jing Jining away. They went to learn more details about the news and found out that Jing Jining had two senior cultivators by his side, so everyone understood that Tiandaozong might have a suspicion that the two senior cultivators had helped Jing Jining kill Yin Shixin. Therefore, they sent people to check the situation in the hotel and saw Jing Jining come back with Bai Lingtian. After that, the senior cultivators who showed up with Jing Jining were invited to Tiandaozong. Except for the Jing family, they didn't know why. Because Jing Yanhua was a member of the Jing family, Jing Yarong ordered someone to tell him to see him once he got home. He also called Jing Yanhua over to hear about the case. Chapter 2062, Patriarch, you thought too highly of me, what happened earlier? Did the people of Tiandaozong take you away because of the case regarding Yin Shixin's death? And who's the senior cultivator Bai Lingtian went to visit in person? Asked Jing Yarong. Well, Tiandaozong was indeed suspicious of me after knowing that several senior cultivators showed up together with me. They thought that they might have helped me kill Yin Shixin, so they asked me over to learn the truth. Anyway, I believe they won't be suspicious of me any longer as of today, said Jing Jining. Why? Is it because of the senior cultivator? Asked Jing Yanhua. Right, because he's the elder of the ancient Kunlun sect, Shangguan Yang, said Jing Jining. Hearing that, both Jing Yanhua and Jing Yarong were shocked. Although they hadn't seen Shangguan Yang before, they had heard about him. Are you sure he's really the elder of the Kunlun sect, Shangguan Yang? Asked Jing Yarong with uncertainty. Leader Bai already made sure of it, said Jing Jining. How did you get to know Shangguan Yang? Asked Jing Yarong. Jing Jining then told them the same thing he had told Bai Lingtian. Since you knew that Shangguan Yang was still alive earlier on, why didn't you tell us? If we had known that, we would have invited him to visit the Jing family. He would be our distinguished guest. It would be a great advantage to our family, said Jing Yarong seriously. He was blaming Jing Jining for that. Knowing that, Jing Jining sneered and replied to him. Senior Shangguan told me to keep it a secret. If I told you, do you think Senior Shangguan would still be willing to visit the Jing family? He might get mad at me and the Jing family instead. Jing Yarong frowned. He had to admit that Jing Jining was right, but he was dissatisfied with his attitude. However, he said nothing about that because he knew that Jing Jining hated him. Then why did they come to the cultivation world this time? Asked Jing Yarong. Senior Shangguan's two disciples will take part in the kung fu competition, said Jing Jining. Jing Yarong cocked his eyebrow and asked, what's their level? The elder disciple is in the golden core stage, but I don't know whether he's in the primary, middle stage or the peak. The younger disciple is in the fusion stage, said Jing Jining. It wasn't a secret, so he told them right away. What? His elder disciple already reached the golden core stage. Knowing that, Jing Yanhua and Jing Yarong were amazed and felt a crisis coming. They thought that Jing Union was highly likely to win the championship. Although there were several cultivators who were in the golden core stage, it wouldn't be a big problem for Jing Union to be in the top 3. Unfortunately, another cultivator in the golden core stage showed up now, so Jing Union became less likely to win. Anyway, Jing Yarong didn't think it was a bad thing. Jining, since you know Shangguan Yang, can you go to talk with his disciple? Union can team up with him so that it'll be more likely for them to win, said Jing Yarong. He was talking about Leng Xiaoting. Although he hoped his son would win the first prize, there were more and more strong competitors now, which alerted Jing Yunyan. Therefore, in order to make sure that his son could win a prize, it would be better if his son could team up with Shengguan Yang's disciple. He couldn't decide who would win the first prize and who would get the second. It all relied on their own abilities and luck. However, if Shengguan Yang's disciple teamed up with other cultivators, Jing Yunyan would be in a more dangerous situation. Hearing that, Jing Yunyan disdained him in heart and showed it on his face a little. Patriarch, you think too highly of me. I do know Senior Shengguan, but we're not so close. Even if you want Yunyan to team up with Senior Shengguan's disciple, you need to tell Yunyan to talk about that with Senior Shengguan's disciple in person. I don't want to annoy them. Hearing that, Jing Yarong had a big frown. He knew that Jing Jining was reluctant to help him, but he had to admit that Jing Jining was right, so he didn't force Jing Jining to do it for him. Besides, Jing Jining didn't have a good relationship with them. If Jing Jining was displeased, he might let Shengguan Yang's disciple deliberately make things difficult for Jing Yunyan, which was a bad thing. Upon thinking of that, Jing Yarong felt worried, so he immediately tried to figure out Jing Jining's attitude. Jining, I know we never get along. Will you tell Shengguan Yang's disciple to cause Yunyan trouble on purpose because you hate me? No matter what, we're a family. It's a good thing for us if Yunyan can win a prize. Jining, will you? Jing Yanhua got anxious as well. Although he disliked what Jing Yarong had done before, it had already happened. A long time had passed too. No matter what, they were a family, so he cared a lot about the Jing family's pride. What? Jing Jining sneered, then said in annoyance, Patriarch, don't think too highly of me. My relationship with them isn't close enough to make them listen to me. And I'm not that silly. Actually, he was lying, because they came here in order to stop the Jing family from winning a prize. It wasn't silly for him, but it was revenge. Hearing that, Jing Yarong felt relieved, but he was still dissatisfied with Jing Jining's tone. Nevertheless, he didn't criticize Jing Jining for that. They said nothing further about that and told Jing Jining to leave, and so did Jing Yanhua. Jing Yarong soon called Jing Yunyan over and reminded him to team up with Shengguan Yang's disciple tomorrow at the game. Father, there will be many people tomorrow. How can I know who Shengguan Yang's disciple is? Said Jing Yunyan. He felt it was difficult. Jing Yarong frowned and said, Jining will tell you tomorrow. He didn't think Jing Jining would refuse to do that. Father, how did Jing Jining manage to get to know Shengguan Yang? How could he be so lucky? Said Jing Yunyan with jealousy. He didn't address Jing Jining as his cousin, but directly called his name, which proved how much he hated Jing Jining. Jing Yarong then told Jing Yunyan how Shengguan Yang met Shengguan Yang, and Jing Yunyan wished that he had met Shengguan Yang earlier than Jing Jining. Given his talent, he could be taken as Shengguan Yang's disciple. Other families were also curious about the senior cultivator who was taken away by Bai Lingtian, and they went to collect information about that as well. Before long, they learned the result and were all surprised that it was the elder of the Kunlun sect, Shengguan Yang. To their astonishment, Shengguan Yang was still alive. After the surprise, they began to feel worried too, because Jing Jining had a relationship with Shengguan Yang. If their relationship was close, Shengguan Yang could become the Jing family's support, which wasn't good news for the other major families. Chapter 2063, Why Don't We Team Up? In Tiandaozong, when the several elders talked with Shengguan Yang, they brought up the tribulation which happened hundreds of years ago. Because of the heavenly tribulation, the cultivation world came into being. Shengguan Yang had heard about that from Jing Yunyan earlier. Shengguan Yang also told them that he was in retreat back then, so he knew nothing about what had happened in the outside world. After he came out, everything had changed and he was the only survivor of the Kunlun sect. Anyway, since he survived, there might be other cultivators who survived too, but the world was too large for them to meet. They didn't think about that until Shengguan Yang showed up. After their chat, Bai Lingtian arranged for people to take Shengguan Yang and the others to have a rest. That night, Leng Xiaoting couldn't sleep well because he was very close to his archenemy here, and he would be able to see his archenemy tomorrow. The next day, disciples of Tiandaozong all got up at 6 a.m. to practice in the square. At 6:30 a.m., Sheng Guanyang and the others came, but they didn't go out right away. Instead, they stretched their bodies in the yard. Bai Lingtian told them last night that their breakfast would be sent over at 7 a.m. When it was about 7 a.m., Ning Shu came to the yard where they stayed. Seeing Shengguan Yang and the others walking out, Ning Shu said, "Senior Shengguan, I came to send you the breakfast as our leader ordered. If you want to have a tour around, I can be your guide. We'll gather together at 9 a.m. for the Kung Fu competition." "Sure, thanks," said Shengguan Yang. "My pleasure," said Ning Shu. After that, Shengguan Yang and the others went to have breakfast before Ning Shu took them to have a tour around Tiandaozong. Because the Kung Fu competition would be held today and the leader and elders needed to deal with other things, they wouldn't be free to treat Shengguan Yang until the competition began. Walking in Tiandaozong, they met its disciples along the way who all respectfully greeted Shengguan Yang. As they walked, they saw Mo Qilin who was practicing his skills. "Hi, Senior Shengguan, and everyone." Mo Qilin greeted Shengguan Yang. Because Ji Yuning had a different appearance now, Mo Qilin failed to recognize her. Ji Yuning, however, asked him, "Will you take part in the Kung Fu competition?" "Yeah," said Mo Qilin. "Why don't we team up?" asked Ji Yuning. Mo Qilin was a good cultivator in Ji Yuning's eyes, so she didn't mind helping him. Otherwise, it would be very hard for Mo Qilin to finish the game. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, not only Mo Qilin and Ning Shu, but Shengguan Yang and Leng Xiaoting were also surprised. They didn't know when Ji Yuning suddenly became so helpful. Did she know Mo Qilin? It must be the reason, otherwise she wouldn't team up with a cultivator at a common level. Since Ji Yuning was willing to do that on her own, they didn't stop her. Ji Yuning was at the fusion stage, but her abilities were nearly the golden core stage. Really? Mo Qilin got excited after being surprised because his master also told him that he could finish the game if he could team up with Shengguan Yang's disciples. However, it was only more likely for him to finish the game, but it was impossible for him to be in the top 3. After all, Mo Qilin was at a very common level. "Sure, thank you so much." Mo Qilin thanked them at once. "Great, see you later," said Ji Yuning, then they walked away. "Junior Qinghe, may I know why you chose Junior Mo Qilin to be your teammate?" asked Ning Shu when they were far away. "I think he's likable," said Ji Yuning. Ning Shu didn't know whether it was the real reason, but it was Ji Yuning's answer, so he didn't ask further about that. Once Ji Yuning and the others were gone, Mo Qilin ran to see his master. Mo Qilin's master was the second elder, Yun Hongqing. After Mo Qilin met Yun Hongqing, he told Yun Hongqing that Shengguan Yang's female disciple invited him to team up with them on her own initiative. Knowing that, Yun Hongqing was greatly surprised. Although he hoped that Mo Qilin could team up with them, Mo Qilin was at a very common level like Qinghe after all, so he didn't think it was very likely. If they teamed up with Mo Qilin might be their burden. Therefore, he couldn't figure out the reason why they invited Mo Qilin to join them. He didn't know why, but it was what he wanted and he believed that they wouldn't harm Mo Qilin. At 8 a.m., more and more people gathered at the square of Tiandaozong. Some came to participate in the game, while some came to watch it. This game was divided into 2 parts. The first part would be held at the square, which was a group game and was called number grabbing. There were only 60 number cards that could enter the second part of the game, so no matter how many people signed up for the competition, only 60 players would enter the second part. Therefore, if one wanted to get a number card, he or she had to knock out the other competitors. Participants could team up in the first part, but there must be fewer than 5 people. They couldn't help their teammates compete for number cards, they could only help each other clear obstacles at most. If they wanted to win, they had to rely on their own abilities. Moreover, during the fight, they were forbidden to fly and they had to fight through by themselves. There were 3-stepped martial arts platforms on the square. The first martial arts platform was 100 square meters wide, the second was 80 meters wide, and the third was 60 square meters wide. Around the 3 martial arts platforms was a 2-meter wide pool. The number cards were hung on a 2-meter high shelf at the end of the third martial arts platform. The starting point was from the first martial arts platform and went directly to the third one. Whoever was knocked out of the martial arts platform was the loser. Even if a participant grabbed a number card, it wasn't a success yet because other participants could steal it away. One couldn't succeed until no other participants came to steal the number card. If there were fewer than 60 people who successfully had the number cards, those who lost the first time could have a second chance. In the second part of the game, participants would enter the deep forest of mist and the rules would be announced then. At 8:10 a.m., Jing Jining arrived, followed by Jing Yunyan. Along the way, they didn't talk at all, but Jing Yunyan said to Jing Jining after arriving at Tiandaozong, "Cousin Jining, my father said he hopes that you can introduce me to Senior Shengguan's disciples." He mentioned his father in order to put pressure on Jing Jining. No problem. Jing Jining didn't refuse, because Jing Yunyan wouldn't be able to team up with Leng Xiaoting even if he introduced him to Shengguan Yang. After all, they came here this time precisely to stop Jing Yunyan from winning a prize. Chapter 2064, beat him heavily. He brought Jing Yunyan to meet Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning simply to help them remember Jing Yunyan's face. After remembering Jing Yunyan's face, they could better stop him from winning a prize. "I can't promise that they'll agree to team up with you, so the result isn't up to me," said Jing Jining. Jing Yunyan didn't know Jing Jining's real purpose, and thought that Jing Jining agreed to help him in fear of his father. "Sure," said Jing Yunyan. In fact, Jing Yunyan was unwilling to team up with Shengguan Yang's disciples because he disliked them. Even if they hadn't met yet, he was already jealous of them because they and their master were all at a higher level than most cultivators. However, for the best benefits, he had to team up with them so that he was more likely to win a prize. Although he was stronger than most of the participants in this game, he had strong competitors as well. If he didn't have any sense of crisis, he would fail. As long as there were more than 3 people in the Golden Core stage, he was likely to lose. No matter how likely it was, he was reluctant to see it happen. Therefore, Jing Jining brought Jing Yunyan to see Ji Yuning and the others. At this moment, Ji Yuning and the others were still touring around. Jing Jining didn't know where they were, but he could easily figure it out by asking several disciples here. After finding Ji Yuning and the others, Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, and Shengguan Yang realized Jing Jining's purpose as soon as they saw Jing Yunyan. As a result, they weren't displeased because Jing Jining brought Jing Yunyan to see them without their permission. However, when Leng Xiaoting saw Jing Yunyan, he got angry, but soon calmed down. Ning Shu, who didn't know the reason, paid little attention to Leng Xiaoting's emotional change. He thought that Leng Xiaoting was simply unhappy for Jing Jining's sudden appearance with a stranger. "Hi, Senior Ning." Jing Yunyan greeted Ning Shu, who he was familiar with first. "Hi, Junior Jing," said Ning Shu. "This is Senior Shengguan. These two are Senior Shengguan's disciples." Jing Jining introduced the others to Jing Yunyan. "Nice to see you, Senior Shengguan and everyone. I'm the disciple of the 4th elder. I'm also Jing Jining's younger cousin. My name's Jing Yunyan," said Jing Yunyan very politely to them. "Hi," said Shengguan Yang in a flat voice. He didn't do it on purpose, but it was his attitude towards strangers. Shengguan Yang was only enthusiastic about people and things he was familiar with. "Hi, Junior Jing." "Hi, Senior Jing." Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning replied to him as calmly as they treated strangers. They had no intention of embarrassing him. Even if they came here to make things difficult for Jing Yunyan, they couldn't show that on their faces. Leng Xiaoting disliked this young uncle who was at the same age as him, but he didn't hold strong hostility towards him. Because Jing Yunyan was born after Jing Yunyao had the terrible accident, it had nothing to do with him. There was no reason for Leng Xiaoting to blame him, but he was unwilling to stay with him because he was Jing Yarong's son. "All right, the competition is about to begin. Let's go to the square now," said Ning Shu. After that, they went to the square together. For now, Jing Yunyan didn't propose teaming up with Leng Xiaoting yet. He decided to talk about it later. When they arrived at the square, there were already many people, including Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie. Dongfang Ziyu was also present. They all stood at the square. Some were busy chatting around, searching for teammates. Because Ji Yuning had a different name now, she couldn't go to talk with her familiar friends. Ji Yuning hadn't thought about the idea of teaming up with Bailey Zhongshe, because she knew that every family would send several members to take part in the game. They perhaps had already teamed up with their family members. The Jing family had that plan as well, but unfortunately Jing Union was far better than his relatives. Besides, Shengguan Yang's disciples showed up, so they changed their plan. If Jing Union was turned down, they would carry out their original plan. After arriving at the square, Ningshu took Shengguan Yang and Jing Jining to see Bai Lingtian and the others, because Bai Lingtian arranged for a seat for Shengguan Yang next to them. It was a grand competition, so the patriarchs of the 4 major families would all come. They also sat with Bai Lingtian. Jing Jining didn't go to sit with the Jing family, but with Shengguan Yang, which was Shengguan Yang's request. Shengguan Yang made the excuse that he needed Jing Jining's company, so Tiandaozong agreed. Once Ningshu left with Shengguan Yang and Jing Jining, Jing Yunfei said to Leng Xiaoting, "Senior Qinghe, why don't we team up? It's more likely for us to win if we're in the same team." Although Jing Union went to team up with Leng Xiaoting, he didn't seem to beg him. Instead, it seemed that he was kindly giving Leng Xiaoting an offer, as if it would bring Leng Xiaoting instead of him a great advantage. "I don't think so," said Leng Xiaoting with an expressionless face. Jing Union didn't have much hope, but he was still displeased when he heard Leng Xiaoting's answer. Instantly, he showed obvious anger on his face. However, he had his pride. Since he was turned down, he wouldn't mention it again, otherwise it would seem that he was longing to team up with Leng Xiaoting. Nevertheless, he hated Leng Xiaoting even deeper after being embarrassed. Therefore, Jing Union made up his mind to teach Leng Xiaoting a lesson. "Well, if so, forget it. See you," said Jing Union, then he turned around and walked away. Funny, the moment Jing Union left, Ji Yuning sneered. "Team up with him. We're going to beat him heavily." Leng Xiaoting didn't chime in, but he actually had the same idea. They weren't only going to stop Jing Union from winning a prize, they would also teach him a lesson. They originally didn't have the idea because there was no grudge between Leng Xiaoting and Jing Union, but Jing Union annoyed them. "Oh, will you blame me for teaming up with Mo Qilin without asking for your opinion? I met him once before, and he left a good impression on me, so I invited him to join us," said Ji Yuning to Leng Xiaoting. They didn't stop her earlier, which meant they agreed, but she felt she needed to explain it clearly. However, because Ningshu was present, she didn't say much about it. "Not at all," said Leng Xiaoting. Mo Qilin was a young kid, so he wouldn't be jealous. Mo Qilin was only 16, so he was indeed a kid in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. He was even younger than Ji Yuning, and Leng Xiaoting didn't mind it if he spent some time with Ji Yuning as friends. Chapter 2065, Who Does He Think He Is? Although Mo Qilin was at the same level as Ji Yuning, he was very young, so he was quite outstanding and had great potential among his peers. Because Mo Qilin hung around often, he didn't focus on his cultivation, otherwise he would be at a higher level. Many disciples of Tiandaozong came to take part in the competition, and some walked over trying to team up with Leng Xiaoting. Because Leng Xiaoting was at a high level, it would be more likely for them to finish the game if they could team up with him. However, Leng Xiaoting turned all of them down, so people stopped walking to him and inviting him to join them. Some disciples who were turned down felt annoyed, so they started to complain about it later. "It's annoying. Because he's at a high level, he thinks he's superior to other cultivators. There are more cultivators than just him who's at a high level after all. Right, who does he think he is? If it weren't for his master, no one would notice him. No matter what, he's indeed at a very high level. Even if you're mad, you're no match for him. It's his right to choose whom to team up with. Stop bad-mouthing him behind his back. It's unkind." Some cultivators thought Leng Xiaoting was innocent, so they defended him. Luckily, they weren't unreasonable people, so they stopped criticizing Leng Xiaoting. After all, it was Leng Xiaoting's right to choose whom to team up with, and they couldn't blame him for that. At this time, Ningshu brought Shengguan Yang and Jing Jining to the hall. The patriarchs of the 4 major families just arrived and were having a rest inside. The patriarch of the Baili family was Baili Kaifeng, the patriarch of the Dongfang family was Dongfang He, the patriarch of the Yin family was Yin Wandian, and the patriarch of the Jing family was Jing Yarong. All four patriarchs were in the Yuanying stage. Baili Kaifeng was at the peak, while the other three were in the middle stage. Among the four major families, the Baili family had the most senior cultivators, including 3 in the Yuanying stage, and 3 in the Golden Core stage, so it held the highest position. The next was the Dongfang family, followed by the Yin family and the Jing family. The Jing family had the fewest senior cultivators, so it was losing its importance. If Jing Yarong learned that they actually had a family member who was already in the out-of-body stage and it was his daughter who was killed by him, he would certainly have mixed emotions. His daughter's son now also grew up to be a genius cultivator. Within several months, he became a senior cultivator in the Golden Core stage. Would Jing Yarong regret not making sure that she was fully dead, causing her to be able to dodge the bullet and become a strong enemy? Or would he regret killing her and losing such a great cultivator? Or would he admit his fault and beg for her forgiveness? Would he hope Jing Yuniao would join the Jing family as Miss Jing again and accept Leng Xiaoting as his grandson? In fact, if it hadn't been for the terrible accident of that year, Jing Yuniao wouldn't have become a senior cultivator in the out-of-body stage right now. Even if she became so strong today due to the deep scar left on her by Jing Yarong, it couldn't cover the fact that Jing Yarong had killed Leng Yuanan and her and made their son an orphan. If she had the choice, she would rather give up her cultivation level and be immortal living with Leng Yuanan. Her cultivation level couldn't make Leng Yuanan live again. It was lonely for her to live alone forever. Luckily, she still had a son, or she honestly had no idea how she would have been able to remember her deceased love and how to live the rest of her life. Therefore, even if Jing Yarong found out that Jing Yuniao was still alive and became a senior cultivator in the out-of-body stage, Jing Yuniao wouldn't stop hating him. The cultivation world always respected the strong, so they were all respectful when they met Shengguan Yang, except for 2 elders who were as old as him. They didn't need to be specially respectful of Shengguan Yang, but they were very polite to him. After all, Shengguan Yang was stronger than them. When Jing Yarong saw Jing Jining at Shengguan Yang's back, he showed some pride, but Baili Kaifeng, Dongfang He, and Yin Wandian changed their expressions. Baili Kaifeng only frowned a little without many emotions, but Dongfang He and Yin Wandian showed obvious jealousy. They were jealous of Jing Jining for his good relationship with Shengguan Yang. Given Shengguan Yang's status, no one dared to mess with the Jing family in the future. They believed that Shengguan Yang became the support of the Jing family after Jing Jining met him. If the Jing family encountered any trouble, Shengguan Yang would certainly help it. However, what they didn't know was that Jing Jining didn't have a good relationship with the Jing family. If Jing Jining himself ran into trouble, Shengguan Yang would help him, but Shengguan Yang wouldn't give the Jing family a helping hand unless Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting asked him to do so. Jing Jining and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be willing to help the Jing family. On the contrary, they were going to pay the Jing family back, or Jing Yarong's family to be specific. They already made the decision to let Jing Jining inherit the Jing family after they punished Jing Yarong's family, then they would support Jing Jining. The other members in the Jing family, who weren't close to Jing Yarong's family, weren't Jing Yuniao's target. Jing Yarong now had no idea about that, so he still believed that the Jing family could be at an advantage by relying on Jing Jining's relationship with Shengguan Yang even if Jing Jining hated him because of Jing Yuniao's death. Therefore, he was still very happy. Baili Kaifeng didn't show obvious jealousy like Dongfang He and Yin Wandian, not because he hid it well, but because he wasn't as jealous of the Jing family as them. He was slightly jealous of them, but didn't lose his balance and begin to hate them. He thought it was their ability that allowed them to have a good relationship with Shengguan Yang. The Baili family had the best reputation among the 4 major families. It was like the Tang family in the mortal world without much interest in playing dirty tricks. Its family members also lived in harmony. They had an upright attitude and normally wouldn't offend other people. They were also very reasonable, but they weren't weak if anyone dared to mess with them. That was the reason why they had never done anything to hurt Ji Yuning even though they wanted something from her. Ji Yuning also became friends with Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie because of that. The Dongfang family had a better reputation than the Yin family and the Jing family. They would play some tricks in order to achieve their goals, but they had principles and were unwilling to hurt innocent people. Therefore, the Baili family was happy to see Baili Zongyang be together with Dongfang Ziyu. The Yin family and the Jing family, however, would do anything to achieve their goals, unless they were restricted. Chapter 2066, You're Adorable. Hi, Elder Shangguan. Yun Hongqing and Shi Xiaoyang greeted Shangguan Yang in that way. Nice to see you, Senior Shangguan. Bai Lingtian and the others greeted him. They originally sat there, but all stood up once Shangguan Yang walked inside, otherwise it would be disrespectful. Bai Lingtian introduced Baili Kaifeng and the others to Shangguan Yang, then they casually chatted with each other before the competition began. At the square, Mo Qilin soon showed up and searched for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting all around. Because there were too many people, it wasn't easy for him to find them and he could only ask the others for clues. Junior Mo, why do you want to find them? A disciple asked Mo Qilin curiously. To team up with them. I need to find them now, said Mo Qilin blankly. What? You want to team up with them? I think you better give it up. Many disciples have tried, but they were all turned down. Perhaps they disdained their levels. If you go to see them right now, you'll be turned down as well, said the disciple. Although Mo Qilin was young and had potential, his current level was really common. Right, it'll be embarrassing, said another disciple. He wasn't disdaining Mo Qilin, but reminded him to be careful out of kindness after what other disciples had been through. I'm different. It's Senior Qinghe who asked me to join them, said Mo Qilin with pride. He was indeed too young to hide his real feelings. What? Hearing that, several disciples around him were all shocked. Did you just say that they asked you to join them? You must be lying. Yeah, it's impossible that they would give you the offer. Your level is very average. Facing their questions, Mo Qilin argued in annoyance. Why should I lie to you? I won't humiliate myself. It was embarrassing if he was turned down, but it was humiliating if he lied. Mo Qilin lost interest in arguing with them, so he walked away to find Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. When they were talking, Jing Yunyan stood not far away, so he heard everything. He didn't think that Mo Qilin was lying, because it was indeed humiliating if he did that. Mo Qilin wouldn't lie. Precisely because of that, Jing Yunyan grew angrier at Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting refused to team up with him who was at a high level, but turned to a regular cultivator, which was quite confusing in his eyes. Wouldn't they feel burdened if they teamed up with a regular cultivator? Although they could get rid of the burden at any time, wasn't it a better choice to team up with a stronger cultivator? In fact, there were advantages and disadvantages whether they teamed up with regular or strong cultivators, because their teammates would also be competitors. It was allowed in the game, so it might not be a good thing if a strong cultivator was their teammate. It was exactly Jing Yunyan's idea, because he planned to grab the best advantages after reaching the end of the game. Before long, Mo Qilin saw Ji Yuning's and Leng Xiaoting's backs, so he immediately ran to them. Hi, Senior Qinghe, Senior Qing Feng, Mo Qilin called them excitedly. Hi. Ji Yuning smiled at them. She wasn't as cold to him as to the others. Senior Qinghe, can I ask you about something? Mo Qilin hesitated. Sure, said Ji Yuning. Actually, she already knew what Mo Qilin wanted to ask about. Why were you willing to invite me to join your team? My level is very average after all. All the seniors are laughing at me because they think I'm lying, asked Mo Qilin curiously. At the same time, he was also slightly upset because he couldn't help but think about that a lot when facing the others' questions. I think you're adorable. My level isn't high either, said Ji Yuning. Really? Just because I'm adorable? Mo Qilin was pure, but still felt it wasn't persuasive. Don't you want to team up with us? Asked Ji Yuning. Of course I do, Mo Qilin said at once, in case Ji Yuning misunderstood him. If so, why do you care so much about the reason? We won't harm you, said Ji Yuning. You're right. Thank you so much, Senior Qinghe, Senior Qing Feng. Mo Qilin stopped being bothered about the real reason why Ji Yuning wanted to team up with him. Anyway, he was very thankful. At this time, Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth for the first time. We invited you to join us, but you can't rely on us all the time. You must do your best. We'll only help you when you really lose control of the game. I know, said Mo Qilin seriously. Although he teamed up with them, he didn't have the intention of relying on them because it would only make him lazy and slow his progress. Those disciples who had the idea that Mo Qilin was lying to them changed their mind after witnessing him get along well with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. They couldn't hear their conversation, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting indeed treated Mo Qilin differently. Therefore, they started to believe Mo Qilin's words about having teamed up with them. In an instant, they all felt jealous. Some disciples who already gave up the idea now wanted to try again, so they went to ask for Leng Xiaoting's permission in order to join them as well. Unfortunately, they were turned down once more. Because of that, Mo Qilin was convinced that he was different and was filled with pride. Dongfang Ziyu started observing other cultivators once she arrived. She found many at a high level and some were even at the same level as her. As a result, she lost some confidence. After 3 years, a lot of cultivators who were at a high level came to take part in the competition. Those who ranked below her 3 years ago seemed to have made great progress, especially Jing Yunyan, who was already in the golden core stage. She cultivated hard, so did the others. She made progress, so did the others. She used to think that she was more likely to win a prize this year, but it seemed she was wrong. There were more strong competitors than 3 years ago, while she was in a dangerous situation. Even if it was more challenging, Dongfang Ziyu was reluctant to give up. Instead, she encouraged herself to be brave. She couldn't lose. When Dongfang Ziyu was observing the others were doing the same thing. In fact, they were all observing each other, planning how to win. Chapter 2067. Have nothing else to do. Given Dongfang Ziyu's level, she was a strong competitor to many other cultivators as well. At this time, a young woman at the same age as her walked over with a smile. She kindly greeted Dongfang Ziyu. Hi, Ziyu, it's been a while. You've made great progress. She was the heiress of the Yin family, Yin Ruyan. However, the Yin family wasn't Yin Ruyan's father's family. Because her father married into the Yin family, she had the same surname as her mother. Yin Ruyan's father married into the Yin family, so the Yin family's members showed no respect towards him at the beginning and they often mocked him. Only his wife loved and respected him, so he tolerated the humiliation. Luckily, they had a talented daughter afterwards and she grew up to be the most outstanding kid of the Yin family, so the Yin family didn't dare to disdain him any longer. Instead, they all became polite to him. Yin Ruyan was talented, but was inferior to Dongfang Ziyu. Now she was at the peak of the heartbeat stage. However, exactly because Dongfang Ziyu was slightly better than her, Dongfang Ziyu overshadowed her in the cultivation world. Yin Ruyan received plenty of praise, but much less than Dongfang Ziyu. Besides, even if people complimented her, she would always hear Dongfang Ziyu's name. In other words, when other people said she had great talent, they always added that Dongfang Ziyu was better. As a result, Yin Ruyan was jealous of Dongfang Ziyu ever since she was little. She competed against Dongfang Ziyu for everything, including Baili Zongyang. In fact, she really liked Baili Zongyang, but Baili Zongyang never bothered to pay attention to her. Even if she went to talk to him, it always seemed that he was unwilling to see her. However, he treated Dongfang Ziyu differently. Baili Zongyang was very polite to Dongfang Ziyu. He would talk to her on his own initiative if they met, and everyone said they were a perfect match in the cultivation world. Nevertheless, Dongfang Ziyu didn't like him at all. So why would he still try to win her attention? Yin Ruyan was clearly aware that there was no chemistry between Baili Zongyang and Dongfang Ziyu, and they simply matched each other when it came to their cultivation level and family background. They didn't find anyone else they liked yet, so neither of them bothered to respond to the rumor. They might really be together with each other one day in the future. After all, it was what their families both wanted and hoped to see. Their families simply didn't urge them very much and gave them some time. Yin Ruyan didn't think she was a worse choice, so why did Baili Zongyang refuse to give her a chance? Yin Ruyan was unwilling to accept it. Even if Yin Ruyan was jealous of Dongfang Ziyu, she pretended to be nice on the surface. Dongfang Ziyu hated hypocritical women like Yin Ruyan, so she never gave Yin Ruyan a smile. Therefore, many people criticized her behind her back for that. Dongfang Ziyu felt aggrieved, but soon got over it. Now she didn't care about other people's opinions. Miss Yin, you've made rapid progress as well, said Dongfang Ziyu in a flat voice. Yin Ruyan called her Ziyu, but she called Yin Ruyan Miss Yin, which proved that they weren't familiar. Well, I'm not as good as Ziyu as always, said Yin Ruyan. Even though she seemed very calm, she actually almost went crazy because of jealousy. No matter how hard she tried, she could never surpass Dongfang Ziyu. Dongfang Ziyu said nothing further about that, but Yin Ruyan was unwilling to end their conversation right now, so she asked, "Oh, I've heard the rumor about you and Zongyang for so long. When can I see the result?" She really wanted to know whether Dongfang Ziyu and Baili Zongyang would really get married. Hearing that, Dongfang Ziyu frowned and realized what Yin Ruyan was implying in an instant. She had an unkind idea and said with a smile, "Miss Yin, thank you so much for asking, but please be patient. We'll certainly invite you to celebrate our wedding if it happens one day in the future." Dongfang Ziyu knew that Yin Ruyan liked Baili Zongyang very much, while she honestly had no idea whether she would end up being with Baili Zongyang. After all, she wasn't the decision-maker sometimes. Therefore, she decided to admit that she and Baili Zongyang were indeed very close to make Yin Ruyan suffer for a while. Without surprise, Yin Ruyan immediately seemed very upset. Since Dongfang Ziyu didn't deny it, would they really get married? Before long, Yin Ruyan went back to normal because she was unwilling to lose her manners in front of Dongfang Ziyu and make herself a joke. However, Dongfang Ziyu had already witnessed everything and slightly mocked Yin Ruyan in her heart, but she was in no mood to laugh at her because she never cared about people like Yin Ruyan. Yin Ruyan was like a contemptible wretch making trouble in her eyes. She had never offended Yin Ruyan, but Yin Ruyan wouldn't stop making things difficult for her just because Yin Ruyan was jealous of her. In the end, Yin Ruyan was always the one who was filled with annoyance, making it meaningless. Yin Ruyan ended up getting mad every time she went to cause Dongfang Ziyu trouble, but she couldn't stop herself from doing that. It was all because of jealousy. Anyway, she couldn't continue right now. "Well, if so, I'll just wait for your good news," said Yin Ruyan without sincerity with a forced smile. "The competition is about to begin. See you then." After that, Yin Ruyan left right away. Well, Yin Ruyan is really good at making herself a joke. Once Yin Ruyan was gone, Wu Shunhua mocked her from next to Dongfang Ziyu. Wu Shunhua wasn't at a very high level, but he was in the primary stage of the heartbeat stage now, so he took part in the competition as well. He came here this time not to win a prize, but to help Dongfang Ziyu and gain some experience. "She has nothing else to do," said Dongfang Ziyu. She agreed that Yin Ruyan's behavior was quite annoying. If Yin Ruyan was at a higher level than her and came to show off, she could understand it, but Yin Ruyan's behavior was obviously unpleasant. Yin Ruyan walked away and saw Baili Zongyang and his younger sister, so she walked over. Although she just embarrassed herself with Dongfang Ziyu, she couldn't help approaching Baili Zongyang and she also wanted to make sure of something. "Hi, Zongyang, Zongshe." Yin Ruyan greeted Baili Zongyang. And Baili Zongshe with a broad smile. "Hi, Miss Yin." Baili Zongyang kept a polite distance from Yin Ruyan. "Hi, Ruyan," said Baili Zongshe, but she didn't show much enthusiasm. She also stayed distantly polite. Chapter 2068. Embarrassed Yin Ruyan. Although Yin Ruyan understood that she wasn't very familiar with Baili Zongyang yet and it was very normal that he called her Miss Yin, she still felt sad when he deliberately kept a distance away from her. However, on the surface, she remained elegant. "Oh, I just met Ziyu and I talked with her for a while. I was told you two are going to be married soon, so I came to congratulate you on that in advance," said Yin Ruyan. She misrepresented Dongfang Ziyu's words, because she wanted to hear the answer from Baili Zongyang's mouth. Hearing that, Baili Zongshe turned to look at her older brother in surprise. She had heard nothing about that. However, she stayed in her school all the time and didn't come back until yesterday, so it wasn't strange that she hadn't heard the news, so she said nothing. Bailey Zongyang seemed very calm and said, "Miss Yin, you can congratulate me when the day comes." Bailey Zongyang knew Yin Ruyan's character very well, so he easily figured out her real purpose. He didn't think that Dongfang Ziyu said that to Yin Ruyan. Perhaps Dongfang Ziyu had given Yin Ruyan a vague answer, so he did the same thing. Because he wasn't sure whether he would really marry Dongfang Ziyu one day in the future, it wasn't up to him after all, he couldn't deny it right now. Yin Ruyan felt sadder in her heart after hearing Bailey Zongyang's answer, but she still forced a smile. Sure, she didn't dare to meet Bailey Zongyang's eyes again in case he saw her upset expression. Without delay, she walked away. "Zongyang, what happened? Is your marriage with Ziyu settled?" Once Yin Ruyan was gone, Bailey Zongshe asked Bailey Zongyang curiously. "Stop asking me questions. The game is about to begin. We should go now." Bailey Zongyang was unwilling to talk about that with Bailey Zongshe. Okay, fine. Since Bailey Zongyang refused to talk about that with her, it was useless even if she kept on asking him. Therefore, Bailey Zongshe closed her mouth and walked to the starting point. It was about 10 minutes from 9 a.m., and all the participants were heading to the starting point. After Leng Xiaoting and the others arrived, Bailey Zongshe coincidentally stood next to Ji Yuning, so Bailey Zongshe saw them and glanced at them once in a while. However, Bailey Zongshe couldn't recognize Ji Yuning and she only heard that they were Shengguan Yang's disciples. It was not only Bailey Zongshe, many others also looked at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Some were aware that they were Shengguan Yang's disciples, while some were observing them. Feeling that Leng Xiaoting was an unusually strong competitor, some people stayed alert or even held hostility towards him. Amid their looks, neither Leng Xiaoting nor Ji Yuning cared about them. Afterwards, the patriarchs of the four major families showed up and went to sit down on the chairs before the hall, looking down on everything at the square. As soon as they appeared, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning turned to stare at them. With a glance, they recognized Jing Yarong because the mole at the corner of his right eye was too noticeable to be ignored. Seeing Jing Yarong, both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were filled with anger in an instant. They ached to kill him, and Jing Yarong shivered, feeling the threat from his back. He immediately turned around, but the two unkind looks were already gone, so he failed to find anything wrong. What happened? He was sure it wasn't an illusion, and the looks were from the crowd of participants. He could feel that someone wanted to kill him. Actually, it wasn't. Strange that someone wanted to kill him, because he had many enemies, but who were the two people? Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had an emotional change when they saw Jing Yarong, but they soon calmed down, so Jing Yarong didn't discover them. Shangguan Yang also gave a glance at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting in the crowd. He was worried that they might be exposed, but now he felt relieved after seeing that they were fine. The other patriarchs didn't notice what they were doing because they weren't Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's target. In order not to lose their manners, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting avoided looking at Jing Yarong again. Before long, it was 9 a.m. and Bai Lingtian gave a speech. "Good morning, everyone. Today is the Kung Fu competition held in our cultivation world once every 3 years. As usual, we'll award the top 10 cultivators with the same prizes. The first prize is Spirit Gathering Pill, the second is Energy Gathering Pill, the third is Bone Generating Pill, while the other 7 prizes are Recovery Pills," he said. The rules of the game remain the same as well. The first part is a group game to compete for number cards. No matter how many participants there will only be 60 people in the second part. Therefore, if you want to get into the second part, you must grab a number card. During that process, Qinggong isn't allowed. You must either walk or run. It's unavoidable to be injured in the game, but I still hope you can be gentle. Don't maim other participants seriously or kill. Whoever breaks the rules will be punished. It was just a game, so there was no need to risk life. Moreover, they didn't count the number of participants, because it was just the first part to select people to get into the second part. After grabbing number cards, they would register for the real game. Right now, there were more than 100 participants, and the disciples of Tiandaozong accounted for 1/3. We'll announce the rules for the second part in a while. And now, please get ready. Once you hear the sound of the bronze drum, you can move, said Bai Lingtian, then went back to his seat. In about half a minute, a dong sounded. The next second, all the participants ran upwards, including Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. On the stage, it was a group fight. During this part, one relied on ability and luck to stand out of the crowd. Because it was a group fight, they only needed to beat out unnecessary people. If one was lucky enough, he or she might be able to survive. Chapter 2069, Strong Sense of Responsibility. If one rushed ahead and got a number card at the end without being attacked, others wouldn't grab it away as long as there were number cards left on the board. Only when the number cards were all taken would the participants begin to steal them from each other. By then, there would be more people with number cards than those without, so it was good luck if he or she could hold a number card till the end. In addition, if there were several number cards left when the first part of the game was over, one could directly pick a number card up, which was very easy, but it rarely happened. Because the aim of participants of the first part was to get a number card instead of having a fight, normally they wouldn't attack the others unless someone stood in their way. They usually fought with each other at the end when they tried to steal the others' number cards. In fact, the rules of the first part seemed a little childish, but it was necessary to select a certain number of people to get into the second part of the game. It was unfair to do that by lot because participants would have no chance to show their abilities. Although luck affected their performance to some extent in the first part, they still mostly relied on their abilities to stand out of the crowd, because most participants would choose to beat those at a low level first. No one was willing to mess with cultivators who were at a high level after all. Therefore, cultivators without outstanding abilities would become the first target. Without surprise, some cultivators at a low level were soon beaten from the platform. At the beginning, few people chose to attack other participants right away, but there were too many people on the stage, so fights were unavoidable. Most participants were unwilling to fight against cultivators at a high level, so Leng Xiaoting, Dongfang Ziyu, and Jing Yunyan were seldom attacked. They were too strong to be beaten after all. Therefore, they smoothly got to the end, and didn't have any conflicts under a tacit agreement. Because they were at the same high level, it wasn't good if they had conflicts right now. As a result, people like Jing Yunyan, Dongfang Ziyu, and Yin Ruyan easily reached the end and successfully got number cards. Leng Xiaoting could go get one before other participants, but he didn't rush. Instead, he chose to wait for Ji Yuning and Mo Qilin. Because Ji Yuning and Mo Qilin were at a very average level among the participants, they could be eliminated if they weren't careful. If they were lucky, they might succeed. Therefore, they were the target of most participants and many people went to attack them. When Ji Yuning and Mo Qilin were under attack, Leng Xiaoting didn't help them because he knew that Ji Yuning could handle it. Ji Yuning had also told him to leave the trouble to them as long as they weren't in danger so that they could improve. Leng Xiaoting agreed and watched on the sidelines. Seeing that Leng Xiaoting had no intention of helping them, more and more people went to attack Ji Yuning and Mo Qilin. However, none of them succeeded. It was a little hard for Mo Qilin to fight back, but it couldn't be easier for Ji Yuning to do so because those who attacked them were mainly at the same level as them. They attacked Ji Yuning and Mo Qilin in 2s and 3s. Leng Xiaoting was told to stand away, but he sometimes gave them a helping hand when Mo Qilin was out of strength. When Leng Xiaoting helped them, other participants realized that Leng Xiaoting would do something to help them out, so they gradually left. Jing Yunyan and Dongfang Ziyu's teammates existed because they needed to support Jing Yunyan and Dongfang Ziyu, while Leng Xiaoting had to help his teammates. Jing Yunyan showed mockery towards Leng Xiaoting and thought that he was dumb. After all, they took part in this game simply for personal benefits. Jing Yunyan was indeed as selfish as he was cold-blooded. Dongfang Ziyu didn't bother to laugh at Leng Xiaoting. Instead, she respected him for helping his teammates. However, although she respected him, they had different purposes, so she would only care about herself. The audience witnessed the scene as well. Some made fun of Leng Xiaoting, while some showed respect to him. Anyway, there were more people who were respectful of Ling Xiaoting, so selfish people were comparatively fewer. In front of the hall sat Bai Lingtian and the other elders. Yun Hongqing said in a complimentary tone, "Shengguan, you have a great disciple. He can directly go to take a number card on his own, but he doesn't. He chose to stay and wait for his teammates. He has a strong sense of responsibility. Qilin is really lucky that he can team up with them." They had become more familiar with each other now, so they stopped calling one another senior. After Yun Hongqing said that, many people were displeased, including Dongfang Ziu's master, Shi Xiaoyong, Dongfang Ziu's grandfather, Dongfang He, Yin Ruyan's grandfather, Yin Wandian, Yin Ruyan's master, Fu Zi, Jing Yunyan's father, Jing Yarong, and so on. Because Dongfang Ziu and the others went to get a number card first and left their teammates to fight alone, it seemed they lacked a sense of responsibility. It was a group game and participants could team up, but it wasn't a team game after all. Why did Yun Hongqing have to emphasize the sense of responsibility? They were displeased, but said nothing about it. Although Fu Zi was Yin Ruyan's master, he wasn't as selfish as the Yin family, so he actually agreed with Yun Hongqing. Of course, both Qinghe and Qingfeng have a strong sense of responsibility, so there is no need for you to be worried. Your disciple will be fine, said Shengguan Yang happily. I'm not worried at all. I'm just afraid Qilin might be a drag on Qinghe and Qingfeng, said Yun Hongqing. It wasn't a courtesy, but he said that with sincerity. He used to hope that Mo Qilin could team up with Shengguan Yang's disciples, but now he began to worry that Mo Qilin might hinder them. He didn't expect them to protect Mo Qilin, so he felt a little embarrassed now. In the short fight, Yun Hongqing could see that Qinghe was excellent at martial arts although her cultivation level wasn't high. She was at the same level as Mo Qilin, but she looked relaxed while Mo Qilin seemed exhausted. After all, she was Shengguan Yang's disciple. Chapter 2070, just a little favor, it's fine. I believe they'll win, said Shengguan Yang airily. It seemed that he had great confidence in Ji Yuning and Ling Xiaoting. When Shengguan Yang said that, no one thought he was bragging, because Qingfeng was obviously strong. Even if Qingfeng couldn't become the number one, it wasn't difficult for him to be in the top 5. As for Qinghe, they could also see her excellent martial arts although her cultivation level wasn't high. With Qingfeng's help, it was easy for her to get into the top 10. Mo Qilin could join the top 10 as well if Qingfeng and Qinghe were able to help him. At this time, Baili Zongxie was at the fusion stage, so many people attacked her too. Nobody cared about status here, and there would only be losers and winners, so those who attacked Baili Zongxie weren't afraid of her family background. Besides, the 4 major families were always competing against each other secretly. In order to stop the other families from getting into the second part of the game, they were making things difficult for each other. Baili Zongxie had teammates, but they were being attacked as well, so they might not be able to help her. As a result, when Baili Zongxie ran to the 3rd martial arts platform, a cultivator at a high level hit her with magical energy. Baili Zongxie was accurately hit, then fell from the stage the next second. Seeing that, her teammates rushed to rescue her at once, but it was too late. Seeing that, the Baili family's members all frowned at their seats. It wasn't something they wanted to see, but they stayed calm. After all, they didn't have high expectations for Baili Zongxie. They let her join in the game only to experience it. Unfortunately, she didn't make it to the second part when the real game began. However, right when everyone believed that Baili Zongxie was going to fall from the stage, Ji Yuning moved and flashed to its edge. In the last second, she caught Baili Zongxue's hand. That scene shocked many people. Unexpectedly, she ran to rescue Baili Zongxie. Even Baili Zongxie couldn't believe it. When Ji Yuning ran to rescue Baili Zongxie, some admired her, some were annoyed, and some mocked her. People who admired Ji Yuning weren't selfish. They might not help their competitors, but they wouldn't disdain those who did. People who were annoyed obviously wanted to see Baili Zongxie lose. And people who mocked Ji Yuning felt her action was hard to understand because Baili Zongxie wasn't her teammate. It was a competition after all and kindness wasn't encouraged. The person you rescued might return kindness with ingratitude. Bailey Zhongshe wouldn't do that, but someone seized the chance to attack her when Ji Yuning went to pull her back. Many people criticized the person for his shameless behavior, but he didn't break the rules, so it was allowed. However, right when the person was about to succeed, Ji Yuning pulled Bailey Zhongshe back. Without delay, she turned to attack the person with strong magical energy combined with the magical power of blood of the phoenix. As a result, the person was hit off the stage and fell into the pool. Many people were amazed by that scene. To their surprise, a cultivator at the fusion stage was able to release such powerful magical energy and beat a cultivator in the primary stage of the heartbeat stage off the stage. The cultivator who was beaten from the stage by Ji Yuning was in the primary stage of the heartbeat stage, or she wouldn't have to use the magical power of the blood of the phoenix to enhance the force. Although there was only a level gap between the fusion stage and the heartbeat stage, it made a great difference. Seeing Bailey Zhongshe rescued, the Bailey family were relieved. They didn't expect her to win a prize, but it was a good thing if she could get into the second part of the game. Thanks, Bailey Zhongshe said to Ji Yuning. You're welcome. Ji Yuning didn't care much about that. She came to help only because it was Bailey Zhongshe. Senior Shangguan, I should thank you for your disciple's help to my granddaughter. Bailey Kaifeng thanked Shangguan Yang. Although he should do that to Ji Yuning, he couldn't talk to Ji Yuning at this moment. Anyway, he knew that Bailey Zhongshe would thank Ji Yuning by herself. Bailey Zhongshe was his granddaughter after all, so he must say something to show his attitude. It's just a little favor, Patriarch Bailey, said Shangguan Yang airily. He didn't think it was a big deal because he was aware of Ji Yuning's relationship with Bailey Zhongshe. If it was a stranger, Ji Yuning wouldn't help. Shangguan, is your female disciple really a cultivator in the fusion stage? Shi Xiaoyang asked curiously. Yes. Shangguan Yang smoothed his beard and said with pride, she isn't at a very high level, but her abilities are very outstanding. She has great explosive force. She isn't worse than a cultivator in the heartbeat stage. Shangguan Yang didn't mind telling them something about Ji Yuning, but he wouldn't tell them everything about her. In fact, even cultivators in the golden core stage might not be able to defeat Ji Yuning because she had the blood of the phoenix, which could enhance the impact of magical energy several times than before, let alone cultivators in the heartbeat stage. Knowing that, the other people were surprised again. It was very rare that a cultivator in the fusion stage was able to defeat a cultivator in the heartbeat stage. None of them doubted that because they could see the girl was indeed much stronger than cultivators in the fusion stage. She was also able to release powerful magical energy and easily knock away a cultivator in the heartbeat stage. The fight continued. After rescuing Bailey Zhongshe, Ji Yuning kept on helping her clear her way ahead once in a while. Mo Qilin had Leng Xiaoting's help, so they soon reached the end and got number cards. Therefore, they could rest for a while now. When the 60 number cards were all taken, there were over a dozen people who failed to get one standing on the martial arts platform. As a result, they had to grab one from other people. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting protected Mo Qilin and Bailey Zhongshe behind them. Bailey Zhongshe was also protected by her teammates, so those cultivators who planned to grab their number cards had to give it up. Because Leng Xiaoting was at a high level and Ji Yuning was stronger than she seemed to be, they avoided them and turned to attack cultivators at a lower level. Some of them succeeded, but some failed again and were knocked off the martial arts platform. As soon as those cultivators without a number card were all knocked off, the first part of the game was over. Chapter 2071, Aren't You Afraid at All? All the cultivators who were defeated were at a low level. Some cultivators at a low level successfully got a number card because they had either great teammates or good luck. Afterwards, participants with a number card went to register for the second part of the game. There were numbers on the number cards. After they wrote down their names and numbers, Bai Lingtian introduced the rules of the second part to them. Everyone, in the second part of the game, you'll go into the deep forest of mist. Your task is to get the magic crystal from demonic monsters. You have 8 hours. There are a lot of demonic monsters in the mist forest. It's very dangerous. I hope you can protect your number card well, because it's a transfer Taoist magic figure. If you encounter danger inside, you can break it and it'll send you back right away, but it also means you quit. Even if you get magical crystals before that, it'll still be meaningless. Once 8 hours are over, the number card will break on its own and you'll be sent out. The number and quality of the magical crystal you get will decide your rank. No matter what tricks you use, we only see the result, said Bai Lingtian. They didn't care about the tricks, only the result, which meant participants could steal the fruits of other people's labor. It sounded shameless and unfair, but it was the cruel reality. If you didn't have the ability to guard your stuff, you could lose it. There were many demonic monsters in the deep forest of mist. Their existence was a threat to the cultivation world, so they held the kung fu competition once every 3 years to kill them. Magic crystal was the crystal condensed in the body of demonic monsters, but not every monster had a magic crystal. It relied on one's luck. If you were lucky, you could easily find one. If not, you might not be able to find a single piece after meeting dozens of demonic monsters. However, one had to kill demonic monsters to see whether they had magic crystals. After all, cultivators couldn't see inside their bodies. Therefore, as long as they fought, they were consuming time and strength. If they found no magic crystal after killing a dozen demonic monsters, they had to accept their bad luck. However, Ji Yuning had jade eyes, so it wasn't a problem. Cultivators could improve their level through magic crystals, and they weren't worse than magical pills, but only high-level demonic monsters' magic crystals would be very useful. Low-level magic crystals were only useful for cultivators at a low level and they weren't very helpful for cultivators at a high level. Although there were a lot of demonic monsters in the deep forest of mist, there was thinner magical power now, so demonic monsters made very slow progress. As a result, demonic monsters inside were mostly at a low level. Only a few of them could reach a middle level. However, it wasn't easy for common cultivators to deal with them. In addition, for the sake of their lives, they didn't dare to go too deep in the mist forest. There could be high-level demonic monsters deep inside the mist forest, but they were very dangerous. If they weren't careful enough, they could die. Therefore, even if Baili Zongyang won the first prize 3 years ago, he only had 7 magic crystals in all back then. Including 2 at the 4th level, 1 at the 3rd level, 3 at the 2nd level, and 1 at the 1st level. Dongfang Ziyu ranked right below him. She had 1 at the 4th level, 1 at the 3rd level, 3 at the 2nd level, and 1 at the 1st level. Although there would be the top 10, prize winners had to successfully get magic crystals. If there were only 7 participants who had magic crystals, they would be the prize winners. Oh, no fighting within the first hour. It's not allowed. After Bai Lingtian finished his speech, they began to write down their numbers. Leng Xiaoting was number 52, and Ji Yuning was no. 56. They grabbed the number cards randomly. There was no order, but they deliberately chose larger numbers. Their numbers were written down, making it convenient to record other information later. Afterwards, they entered the transfer formation and disappeared in an instant. The next second, they saw a completely different scene. They were now standing in a deep forest, which was filled with thick white fog that blocked their sight. Besides, the eerie and weird forest covered in the mist made many people feel a sense of horror, especially the timid ones. They even had the idea of leaving. Jesus, this place is creepy. Right, it gave me goose pimples. I feel like quitting. Someone said he wanted to quit, but he didn't actually mean it. They had fought hard to get into the second part of the game, so they naturally wouldn't quit right now. They could break their number cards to get out of here if they encountered danger. Some of them had been here before, so they didn't have many feelings. Precisely because they had been here before, they knew how dangerous this place was and stayed alert. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning came here for the first time, but they weren't nervous at all. They just kept on reminding themselves to be careful. Mo Qilin and Baili Zongxie were scared, but they wouldn't quit. Dongfang Ziyu and the other people observed Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning's reaction for a while, but they frowned in annoyance when they found out that they stayed very calm and relaxed. Weren't they afraid at all? All right, we don't have much time. Let's move now. They stopped wasting time on talking, then walked deeper into the forest in teams. Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, and Mo Qilin were in a team. Baili Zongxie wanted to follow them, but felt embarrassed to say it aloud. Although the girl just rescued her, she couldn't ask the girl to protect her all the time. Therefore, Baili Zhongshe walked away with her teammates. Jing Yunyan and Dongfang Ziyu did the same thing in different directions. At the beginning, they wouldn't fight, because it wasn't allowed within the first hour. In addition, they relied on each other to kill demonic monsters and get magic crystals, then they could fight to take them as their own. Because of the dense fog in the deep forest, they couldn't see each other after a distance of about 7 or 8 meters. Besides, in the deep, misty forest, the breath was chaotic and the voices were mixed, so it wasn't easy to feel the breath or hear footsteps and the like. Senior Qing Feng, Senior Qing He, aren't you afraid at all? When they were away from the crowd, Mo Qilin grew more anxious, but he got curious once he saw how calm Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were. Why should we be? Ji Yuning said, we just have to kill demonic monsters and get magic crystals. Chapter 2072, Poisoned. Mo Qilin opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He didn't think Ji Yuning was bragging because she and Leng Xiaoting were indeed very strong. Therefore, Mo Qilin was amazed by their bravery. Since they weren't afraid, he felt safe too. As time went by, Mo Qilin overcame fear. They walked ahead separately. After walking for more than half an hour, they still didn't see any demonic monsters, because demonic monsters also walked around all the time and they wouldn't stay near the edge of the forest. The deeper it was, the thicker the magical energy was, so they could feed themselves and cultivate. Although Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting needed to experience this game, their most important goal was to win a prize, so Ji Yuning directly used her jade eyes to search for demonic monsters. Only when they ran into demonic monsters could they put their skills into practice. Ouch! All of a sudden, Mo Qilin exclaimed in pain and looked scared. Hearing his voice, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting turned to stare at him at once. My hand is so painful, said Mo Qilin, raising his right hand. There was a black mark on the back of his hand. Obviously, he was poisoned. There weren't only demonic monsters in this misty forest, there were also many poisonous plants, snakes, insects, rats and ants. If you accidentally encountered them, you would be poisoned. Luckily, they were cultivators with strong resistance. If mortals met highly poisonous animals or plants, they could die within minutes. Ji Yuning slightly frowned, then immediately took out a bottle of power crystals and a bottle of magical power liquid from her pocket. She handed Mo Qilin a power crystal and told him to swallow it before applying magical power liquid to the back of his hand. Because the poison had quickly spread into Mo Qilin's blood, the application of magical power liquid wasn't enough. Mo Qilin was a cultivator, so he needed a lot more magical power than mortals did. Mo Qilin trusted Ji Yuning very much, so he didn't hesitate to take the pill Ji Yuning gave him. However, the pill melted the second it touched his tongue, which surprised him greatly. It was the first time that he had such an experience. After it melted in his mouth, he felt the flow of coldness quickly spreading in his body and he gradually felt more comfortable. The black mark on the back of his hand was also disappearing quickly after the magical power liquid was applied. Wow, Senior Qing He, your medicine is so amazing. It's even more effective than my master's antidote, Mo Qilin exclaimed. As a cultivator, he had seen a lot of effective magical pills, but there were ordinary magical pills and special magical pills. Although it was hard to get special magical pills, it was much easier to have ordinary magical pills, because they were widely sold at medicine shops in the cultivation world. Anyway, those magical pills weren't very effective, and it usually took over a dozen minutes to fully get rid of the poison. Ji Yuning's power crystals and magical power liquid, however, were able to help Mo Qilin completely get rid of the poison within 3 minutes. There aren't only many demonic monsters in this misty forest, there are also many poisonous plants, snakes, insects, rats and ants. You must be careful, said Ji Yuning. Sure, I know. Mo Qilin nodded with a serious expression. After what he had just been through, he would be more careful now. Thank you so much, Senior Qing He, said Mo Qilin. Afterwards, they continued to walk ahead. Because they all knew that there weren't only many demonic monsters in this misty forest, but also many poisonous plants, snakes, insects, rats and ants, they had prepared many antidotes, as did Mo Qilin. Ji Yuning only reacted faster than him, so his antidote didn't come to use. Mo Qilin wasn't the only one who had been hurt by poisonous plants. There were several other participants who accidentally touched poisonous plants and got poisoned too. They all had antidotes, but they weren't very effective, so they had to wait for over a dozen minutes to recover. After they walked for nearly an hour, a team finally met a low-level demonic monster. The demonic monster wasn't owned by the people who saw it first. Instead, no matter who saw it, the person could kill it for its crystal. If they failed, it would be a waste of time and strength. It was a cruel reality. Only the strong could get the chance to kill the target, and it also required one's abilities to protect the fruits of their labor. Besides, only cultivators at a high level were able to deal with demonic monsters alone. So only a few cultivators at a low level dared to do that. Unfortunately, after they spent over a dozen minutes killing a low-level demonic monster, they found no magic crystal, which meant they had wasted time and energy. Even though they were aware that not every demonic monster had a magic crystal, they still felt displeased after wasting over a dozen minutes. Anyway, whether the demonic monster had a magic crystal or not, they had to kill it, or it would attack them. All in all, they had to fight to survive. Before long, Ji Yuning and her teammates ran into demonic monsters as well. They were also at a low level, and there were two of them. In the two demonic monsters, one had a magic crystal, while the other didn't. According to the above explanation, they had to kill the demonic monsters once they met them, whether they had magic crystal or not. You can kill that one. Leave this one to me. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to kill the one with the magic crystal, while she would go to kill the one without the magic crystal. For now, she didn't tell Mo Qilin to fight, because there would be plenty of chances in a while. Since she invited Mo Qilin to join them, she wouldn't let him go back with empty hands. No problem, said Leng Xiaoting, then he went to beat the demonic monster. In the meantime, Ji Yuning rushed to attack the other one. Mo Qilin wasn't unhappy because Ji Yuning didn't tell him to do something. He came here this time simply to get familiar with this misty forest. He actually didn't care much about the prizes. Given Leng Xiaoting's level, it couldn't be easier for him to kill a low-level demonic monster. Therefore, within 3 minutes, the demonic monster was killed and he took the magic crystal from its body. It was a silver, second-level magic crystal. The colors and levels of magic crystals were white at first level, silver at second level, yellow at third level, orange at fourth level, red at fifth level, green at sixth level, blue at seventh level, black at eighth level, mixed colors at ninth level, and transparent at the legendary 10th level. The 10th level was called legendary, because no one had ever seen it from the ancient times till now. Leng Xiaoting was slightly surprised to see the magic crystal, because he didn't expect to be so lucky and get a magic crystal from the very first demonic monster they met. He wondered whether Ji Yuning would have one too. Chapter 2073, You won't go back with empty hands. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting turned to look at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning hadn't killed the demonic monster yet, but it wouldn't be long. Leng Xiaoting didn't go to help, because it wasn't necessary, so he walked back with the magic crystal. The moment Mo Qilin saw it, he exclaimed with great excitement, "Wow, magic crystal! There is a magic crystal. You have unbelievably good luck. Senior Qing Feng, can I have a look?" Mo Qilin looked at Leng Xiaoting with anticipation. Although he had seen a magic crystal before, it was very rare, so he was still excited to see it again. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting handed the magic crystal to Mo Qilin right away, then he focused on Ji Yuning. Once Mo Qilin got the magic crystal, he began to observe it. Ji Yuning had also almost killed the demonic monster on the other side, but she didn't dig its energy center out. Because there was no magic crystal inside. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting immediately understood why, so he didn't ask about it. Mo Qilin, however, asked Ji Yuning when she came back with empty hands, "Senior Qinghe, isn't there a magic crystal in the demonic monster?" The answer couldn't be more obvious, but he still couldn't help asking. "There isn't," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Mo Qilin looked disappointed, but he soon accepted it. After all, not every demonic monster had a magic crystal. They just met two and already got one, which was already quite lucky. It's fine, we'll get more. We got one after meeting only two demonic monsters. We're very lucky today. I believe we will be luckier later, Mo Qilin said to comfort Ji Yuning, although he was actually the one who felt disappointed here. Ji Yuning was amused by his reaction. Saying that, Mo Qilin returned the magic crystal to Leng Xiaoting. He wanted it badly, but it was Leng Xiaoting's, so he wouldn't take it. Even if he wanted to do that, he didn't have the abilities to make it happen. Yeah, we'll have more. Don't worry, since you came with us, we won't let you leave with empty hands, said Ji Yuning. Really? Mo Qilin rounded his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect to win a prize, but it was better to leave with several magical crystals than nothing. Thanks, Senior Qinghe. Mo Qilin thanked her at once. He didn't forget Leng Xiaoting, so he turned to thank Leng Xiaoting the next second. Thank you, Senior Qing Feng. In half an hour, they met three other demonic monsters, but none of them had a magic crystal. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning stayed calm, while Mo Qilin was slightly worried. Luckily, they soon met a low-level demonic monster with a magic crystal, so Ji Yuning told Mo Qilin to kill it on his own. Given Mo Qilin's level, he should be able to do that. Without hesitation, Mo Qilin went to attack the demonic monster, and about 10 minutes later, he killed the demonic monster after losing a lot of strength. Anyway, he wasn't injured. Although Mo Qilin didn't think there would be a magic crystal in the demonic monster, he still needed to cut it open to make sure of it. When Mo Qilin cut the demonic monster's body open, he saw a white magic crystal and got excited in an instant. Magic crystal. There is a magic crystal. The magic crystal was only at the first level, the lowest level, which wasn't much helpful for his cultivation, but Mo Qilin was still filled with happiness and a strong sense of achievement because he killed this demonic monster. Because Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning already knew it, they didn't have much of a reaction. Mo Qilin took the magic crystal out. After hesitating for a second, he took the magic crystal towards Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Senior Qinghe, this magic crystal, he gave it to Ji Yuning. Mo Qilin was going to give this magic crystal to Ji Yuning. Even though he was the one who killed the demonic monster, Ji Yuning gave him the chance after all. This is the magic crystal you got by yourself. You don't need to give it to me. Take it yourself. Ji Yuning understood Mo Qilin's meaning, but she gave Mo Qilin the chance to kill the demonic monster in order to let him keep the magic crystal. Really? Mo Qilin showed happiness, but he asked with uncertainty. Have I ever lied to you? Asked Ji Yuning with a raised eyebrow. Absolutely not. Mo Qilin answered right away. Since Ji Yuning was willing to give it to him, he accepted her kindness. If so, thank you, Senior Qinghe. Therefore, Mo Qilin took the magic crystal. Dongfang Ziyu and Jing Yunyan also ran into many demonic monsters, and had killed a lot of them, but unfortunately they hadn't found any magic crystals yet. They were at a high level, so they still had a lot of strength even if they had killed many demonic monsters. In addition, it only took a little strength to kill low-level demonic monsters. Meanwhile, participants who were at comparatively low levels began to lose strength after killing several demonic monsters. At this moment, it was very dangerous if they lacked strength. It would be fine if they encountered low-level demonic monsters, but they could be seriously injured if they ran into middle-level demonic monsters. As a result, they didn't go deeper in the forest before they regained their strength. Baili Zhongshe had good luck. After killing 7 demonic monsters, she finally got a first-level magic crystal. She killed the demonic monster with the magic crystal, and her teammates were all from the Baili family, so no one competed against her for it. Ji Yuning and her teammates went deeper into the forest, because they were ambitious to get more higher-level magic crystals. In about half an hour, Ji Yuning and her teammates met 3 other demonic monsters. Fortunately, one of them had a magic crystal. Since both Leng Xiaoting and Mo Qilin had a magic crystal now, Ji Yuning was going to deal with the demonic monster this time. Accordingly, she took the magic crystal. It was a second-level magic crystal. Although Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting both had a second-level magic crystal, while Mo Qilin had a first-level magic crystal, Mo Qilin didn't feel it was unfair. He wouldn't be displeased even if it was his only magic crystal after the game was over. It only took Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting 2 or 3 minutes to kill a second-level demonic monster, but Mo Qilin had to fight for 15 minutes to kill it. It took 5 minutes longer than before and he lost more strength as well. After all, a second-level demonic monster was harder to deal with than a first-level one. When Mo Qilin wasn't in danger, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't help him because he needed to practice his skills. After Mo Qilin lost much of his strength, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were concerned about his condition and gave him enough time to rest. They didn't go deeper until he recovered. Chapter 2074. We didn't break the rules. After killing 5 other demonic monsters without magic crystals, Ji Yuning and her teammates met another demonic monster with a magic crystal. This time, 2 demonic monsters showed up together, so Ji Yuning told Mo Qilin to stand aside and she along with Leng Xiaoting went ahead to deal with the demonic monsters. Right when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were fighting against the demonic monsters, another team met them and watched from the side. Although they didn't think there would be a magic crystal in the 2 demonic monsters, they still stayed and watched the fight. They wouldn't be convinced until they witnessed it with their own eyes. If there was a magic crystal, they would undoubtedly want to steal it, but they were afraid of Leng Xiaoting's level. After all, among them, the strongest cultivator was simply in the middle stage of the heartbeat stage, which was barely comparable to the golden core stage. Besides, although Ji Yuning seemed to be in the fusion stage, her abilities were much better than just that. Even cultivators in the heartbeat stage were no match for her. Seeing them, Mo Qilin frowned slightly. He knew what they were thinking, but didn't chase them away because it was allowed for them to watch. Anyway, he believed that they were no match for his senior Qinghe and senior Qingfeng. If they dared to steal the magical crystal from his senior Qinghe and senior Qingfeng, they would be punished. Therefore, Mo Qilin felt better and ignored them. Before long, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting killed the 2 demonic monsters. From the demonic monster Leng Xiaoting killed, he took out a second-level magic crystal. The demonic monster Ji Yuning killed didn't have a magic crystal, but she still had to cut its body open because there were other people around. The other team was excited when Leng Xiaoting took out the magic crystal. To their surprise, there was really a magic crystal in this demonic monster. Mo Qilin wasn't surprised anymore, he was only filled with happiness now. They had unusually good luck. For a moment, they had the idea of stealing that magic crystal, but had to give up upon thinking of Leng Xiaoting's level. He was incredibly strong. Even if they dared to steal it, they wouldn't succeed, so they could only watch Leng Xiaoting put the magic crystal into a bag. After that, Ji Yuning and her teammates directly walked away, leaving them behind. "Boss, what should we do next?" When Ji Yuning and her teammates were a distance away, a man asked the head of their team that question. "Follow them," said the head of their team after thinking for a while. Although they couldn't steal it right now, they were unwilling to see Ji Yuning's team leave, so they decided to follow to see what they could do. Anyway, it was allowed by the rules, so they could follow them. Because it was a misty forest, they would lose sight a dozen meters away. As a result, they had to be close to their target. In that case, Ji Yuning and her teammates soon found out that they were following them. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't care about that, but Mo Qilin was annoyed. He stopped and glared at them. "Why are you following us? What? Aren't we allowed to do that?" "We didn't break the rules," replied a man. He took it for granted. Mo Qilin got mad. It was indeed allowed to follow other people, so they didn't break the rules, but he was unhappy about that. "It's fine. Let them be if they want to follow us. We don't need to pay special attention to them," said Ji Yuning airily to comfort Mo Qilin. In fact, it couldn't be easier for them to get rid of those people. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Mo Qilin said nothing, but he was still displeased. After they walked ahead for another while, they met a team of 4 who were fighting against 2 second-level demonic monsters. Once they saw other people coming, they stayed alert, especially when they saw Leng Xiaoting's team. Because Leng Xiaoting was at a higher level than them, the magic crystal would definitely be stolen if there was one in the demonic monsters they were fighting against right now. Therefore, the 4 people were a little annoyed, but they could do nothing about that. However, there was no magic crystal in the two demonic monsters, so Ji Yuning and her teammates didn't want to stay there any longer. After a glance, they walked away. The four people who were fighting against the demonic monsters felt relieved. They even had a good impression of Ji Yuning's team. The four people who were following Ji Yuning's team, however, hesitated to leave, because they wanted to know whether there was a magic crystal in the two demonic monsters. They were no match for Leng Xiaoting's team, but Leng Xiaoting's team had magic crystals. At the same time, they weren't sure whether the two demonic monsters the four people were fighting against had magic crystals. They were at the same level, and the four people had lost a lot of strength in the fight against the demonic monsters. If the four people were able to get a magic crystal, it would be easier for them to steal the magic crystal. When they were thinking about that, Ji Yuning's team was already gone in the mist, so they decided to stop following Ji Yuning's team. Anyway, they couldn't grab the magic crystals even if they continued to follow Ji Yuning's team. The four people who were fighting against the demonic monsters were displeased when they found out that they stayed, but they weren't really afraid because they were at the same level. After a while, the four people killed the demonic monsters, but unfortunately there were no magic crystals. Those people who gave up following Ji Yuning's team felt quite disappointed. Without delay, they tried to chase after Ji Yuning's team. However, Ji Yuning's team was nowhere to be found now. Before long, they didn't have time to search for Ji Yuning's team because they ran into demonic monsters as well and they needed to fight. After they were in the misty forest for 4 hours, Ji Yuning's team had gone the deepest, so the demonic monsters they met along the way became stronger and stronger. This time, Ji Yuning's team encountered 5 demonic monsters. 2 of them were at the 3rd level, while the other 3 were at the 4th level. Among the 5 demonic monsters, 2 had magic crystals, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't know the levels of the magic crystals until the demonic monsters were killed. They could approximately sense the demonic monsters' abilities from their breath. Demonic monsters at the 3rd or 4th level weren't a threat to them, but they had to be careful because each of them needed to fight against 2 demonic monsters. In the meanwhile, they also needed to pay attention to Mo Qilin to prevent him from being injured. A fight between 3 cultivators against 5 demonic monsters began. Given Mo Qilin's level, it was naturally harder for him to fight against a 3rd-level demonic monster than a 2nd-level demonic monster, but his skills in the fusion stage were enough to deal with a 3rd-level demonic monster, at least for now. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were both fighting with 2 demonic monsters, it took them longer than before to win. However, they were at an advantage as usual. They could wound the demonic monsters, but it took more time for them to control them. Chapter 2075, to win the first and the second prize. After about 15 minutes, Leng Xiaoting finally killed the 2 demonic monsters. He took out a 4th-level magic crystal from a demonic monster this time. In another 3 minutes, Ji Yuning also killed 2 demonic monsters and took out a 3rd-level magic crystal from one of them. However, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning didn't go to help Mo Qilin afterwards. Although it was difficult for Mo Qilin to win the fight, he was likely to defeat the demonic monster after a while. After another 5 minutes, Mo Qilin killed the demonic monster with great effort, but there was no magic crystal. It disappointed Mo Qilin when he found no magic crystal after spending so much energy on killing this demonic monster, but he soon accepted it. After all, his aim was to put his skills into use by coming into the misty forest, so the prizes weren't important. Seeing his disappointed expression, Ji Yuning said, "Mo Qilin, I think I should be honest with you. We came here to win the first and second prize, so we might give you fewer magic crystals later, but we'll make sure that you can get into the top 10. After the game is over, we'll send you some high-level magic crystals for your cultivation. I hope you can understand us." Participants could take the magic crystals as their own after the competition was over, because they had risked their lives for them. Tiandaozong wouldn't take the magic crystals away, so Ji Yuning had the right and freedom to give Mo Qilin some magic crystals when the game was over. Knowing that, Mo Qilin explained at once in case Ji Yuning misunderstood him. "Senior Qinghe, I came here simply to put my skills into use. I don't care about the prizes, so please don't misunderstand me." If you can't win a prize at the top of the list while being in our team, it'll be humiliating," said Ji Yuning. "Well, thanks, Senior Qinghe." Since Ji Yuning said that, Mo Qilin could only thank her because he really wanted high-level magic crystals to improve himself. Dongfang Ziyu and Jing Yunyan were also walking deeper because they wanted to get magic crystals at a high level too. After they walked deeper, they met a third-level demonic monster. Because both Dongfang Ziyu and Jing Yunyan were in the Golden Core stage, it was easy for them to deal with a third-level demonic monster, and it was done within a dozen minutes. However, compared with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, they took a lot more time and strength. Dongfang Ziyu had good luck and got a third-level magic crystal, but Jing Yunyan got nothing. He was so mad that he even wanted to beat the demonic monster again. He vented his anger on this demonic monster without a magic crystal. He ached to win, so he didn't have patience. Half of the time had passed, and he only had 2 second-level magic crystals now. Although he didn't think other participants would have more magic crystals than him, they might not be worse than him, so Jing Yunyan felt a sense of crisis. Along with Jing Yunyan were people arranged by the Jing family. None of them were at a higher level than Jing Yunyan, so they couldn't help him, but they still had to follow him. At least they could do something for him. They were sent here by the Jing family, but they were slightly reluctant to do it because their task was to help Jing Yunyan win the best prize. Even if they got magic crystals on their own, the magic crystals wouldn't be theirs. Jing Yunyan had a magic crystal, but it was taken out by other people after they killed a demonic monster. However, it went to Jing Yunyan in the end. Even though Jing Yunyan could get this magic crystal without their help, it was different when he directly took it away from them. They were unwilling to be his teammates, but they had to listen to the Jing family's order. Yin Ruyan and her team weren't as lucky as Dongfang Ziyu or Jing Yunfei, but she successfully got 3 magic crystals after killing nearly 20 demonic monsters. 1 magic crystal was at the first level, while the other 2 were at the second level. She wasn't satisfied with the levels, so she and her teammates went deeper into the forest as well. In addition to Leng Xiaoting, Dongfang Ziyu, and Jing Yunyan who were in the Golden Core stage, there were also 3 other cultivators in the same stage, but they were only in the primary stage, so Leng Xiaoting was still the strongest among them. He was at the peak of the Golden Core stage. One of the other 3 cultivators in the Golden Core stage was from Tiandaozong, and the other 2 were from small families of other cities. No one had heard of their names before. Leng Xiaoting was also a new face in the game this time, so their appearance was a big threat to Dongfang Ziyu and the other cultivators. They also had teammates, and they got 2 or 3 magic crystals too. However, they didn't have all the magic crystals because they weren't selfish and wouldn't take all the magic crystals as their own. Whoever killed the demonic monsters could get the magic crystals. The cultivators in the Golden Core stage walked deeper into the forest in order to get higher level magic crystals. Unfortunately, not every cultivator could finish the game. In 3 hours, there were already 4 cultivators who broke their number cards and went back to the square of Tiandaozong. All of them were seriously injured. They were at lower levels, so they weren't able to defeat the demonic monsters and were injured. In order to survive, they could only break their number cards and leave the game. Everyone was worried about their family members, especially Jing Yarong, Dongfang He, and Yin Wandian, because they wanted their grandchildren to win more than anyone else. However, several new cultivators in the Golden Core stage showed up this year, which made them feel less confident. They were very worried now. Baili Kaifeng understood that Baili Zhongshe was at a common level, so he didn't expect her to win, but he hoped that she could safely leave the forest. Yun Hongqing had the same thought as Baili Kaifeng. He didn't expect Mo Qilin to win a good prize and only hoped that he would be safe. Anyway, he believed that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would treat Mo Qilin well if they had many magic crystals. Only Shangguan Yang stayed calm, because he wasn't worried about Leng Xiaoting's safety at all. Instead, he believed that Leng Xiaoting's team would win. Chapter 2076. Just felt there was in the misty forest. They walked deeper together, but would rarely meet each other because they didn't walk in a straight line, just in a rough direction. As a result, it could be a bending route. Although they would rarely see each other, some of them still met by accident. When Dongfang Ziyu's team saw Jing Yunyan's team, they avoided one another under a tacit agreement. The two teams were at the same level, so they avoided having conflicts, at least for now. In addition to meetings with people, they would also see many demonic monster corpses. Whenever they saw the bodies, they would go to observe them. They did that, not because they tried to find missed demonic monsters, but simply because they wanted to figure out how many demonic monsters from among them had magic crystals so that they could be mentally prepared. Demonic monsters with magic crystals were different from those without, so they could distinguish them by a glance even though the magic crystals were already taken away. Anyway, most of the demonic monsters they saw didn't have magic crystals. Even if there was, it was just a magic crystal at the first or second level. After a while, Dongfang Ziyu's team noticed bodies of 3 4th-level demonic monsters. Among them, 2 had magic crystals, which greatly surprised them. At the same time, they became worried. There are 2 with magic crystals among these 3 demonic monsters. Whoever met them was very lucky. Wu Shunhua exclaimed. Right, we haven't got any 4th-level magic crystals yet. His teammate chimed in. I wonder who got this 4th-level magic crystal, said another teammate, trying to figure out who was most likely to have done that. It can't be Jing Yunyan or his teammate. We just met them in another direction. I feel it might be Shangguan Yang's disciple, said Wu Shunhua. There were more cultivators at a high level than just them, but he had a feeling that it could be Shangguan Yang's disciple. Dongfang Ziyu also had that idea. They were the biggest threat to her after all. At this moment, she felt a serious crisis. No matter who it is, they already have 2 4th-level magic crystals, so we're in a very dangerous situation. Let's move now, said Dongfang Ziyu. Hearing that, her teammates agreed and they continued to walk ahead. 5 hours later, all the participants only had 3 hours left. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting took Mo Qilin to a deeper area of the forest and they already met 5th-level demonic monsters. Before that, they had successfully gotten 8 4th-level magic crystals, 6 3rd-level magic crystals, 6 2nd-level magic crystals, and a 1st-level magic crystal. It was more likely to get magic crystals from demonic monsters at higher levels, so they were able to collect more magic crystals as they gradually met higher-level demonic monsters. Mo Qilin now not only had a 1st-level magic crystal, but he also had a 2nd-level magic crystal and a 3rd-level magic crystal. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't give them to him. Mo Qilin went to give the demonic monsters the last deadly hit when Ji Yuning had almost killed them, then he dug the magic crystals out by himself. Mo Qilin originally thought that Ji Yuning needed his help because she was occupied with fighting against other demonic monsters back then. After Mo Qilin dug the magic crystals out, he handed them to Ji Yuning. However, Ji Yuning wanted him to take them as his own, so she wouldn't take them. She just felt it would be like charity to Mo Qilin if she dug it out and gave it to him. It would make Mo Qilin upset, so she decided to let him do it on his own. Mo Qilin actually wouldn't be upset, because it was an honor to him that Ji Yuning was willing to give the magic crystal to him. However, Mo Qilin understood that Ji Yuning meant to let him get the magic crystal on his own by killing the demonic monster at the last second. Because of that, Mo Qilin felt very grateful. However, Mo Qilin had a question when Ji Yuning told him to kill the demonic monster with a magic crystal, so he asked curiously, Senior Qinghe, how did you know there is a magic crystal in this demonic monster? If she could know that beforehand, it would be unbelievable. I'm not sure. I just felt there was, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Mo Qilin stopped asking about it. With these 3 magic crystals, I'll surely get into the top 10. 3 years ago, only the few at the top had 2 magic crystals, and they were all at 1st or 2nd level. Now I have 3 magic crystals. One of them is even at the 3rd level. I could rank 6th even 3 years ago, said Mo Qilin with satisfaction. Although he didn't get all the magic crystals on his own, he was still filled with happiness. Mo Qilin continued, Oh, Baili Zongyang won the first prize 3 years ago. He only had 7 magic crystals back then. 2 at the 4th level, 1 at the 3rd level, 3 at the 2nd level, and 1 at the 1st level. If what Mo Qilin said was true, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting now had more magic crystals than Baili Zongyang had 3 years ago. It seemed that they could certainly win the first and second prize, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't think so. There were only 2 cultivators at the Golden Core stage last year, but this year had 6, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting thought that TGEY should still be careful. They needed to get more magic crystals in the last 3 hours. It wasn't easy to deal with 5th-level demonic monsters, but luckily Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were able to handle them. It only took them longer. Mo Qilin could hardly hurt 5th-level demonic monsters, so he stopped fighting, and instead focused on protecting himself. In half an hour, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting finally killed 5 5th-level demonic monsters and got 2 5th-level magic crystals. Unfortunately, before they fully recovered, they met other 3 5th-level demonic monsters. However, luckily there were only 3, so they still had strength to continue to fight. Because they had just consumed some strength, it took them almost half an hour to kill the 5th-level demonic monsters. Luckily, one of them had a magic crystal. Mo Qilin had been surprised by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's good luck and abilities too many times, so he had no special feelings this time, but he was still happy for them when they got magic crystals again. The battle was over. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were slightly tired, but they didn't rest right away. Instead, they directly took out power crystals to refill themselves with strength so that they could continue to move. At the beginning, Mo Qilin thought the power crystals were common antidote pills, so he was totally amazed when Ji Yuning told him that they could stop the effects of all poisons and could quickly help them recover. After that, Mo Qilin asked her what kind of magical pills they were. Chapter 2077. Get everything by abilities. Ji Yuning told him they were highly pure crystals of magical power, which could stop the effects of all poisons and quickly refill people with strength. She also explained that her master gave them to her. Shangguan Yang was a very senior cultivator, so it wasn't strange that he had such effective pills. Senior Qing He, does Senior Shangguan have a lot of these kinds of pills? Asked Mo Qilin with bright eyes. Ji Yuning immediately understood his purpose. He wanted the power crystals. However, Ji Yuning didn't feel displeased, because everyone wanted them after they learned their effects. Do you want them? Ji Yuning asked on purpose. Yeah, can I have some from Senior Shangguan? Oh, I can pay for them. Mo Qilin admitted with alacrity. He originally wanted some from them, but felt it wasn't appropriate. They weren't familiar after all, so he couldn't get the pills for free. Therefore, he said that he could pay for them. We don't have many of the pills, but I can give you 10. Don't tell anyone else, except for your master, said Ji Yuning. She didn't mind giving 10 power crystals to Mo Qilin. Although no one dared to mess with Shangguan Yang in the cultivation world, they were going to have a close relationship with the cultivation world in the future, so it was better to have sincere friends and connections. Accordingly, Ji Yuning didn't mind investing for that right now. Really? Hearing that, Mo Qilin jumped up in excitement, then he promised at once. Senior Qing He, thank you so much. I promise I won't tell anyone except for my master. My master will keep it a secret as well. She didn't know whether Yun Hongqing would tell other people, but she had a good impression of him after spending some time with Tiandaozong. He seemed to be an upright person. Bai Lingtian and Shi Baichuan were also good men. Ji Yuning wasn't sure about the other people, but she didn't have a good impression of the others. I'll give them to you after we go back. We need to continue to fight now. You might lose them if I give them to you right now, said Ji Yuning. No problem. Mo Qilin agreed. 6 hours had passed, and only 2 hours were left in the game. There were already 10 participants who gave up halfway, but they were all at lower levels. Besides, each of them was seriously injured and some were poisoned. After Ji Yuning and her teammates walked a distance away, she saw 4 people fighting against 3 5th-level demonic monsters not far away with her jade eyes. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting never had the idea of stealing magic crystals away from other people. However, Jing Yunyan was different. If they saw Jing Yunyan, they wouldn't hesitate to compete against him. Coincidentally, Ji Yuning saw Jing Yunyan this time and saw that one of the demonic monsters in the fight had a magic crystal. Let's go there, said Ji Yuning, then walked towards Jing Yunyan. Leng Xiaoting didn't know what happened, but he knew Ji Yuning did it for a reason. Mo Qilin knew nothing, so he followed them wherever they went. Seeing Leng Xiaoting's team coming, Jing Yunyan frowned. Although he didn't know whether the demonic monsters had magic crystals, Leng Xiaoting's team could steal the magic crystals away if there were. Even if it wasn't easy, he didn't have much confidence to guard the magic crystals. Upon thinking that his stuff was going to be stolen, he was annoyed. However, he didn't think it was wrong to steal other people's stuff when he did that himself. When Leng Xiaoting saw Jing Yunyan, he also frowned a little and he realized why Ji Yuning wanted to come here. Xiaoting, kill that demonic monster, said Ji Yuning, pointing at a demonic monster. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting knew there must be a magic crystal inside the demonic monster, so he ran ahead without delay. Jing Yunyan wasn't fighting against that demonic monster, his teammate was. His teammate wasn't strong enough and was retreating. Even in that situation, they didn't think that Leng Xiaoting showed up for that person. They believed that Leng Xiaoting went to attack the weakest member of their team. Jing Yunfei and his other teammates got mad. They wanted to stop Leng Xiaoting, but lacked the ability to do so. Jing Yunfei shouted in anger, "You're shameless. How can you behave like robbers? It's allowed by the rules. We can get everything through our abilities." Ji Yuning leaned against a tree with her hands crossed on her chest. There was a fake smile on her face when she stared at Jing Yunyan. Jing Yunyan got furious. It was indeed allowed by the rules, but he wouldn't allow it to happen. "And no one knows whether there is a magic crystal in this demonic monster," said Ji Yuning deliberately. In fact, that was the reason why she chose to kill this demonic monster. Even though Jing Yunyan agreed with Ji Yuning, his team actually found the demonic monsters before Ji Yuning's team, so he couldn't allow them to steal the fruits of their labor. Unfortunately, Jing Yunyan didn't have the energy to argue with Ji Yuning. He couldn't be distracted in the fight against 5th-level demonic monsters because he was almost injured just now. In the meantime, the man immediately went to stop Leng Xiaoting from stealing the demonic monster, but he was kicked away by the demonic monster instead. He was wounded and couldn't get up for the time being. Jing Yunyan hesitated for a second, then said nothing. He had to swallow his anger right now and focus on killing the demonic monster he was fighting against. Given their previous experience, Mo Qilin believed that Ji Yuning must feel there could be a magic crystal in the demonic monster, so she told Leng Xiaoting to kill it. What he didn't know was that Ji Yuning was actually clearly aware that there must be a magic crystal in the demonic monster. Moreover, Mo Qilin didn't think it was wrong when Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to steal the demonic monster. It was allowed by the rules anyway, and they only stole demonic monsters away from Jing Yunyan's team. Mo Qilin lacked social experience, but he could feel that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting disliked Jing Yunyan. He also hated Jing Yunyan. Jing Yunyan had disdained him many times before because he was an orphan. No one supported him except for his master. Therefore, he felt happy when Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to steal Jing Yunyan's demonic monster. Leng Xiaoting was better than Jing Yunyan in cultivation level and martial arts, so it was very easy for him to deal with the 5th-level demonic monster. Therefore, when Jing Yunyan was about to defeat the demonic monster he was fighting against, Leng Xiaoting had already killed the demonic monster and took out a magic crystal from its body. Chapter 2078. We can't win. The moment Jing Yunyan and his team saw Leng Xiaoting take out the magic crystal, they were furious. "Damn it, that's my magic crystal," said Jing Yunyan angrily. He left the demonic monster which was almost killed by him behind and went to attack Leng Xiaoting to grab the magic crystal which was supposed to be his. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyan began to fight against each other. When senior cultivators had a fight, they used magic. In an instant, the wind blew scarily and hurled broken trees everywhere. That being the case, other people could also be hurt, so Ji Yuning pulled Mo Qilin and walked away at once. Mortals would be stunned by that scene, because they could normally only see something like that in a TV show. It was something written in mysterious fantasy novels. When Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyan were in a fight, Jing Yunyan used his full strength, while Leng Xiaoting only used 70% of his strength, which was already enough for him to defeat Jing Yunyan. Both of them were in the golden core stage, but Jing Yunyan was in the primary stage and Leng Xiaoting was at the peak. There seemed to be a small gap, but it was actually quite a large difference. Witnessing Jing Yunyan at a helpless disadvantage, his teammates stopped fighting with the demonic monsters and turned to help him. Seeing that, Ji Yuning told Mo Qilin to protect himself and joined the fight without hesitation. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were now fighting with Jing Yunyan and his 3 teammates, but they were still at an advantage, because Ji Yuning was stronger than cultivators in the fusion stage. As they had fought, they were also dealing with demonic monsters, so there were 3 groups of people and monsters in a fierce fight. Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, and Jing Yunyan could easily avoid demonic monsters, but the other people weren't so lucky. They had to fight back. In that case, they couldn't focus on Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, which gave Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting enough time to defeat Jing Yunyan and his team. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had no intention of seriously injuring Jing Yunyan. They simply aimed to defeat him and stop him from stealing the magic crystal. During their fight, the demonic monsters were all killed, but they didn't have any magic crystals, so neither Ji Yuning nor Leng Xiaoting bothered to give them a glance. After Jing Yunyan figured out that he was no match for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, he stopped fighting, but was reluctant to accept the reality. He glared at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, then criticized them coldly. "You're bullying us. We didn't break the rules. If you can, come and steal our magic crystals," said Ji Yuning arrogantly. Jing Yunyan was mad. He didn't know what to say because it was indeed allowed. Ji Yuning also challenged him to steal their magic crystals. He wanted to do that, but he knew he wouldn't succeed. If he could, he wouldn't be so mad. Ji Yuning couldn't be more pleased seeing Jing Yunyan so mad at them. He couldn't do anything about it anyway. Even Leng Xiaoting enjoyed the result. Jing Yunyan and his team stopped attacking Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, and vice versa. "Let's go." Leng Xiaoting left with his teammates. Jing Yunyan didn't stop them, because he wasn't able to do that. He could only watch them walking away with strong killing intent in his eyes. If his look could kill, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would be dead already. Actually, even if looks could kill, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't give Jing Yunyan the chance to kill them with his look. "What should we do now, Lord Jing?" asked Jing Yunyan's teammate. "We can't win. There is nothing we can do. You're useless." Jing Yunyan vented his anger on his people. Jing Yunyan's teammates felt quite aggrieved, but didn't dare to say anything. Jing Yunyan was at the highest level among them after all. If they were at the same level as Jing Yunyan, they wouldn't have lost the fight. Although Jing Yunyan was very angry after losing a 5th-level magic crystal, he wouldn't quit just because of that, so he had to continue to finish the game. When Ji Yuning's team had walked far away, Mo Qilin said in great excitement, "It was so pleasant seeing Jing Yunyan filled with anger but unable to do anything. He always bullied me before, so he deserved that treatment." Hearing that, Ji Yuning only gave a smile. She actually wanted to steal all the magic crystals from Jing Yunyan, but she just searched for their bodies and found no more magic crystals. Ji Yuning didn't believe that they had no more magic crystals, because she saw Jing Yunyan carrying a Chenkin bag, so he must have put all of his magic crystals away in the Chenkin bag. Leng Xiaoting also put away his magic crystals in his Chenkin bag, while Ji Yuning's were in her telepathic eye space. Only Mo Qilin put them in his strap on his body. In that case, his enemies wouldn't be able to grab his magic crystals, unless he was defeated and forced to take them out. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, however, didn't need to do that. Because the magic crystal was stolen away by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yunyan was furious at this moment. As a result, when he saw other people who were at lower levels than him fighting with demonic monsters, he would go to steal the fruits of their labor too. Unfortunately, there were no magic crystals, so he directly started to grab other people's magic crystals and successfully got 2 at the 2nd level. Those who were robbed of their magic crystals were hopping mad, but they couldn't defeat Jing Yunyan, so they had to accept the result. Jing Yunyan is so shameless. How could he rob other people of magic crystals? Well, it's allowed by the rules. Ji Yuning's team walked ahead for a while, and again saw familiar people fighting with 4 demonic monsters. They were Baili Zhongshe and her teammates. Baili Zhongshe was at the same level as Mo Qilin, so she was no match for the 4th-level demonic monsters. What was worse, there were many demonic monsters, so her teammates couldn't help her. As a result, Bailey Xianxia was retreating under a demonic monster's attack. The demonic monster Bailey Xianxia was dealing with had a magic crystal. This time, Ji Yuning went over with Leng Xiaoting and Mo Qilin again. Given her relationship with Bailey Xianxia, she wouldn't go to steal Bailey Xianxia's magic crystals, she was just going to help her. However, when they went closer, Mo Qilin saw Bailey Xianxia's team and asked Ji Yuning worriedly, "Senior Qinghe, are we going to steal theirs?" Because he didn't know Ji Yuning's relationship with Bailey Xianxia and they had just stolen Jing Yunyan's magic crystal, he unavoidably had that thought right now. Mo Qilin wasn't familiar with Bailey Xianxia, but he knew her and he had a good impression of the Bailey family. His master had told him that the Bailey family had the best reputation and principles among the 4 major families. Therefore, he didn't want to see Ji Yuning steal their magic crystals. Chapter 2079. Help Bailey Xianxia. Bailey Xianxia's teammates became alert when they saw Leng Xiaoting's team because they were afraid Leng Xiaoting came to steal their demonic monsters. Only Bailey Xianxia was relaxed and wasn't anxious. "No, we're going to help them," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Mo Qilin felt relieved and remembered that Ji Yuning had rescued Bailey Xianxia in the first part of the game. At the same time, he was more sure that they robbed Jing Yunyan of the magic crystal because they disliked him. "May I help?" asked Leng Xiaoting. Without delay, they took action. Mo Qilin didn't move because he knew his level very well and wouldn't burden them. "Let me help you." When Ji Yuning approached them, she shouted loudly in case they misunderstood her. "Thanks." Bailey Xianxia felt grateful. Bailey Xianxia's teammates were relieved too. They remembered that Ji Yuning had rescued Bailey Xianxia in the first part of the game, so they believed Ji Yuning's words. With Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's help, the 4 demonic monsters were soon killed. "Thank you so much." After the demonic monsters were killed, they didn't rush to open their bodies to see whether there were magic crystals. Instead, they thanked Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting first. "You're welcome. Go check whether there are magic crystals in the demonic monsters' bodies," said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't help Bailey Xianxia open those demonic monsters' bodies, and instead let her do it by herself. Bailey Xianxia and her teammates went to open those demonic monsters' bodies at once. At the same time, Ji Yuning went back to Leng Xiaoting's side and told him to leave. When Bailey Xianxia and her teammates finished, Ji Yuning's team was already far away. If so, they didn't stop them. Afterwards, Bailey Xianxia found a magic crystal from a demonic monster and her teammates cheered. "If they hadn't helped us, we would have suffered a lot to get it," said Bailey Xianxia's teammate. "Right, if there had been other people, this magic crystal would have been robbed away," said Bailey Xianxia. "Xianxia, the girl has helped you twice. I'm almost convinced that you two know each other," said Bailey Xianxia's other teammate. "Yeah, I have the same feeling." Another teammate chimed in. "I don't know her at all. She's just very nice," said Bailey Xianxia. Although she was sure that she didn't know the girl, she also somehow felt the girl was very familiar. She wasn't familiar with the girl's appearance or voice, but her air. Had they met before and forgotten each other after a long time? Thinking of that, Bailey Xianxia thought it was possible. "It wasn't easy for us to get here. There are only 2 hours left, but I don't think we should continue to walk deeper, or we'll suffer a greater loss than gain if we encounter danger," said Bailey Xianxia. Given the fruits of their labor till now, they were able to win a prize in the top 10. Hearing that, her teammates agreed with her, so they walked back. After Ji Yuning's team walked farther away, they met 2 5th-level demonic monsters. Even though they didn't have magic crystals, Ji Yuning's team still had to kill them. Right when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were fighting with demonic monsters, Dongfang Ziu's team came and stopped. Seeing that, neither Ji Yuning nor Leng Xiaoting paid special attention to them. Jing Yunyan was no match for Leng Xiaoting, so Dongfang Ziu was hardly comparable to Leng Xiaoting either. In fact, Dongfang Ziu might not be able to defeat Ji Yuning. Although Mo Qilin was a little unhappy, he said nothing. "Ziu, should we?" Wu Shunhua asked Dongfang Ziu in a low voice. He didn't finish, but his meaning couldn't be more obvious. He asked Dongfang Ziyu whether to rob Ji Yuning's team. They are very strong and there might not be magic crystals in the demonic monsters, so let's wait for a while, said Dongfang Ziyu. Hearing that, her teammates stopped and watched aside. However, as time went by, they grew displeased because Ji Yuning's team seemed very relaxed when they fought against demonic monsters. After a short while, Leng Xiaoting killed a demonic monster, then Ji Yuning did the same thing. Although they knew there weren't magic crystals in their bodies, they had to cut their bodies open because Dongfang Ziyu was present. Dongfang Ziyu and her teammates were amazed by their efficiency because they were extremely fast, at least much faster than them. Ji Yuning was only in the fusion stage, but she was able to kill a demonic monster faster than Dongfang Ziyu. Was Ji Yuning really only in the fusion stage? If Dongfang Ziyu had a fight against them, she might be the loser. Luckily her team didn't rush to steal the demonic monsters from Ji Yuning's team and there was no magic crystal. In the following hours, Dongfang Ziyu deliberately avoided Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't because she gave up the idea of stealing their magic crystals, but because she clearly knew she didn't have that ability. Instead, she was worried that Ji Yuning's team might rob them of their magic crystals. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting actually had no intention of robbing Dongfang Ziyu's team of their magic crystals. After Dongfang Ziyu's team left, they also walked away deeper into the forest. They only had an hour and 20 minutes now and they had to collect a few more magic crystals. It would be better if they could run into demonic monsters at higher levels. There must be magic crystals. If there weren't, they were unwilling to meet demonic monsters. It was important to put their skills into use, but it was more important to win a prize. Senior Qing Feng, Senior Qing He, the demonic monsters are at higher levels as we walk deeper. They'll be more difficult to deal with, said Mo Qilin when he saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't stop walking farther inside. He admitted that he was scared, because it was very dangerous deep in the forest. Although he knew that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were very strong, they weren't the strongest cultivators after all, so it would be dangerous as they went deeper. Even his master didn't dare to walk too deep in the forest, otherwise his master would have come here to kill demonic monsters and collect high-level magic crystals for cultivation. If you're afraid, you don't need to go inside with me, but you might not be safe even if you stay here. In fact, it's more dangerous if you stay here alone than if you go inside with us, because there are a lot of 5th-level demonic monsters moving around here. You're no match for them. If you go with us, at least we can make sure you'll be safe. We're determined to go deeper, said Ji Yuning. It sounded a little cold-blooded, but it was the truth. Chapter 2080. Too many. Even if Mo Qilin regretted it now, he had no chance to leave because it would indeed be more dangerous for him to stay here than to go with them. Mo Qilin opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end because Ji Yuning was right. He would be in a more dangerous situation if he stayed here alone. Therefore, he could only trust them and follow them. As they wished, after they walked for another while, they met demonic monsters at higher levels. 2 were at the 6th level, while 1 was at the 7th level. As soon as they met 6th level and 7th level demonic monsters, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting felt a serious crisis. Because 6th level and 7th level demonic monsters were stronger than Leng Xiaoting, they would have to have a fight above their levels, which was very dangerous. Although they had the flood dragon, they couldn't let it out right now because of Mo Qilin's presence. At this moment, Ji Yuning regretted taking Mo Qilin along with them for the first time. If Mo Qilin was absent, they could let the flood dragon out as they wanted. Anyway, they already brought Mo Qilin, so they couldn't let him go back alone. In addition, all the 3 demonic monsters had a magic crystal, and they surely wouldn't give up. As a result, they told Mo Qilin to stay farther away and protect himself well. Then Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to deal with the demonic monsters. It was true that demonic monsters at higher levels were much more difficult to deal with. Even if Ji Yuning added magical power of the blood of the phoenix to her hits, the demonic monsters were only slightly injured and barely affected. After about 10 minutes, it was still a tie. After 20 minutes, the situation didn't get better, but Ji Yuning was losing strength. Half an hour later, Ji Yuning began to find it hard to continue and Leng Xiaoting was also losing strength. As Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were dealing with the demonic monsters, people at other places started robbing each other of magic crystals. Previous teammates were now enemies. Some even robbed each other within a team. Although many participants tried to avoid Leng Xiaoting's team, some still wanted to find them, especially other cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Because they hadn't witnessed Leng Xiaoting's real abilities, they felt they should be the same and they might not lose if they had a fight. They also had many magic crystals, so they wanted to see whether they could rob Leng Xiaoting's team of some magic crystals. Even though they hoped to meet Leng Xiaoting's team, they also felt a little worried because they were at the same level. It was hard to tell who was going to win. They were afraid they might lose their magic crystals if they lost to Leng Xiaoting. Either way, they couldn't meet Leng Xiaoting's team because Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning went too deep in the forest. None of them dared to follow, so it was impossible for them to meet. After 40 minutes, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were at a disadvantage, but the demonic monsters were seriously injured by them as well. Mo Qilin was increasingly worried about them. He felt it wasn't important whether Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were able to kill the 3 demonic monsters right now. Most importantly, they had to stay strong for another half an hour, then their number cards would break on their own. Afterwards, they could leave the misty forest. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, however, had a different idea. They only had half an hour in which they had to kill the 3 demonic monsters and take their magic crystals. It seemed that they had to let the flood dragon out in case any accidents happened. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to glance around and saw that there was no other debris in a radius of 20 or 30 meters, so she immediately said to Mo Qilin, step back 10 meters. Without my permission, you can't come over. Hearing that, Mo Qilin was confused. He didn't know what Ji Yuning was going to do, but he didn't ask and stepped 10 meters back right away. After stepping back 10 meters, he could barely see the fight, so Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to let the flood dragon out at once. She also let the monster fox out at the same time. The monster fox wasn't at a high level, but it was helpful to some extent. With the flood dragon and the monster fox's help, the fight became much easier for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. 10 minutes later, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting started to be at an advantage and the 3 demonic monsters were driven back after 5 minutes. Mo Qilin didn't know how everything was going. He could only hear sounds of the fight, so he was very anxious. However, Ji Yuning said he couldn't go over without her permission, so he controlled himself and could only pray that they would be fine. In the last 5 minutes, the 3 demonic monsters were finally killed. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had no time to rest and quickly took out the magic crystals. Seeing the magic crystals, the eyes of the monster fox and the flood dragon lit up at once. Obviously, they wanted them. Ji Yuning saw their reaction, so she said, "We'll give you some when we're back home later." "Sure," said the flood dragon and the monster fox at the same time. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting put them into the telepathic eye space before walking towards Mo Qilin. The anxious Mo Qilin cried out in excitement when he saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting finally appear again. He ran to them right away. "Senior Qing He, Senior Qing Feng, you're finally out. Are you all right?" "We're fine," said Ji Yuning with a smile. "How's the 3 demonic monsters?" asked Mo Qilin. He couldn't believe that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were able to kill the 3 demonic monsters because the 3 demonic monsters were too strong. "They're dead," said Ji Yuning. "What?" Hearing that, Mo Qilin was shocked. To his surprise, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could kill such strong demonic monsters. "Did they have magic crystals?" asked Mo Qilin. "Of course," replied Ji Yuning. Then she took out a 4th level, a 3rd level, 2 second level, and a 1st level magic crystal from her backpack. "Here, they're yours. After you get a prize, I'll give you a few more." She handed them to Mo Qilin. By now, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had a 7th level, 2 6th level, 5 5th level, 8 4th level, 7 3rd level, 6 2nd level, and a 1st level magic crystal, so they could still win a prize after giving a few to Mo Qilin. There are too many." Mo Qilin felt a little ashamed to take all the magic crystals. "Just take them. The time is almost over. They won't be counted after we go out," said Ji Yuning. Mo Qilin didn't refuse again, and took them. Thank you, Senior Qinghe. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting had a 7th level, a 6th level, 2 5th level, 4 4th level, 2 3rd level, and 2 2nd level magic crystals. And Ji Yuning had a 6th level, 3 5th level, 3 4th level, 4 3rd level, and 4 2nd level magic crystals. Chapter 2081, She's even worse than Jing Union. Mo Qilin had a 4th level, 2 3rd level, 2 2nd level and a 1st level magic crystal. Although Mo Qilin had much fewer magic crystals than Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, there wouldn't be a problem for him to get into the top 10. After Mo Qilin took the magic crystals and put them into his bag, he felt his sight shake a little and they were already back in the square when his sight became clear again. At this time, it was 6 p.m. They had entered the misty forest at 10 a.m. The sky wasn't dark yet, but it could be dark soon because it was already November. During the 8 hours, the other people didn't just wait at the square. Tiandaozong treated them with tea. They didn't come out again until half an hour before the 8 hours were over. When the participants appeared at the square again, they were in a mess because they kept their postures from the misty forest. Some were lying injured on the ground, while some were still in a fight. Anyway, they had different postures. Only a few people could keep a perfect image. Once they realized that they were already out of the misty forest, they adjusted their clothes. Jing Union glared at Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. It seemed he ached to kill them. He still felt very upset because he couldn't get rid of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. He couldn't tell on them, because it was allowed and he had done the same to other people. Many other people also turned to look at Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning because they were curious to know how many magic crystals Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had gotten. Their status and cultivation level attracted a lot of attention after all. The cultivators, family members felt relieved when they discovered that they were fine. Seeing Jing Union glaring at Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, Jing Yarong frowned. Did they get a lot of magic crystals or did they have conflicts and Jing Union was at a disadvantage? No matter what, they had offended Jing Union, so Jing Yarong looked at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting unkindly, but he could do nothing about it. Seeing Dongfang Ziu's worried expression, Dongfang he understood that she might not have a good result. Anyway, he couldn't make the conclusion that Dongfang Ziu lost yet because the results weren't out yet. No one knew how many magic crystals other people had. They didn't have jade eyes after all, so they couldn't see how many magic crystals other people carried. However, Ji Yuning did, and she didn't hesitate to see how many magic crystals they had. Because Jing Union, Dongfang Ziu, and Yin Ruyan had a Chenkin bag, she couldn't see the inside of it, but she was able to see how many magic crystals other participants had, including the 3 cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Although Ji Yuning was confident that Leng Xiaoting and she would win, she wasn't 100% sure of it before the results were out. If there were any participants who had more magic crystals than one of them, she was willing to give all her magic crystals to Leng Xiaoting and help him win. Among the 3 cultivators in the Golden Core stage, even the best of them didn't have many magic crystals in Ji Yuning's opinion because Ji Yuning had many more than them. If Jing Union's team had the same amount of magic crystals as the 3 cultivators, she and Leng Xiaoting would certainly win. Seeing Mo Qilin's happy face, Yun Hongqing knew that they had gotten a lot of magic crystals, so he smiled too. Shang Guanyang had the same feeling when he saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's calm faces. After they came back to their senses, they went to record the fruits of their labor according to the order of their number cards. Jing Union was number 1, because he took the number 1 number card when they went to compete for the number cards. Therefore, Jing Union was the first one who stepped ahead to record the magic crystals he had. Because Jing Union was at a high level, many people believed that he would have a good result. Even if there were several cultivators in the Golden Core stage, they might not be better than Jing Union. Jing Union had 7 magic crystals in all, including 1 at the 5th level, 1 at the 4th level, 2 at the 3rd level, and 3 at the 2nd level. Among the 7 magic crystals, he had robbed other people of 2. One was a 3rd level magic crystal, and the other was a 2nd level magic crystal. Anyway, as long as they left the misty forest, the magic crystals were his even if he robbed other people of them. He had more magic crystals than Bailey Zongyang 3 years ago, but Bailey Zongyang was only at the peak of the heartbeat stage back then, so it couldn't prove that Jing Yunyan was better than Bailey Zongyang. Bailey Zongyang had won the championship before, so he couldn't take part in the game again, or he could have gotten a better result than 3 years ago. Moreover, Bailey Zongyang relied on himself to get so many magic crystals, while Jing Yunyan had a team to help him and he also had robbed other people of magic crystals, so Jing Yunyan wasn't better than Bailey Zongyang. Anyway, Jing Yunyan had a comparatively good result, so everyone was envious of him. Jing Yarong had a smile on his lips. Although he didn't know how many magic crystals other people had yet, Jing Yunyan had already gotten a good result. Even the several cultivators in the Golden Core stage couldn't have a better result than Jing Yunyan. After Jing Yunyan, there were a few participants in a row who had no magic crystals at all, then it was the number 5 participant who only had a second-level magic crystal. Number 6 was Dongfang Ziyu. Dongfang Ziyu had 7 magic crystals as well, including 1 at the 5th level, 1 at the 4th level, 1 at the 3rd level, and 4 at the 2nd level. Even though Dongfang Ziyu had 7 magic crystals too, the levels of hers were lower than Jing Yunyan's. Because of that, Jing Yunyan and the Jing family felt relieved, but Dongfang Ziyu and the Dongfang family were unhappy. Dongfang Ziyu was reluctant to accept the result, but she did her best to compose herself, or she could be laughed at for being a sore loser. She indeed couldn't afford to lose, but she didn't want other people to see it because the result showed their abilities. She already lost, which proved that she was worse than other participants. If she refused to accept that, other people would think she didn't have a clear understanding of herself. Anyway, no one believed that Dongfang Ziyu was really as calm inside as she was on the surface, but it was very normal because there wasn't a huge gap. As a result, it was understandable that Dongfang Ziyu was unhappy about the result. However, many people had high expectations of Dongfang Ziyu before the game, so they began to talk about her after seeing that she was worse than Jing Yunyan. I thought Dongfang Ziyu is most likely to win the first prize, but unexpectedly she's even worse than Jing Yunyan. Chapter 2082, shared much of their glory, right, but Jing Yunyan isn't weak at all, so it isn't strange that she's worse than him. I wonder whether Dongfang Ziyu can win the second prize. If not, she'll have an even worse result than 3 years ago. I think it's understandable. After all, there are so many new senior cultivators this year and Dongfang Ziyu has gotten many more magic crystals than 3 years ago. Dongfang Ziyu is at a much higher level than 3 years ago as well. When Dongfang Ziyu heard their discussion, she was annoyed, but didn't know what to say. At the beginning, Dongfang He also believed that Dongfang Ziyu was highly likely to win the first prize. Even if Jing Yunyan was also in the Golden Core stage, Jing Yunyan made it after Dongfang Ziyu, so Dongfang Ziyu should be better than Jing Yunyan. Although it was very challenging, Dongfang Ziyu might not lose. Afterwards, Dongfang He learned that there was another cultivator in the Golden Core stage in Tiandaozong, so he became nervous but he still felt the result remained unknown. He didn't know there were many more cultivators in the Golden Core stage than he thought until today, so he became more anxious and gave up the hope that Dongfang Ziyu could win the championship. As long as she could get into the top 3 and collect more magic crystals than 3 years ago, it wouldn't be a bad result, and it wouldn't be embarrassing. Dongfang Ziyu indeed had gotten many more magic crystals this year than 3 years ago, but Jing Yunyan still surpassed her. Dongfang He could only hope that the other 4 cultivators in the Golden Core stage wouldn't surpass Dongfang Ziyu, otherwise she would be shut out of the top 3. Unfortunately, he was doomed to be disappointed this time. Before long, it was Yin Ruyan's turn. She had 6 magic crystals in all, including 1 at the 4th level, 2 at the 3rd level, 2 at the 2nd level, and 1 at the 1st level. For now, she ranked 3rd. Although Yin Wandian and Yin Ruyan were dissatisfied with the result, they clearly knew it wasn't easy. The following participants were unimportant, so there was no need to elaborate. Bailey Zongxie had 4 magic crystals, including 1 at the 4th level, 2 at the 2nd level, and 1 at the 1st level. The Bailey family was satisfied, because Bailey Zongxue's level wasn't very high. Moreover, Bailey Zongxie didn't take all her team's magic crystals as her own. She shared them with her teammates. Her teammates also had 1 or 2 magic crystals, but they were mainly at the first and the second level. Mo Qilin showed what he gained next. He had 7 magic crystals, including 1 at the 4th level, 2 at the 3rd level, 2 at the 2nd level, and 2 at the 1st level. He had more magic crystals than Yin Ruyan, so he replaced her and ranked 3rd. It was impossible for Mo Qilin to stay in the top 3. Not only were Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting better than him, but there were 3 other cultivators who could also be more successful than him. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting aimed to win the first and second prize, they couldn't give Mo Qilin too many magic crystals. What Mo Qilin got was enough to amaze a lot of people, including his master, Yun Hongqing. Yun Hongqing and many people were clearly aware that Mo Qilin couldn't get so many magic crystals by himself, and there were 3rd level and 4th level magic crystals. Therefore, they were very sure that most of Mo Qilin's magic crystals, especially the 3rd level and 4th level magic crystals, were given to him by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. If they were willing to give Mo Qilin so many magic crystals, they must. Thinking of that, people turned to look at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting right away. They felt Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't give the magic crystals to Mo Qilin without caring about the prizes. As a result, they must have more magic crystals after giving so many to Mo Qilin. At least, they must be confident to win prizes at the top of the list. If so, the number of their magic crystals must be beyond other people's imagination. Dongfang Ziyu remembered their abilities in the fight against the 5th-level demonic monsters, and Jing Yunyan thought of his quick failure in the fight against Leng Xiaoting. If they had good luck and met many demonic monsters with magic crystals, they could have collected a lot of magic crystals. At least, they could have far more magic crystals than them. It seemed that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were most likely to win the first and second prize this time. Anyway, Jing Yunyan was unwilling to see Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning win even if he couldn't get into the top 3. He had conflicts with Leng Xiaoting, so he hoped that other people could win the first and second prize instead of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Dongfang Ziyu was amazed by Leng Xiaoting's and Ji Yuning's abilities, so she was willing to accept it if they won the first and second prize, but she would only be upset by her terrible result. However, it was her own problem, so she couldn't blame other people for it. Facing other people's observation, both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting stayed calm. Whether others were jealous of them or not, they wouldn't care. Senior Shangguan, it seems your disciples have gotten a lot of magic crystals. My disciple has shared much of their glory, said Yun Hongqing to Shangguan Yang. He complimented Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, and also felt happy for Mo Qilin. Even if Mo Qilin relied on Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to get some magic crystals, the possible honor brought him a good mood. He didn't know how many cultivators could surpass him, but it should be easy for him to get into the top 10. If they couldn't get many, I'd be disappointed, said Shangguan Yang seriously, but there was obvious pride on his face. He was confident that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would have a better result than other participants, unless they had bad luck and met few demonic monsters with magic crystals. Obviously, it was impossible. If they had met few demonic monsters, they wouldn't have given Mo Qilin so many magic crystals, because it would stop them from winning the first and second prize. Therefore, no matter how many magic crystals they had, they at least had the confidence to win the first and second prize. After knowing the number of Jing Yunyan and Dongfang Ziyu's magic crystals, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were very sure that they would win the first and second prize. Ji Yuning had already seen how many magic crystals the other participants had with the help of her jade eyes. No one had more magic crystals than them. Shangguan Yang sounded arrogant, but nobody dared to doubt his words because everyone had witnessed Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's abilities. After that, the 3 cultivators in the Golden Core stage showed the fruits of their labor. The disciple of Tiandaozong had 7 magic crystals in all, including 1 at the 5th level, 1 at the 4th level, 1 at the 3rd level, and 4 at the 2nd level. He had the same result as Dongfang Ziyu, so they ranked second together for the time being. Chapter 2083, How high is his level? A cultivator in the Golden Core stage had slightly fewer magic crystals than Dongfang Ziyu and the disciple of Tiandaozong, so he ranked after them. Seeing that two of the cultivators in the Golden Core stage didn't surpass Jing Union and the Jing family felt relieved a little. They hoped that other cultivators couldn't surpass Jing Union either. Another cultivator in the Golden Core stage, however, surpassed all of them with 9 magic crystals and ranked first at once. He had 2 5th level, 2 4th level, 2 3rd level, and 3 2nd level magic crystals. In an instant, Jing Union and the Jing family looked very displeased. They were mentally prepared, but still couldn't accept it when they had to face reality. Jing Yarong originally expected Jing Union to win the first prize and get the spirit gathering pill so that he could improve his level, but now he was disappointed and angry. However, no matter how disappointed and angry he was, he could do nothing about it because Jing Union was indeed worse. At this moment, he could only hope that Jing Union was able to keep a position in the top 3 so that the Jing family wouldn't be embarrassed. Unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. After a glance at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yarong felt it would be very difficult for Jing Union to keep a position in the top 3 unless only one of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could get into the top 3, which wasn't very likely to happen. Jing Union wanted to blame Leng Xiaoting for that because Leng Xiaoting had robbed him of a 5th level magic crystal, but the 5th level magic crystal wouldn't be his even if it hadn't been robbed away. Anyway, Jing Union was still mad at Leng Xiaoting. Even if the 5th level magic crystal couldn't help him rank higher on the list, it was very helpful for his cultivation. He might be able to reach the middle stage of the Golden Core stage with it. The more he thought about that, the angrier he got, so Jing Union turned to glare at Leng Xiaoting again. He hated Leng Xiaoting even more than the person who stole the first prize away from him. Noticing Jing Union's expression, Jing Yarong began to look at Leng Xiaoting coldly as well. He guessed that Jing Union lost the first prize because of Leng Xiaoting. If so, Leng Xiaoting was hateful in his eyes. Glared at by Jing Union, Leng Xiaoting did nothing, he just turned to meet the pair of cold eyes at the front of the hall. The moment Leng Xiaoting looked over, he met Jing Yarong's eyes. One was mad, while the other was cold. The moment they met each other's eyes, Leng Xiaoting became more displeased and Jing Yarong turned his head away. He didn't expect Leng Xiaoting to look over and they even met each other's eyes, so he panicked all of a sudden. However, Jing Yarong felt mad after turning his head away. He felt it was embarrassing to avoid Leng Xiaoting's eyes. Leng Xiaoting was a junior after all. Anyway, he was slightly panicked, so he didn't look at Leng Xiaoting again. He felt stressed under Leng Xiaoting's gaze. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he couldn't deny it. Leng Xiaoting's look put a lot of pressure on him. Suddenly, an idea dawned on Jing Yarong. He thought that the unkind look might come from a person who wanted to kill him. Thinking of that, Jing Yarong squinted and felt a crisis. He wasn't sure although it was possible, but he didn't think there was any grudge between them. Why did the person want to kill him? Was it because of Jing Jining? Did Jing Jining aim to kill him for Jing Yunyao? Jing Jining was no match for him, so Jing Jining might have hired another person to kill him. Thinking of that, Jing Yarong was mad and gave a glance at Jing Jining who wasn't far away. It was only his guess, but he couldn't ignore his anxiety, so he made up his mind to investigate it, otherwise he might be confused if something terrible really happened. Anyway, Jing Yarong guessed correctly. Leng Xiaoting indeed wanted to kill him, but for Jing Yunyao instead of for Jing Jining. Leng Xiaoting had that idea also for his dead father. It should be soon. Jing Yunyao was already in the out-of-body stage right now, and she could come back to the cultivation world after she had made a full recovery and stabilized her level. As soon as Jing Jining felt Jing Yarong's look, he turned to look over, but Jing Yarong moved his eyes away. Jing Jining slightly cocked his eyebrow. He didn't understand why Jing Yarong did that, but he had no interest in asking. Instead, he turned to focus on the square to observe the situation under it. After Jing Yarong moved his eyes away, Leng Xiaoting withdrew his look too, because he was afraid that he might lose control of himself and attack Jing Yarong if he stared at him for longer. He had good control of himself, but emotions could get the better of him sometimes, because he was a human, not a saint. And the person in front of him wasn't an ordinary guy, it was the murderer of his father. The cultivator who ranked first now felt excited, but didn't show his real feelings on his face. He turned to give Leng Xiaoting a glance because Leng Xiaoting was a big threat to him. Actually, even if Leng Xiaoting really surpassed him, he was willing to accept it because he could see that Leng Xiaoting was at a higher level than him. One's luck mattered too, so Leng Xiaoting might just have good luck. After all, Mo Qilin, who was in the same team as them, had gotten so many magic crystals. No one could surpass the top 3 till number 50 participant. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning attracted much attention among the last 10 participants. From number 51 to number 60, 3 participants had already failed and others were at very common levels. When it was Leng Xiaoting's turn, Leng Xiaoting took out his magic crystals and shocked everyone. The other people thought that Leng Xiaoting couldn't be better than them, but unexpectedly Leng Xiaoting was far better than them. It took a long while for Leng Xiaoting to record his magic crystals, and people began to wonder whether he had too many or very few magic crystals. However, no one really believed that Leng Xiaoting could only have a few magic crystals because he had outstanding abilities. In that case, he must have too many magic crystals. How many did he have? It turned out that Leng Xiaoting had 17 magic crystals in all, including 1 at the 7th level, 1 at the 6th level, 2 at the 5th level, 4 at the 4th level, 4 at the 3rd level, and 5 at the 2nd level. Most important were the magic crystals at the 6th and 7th level. As his result was announced, everyone was amazed and became jealous of him. Jesus, he has magic crystals at the 6th and 7th level. How high is his level? Chapter 2084. They deserve the prizes. We're at low levels, so we can't see his level, but I bet his level must be very high, or he couldn't get magic crystals at the 6th and 7th level. Yeah, and he seems younger than 30. I can't believe he's able to reach such a high level at such a young age. He's talented. He's the talent of the talent. It seems Baili Zongyang, the well-known genius of the cultivation world, was overshadowed this time by a lot of people. Right, but he didn't take part in the game this year. If he did, he might not be worse than the other people. Still, he can't be better than the man who has 7th level magic crystals. As they discussed, they mentioned Baili Zongyang. After all, Baili Zongyang wasn't only the champion of this game last year, but was also the most famous, talented cultivator in their cultivation world, so it was very normal that people compared him with other participants. Baili Zongyang had a good psychological quality, so he wasn't mad at other people's discussions. He even admitted that they were right. He admitted that he wasn't as good as Qing Feng. After all, Qing Feng's level was higher than him. Many people didn't know Leng Xiaoting's level, but Bai Lingtian and the other elders could see it. Precisely because they knew it, they were more amazed by the fact that Leng Xiaoting was able to get magic crystals at the 6th and 7th level. A 5th level demonic monster was as strong as cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Even though a 5th level demonic monster was as strong as cultivators in the Golden Core stage, cultivators in the Golden Core stage were more likely to win if they met in a fight. Because demonic monsters relied on their physical strength to fight and they weren't as agile as humans, while humans can play tricks, humans were more likely to win. As a result, it was possible that Leng Xiaoting got a 6th level magic crystal because his level was able to kill a 6th level demonic monster. However, if it was a 7th level demonic monster, it was a little unbelievable even if he had Ji Yuning's help. Because Ji Yuning's level was much lower than Leng Xiaoting's, they wouldn't be much stronger than before even if Ji Yuning helped him. Other people refused to believe that they could kill a 7th level demonic monster together. However, they did and weren't injured, which was quite amazing. Senior Shangguan, your disciple is too unbelievable, said Bai Lingtian. He couldn't believe it either. Yeah, he isn't like a cultivator in the Golden Core stage at all. Yun Hongqing chimed in. He didn't doubt Leng Xiaoting's abilities because Leng Xiaoting's level was indeed high and they had witnessed his abilities. Yun Hongqing thought Leng Xiaoting's level might be even higher and he could hide it. However, it wasn't very likely. Even though Leng Xiaoting was Shangguan Yang's disciple and talented, he was too young. In an era with thin magical power, it was hard to cultivate, let alone become a senior cultivator. At Leng Xiaoting's young age, he could be called a talented cultivator given his current level. Leng Xiaoting didn't hide his level, and he alone wasn't able to kill a 7th level demonic monster, but he had the flood dragon with him. Although the flood dragon was at the same level as them and it might not be able to defeat a 7th level demonic monster alone, and 9 it was even scared of cultivators in the Yuanying stage, it was very powerful when it worked with Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Actually, they were fighting against 3 demonic monsters back then. If there was only one 7th level demonic monster, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning could kill it by working together because Ji Yuning had the blood of the phoenix in her body, which could fill her with greater power. If Ji Yuning was only a cultivator in the fusion stage without the blood of the phoenix, they might not win even if Leng Xiaoting, the flood dragon, and the monster fox helped her. Shang Guanyang knew it very well, so he wasn't surprised that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could get magic crystals at the 6th and 7th level. However, he was still slightly amazed because it was beyond his expectation that they could have a 7th level magic crystal. He thought the highest level they could get was the 6th level. Anyway, he didn't think that Leng Xiaoting didn't deserve other people's compliments. Instead, he felt proud of Leng Xiaoting. Jing Yarong, Dongfang He, and the other people were very displeased with the result, but they had to compliment Leng Xiaoting for the sake of Shangguanyang. Ha ha, he must be very lucky, said Shangguanyang, being very modest amid other people's praise. They didn't think Leng Xiaoting relied on only his abilities to get so many magic crystals, so Leng Xiaoting must have good luck. Anyway, one's luck was as important as his abilities. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting ranked first and other people realized that no one could surpass him now, unless Leng Xiaoting let Ji Yuning win the first prize by giving magic crystals at higher levels to her. If so, it meant that they had very high-quality magic crystals. I think Senior Shengguan's female disciple must have many magic crystals of good quality as well, said Bai Lingtian. He didn't think Ji Yuning had worse magic crystals than Leng Xiaoting. If he guessed correctly, Leng Xiaoting would win the first prize, while Ji Yuning won the second. Anyway, the number and quality of their magic crystals were really amazing. Given what I know, Ji Yu, Qinghe should have 1 or 2 fewer magic crystals. Shang Guanyang almost blurted Ji Yuning's name out in excitement. Although he had already said her surname, nobody thought further about that because they didn't have any doubts. It seems Senior Shengguan's disciples will win the first and second prize this year, said Jing Yarong. It wasn't wrong, but his tone showed obvious jealousy. Right, but they deserve the prizes. Bai Li Kaifeng chimed in. He said that sincerely while also mocking Jing Yarong. Even if Jing Yarong was unwilling to accept it, he could do nothing about it because Jing Yunyan lacked the ability. No one was dumb, so everyone understood the real meaning of their words, but nobody bothered to point it out. Before long, it was Ji Yuning's turn. Because Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were in the same team, everyone believed that Ji Yuning would have a good result too. Therefore, they weren't very shocked when they saw Ji Yuning's magic crystals, but they were still very surprised because Ji Yuning's magic crystals weren't much worse than Leng Xiaoting's. They were indeed incredible. Ji Yuning had 15 magic crystals in all, including 1 at the 6th level, 3 at the 5th level, 3 at the 4th level, 4 at the 3rd level, and 4 at the 2nd level. Although she didn't have as many magic crystals as Leng Xiaoting, she ranked right next to him. In that case, Ji Yuning ranked 2nd on the list. Jing Yunyan totally disappeared from the top 3 now, so he was quite upset. If there weren't new strong competitors, Jing Yunyan could win the first prize this year. Unfortunately, 3 strong competitors showed up this year. Chapter 2085, Do You Dare? There were a few people after Ji Yuning, but they didn't have good results, so Leng Xiaoting ranked first, Ji Yuning ranked second, the cultivator in the golden core stage with 9 magic crystals ranked third, Jing Yunyan ranked fourth, Dongfang Ziyu and the disciple of Tiandaozong ranked fifth, another cultivator in the golden core stage ranked sixth, Mo Qilin ranked seventh, Yin Ruyan ranked eighth in the end, and Bai Li Zongshe ranked 10th. All the members of the 4 major families were on the list. In fact, they were at a great advantage, because their teammates were arranged by their families and wouldn't betray them. However, other participants had to team up ad hoc, so they betrayed each other at the end of the game and began to compete against each other. As a result, each of them could only get a small amount of magic crystals, so they naturally couldn't win a prize. After the prize winners were released, they all got their awards and the magic crystals they got were owned by themselves. Many people were jealous of Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, but they could do nothing about it. Some people wanted to buy magic crystals from them, but were all turned down no matter how much they were willing to pay. Anyway, given Leng Xiaoting's current level, only magic crystals above the 5th level were useful for him, so he didn't need magic crystals below the 5th level. Ji Yuning needed magic crystals above the 3rd level, so she gave those at the 1st and 2nd level to Mo Qilin. She also gave a few at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level to him. They gave Mo Qilin those magic crystals and Mo Qilin could decide how to use them. He could take them all as his own, or share them with other members in Tiandaozong. He alone didn't need so many magic crystals after all. Because Ji Yuning gave him too many magic crystals, Mo Qilin felt embarrassed to take them, but Ji Yuning said that they didn't need so many and they would dump those useless magic crystals if he didn't take them. Since Ji Yuning said that, Mo Qilin took the magic crystals and felt very grateful to Ji Yuning. Other people were jealous of him. If Ji Yuning didn't need those magic crystals, they were willing to take them. Unfortunately, they weren't familiar with Ji Yuning, so Ji Yuning wouldn't give them. Magic crystals were useful for cultivation, but one couldn't make huge progress just with the help of magic crystals. It still depended on one's talent and luck. Anyway, they were very helpful. After the competition was over, the participants left. Sheng Guanyang and the others along with members of the 4 major families stayed for the dinner arranged by Tiandaozong. Walking to the side hall, Jing Yunyan looked at Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning with strong hatred. A touch of unkindness flashed in Ji Yuning's eyes. "Senior Qing, I need to leave for a while. I'll be back soon," said Ji Yuning to Leng Xiaoting. They were in public, so she could only call Leng Xiaoting Senior Qing. When Leng Xiaoting noticed the unkindness in Ji Yuning's eyes, he knew that she was going to do something bad, but he didn't stop her. He responded to her and let her go. Ji Yuning then walked towards Jing Yunyan, looking at him with a vague smile. Seeing Ji Yuning walking over, Jing Yunyan hid his real feelings, but still looked cold. Why is this woman coming over? She has an insincere smile on her face. It can't be good news. Anyway, he didn't avoid it and wanted to see what Ji Yuning was going to do. If he avoided it, it would seem that he was scared of her, which was quite humiliating and Jing Yunyan wouldn't do that. Therefore, he put on his pride at once to face Ji Yuning. Many people around him saw Ji Yuning walking to Jing Yunyan, so they stopped to watch. Because many of them could see Jing Yunyan's hatred towards Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, they thought that Ji Yuning was going to cause trouble. "Lord Jing, are you mad at me and my Senior Qing? Why do you always look at us with hatred?" said Ji Yuning calmly. It sounded as if she wasn't annoyed at all. She wasn't mad, but she deliberately came to annoy Jing Yunyan. When other people heard Ji Yuning's words, they realized that this girl called Qinghe was indeed going to cause trouble for Jing Yunyan. "Well, I think you know the answer clearly." Jing Yunyan snorted. He sounded very unkind. Hearing that, people got curious. What had happened that made Jing Yunyan hate them so much? Was it because they had shown up and won the 1st and 2nd prize? It seemed to be so, but could be more than just that. "Do you mean what happened in the misty forest? Isn't it very normal?" Ji Yuning laughed a little, then mocked him. "Lord Jing, are you carrying a grudge against me and my Senior Qing just because of that?" Jing Yunyan coldly stared at Ji Yuning without a word. "Lord Jing, if you're unwilling to accept it, you can go challenge my Senior Qing. If you win, we'll give the 5th level magic crystal back to you. How about that?" said Ji Yuning. She had no intention of hiding the fact that they had robbed Jing Yunyan of a 5th level magic crystal. It was allowed to rob other people of magic crystals, but it was humiliating that Jing Yunyan failed to protect his magic crystal and was robbed of it by Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning said he could challenge Jing Yunyan, which was another humiliation to him, because obviously Jing Yunyan was no match for Leng Xiaoting. If he went to challenge Leng Xiaoting, he would be seeking humiliation on his own. Although Jing Yunyan had nothing to do with what Jing Yunyao had suffered, he was Jing Yarong's son after all, and he was very hateful. Even though Jing Yunyan was robbed of the magic crystal, he had no intention of saying it aloud, because it was humiliating that he was robbed of the magic crystal. However, now Ji Yuning said it out loud, so Jing Yunyan was very angry. Besides, Ji Yuning publicly humiliated him again by urging him to challenge Leng Xiaoting. He was no match for Leng Xiaoting. Other people around them immediately learned that Jing Yunyan hated Shengguan Yang's disciples very much because they had robbed him of a 5th-level magic crystal. Everyone would be mad if he or she was robbed of magic crystals, but it was indeed embarrassing that Jing Yunyan couldn't defeat them. All of a sudden, Jing Yunyan sneered and mocked. "Oh, do you want to bully me by telling me to challenge a cultivator who's at a higher level than me? Do you dare to compete against me? Why not?" Ji Yuning replied fearlessly and challenged him. "I don't care about the fact that your level is higher than mine, I'm just afraid that you might be displeased when other people say you're bullying me." Hearing Ji Yuning's words, everyone felt she was too arrogant because she wasn't very strong compared with Jing Yunyan. However, when Ji Yuning finished, they believed she wasn't really going to compete against Jing Yunyan. She dared to say that only because she was sure that Jing Yunyan wouldn't bully cultivators at a lower level than him. Chapter 2086. I don't take advantage of women. However, Ji Yuning wasn't just saying it. If Jing Yunyan dared to do that, she was ready to compete against him. Although it was a little tricky to deal with Jing Yunyan, she was confident that she would win. As long as Jing Yunyan dared to fight with her, she would humiliate him more in public. Jing Yunyan was struck dumb for a second and didn't know what to say. He indeed wanted to teach Ji Yuning a lesson, but was also afraid that other people might say he was bullying Ji Yuning. After all, his level was much higher than hers. I don't take advantage of women. Jing Yunyan was annoyed, but was unwilling to be regarded as a bully, so he directly ignored Ji Yuning and walked away. It wasn't surprising, so Ji Yuning didn't stop him. Once Jing Yunyan was gone, Baili Zhongshe, who stood close by, walked over and gently asked Ji Yuning, "Do you hate Jing Yunyan very much?" Obviously, Ji Yuning hated Jing Yunyan, or she wouldn't have robbed him of the magic crystal. After all, Ji Yuning had helped Baili Zhongshe kill demonic monsters and didn't want her magic crystals, so Baili Zhongshe believed that Ji Yuning wasn't the kind of person who would randomly rob others. It only happened when Ji Yuning hated the person very much. "Yeah," said Ji Yuning and closed her mouth. Baili Zhongshe also stopped talking about it. Onlookers felt a little disappointed since there was no drama to watch, but this was Tiandaozong, so nobody dared to cause a scene. At the dinner, Shengguan Yang and the others enjoyed the meal, but the Dongfang family and the Jing family didn't have much appetite, especially Jing Yunyan. Because they failed to win a prize among the top 3, they were in a very bad mood. However, they couldn't blame other people. They could only blame themselves for being less skilled than other people. After having dinner, Shengguan Yang and the others left. Bai Lingtian wanted them to stay, but Shengguan Yang declined. He said he needed to deal with other things and had to leave tonight. Because the magical pill Leng Xiaoting took to help him change his appearance was only effective for a day, and half a day had passed. If they stayed, they would be exposed tomorrow morning. It was their secret. Bai Lingtian didn't insist, but he welcomed Shengguan Yang and his disciples to visit the cultivation world at any time. If it was possible, they could even build a house for Shengguan Yang in the cultivation world so that Shengguan Yang could live in the cultivation world once he was free. In fact, Ji Yuning and the others already had that plan. Because they were cultivators, it wasn't convenient for them to stay in the mortal world all the time. If they went to the Kunlun sect's place, they would feel lonely without other people by their side. As a result, it was a good thing if they could choose whether they wanted to stay in the Kunlun sect's place and the cultivation world. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had already asked Jing Jining to handle it, so they didn't need Bai Lingtian. Although they could also stay in the Jing family's place as long as Jing Jining went back to the Jing family, they were unwilling to do that, so they could only build their own house. "Ha, since I've learned the cultivation world really exists, we'll come here more often in the future. Leader Bai, thank you so much for your kindness. Jining will take care of the house for us." As soon as the house is built, we'll spend more time here, said Shangguanyang. Wonderful. Knowing that, Bai Lingtian was excited. He was happy not because Shangguanyang didn't need him to build a house, but because Shangguanyang would visit the cultivation world more often in the future. After all, senior cultivators were very rare in the cultivation world, so they hoped that Shangguanyang could stay in the cultivation world. However, they wouldn't stop Shangguanyang from doing his other things. It was already exciting news that he would spend more time here. Because of the competition, many people had a bad impression of Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, but they couldn't stop Shangguanyang from staying in the cultivation world. Shangguanyang then left with Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Originally, Bai Lingtian arranged for Shi Baichuan and his disciples to send them to the entrance of the cultivation world, but Shangguanyang turned them down because Jing Jining was with them. Bai Lingtian didn't insist. If he insisted, it would seem as if he was spying on them. In the end, they walked them out of Tiandaozong together. Jing Yarong needed to ask Jing Jining about something, but unexpectedly Jing Jining left along with Shangguanyang. So he couldn't ask him any questions. After Shangguanyang and the others left, Mo Qilin gave his magic crystals to his master. Mo Qilin didn't need all the magic crystals, so Yun Hongqing kept some that were useful for Mo Qilin and shared the rest with other disciples. Although Mo Qilin was Yun Hongqing's direct disciple, Yun Hongqing had other disciples as well. If Mo Qilin didn't need the magic crystals, it would be a waste if they didn't share them with other people. In the Jing family's house. The moment Jing Yarong and Jing Yunyan got home, they walked into the study. Jing Yarong asked, "Did anything happen between you and Shangguanyang's disciples in the misty forest?" Jing Yarong was sure that something must have happened, or Jing Yunyan wouldn't hate Leng Xiaoting so much. However, he didn't know what exactly had happened, and he had no idea about Ji Yuning's conversation with Jing Yunyan. Yes, Jing Yunyan had tolerated it for a long time. When Jing Yarong asked him about it, he showed uncontrolled anger on his face. "He robbed me of a 5th-level magic crystal." Hearing that, Jing Yarong frowned at once. He was very displeased too, but wasn't as angry as Jing Yunyan because it was allowed by the rules. Therefore, no matter how unhappy they were, they had to accept it. After a short silence, Jing Yarong said in an unhappy tone, "All right, you should get over it now. It's allowed by the rules after all. Focus on your cultivation. You're only 26. You still have the chance to take part in the competition next time." Jing Yarong had no intention of paying Leng Xiaoting back, because it was meaningless. What Leng Xiaoting had done to Jing Yunyan was allowed by the rules. If he planned to punish Leng Xiaoting, it would only make him a sore loser. He was indeed a sore loser. After all, they aimed to win, but they would be embarrassed if it became big news. "Father, I can't submit to the humiliation." Jing Yunyan looked very furious. Upon thinking of Leng Xiaoting, he was filled with hatred. Leng Xiaoting hadn't only robbed him of the magic crystal, he had also defeated him completely, humiliating him. Ji Yuning even came to provoke him earlier. If he didn't care about his face, he would have beaten her shit out. So, what can you do? Can you defeat him? If you could, you wouldn't have been robbed of the magic crystal. He didn't break the rules. If you want to pay him back just because of that, you'll only humiliate yourself and the Jing family. Besides, didn't you rob other people of their magic crystals? Jing Yarong criticized Jing Yunyan angrily because he expected better from Jing Yunyan, but Jing Yunyan had no clear understanding of the reality. Jing Yunyan was struck dumb and closed his mouth because Jing Yarong was right. Chapter 2087, The Jing Family's Bad Reputation. All right, you can go now. Don't do anything in private. If you offend Shangguanyang, our family won't get anything good. Jing Yarong warned. Given Jing Yunyan's character, if he didn't warn him, he would do something stupid, while they couldn't afford the price of messing with Shangguanyang. If Shangguanyang was mad, Tiandaozong would also get into trouble. I know, Jing Yunyan didn't dare to behave against Jing Yarong, so he agreed. Although he was still unwilling to accept it, he knew it wouldn't do the Jing family any good if they offended Shangguanyang, so he had to behave himself. Besides, he was no match for Leng Xiaoting. After Jing Yunyan left, Jing Yarong began to ponder over what had happened today. He still felt that Jing Jining wanted to kill him and even had helpers. He wondered whether he had thought too much about it or guessed correctly. He wasn't going to go down a dead end, but he was anxious. Perhaps he had done too many bad things and felt guilty now. He only had suspicions, so he didn't talk about that with Jing Yanhua, nor did he tell Jing Yanhua to stop Jing Jining. After making sure of it, he would go to have a talk with Jing Yanhua. Anyway, he was willing to trust Jing Yanhua and knew Jing Yanhua very well. Jing Yanhua spent no less effort than him on protecting the Jing family. If Jing Jining really wanted to murder him, Jing Yanhua wouldn't allow it to happen. He was the only mainstay of the Jing family right now. If he died, the Jing family would lose its position and power. Jing Yanhua was Jing Jining's father, so Jing Jining must think carefully about it even if he wanted to take revenge for Jing Yuniao. Thinking of that, Jing Yarong felt Jing Jining didn't have the heart to do it. Jing Jining indeed didn't have the heart to do that. If he had, he would have done that earlier on. Exactly because he cared about his father, he kept his strong hatred to himself for so many years. He rarely came back to the cultivation world and the Jing family's house. However, even though he couldn't do it, someone else could. Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting were determined to take revenge. Jing Jining wouldn't join them because they needed to do it on their own. Jing Yarong knew nothing about that yet. In the Bailey family's house, I heard Shangguan Yang's disciple robbed Jing Yunian of a 5th-level magic crystal. It's allowed by the rules, but it isn't a good deed. I wonder how many magic crystals they stole from other participants. Bailey Kaifeng said after he was home. He suddenly had a bad impression of Shangguan Yang's disciples. Bailey Zongyang had the same idea as Bailey Kaifeng. Hearing that, Bailey Zongshe realized that they had misunderstood Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, so she explained at once. Grandpa, they indeed robbed Jing Yunian of a magic crystal, but they did that simply because they hate Jing Yunian. In fact, I got the 4th-level magic crystal with the help of Senior Shengguan's 2 disciples. They helped me kill the demonic monsters. Because 4 demonic monsters appeared at the same time back then, we were retreating in the fight. If it hadn't been for them, we wouldn't have successfully killed the 4 demonic monsters. Even if we had, we would have been seriously injured. They killed the demonic monsters, but they didn't steal our magic crystals, so I believe they're not bad people. Well, hearing that, both Bailey Kaifeng and Bailey Zongyang were surprised and let go of their bad impression of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. If so, they did it because of their personal grudge. In that case, it's understandable, said Bailey Kaifeng. The Jing family has a bad reputation and many enemies, said Bailey Zongyang with obvious dislike for the Jing family. Jing Jining was an exception. What had happened to Jing Yuniao that year was known to everyone, but no one brought it up now. If it had happened in the Bailey family, they would also be mad and wouldn't hesitate to punish the member who broke the rules, but they would stop after the punishment. They could chase the person out of the cultivation world and stop them from coming back. However, the Jing family chased Jing Yuniao and tried to kill her. Jing Yuniao was Jing Yarong's biological daughter after all. Why would he make the decision to kill her? Did his dignity matter more than his daughter's life? They knew that Jing Jining had a close relationship with Jing Yuniao, so Jing Jining started to hate Jing Yarong after the tragedy happened. Thinking of that, Bailey Kaifeng figured out why Shangguan Yang's disciples made things difficult for Jing Yunian. If I guess correctly, Shangguan Yang's disciples deliberately caused trouble for Jing Yunian because of Jing Jining. Grandpa, do you mean Jing Jining carries a grudge against the Jing family because of Jing Yuniao? Shangguan Yang and his disciples are aware of that, so his disciples made things difficult for Jing Yunian on purpose. Bailey Zongyang immediately understood his grandfather's words and thought it was highly likely. It's also possible that they deliberately came to participate in the competition after knowing that Jing Yunian was likely to win the championship. They shut Jing Yunian out of the top 3 on purpose, said Bailey Kaifeng after pondering it over. It was just a guess, but he felt it was likely. Even though Jing Jining wouldn't cut off his relationship with the Jing family just because of Jing Yuniao, he could do something to cause the Jing family trouble. Oh, Grandpa, I actually feel familiar with the girl called Qinghe, but I can't. Remember whether we've met before. I think we possibly knew each other long ago, but forgot each other, said Baili Zongxie. Hearing that, Baili Kaifeng and Baili Zongyang slightly cocked their eyebrows. They agreed that it was possible. No matter what, since she helped you twice, it means she doesn't hate you. If it's possible, you can make friends with her. It won't do the Baili family any bad, said Baili Kaifeng. He wasn't trying to make use of Ji Yuning, but felt it wasn't a bad thing to form a relationship with outstanding cultivators. Sure, said Baili Zongxie. She also had a very good impression of Qinghe. In the Dongfang family's house. Dongfang He was in a terrible mood, because Dongfang Ziyu fell out of the top 3 and ranked 5th this year, which was quite embarrassing. Even if Dongfang Ziyu got many more magic crystals than 3 years ago this time, her level was higher too. Grandpa, I'm sorry for disappointing you. Dongfang Ziyu apologized to Dongfang He. It's not your fault. There are too many new senior cultivators this year. None of us could have predicted it happening. Dongfang He was in a bad mood, feeling slightly disappointed, but he didn't blame Dongfang Ziyu for it because it wasn't her fault. He wouldn't vent his anger on other people to save his face. Chapter 2088, Care about Leng Xiaoting. The Yin family didn't feel much resentment. They didn't have high expectations for Yin Ruyan after all, and Yin Ruyan herself wasn't very disappointed. Anyway, Yin Ruyan was very happy to know that Dongfang Ziyu failed to get into the top 3. However, they still couldn't find the murderer who killed Yin Shixin, which filled them with irritation. However, they weren't very suspicious of Jing Jining. Although new senior cultivators showed up at his side last night and the Yin family stayed alert, they stopped being suspicious after knowing who the senior cultivators were. Therefore, they didn't specially send out people to spy on Jing Jining. Perhaps Yin Shixin was really killed by people with special skills from other countries. When Ji Yuning and the others went back to the Siheiwan, it was already 11 p.m. Ever since they went to the cultivation world, Jing Yuniao had been worried. She knew that they would be fine, but she still felt worried about them. As a result, she wasn't completely relieved until they were back. How was it? Did it go smoothly? Asked Jing Yuniao. Yeah, everything went well. Xiaoting won the first prize. I got second. And another person won the third prize. Jing Yunian ranked 4th. Ji Yuning held Jing Yunian's arm and said to her, and, Xiaoting and I robbed Jing Yunian of a 5th-level magic crystal. We also heavily beat him. Jing Yunian was so mad at us. And since he failed to get into the top 3, the Jing family looked quite displeased today. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Jing Yuniao was pleased. She actually didn't hate Jing Yunian because he was born after she left the cultivation world. It was just that she felt happy when Jing Yarong was unhappy. However, her good mood didn't last long because she hadn't taken revenge yet. She couldn't get over the grudge unless revenge was taken. At this time, Leng Xiaoting took out a 7th-level magic crystal and handed it to Jing Yuniao. Mom, use this to enhance your cultivation level. What? Jing Yuniao was greatly surprised when she saw that 7th-level magic crystal. To her surprise, Leng Xiaoting was able to get a 7th-level magic crystal. Given his current level, it should be very hard for him to do that. All of a sudden, Jing Yuniao grabbed Leng Xiaoting's arms. She checked his body from head to toe, then asked worriedly, Xiaoting, are you injured? Leng Xiaoting must have endured a violent fight to get this 7th-level magic crystal due to his cultivation level, so Jing Yuniao was worried that Leng Xiaoting had been wounded. Feeling the love from his mother, Leng Xiaoting felt warm. He smiled and said to comfort Jing Yuniao, I'm fine. Ningning helped me, and we had other helpers. Other helpers? Jing Yuniao immediately understood that Leng Xiaoting was talking about the flood dragon, but he couldn't say it aloud when Jing Jining was present. Jing Yuniao didn't see any injuries on Leng Xiaoting's body either, so she relaxed. It was good to know that he wasn't injured. Take this. Leng Xiaoting pushed the magic crystal to Jing Yuniao. Looking at the magic crystal, Jing Yuniao looked touched, but she still rejected it. I don't need this magic crystal. I can improve myself by cultivating for a while. Keep it for yourself. You'll need it very soon. She cared about Leng Xiaoting. Take it, please. I don't need it now and might not need it then. Leng Xiaoting directly squeezed it into Jing Yunyao's hands. His level wasn't high enough, while Jing Yunyao could use it currently. Yunyao, just take it. We can get more when Xiaoting reaches a higher level. Anyway, it's Xiaoting's idea. You'll hurt his feelings if you reject it. Shang Guanyang opened his mouth to help Leng Xiaoting. Right, mother, please take it. Ji Yuning chimed in. All right, fine. Since everyone wanted her to take it, Jing Yunyao stopped rejecting it. She was unwilling to see Leng Xiaoting hurt because she was unwilling to take it. On their way back, Ji Yuning also gave Jing Jining a few magic crystals. Jing Jining used to be a well-known talented cultivator in their generation, but he left after Jing Yunyao had the terrible accident. So he only made a little progress after so many years. As the future patriarch of the Jing family, Jing Jining had to be strong because he had to be able to persuade other people to listen to him. Although nobody would dare to slight Jing Jining because of Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting, other people would respect him only on the surface. If he wanted other people to surrender to him, he must have the ability. Besides, Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting couldn't help him all the time. Everyone had his or her own things to deal with after all. Jing Jining stayed in the Sihewan for a while longer, then left for the apartment Leng Xiaoting arranged for him. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would stay in the Sihewan tonight. On this night, Jing Yunyao cultivated with the help of the 7th level magic crystal. After absorbing its energy, she turned it into her own power. After only one night, Jing Yunyao's wounds left by her last trial to break through levels were healed and her abilities were stabilized. Afterwards, she needed to practice her skills. In the out-of-body stage, one's consciousness could leave the body to observe or control objects, or even affect the cultivation of other cultivators at lower levels. One would have a better control of objects in this stage. Her soul could also leave the body and travel in the world. However, it needed practice. Cultivators didn't naturally have this ability after they reached the out-of-body stage. Given the current situation, it wasn't easy to learn half of the skill, let alone master the skill. In the morning, Ji Yuning went to her company. During these days, the Shengning organization was the focus of everyone's attention with skyrocketing sales and endless contracts, so the staff of the Shengning organization was occupied with work recently. However, they enjoyed it because they could get a higher pay when they had more work to do. The Shengning organization offered them high salaries, so they worked very hard. Ji Yuning spent the morning in her company before going to share a meal with the others in the Sihewan at noon. In the afternoon, Leng Xiaoting went back to the military base, so he drove Jing Yunyao to Mountain River Garden along the way. And Ji Yuning went back to her school. She had been absent from her school for a long time. Given Jing Yunyao's level, no one could discover her, so she didn't need to stay in the Sihewan all the time. When Ji Yuning was back in their school, it was time for the evening class, so she went directly to their classroom. The moment Ji Yuning stepped into the campus, nearly 70% schoolmates turned to look at her with excitement. Look, she's Ji Yuning, the chairman of the Shengning organization. Chapter 2089, Prick the Bubble. Ji Yuning is so amazing. At such a young age, she owns such a large business group with dozens of billions of yuan in wealth. It's unbelievable, right? She doesn't only own such a large business group, but she also knows a lot of important figures. It's hard not to be envious of her. When people talked about Ji Yuning now, they always complimented her. Although many people were jealous of her, they wouldn't say that she gained her success through dirty tricks. Because many things had already proved that Ji Yuning didn't rely on dirty tricks to become so successful, she mainly had powerful connections. Only a few haters wouldn't stop attacking Ji Yuning, but they didn't get much attention. After a series of news about Ji Yuning came out, only unkind people would continue to criticize Ji Yuning. After all, not everyone was mentally healthy. Many schoolmates came to greet Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning politely replied to them. She didn't put on airs at all, which made many people feel honored. However, even if Ji Yuning was very friendly, she had the air of a successful businesswoman, so people still felt stressed at seeing her. As a result, they didn't spend much time talking with her. Most people looked at Ji Yuning kindly, but some had jealousy and hatred for her. Several people even ran to put on an arrogant expression in front of Ji Yuning on purpose. Ji Yuning, however, only felt it was childish. Jealousy could distort one's mental condition, even though there was no grudge between them. When Ji Yuning reached the teaching building, she met Yuan Shuyan, who walked over from another direction. Because both of them studied in the School of Economics, they went to classes in the same teaching building. As soon as Yuan Shuyan saw Ji Yuning, she looked displeased and showed obvious jealousy and hatred for Ji Yuning, but she soon composed herself. She was afraid of Ji Yuning. Yuan Yilin had warned her that Ji Yuning was from an influential family. Ji Yuning was also skilled at martial arts, so Yuan Shuyan stopped making things difficult for her again. Ji Yuning didn't bother to pay attention to Yuan Shuyan at all, so she refused to give her a glance and directly walked into the building. Once Ji Yuning showed up, her classmates surrounded her and kept on asking her questions. They praised her too. This was the first time Ji Yuning's classmates had seen her after the establishment of the Shengning organization, so they were very excited. Although they had already heard about her companies, they were still amazed by her success and connections. Ji Yuning, you're so unbelievable. I can't believe you have dozens of billions of yuan. You also know so many influential figures. It's incredible. Right, especially the Leng family of the capital, and the Tang family of City B. I'm shocked. Ji Yuning, how did you manage to get to know them? Right. Do you have a relationship with the two companies or the two famous gangs that control them? Jesus, if you have a relationship with the two famous gangs, you can do whatever you want. Ji Yuning, they kept on asking her questions before she could answer them. In fact, they didn't really care about her answers. They simply wanted to express their admiration and surprise. Not everyone disliked illegal gangs. Many people thought they were very cool. Most people had a bad impression of illegal gangs, but it differed among different people. And precisely because of that, they didn't have a bad impression of Ji Yuning just because she had a relationship with the illegal gangs. Oh, I also saw the famous Lord Leng of the Leng family. I heard he's a soldier, but I didn't know his rank was so high in the military. He's a major general, right? He isn't only handsome, but is also from a powerful family. He's very outstanding. Jesus, if anyone can marry him, she would be the luckiest woman in this world. Right, I wish it could be me. Some girls began to dream about it. Come on, he won't bother to give you a glance. Don't prick my bubble. It won't hurt anyone even if I'm just dreaming about it. The girl retorted in annoyance. She wasn't angry because she had a clear understanding of herself. She was just saying it. Ji Yuning, who was going to marry Lord Leng of the Leng family, indeed felt very lucky that she could be together with Leng Xiaoting. She must have been blessed so that she could meet such a loyal man. After all, loyal men are very rare in today's society. Therefore, she agreed that she was very lucky to marry Leng Xiaoting. After all, she wasn't a good person in the previous incarnation. She had killed many people. Anyway, she was reincarnated and met Leng Xiaoting, who was a quality man, so she was blessed. When the other girls dreamed about marrying Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning wasn't mad at all because it was just a joke. She felt a little uneasy, surrounded by other people, but didn't feel unhappy. Luckily, their head teacher came in 5 minutes later, and her classmates walked away and went back to their own seats. When their head teacher saw Ji Yuning, he showed obvious admiration and respect on his face. Ji Yuning was the pride of their class and school. Therefore, the head teacher complimented Ji Yuning again before the whole class. Although the establishment of Ji Yuning's business group happened a few days ago, the news spread abroad within this time. It took time for news to spread around. Ji Yuning felt a little embarrassed when everyone kept on complimenting her. When the head teacher finished, he even invited Ji Yuning to go on the stage to give a speech. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say, so she gave a casual speech. After Ji Yuning came to the school, she sent a message in their WeChat group, so Ji Yuning went to see Zhang Zikai when the evening class was over and they went back to their dorm together. Zhang Zikai was very excited because she hadn't seen Ji Yuning for a few days. She excitedly talked with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, do you know that I've shared much of your glory these days? Many schoolmates are envious of me living in the same dorm room as you. Hearing that, Ji Yuning put on a resigned smile, but she could understand it. Chapter 2090, How to Punish Him. Sometimes, Ji Yuning didn't think she was very outstanding, but she was quite unbelievable in other people's eyes. What Zhang Zikai said was also the truth, because other people immediately looked at her with envy when they found out she was very close to Ji Yuning. They even talked about them in a low voice. I'm so envious of that girl. She is Ji Yuning's friend. Right, and they are also roommates. Really, I'm so envious of her. Although their voices were low, Ji Yuning and Zhang Zikai still heard their discussion. And hearing their words, Zhang Zikai showed obvious pride again. Ha ha, see, what I said is the truth. Zhang Zikai proudly said to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning kept the resigned smile on her face. During these days, there was a lot of news in their school, but Ji Yuning was absent all the time, so she didn't know. Zhang Zikai and the others had discussed the news in their WeChat group, but Ji Yuning seldom read the messages, so she didn't notice it. Oh, Ji Yuning, I didn't see your message in our WeChat group. I bet you know nothing about the news we're talking about now, right? Asked Zhang Zikai. She wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning was aware of it or not because Ji Yuning had no interest in gossip. However, it was possible that Ji Yuning had heard of the news, but didn't talk about it with them. Yeah, I've been a little busy these days, so I didn't really look at the WeChat group. There are too many messages. I'm too lazy to read them all, said Ji Yuning. Then she asked, what happened? Last Saturday, the day when your business group was established, xianxia confessed her love to a senior. The senior accepted it because he knew her family background, but he actually has a girlfriend. xianxia didn't know about it until the senior's girlfriend came to see her on Monday. Unfortunately, the senior's girlfriend didn't know xianxia's family background and beat her. No one knows whether it was serious, but xianxia is still absent from school. The girl who beat her was expelled, said Zhang Zikai. She wasn't gossiping, but xianxia had a grudge against them, so she talked about the news. Ji Yuning only listened to her account and said nothing. When they almost reached the dormitory, a picture suddenly flashed in Ji Yuning's eyes. She saw two boys having an argument in the small woods of their school, then they started fighting. One boy took out a knife and stabbed the other boy in the stomach. In an instant, blood came out. Ji Yuning had seen one of the two boys. The boy was Dujale, who had struck up a conversation with them before, and he studies in the journalism department. Ji Yuning frowned. She told Zhang Zikai that she needed to leave for a while, then ran away without delay. Zhang Zikai, who was in the midst of a pleasant conversation with Ji Yuning, was struck dumb for a few seconds. When she came back to her senses, Ji Yuning had already disappeared. Although she didn't know what Ji Yuning was going to do, she knew that Ji Yuning could protect herself, so Zhang Zikai went upstairs alone. However, the second she turned around, she heard Song Miao's voice from not far away. Hey, Zhang Zikai, why are you here alone? Where is Ji Yuning? Didn't she come back with you? Did she run to deal with other things again? Hearing Ji Yuning's name, many people turned to look at them with envy. They were envious of them for knowing Ji Yuning and having a good relationship with her. She said she needs to deal with something and will be back in a while. Zhang Zikai shrugged. Anyway, Ji Yuning was always busy, so they were already used to it. If Ji Yuning was suddenly free one day, they would feel it was strange. I know she is never free for even a moment. Forget it, let's go upstairs now. Song Miaoge shook her head resignedly. She ran back once she learned that Ji Yuning was back, but unexpectedly she couldn't even see her shadow. Baili Zhongshe had also disappeared for days and wouldn't call or send messages to them. Even if Baili Zhongshe told them she needed to go home for something important, she had been absent for too long. Nevertheless, they didn't want to assume that something terrible had happened to their friends, or it might cause their friends bad luck. A minute later, Ji Yuning reached the small woods. Because it was time for students to leave their evening class, Ji Yuning couldn't run too fast. Although she couldn't waste a second on her way to save people, she had to control herself when it was necessary. In addition, Ji Yuning could foresee things quite far in advance now, so the stabbing hadn't happened yet when Ji Yuning finally arrived. However, when Ji Yuning was 5 meters away from them, the boy pulled out a knife from his pocket to stab Du Zhilei. If Ji Yuning didn't come, Du Zhilei would certainly be hurt, but Ji Yuning wouldn't allow it to happen since she came. Therefore, the moment the boy took out the knife, Ji Yuning quickly ran over. She moved so fast that she left a vague shadow in the air. Neither the boy nor Du Zhilei noticed that someone was coming. When they realized it, the boy's hand which was holding the knife was already caught by Ji Yuning. It happened so fast that both of them were stunned. The next second, Du Zhilei saw the knife in the hand of the boy who was arguing with him. His face paled. He couldn't believe that the boy was going to kill him. The boy was scared and got back to his reason. He immediately loosened his hand and dropped the knife, then tried to get rid of Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning was very strong, so he failed. "Let me go." The boy glared at Ji Yuning. However, as soon as he saw Ji Yuning's face clearly, the boy felt frightened. He recognized Ji Yuning and had heard of what had happened these days, so he was aware that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. It was night, but Ji Yuning was right in front of him, so he could see her. Hearing the boy's voice, Du Zhilei turned to look at Ji Yuning in surprise. Ji Yuning, how do you plan to punish him?" Ji Yuning asked Du Zhilei. I didn't mean it. I just lost my reason at that second, so I. The boy was scared. Before Du Zhilei could say anything, he opened his mouth first, then turned to beg Du Zhilei. "Zhilei, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Please forgive me this time." Chapter 2091, Let's see. Du Zhilei said nothing. With a frown, he hesitated. Even if the boy didn't mean to hurt him, the boy had pulled out a knife. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, he would have been stabbed by the knife and his life might have been in danger. Seeing Du Zhilei stay silent, the boy got more anxious and continued to beg him. "Zhilei, we're cousins, right? Please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again." Cousins. Knowing their relationship, Ji Yuning was annoyed. Since they were cousins, why did the boy want to stab Du Zhilei? Although the boy didn't mean to hurt Du Zhilei with the knife, he must have hated Du Zhilei to death since he carried the knife. Du Zhilei knew it very well. They grew up together after all, so he clearly knew the boy's attitude towards him. Therefore, Du Zhilei didn't say anything right away. He stared at the boy in annoyance for a while, then mocked. "Chen Fangmiao, now you know we're cousins. Since we're cousins, why did you want to kill me? Even if you didn't mean to do that, you must have borne the idea in your mind for a long time, or you wouldn't have done that." Obviously, Chen Fangmiao refused to admit that they were cousins before what just happened. Chen Fangmiao was indeed unwilling to admit that he and Du Zhilei were cousins, because Du Zhilei was the Du family's adopted son. Du Zhilei wasn't related to the Du family by blood, so he never respected Du Zhilei and refused to accept him. Most importantly, Du Zhilei could inherit everything the Du family had. As a result, Chen Fangmiao and the Chen family hated Du Zhilei to death. They always wanted to steal the Du family's wealth. However, even if they wanted Du Zhilei dead, they never dared to do that with their own hands because they were reluctant to break the law. The Du family wasn't a super rich family, but they owned a middle-sized company with over 100 million yuan in assets. The Chen family, however, was running a small factory as well, but only had about 20 million yuan in assets, so they wanted to steal the Du family's wealth. If Du Zhilei was the Du family's biological son, they wouldn't have that idea, but Du Zhilei wasn't. They regarded Du Zhilei as an outsider, which was the reason why they were unwilling to let Du Zhilei inherit the Du family's wealth. Chen Fangmiao was the Du family's nephew, but they were related after all, so the Chen family believed that it should be Chen Fangmiao who inherited the Du family's properties. Hearing Du Zhilei's words, Chen Fangmiao panicked a little. He actually hated Du Zhilei, but he had to hide his real feelings right now. Therefore, Chen Fangmiao soon composed himself. "Zhilei, I'm sorry. Let's stop talking about that now, alright?" Chen Fangmiao seldom abased himself before Du Zhilei because the Du family forbade him from doing that. Du Zhilei was not only the Du family's adopted son, he was also the lifesaver of Chen Fangmiao's uncle. Chen Fengmiao's uncle and aunt didn't have their own kids, so they cared a lot about Du Zhilei, their adopted son. Chen Fengmiao, I won't do anything to you for what has happened tonight, but I'll tell my parents, said Du Zhilei. It wasn't because Du Zhilei was mean and told on Chen Fengmiao, or tried to stir things up between the Du family and the Chen family, but because Chen Fengmiao's behavior was too unacceptable. He was also worried that Chen Fengmiao would try to hurt him again. The Du family was aware of the Chen family's ambition, so the Du family stayed alert all the time. However, they were relatives, so the Du family didn't want to argue with them before they did something unacceptable. Du Zhilei's parents had privately reminded him to stay away from the Chen family because they were afraid the Chen family might hurt Du Zhilei. Chen Fengmiao got mad in an instant. He wanted to stop the Du family from finding out, so he begged Du Zhilei just now, but it turned out to be useless. Du Zhilei still wanted to tell the Du family. Afterwards, an idea dawned on Chen Fengmiao. The fear and anger on his face were replaced by pride at once. He even looked a little evil and said coldly, "You said I want to kill you tonight. Do you have any proof? I can just say that you've framed me." Hearing Chen Fengmiao's words, Du Zhilei stayed calm because it wasn't surprising. He didn't need any proof either because his parents would believe his words. He was never a troublemaker. Really? Let's see. Du Zhilei said calmly. He was unwilling to argue with Chen Fengmiao and turned to Ji Yuning. He was very grateful to her. "Ji Yuning, thank you so much for rescuing me. I think we can let him go now." Hearing that, Ji Yuning let Chen Fengmiao go, but she heavily threw him to the ground. She wouldn't get involved in the grudge between Du Zhilei and Chen Fengmiao. She threw Chen Fengmiao to the ground simply because she disliked him. Du Zhilei wasn't dumb. He should know how to deal with it. Chen Fengmiao was in great pain after being thrown to the ground by Ji Yuning. He hated Ji Yuning, but didn't dare to vent his anger on her because he was afraid it would make the result even worse. Chen Fengmiao said nothing to Du Zhilei, because Du Zhilei was determined to tell his parents. Coercion and bribery were useless at this moment. He also understood that his uncle and aunt would believe Du Zhilei's words even if Du Zhilei had no proof. Therefore, Chen Fengmiao was very anxious now. After that, Ji Yuning and Du Zhilei left, but they didn't walk out together. Instead, they left from different sides. It was late at night, so it would easily cause misunderstandings if a girl and a boy walked out of the small woods together. There were young couples on a date inside, but Ji Yuning was different because she was a celebrity now. Everyone knew her and was aware that she already had a fiancé, so it would cause rumors if she was with a boy at night. After Ji Yuning and Du Zhilei walked away, Chen Fengmiao slowly got back to his feet. Looking at Ji Yuning and Du Zhilei's backs, he was filled with unkindness. The next second, he took out his phone to call his mother. Chapter 2092, annoyed to death because he didn't know how to handle it, he could only talk about it with his mother. However, he couldn't let his father know yet, so Chen Fengmiao first asked his mother what she was doing and whether his father was next to her after his mother answered his call. His mother said his father was still at a business meal, so she was alone at home. Knowing that, Chen Fengmiao told his mother what had happened in detail. "What? You almost killed Du Zhilei?" Chen Fengmiao's mother, Du Meiling, was scared stiff. Although Chen Fengmiao didn't hurt Du Zhilei and didn't mean to do it, he did pull out a knife, so it already happened even though he didn't succeed. Besides, if no one had shown up and stopped him, it could have happened. Upon thinking of what could happen if Chen Fengmiao really had killed Du Zhilei, Du Meiling turned pale and trembled in fear. "I didn't mean to kill him, I just lost my reason for a moment, so I took out a knife," said Chen Fengmiao. He didn't feel guilty at all, and was only worried. He was troubled by the fact that Du Zhilei would tell his uncle and aunt. "Mom, what should I do now?" Du Zhilei said he'll tell uncle and aunt. Uncle and aunt will believe him. Hearing that, Du Meiling panicked and didn't know what to do all of a sudden. I don't know. We can ask your father when he's home." It wasn't a normal fight because Chen Fengmiao took out a knife, so Du Meiling didn't know what to do. "But, I'm afraid," Chen Fengmiao shivered once he heard that his mother was going to tell his father. After all, what he had done today affected his father's plan. The Du family would surely be mad at them and keep a distance from them. In that case, they wouldn't be able to carry out their plan. What can we do if we don't tell your father? Didn't I tell you not to have any conflicts with Du Zhilei? Why did you go to see him? Du Meiling scolded Chen Fengmiao. Because Chen Fengmiao had argued and fought with Du Zhilei many times before, the Du family was very unhappy about that. Chen Fengmiao's parents had warned him to be more careful in case their plan was exposed. Du Meiling had that thought because she didn't know that the Du family was already aware of their scheme, but the Du family didn't bother to point it out before they really carried it out. Chen Fengmiao was in complete panic. Tell me, why did you go to cause Du Zhilei trouble? Du Meiling became angrier. Because, Chen Fengmiao hesitated, because it was embarrassing to say it aloud. However, even if he didn't say it aloud, his mother would only be more furious at him. Tell me. Du Meiling lost patience and snapped at Chen Fengmiao. Because, Chen Fengmiao knew that he couldn't avoid it. Because the girl I like admires Du Zhilei. Du Zhilei doesn't like her, but I ran to see Du Zhilei in anger. Speaking to the end, Chen Fengmiao had a lower and lower voice, but Du Meiling still heard it clearly and was full of anger. What? For a girl? Her son caused such a big problem because of a girl. After a while, Du Meiling calmed down and opened her mouth again. Good for you. Due to a girl, you went to fight with Du Meiling with a knife. Do you want to annoy me to death? I told you I didn't mean to hurt him. Chen Fengmiao defended himself because he indeed meant to do that. Didn't mean to hurt him. Do you think you can deny it just because you didn't succeed? You're so naive, said Du Meiling. She expected better from her son. Although they thought the Du family didn't know about their scheme yet, the Du family might find out after what had happened today. Her older brother wasn't an idiot, otherwise he wouldn't be able to run such a profitable business. Chen Fengmiao didn't know what to say, because he had to agree with his mother. What should we do now? What else can we do? We must tell your father first to see what ideas your father has, said Du Meiling in annoyance. If so, Chen Fengmiao didn't dare to stop his mother, or the situation would only be worse. After Du Zhilei walked away, he didn't go back to the dormitory, instead he directly left the school and went back home. Because of the scary accident, he was still in shock. He wouldn't feel safe until he was home. Before he was home, he didn't call his parents because he was unwilling to worry them. He decided to tell them what he had been through after he was home. Once Ji Yuning was back in the dorm room, Zhang Zikai and Song Miaoge came closer and asked her what she had left to do just then. I just dropped something, so I went to search for it. Ji Yuning made up a lie. Did you find it? Song Miaoge asked. She didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words. Yeah, I did, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Zhang Zikai and Song Miaoge were relieved. Oh, Xianxia has disappeared for a few days. We can't get through to her. Could anything bad have happened to her? Said Song Miaoge worriedly. Relax, she's fine, said Ji Yuning to comfort them. She knew Baili Xianxia was fine. Baili Xianxia simply couldn't use a phone in the cultivation world. However, she couldn't tell them more details. Sure, she'll be fine. Zhang Zikai and Song Miaoge agreed and felt much better after hearing Ji Yuning's answer. Du Zhilei's home was in the Haicheng district, which wasn't far from their school, so he arrived within a dozen minutes by taxi. It was about 10 p.m. and was still early, so Du Zhilei's parents were still up. They were watching TV in the living room. Seeing Du Zhilei back, they were greatly surprised because it wasn't a weekend. However, after hearing the reason, Du Zhilei's parents were furious. To their surprise, Chen Fengmiao dared to hurt Du Zhilei just because of a girl that Du Zhilei didn't even like. Although Du Zhilei explained that Chen Fengmiao was just impulsive when he did that, Chen Fengmiao had tried to hurt him. If no one had stood out to help him, he might have been seriously injured. Besides, nobody knew whether Chen Fengmiao was really just being impulsive. Chapter 2093, Lu's reason Chen Fengmiao couldn't be completely innocent given what he did. He was a student, so it was strange that he carried a knife with him. Therefore, Du Zhilei's parents refused to believe that Chen Fengmiao was just impulsive. He might have had the intention, but lied after being caught. Du Julei's parents didn't doubt his words. They were always aware of the Chen family's ambition and were worried that they might hurt Du Julei, so they stayed alert. Moreover, there was no reason for Du Julei to frame Chen Fengmiao. They knew Du Julei's character better than anyone else. Du Julei also said that Ji Yuning had saved his life. Although the Du family wasn't a super rich family, they had heard of Ji Yuning because they were involved in the business too. So since Du Julei mentioned Ji Yuning, he wasn't afraid if his parents went to ask Ji Yuning about that. And Ji Yuning and Du Julei were just schoolmates. They didn't have a personal relationship, so it was impossible for Ji Yuning to lie for Du Julei. I'll call the Chen family right now. They must explain it to Julei. Du Julei's father, Du Liwen, was annoyed. He wouldn't swallow the anger just because Chen Fengmiao was the son of his younger sister. Although Du Julei was the Du family's adopted son, he had saved Du Liwen's life, so they always took Du Julei as their own son. They wouldn't let Du Julei submit to the humiliation. Dad, wait a second. Du Julei stopped his father at once. I only need you to trust me. We don't have evidence after all. Chen Fengmiao could deny it. Anyway, I'm fine now. If you call them, it can ruin our relationship. It's not a good thing. We can just keep a distance away from them. Although Du Julei told his parents what had happened, they were relatives, so it wasn't a good thing to ruin their relationship. His parents treated him as their own son, but he knew his position very well. He was unwilling to see his father argue with his own younger sister for him. The Chen family was ambitious, but Du Julei was reluctant to push his parents into a dilemma. Hearing that, Du Liwen and Mrs. Du calmed down a little. Looking at Du Julei, they felt sorry for him. They understood that Du Julei gave it up for the sake of them. He was indeed a very considerate kid. However, the Chen family was always ambitious to steal the Du family's properties, and Chen Fengmiao tried to hurt Du Julei this time. Even if Chen Fengmiao didn't mean to do that and Du Julei was fine in the end, Du Julei could have been seriously injured. They must do something to seek justice for Du Julei. Du Liwen sighed and said, Julei, I know you care about our feelings, but it's not only about you. Your mother and I are angry too. They aim to hurt you, and they aim to hurt your mother and I too. If we do nothing this time, they'll think it's not a big deal. In that case, they'll have no respect for you. They might do something worse to you in the future. They don't dare to kill you this time, but they might lose their reason one day. Given his knowledge about his younger sister and brother-in-law, it was hard for him to believe that they would stop trying to hurt Du Julei. After all, they were always selfish. Even if they didn't dare to kill Du Julei, they would stop him from inheriting the Du family's wealth in other ways. Du Liwen didn't understand why his younger sister and brother-in-law had to steal his properties. His properties had nothing to do with them, and he could manage his own wealth as he wanted. Nevertheless, he wasn't surprised that there were such selfish and greedy people, and those people would do immoral things to get whatever they wanted. Well, hearing Du Liwen's words, Du Julei didn't know what to say. He had the same worry too. What if the Chen family lost their reason one day and tried to kill him? Right, Julei, just leave it to your father. Mrs. Du chimed in. She hoped Du Julei wouldn't be mentally burdened. Fine. Du Julei was young, so he couldn't just make decisions on his own or protect himself properly. He had to listen to his parents. After that, Du Liwen took out his phone to call his younger sister. In the Chen family's home, Chen Fengmiao's father wasn't back yet, so Du Meiling hadn't told him yet. Seeing her older brother's call, Du Meiling panicked. She didn't dare to answer it because she knew why her older brother called her at this moment. However, Du Meiling understood her older brother would call her husband if she refused to answer the call. By then, it would be more difficult for her to explain everything. As a result, Du Meiling took a long breath before answering her older brother's call. Hi, Liwen, what's up so late at night? Asked Du Meiling, trying her best to sound calm, as if nothing had happened. Du Liwen frowned and asked seriously, hasn't Chen Fengmiao told you what has happened tonight yet? Du Liwen asked that because he didn't believe it. He knew Chen Fengmiao's character to some extent. However, he didn't jump to conclusions that Chen Fengmiao must have already told his younger sister. What happened tonight? What has happened tonight? What did Meow Meow do? Du Meiling felt more guilty and couldn't stay calm any longer. Anyway, her panicking right now sounded very normal because she was Cheng Fengmiao's mother and would be worried about her son. Du Zhilei didn't care about the reason why Du Meiling panicked nor about whether Chen Fengmiao had told her. He called her in order to teach them a lesson. Listen, because of a girl, Chen Fengmiao went to cause Zhilei trouble tonight. He even had a fight with Zhilei. If it was just a fight, it would not be a big deal. Young men are impulsive, but Chen Fengmiao took out a knife and tried to stab Zhilei. As he said that, he became angrier. If no one had shown up to rescue him, Zhilei could have been seriously injured. What? No way. Du Zhilei trembled, but she pretended that she had just learned about it. Then she asked with concern, "Is Zhilei all right now?" On the surface, Du Meiling was very kind, so she believed that the Du family knew nothing about their scheme. Zhilei is fine, but he was shocked. What Chen Fengmiao did is illegal, said Du Liwen. Chapter 2094. Apologize face to face. Liwen, I'm really sorry, but can you give me some time to ask Meow Meow about that? Can I call you back after we talk about that with his father? Said Du Meiling. Sure, I can wait. Du Liwen understood she needed time to ask Chen Fengmiao and talk about it with Chen Fengmiao's father before replying to him. After hanging up the call with Du Liwen, Du Meiling called his husband. Hengshang, when will you be home? Once her husband answered her call, Du Meiling asked in panic. Du Meiling's husband, Chen Hengshang, noticed it and asked with a frown, I'm in the parking lot now. What happened? Come home, and we'll talk about it then, said Du Meiling. Fine, said Chen Hengsheng and hung up the call. After 10 minutes, Chen Hengsheng was home. Before he could ask, Du Meiling told him everything in detail. Because they needed to deal with it right, she couldn't hide any details. What? Chen Fengmiao tried to kill Du Zhilei. Knowing what had happened, Chen Hengsheng was scared too. To his surprise, Chen Fengmiao dared to do such a thing. It was illegal to kill people. Although Du Zhilei was fine, it was still attempted murder. No matter what, Chen Fengmiao indeed had tried to kill. Therefore, it was totally unacceptable. Meow Meow didn't mean to do it. Du Meiling understood it was wrong, but still defended her son. Anyway, her voice was filled with panic. Idiots. It's not enough to explain his unacceptable behavior. Even if he didn't mean to do it, he did. It's wrong. Given Du Liwen and his wife's love for Du Zhilei, they won't swallow their anger, said Chen Hengsheng in annoyance. Du Meiling knew it as well, but it already happened, so she only hoped that her son wouldn't pay too high a price for it. What should we do now? Du Meiling panicked more. Do we need to let Meow Meow deny it? We can say it never happened. What an idiot you are. Chen Hengsheng was mad. His wife was indeed a stupid woman. Do you think Du Liwen will believe that? Hearing that, Du Meiling closed her mouth. In the end, she asked, what should we do then? Call Chen Fengmiao back right now. I need to call Du Liwen and apologize first. We'll visit them tomorrow with Chen Fengmiao and apologize face to face. We need to win their forgiveness, or it'll only get worse. Although Du Liwen won't put Meow Meow in jail, we rely on the Du family to do business, so we can't lose their support, said Chen Hengsheng. He was willing to abase himself for benefits, so he knew that they had to apologize right now. After all, it was Chen Fengmiao's fault, so it was reasonable that he apologized. However, they wouldn't stop scheming against the Du family. Sure. Du Meiling took out her phone at once to call Chen Fengmiao. Chen Hengsheng went back to his study to call Du Liwen. Once his call was answered, Chen Hengsheng apologized. Liwen, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Meow Meow to do such a crazy thing. I already told Meiling to call him back. I'll take him to apologize to you face to face tomorrow. Great, I'll wait for your arrival at home tomorrow morning. It was better to deal with the problem face to face, so Du Liwen was unwilling to talk too much with Chen Hengsheng on the phone. Without hesitation, he hung up on Chen Hengsheng. Although it had nothing to do with Chen Hengsheng wasn't a good man either. Du Liwen never liked him, so his attitude towards him wasn't good. Hearing the sound after the phone was hung up, Chen Hengsheng showed jealousy and ambition in his eyes. Du Liwen, I'll replace you sooner or later. Chen Hengsheng first met Du Liwen in college, because Du Liwen's family was very rich while he was from a very ordinary family. Du Liwen wasn't good at studying, but he was. However, the girl he liked still admired Du Liwen, so he was jealous of Du Liwen ever since that time. He actually played some tricks to marry Du Meiling. Given the huge gap between his family and the Du family, it was impossible for him to marry Du Meiling if he didn't play tricks. And after marrying Du Meiling, his career became better. However, Chen Hengsheng didn't feel grateful to the Du family. On the contrary, he was secretly scheming against the Du family. He was a typical ungrateful person. As a selfish man, Chen Hengsheng didn't think it was wrong. His ambition had already distorted his values. When Chen Fengmiao heard his mother tell him to come back home, he was scared, but couldn't say no. After he got home, Chen Hengsheng seriously criticized him, but he didn't dare to say a word. Although he didn't mean to kill Du Zhilei, he indeed had taken out a knife and tried to stab him. If Ji Yuning hadn't shown up and stopped him, he could have killed Du Zhilei. And if he really killed Du Zhilei, he would be doomed, so he was full of fear now. Chen Hengsheng asked him to apologize to the Du family tomorrow, and he didn't dare to refuse. Because they didn't know whether Du Liwen would forgive them and continue to support them after they apologized, the three of them couldn't sleep that night. After they got up the next morning, they had breakfast first. They didn't have much appetite because of what had happened between Chen Fengmiao and Du Zhilei, but they needed to eat some food. Once they finished, they set off for the Du family's home. On their way, Chen Hengsheng told Chen Fengmiao what he needed to do later at the Du family's place, and Chen Fengmiao just listened to his father. Because it was rush hour, it was a bit crowded on the road. They set off at 8 a.m., and arrived at the Du family's house at 9:30 a.m. Because the Du family was waiting for their arrival, the members of the Du family were all present. Before the Chen family came, the Du family was relaxed, but the Du family's three members suddenly became very displeased once the Chen family showed up. They all stared at Chen Hengsheng and the others coldly. Chapter 2095, What a Stroke of Luck. However, it was Chen Fengmiao's fault, so they wouldn't vent their anger on Chen Hengsheng and Du Meiling, but they remained very cold. As soon as the Chen family walked inside, Chen Fengmiao knelt down before Du Liwen and the others. He apologized. Uncle, Aunt, Zhilei, I'm sorry. I was very impulsive last night. Please forgive me this time. Chen Fengmiao looked very sincere, but his sincerity was out of fear. He was afraid he would be put in jail if he couldn't get their forgiveness. If it happened, his life would be ruined. He was reluctant to be put in jail. Du Liwen's family was slightly surprised by Chen Fengmiao's sudden movement, but they didn't think it was unnecessary. They weren't touched at all because Du Zhilei could have been killed. Anyway, they wouldn't throw Chen Fengmiao into jail. Du Zhilei was fine after all, but they had to treat it seriously, otherwise they might do something even worse to Du Zhilei. Du Liwen said nothing, so his wife and Du Zhilei kept their mouths shut. Liwen, I know it's Miao Miao's fault. He's learned his lesson. He'll behave himself. Please forgive him once. We're a family after all. Du Meiling begged. Liwen, I'm sorry for what has happened. It's all my fault that I didn't educate him well. Please give him a chance to learn to behave. I promise I'll educate him better from now on, said Chen Hengsheng. Hearing that, Du Liwen felt it was funny. Chen Hengsheng was an amoral person, so his son couldn't be better than him. Seeing Du Liwen stay silent, Chen Hengsheng gave a glance at Chen Fengmiao who was still on his knees. Chen Fengmiao immediately understood his father's hint and kept on apologizing. Uncle, Aunt, Zhilei, I'm sorry, I know it's all my fault. Alright, fortunately Zhilei's fine this time, so I can forgive you this once. But if it happens again, I'll call the police. Now, you can go. Du Liwen coldly warned. Of course, of course. Seeing that Du Liwen agreed, the three members of the Chen family thanked him repeatedly and left. When the Chen family was gone, the Du family relaxed again. After leaving the Du family's home, Chen Hengsheng and his family felt annoyed now that the problem was solved. However, they had to swallow their anger because it was Chen Fengmiao's fault. Du Liwen forgave Chen Fengmiao this time, but the Du family wouldn't be supportive of the Chen family afterwards. At noon, Du Zhilei went back to school for classes. Right at this time, Ji Yuning received Chu Peihen's call. Chu Peihen was very excited and told Ji Yuning that Professor Ji Yu met her after their classes were over that afternoon and asked her whether she wanted to be his student. Chu Peihen had given a very excellent performance at their welcome party this year. Professor Ji Yu was Ji Yu Guangmiao, the old man Ji Yuning had seen when she accompanied Chu Peihen to the school last time. He was the most respected teacher in the Capital Film Academy. Many students wanted Professor Ji Yu to teach them, but it was very difficult for Professor Ji Yu to accept a student. One had to be super lucky to get Professor Gu's attention and approval. Even if they couldn't become Professor Gu's students, it was an honor to receive his guidance. Moreover, Professor Ji Yu had great connections in the entertainment industry. As long as a student gained his support, he or she would have endless opportunities to play great roles in films or TV shows. Hearing the good news, Ji Yuning put on a broad smile. It actually wasn't surprising, so Ji Yuning wasn't shocked and only asked, "Did you agree?" Although she asked that question, Ji Yuning was very sure that Chu Peihen agreed because Chu Peihen had told her it would be very helpful if she could become Ji Yu Guangmiao's student. Chu Peihen also made it very clear that she hoped Ji Yu Guangmiao could pick her. So now, since Ji Yu Guangmiao really picked her to be his student, there was no reason for her to reject it. Of course, Chu Peihen said proudly, in order to celebrate it, I'll invite everyone to have a meal on Friday afternoon. How's that? I'm not sure whether I'll be free then. We'll have to see, said Ji Yuning. She didn't want to stand her friends up if she had something else to deal with at that time. Sure, Chu Peihen wasn't disappointed because she knew that Ji Yuning was very busy. She understood it. They chatted for a while before hanging up. The news that Chu Peihen became Professor Gu's student soon spread abroad in the Capital Film Academy. It caused a great sensation and a lot of jealousy. Jesus, Chu Peihen was accepted as Professor Gu's student. Because of the welcome party, Chu Peihen gained some fame in the Capital Film Academy. Her performance was indeed very attractive. Yeah, it's hard not to be envious of her. Why couldn't I be so lucky? Well, she isn't only beautiful and skilled at acting. I heard she also has a total score of 653 points at the National College Entrance Examination. It's level A. What? That's unbelievable. She can study in prestigious schools if she wants. It's rare to see a student with a total score above 600 points in the Capital Film Academy. Right, only capable people could make full use of their opportunities. Why was Chu Peihen the chosen one? Why can't it be me? I'm not worse than Chu Peihen. What a stroke of luck Chu Peihen has. She became Professor Gu's student. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't come to the school, and instead read scripts at home. She just agreed to play a role in a new show, but it was an unimportant supporting female role. Anyway, given her current influence, she couldn't get leading roles or major supporting roles. She might get an important supporting role if she was lucky enough. Therefore, she had to focus on increasing her publicity and fame. Fu Xiaoxiao was already an actress with some fame in the entertainment industry, but she still got jealous when she heard that Chu Peihen was accepted by Professor Ji Yu as his student. She had tried to beg Professor Ji Yu to accept her, but Professor Ji Yu refused. Not long ago, she tried again, but Professor Ji Yu refused her once more. Professor Ji Yu refused simply because he disliked her acting. Although she was an actress now, she didn't have strong support, so she could only play unimportant roles, which was far worse than what she wanted. If she were Professor Gu's student, it would be easier. Now a big boss had offered a major supporting role to her on the condition that she sleeps with him. She was thinking about it, but couldn't make the decision. Chapter 2096. Share a meal together. Although she disliked unspoken rules, she knew it was her best chance to become popular in this industry when she didn't have powerful support. She thought that she was good-looking and excellent at acting, but there were too many beautiful and skilled actors in the entertainment industry, so outstanding appearance and abilities were hardly enough for her to stand out. In fact, the competition was quite fierce in the entertainment industry. If she didn't yield to unspoken rules, other actresses could and would get the opportunities. Chu Peihen was pretty and good at acting, but she was just a freshman. If Fu Xiaoxiao was turned down by Professor Ji Yu when she was also a freshman, she could accept that because she wasn't outstanding back then. However, she was a sophomore now and her acting had greatly improved during last year. She had gotten a lot of approval from other professional teachers. Unfortunately, she went back to Professor Ji Yu not long ago and Professor Ji Yu refused to take her as his student once more, which was quite unfair in her opinion. However, even if she lost her balance, she couldn't change it or make things difficult for Chu Peihan. In the old days, she could be so impulsive, but she was an actress with some fame now. She couldn't damage her reputation, so she wouldn't go to cause Chu Peihan trouble. Anyway, even if she didn't do that, she knew there would be people who were ready to. There were a lot of students who wanted to become Professor Gu's students, so they would be jealous of Chu Peihan after hearing the news. Out of jealousy, they would cause Chu Peihan trouble. Fu Xiaoxiao was right, because there were indeed some people who began to scheme against Chu Peihan once they learned that she became Professor Gu's student. That morning, Baili Zhongshe sent out a message in their WeChat group. She told her friends that she would come back to school at noon. After reading Baili Zhongshui's message, Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai were finally relieved. They also asked Baili Zhongshe why they couldn't get through to her these days. Baili Zhongshe explained that she went on an adventure into a mountain range and there was no signal. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai didn't doubt her words because they knew Baili Zhongshe wasn't a weak girl. So it wasn't strange that she went on an adventure. After their classes were over in the afternoon, the four of them gathered together. Du Jilei ran towards the canteen once his classes were over. Once he arrived, he stood at the gate looking ahead. Obviously, he was waiting for someone. Du Jilei was indeed waiting for Ji Yuning because he wanted to invite her to share a meal together to thank her for what had happened. Ji Yuning had saved his life. His father originally wanted to invite Ji Yuning to have a meal in a fancy hotel, but Du Jilei didn't think that Ji Yuning would agree, but he would still ask her. If Ji Yuning agreed, they would go. If not, he would buy her a meal at the canteen today. When Ji Yuning and her friends arrived at the canteen, they saw Du Jilei. The moment Du Jilei saw Ji Yuning, his face lit up and he quickly ran over. "Oh, isn't this Du Jilei from the journalism department?" Seeing Du Jilei, Song Miaoge asked. Although they had only met once, Song Miaoge remembered him. Du Jilei was surprised that Song Miaoge still remembered him, so he put on a shy smile, then he greeted them. "Hi, Ji Yuning, Song Miaoge, Baili Zhongshe, and you, nice to see you all." Du Jilei didn't know Zhang Zikai, so he didn't call her by name. After that, Du Jilei turned to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, can we have a private talk for a moment?" "Sure," said Ji Yuning, then she walked aside with Du Jilei. At the same time, she roughly guessed why Du Jilei wanted to see her. The other girls exchanged a confused glance when Du Jilei took Ji Yuning away. Ji Yuning, thank you so much for saving my life last night. My father wants to invite you to a meal to thank you." "Would you," said Du Jilei to Ji Yuning. "I appreciate your gratitude, but I don't think a meal is necessary." Ji Yuning rejected it. It wasn't a surprising answer, so Du Jilei wasn't surprised. "Well, why don't we and your friends share a meal at our school? Please don't turn me down again, or I'll blame myself," said Du Jilei. He was determined to have a meal with Ji Yuning. Fine. Since he insisted, Ji Yuning didn't turn him down again. They needed to have a meal anyway. Hearing that Du Jilei would buy them a meal, Baili Zhongshe and the other girls were very pleased. They didn't know the reason nor did they bother to ask because it was obviously because of Ji Yuning. In the canteen, Ji Yuning met Rong Zechen. Rong Zechen had mixed emotions when he saw Ji Yuning. Now Rong Zechen didn't have much affection towards Ji Yuning. He was unwilling to accept the fact that Ji Yuning had rejected him and he didn't want to see her live a good life. He wouldn't cause her trouble though, because it wasn't necessary. However, since he couldn't ignore her, he walked away after glancing at her. Wei Xuanzun, on the contrary, changed his opinions about Ji Yuning after the establishment of the Shengning organization. Now he didn't dare to slight Ji Yuning. He didn't slight her, but he was still biased against her. He still couldn't appreciate her and Rong Zechen also had negative feelings towards Ji Yuning. Ji Yu Ning couldn't care less about Rong Zechen. He was just a stranger, so she didn't bother to pay attention to him. After they sat, they began to order. None of them hesitated to order their favorites, but they wouldn't waste food. After having the meal and separating from Dujale, Song Miaoge and the other girls curiously asked Ji Yuning why Dujale wanted to buy her a meal. Ji Yuning didn't keep it a secret, but didn't tell them many details. They didn't ask further about it either. At the same time, in the Capital Film Academy, once Han Chengelin showed up at the canteen, he attracted much attention. Many girls tried to strike up a conversation with him, and he politely replied to them. He had some fame, so he cared about his reputation to a degree. However, it wasn't that important because he chose to work in this industry not for fame or wealth. He simply liked this job, so he didn't care much about his reputation. At this moment, Chu Peihen and one of her close female friends came to the canteen. They were talking and laughing, but Chu Peihen became annoyed once she saw Han Chengelin. Han Chengelin appeared here undoubtedly for her, because Han Chengelin had already joined the entertainment industry. He wasn't as free as the students, so he showed up for her every time. Chapter 2097. Wolves work together. Although Chu Peihen showed annoyance when she saw Han Chengelin smiled at her while walking over. When everyone saw Han Chengelin walking towards Chu Peihen, they looked at Chu Peihen with either envy or jealousy. Chu Peihen, congratulations for becoming Professor Gu's student. Han Chengelin gave her a smile that he thought was charming. Thanks. Chu Peihen wouldn't embarrass those who showed kindness to her, so she thanked him for his congratulations. Although Chu Peihen was still unwilling to see Han Chengelin, she controlled her emotions. She simply kept a distance away from Han Chengelin. There were rumors about them in their school recently. Han Chengelin was a famous idol now, so many people paid attention to him. After thanking him, Chu Peihen pulled her friend and walked away, leaving Han Chengelin behind. However, Han Chengelin wouldn't let her go like that, so he moved to stand in her way. Looking at him, Chu Peihen squinted and seemed dangerous. Did he really believe she wouldn't embarrass him in public? Chu Peihen opened her mouth, but Han Chengelin interrupted her before she could finish. Shouldn't we share a meal to congratulate it? Sorry, I'm too poor to afford a meal, said Chu Peihen and turned him down. Then I can buy you a meal, said Han Chengelin at once. As long as he could have a meal with Chu Peihen, he didn't care who paid the bill. No need. I'm not familiar with you. Chu Peihen turned him down without hesitation. After that, she wanted to leave with her friend. Chu Peihen's close female friend was called Shi Xiaoyu. She was already used to the way Chu Peihen and Han Chengelin interacted with each other, so she didn't think it was strange. Instead, she looked at them meaningfully as if she was enjoying a drama. Onlookers, however, sided with Han Chengelin when Chu Peihen embarrassed him again and again. In an instant, Chu Peihen became the enemy of most of the girls in the canteen. Most of the girls started glaring at Chu Peihen and even began to criticize her. Chu Peihen is so arrogant. She embarrassed Senior Han. Right, she's really proud of becoming Professor Gu's student. Senior Han came to invite her to share a meal to congratulate her, but she turned Senior Han down. Senior Han wasn't annoyed and proposed to buy her a meal. And she turned him down again. If Senior Han invited them to share a meal, they would be extremely excited, let alone if he paid the bill. Hearing their criticisms, Chu Peihen was becoming mad. It was none of their business that she embarrassed Han Chengelin. What position did they have to criticize her? Right when Chu Peihen was about to fight back, Han Chengelin said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you whether Chu Peihen wants to have a meal with me. You don't have any position to attack her under my name. Don't you have any manners?" As he said that, the other girls flushed in embarrassment. Some of them realized their behavior was wrong, but some lost their calm when Han Chengelin criticized them after they defended him. However, they didn't dare to criticize Han Chengelin, so they could only swallow their anger. Chu Peihen wasn't surprised by Han Chengelin's words, because he had defended her before when someone criticized her. Although he should defend her because the trouble was caused due to him, Chu Peihen could feel that Han Chengelin was protecting her no matter what the reason was. Seeing that no one continued, Han Chengelin turned to apologize to Chu Peihen. "I'm sorry for the trouble. Please give me a chance to buy you a meal to show my sincerity. Han Chengelin understood that many girls would hate Chu Peihen once he approached her, but he had no intention of leaving her. Perhaps he was really falling in love with Chu Peihen after getting interested in her. Seeing Han Chengelin's sincere expression, Chu Peihen changed her mind. All right. Afterwards, she turned around and walked into the canteen. Chu Peihen didn't notice that Han Chengelin exchanged a glance with Shi Xiaoyu when she turned around. Both of them showed satisfaction, but soon hid it, so no one saw it. What Chu Peihen didn't know was that Shi Xiaoyu formed a close relationship with her for a purpose, but it wasn't unkind. In fact, Han Chengelin and Shi Xiaoyu were cousins. After knowing that Shi Xiaoyu was in the same class as Chu Peihen, Han Chengelin asked her to build a good relationship with Chu Peihen so that he could know where Chu Peihen went. Otherwise, Chu Peihen wouldn't have met Han Chengelin by coincidence so many times. There were several canteens in the Capital Film Academy, so Han Chengelin might not accurately run into Chu Peihen without Shi Xiaoyu's help. Even though Shi Xiaoyu secretly helped Han Chengelin by telling him where Chu Peihen went, she sincerely took Chu Peihen as her friend. However, in order to help her cousin chase the girl he admired, she was left with no choice. After all, it was rare for her cousin to like someone. Although Han Chengelin refused to admit that he liked Chu Peihen, outsiders saw it clearly. Han Chengelin was very generous and told them to order whatever they wanted to eat, his posture very pleasant. Chu Peihen disliked it when she was connected with Han Chengelin all the time. She actually didn't hate Han Chengelin, so her appetite wasn't affected when Han Chengelin was present. Instead, she even wanted to let Han Chengelin pay a lot for this meal, so she deliberately ordered the most expensive dishes. However, she didn't order many, and made sure that they could finish them. Han Chengelin didn't care about that. He was making progress because Chu Peihen was willing to dine with him. After finishing dinner, Chu Peihen refused to spend more time with Han Chengelin and left right away with Shi Xiaoyu. However, Han Chengelin wasn't mad at all. Today was Wednesday, and it would soon be Friday, so Song Miaoge planned to call everyone out to gather together, but Ji Yuning already had an appointment with Chu Peihen, so she turned Song Miaoge down. They would meet another day. Because Chu Peihen would pay the bill tonight, it wasn't appropriate for Ji Yuning to invite Song Miaoge and the others over. Once the classes were over in the afternoon, Chu Peihen left the school and took a taxi to go meet Ji Yuning and the others. Chapter 2098, Too weak to hurt her. Chu Peihen sat in the front passenger's seat. On the way, Chu Peihen was attracted by a white car in the rear view mirror, because the white car had been behind the taxi she was sitting in for a long time. It kept the same distance, not far or near. It could overtake the taxi, but didn't, which alerted Chu Peihen. She thought that someone might be following her. She only had that suspicion, but wasn't sure of it because they might be going in the same direction. Anyway, since she had the suspicion, she had to be careful. In the end, she was sure that someone was following her. However, who was it? She didn't think it was a familiar person, because none of her friends would do something like that. In that case, it must be her enemy. Chu Peihen was unwilling to dodge problems, because she had to face it sooner or later once she was targeted. Therefore, when Chu Peihen had almost arrived at the place where she was going to meet her friends, she told the taxi driver to stop and got out of the car. The place where Chu Peihen got off was right next to the park. And at this time, there weren't many people in the park. After Chu Peihen got out of the car, she deliberately walked into the park. At the same time, she paid attention to the white car with a calm expression. Sure enough, she saw that the car had also stopped, then 4 scornful men got out of it. The next second, they directly walked to Chu Peihen. Seeing that, Chu Peihen sneered, then walked to a place with more trees, because there were fewer people and it was less noticeable. Those men who followed Chu Peihen didn't know that she already saw them. So seeing Chu Peihen walking to a darker place, they smiled with satisfaction. They felt they were quite lucky today. Once they were ready, the 4 men went ahead to surround Chu Peihen. Hey, beauty, are you alone? Do you feel bored? Why don't we have fun together? Being surrounded by them, Chu Peihen, however, wasn't scared at all. Therefore, even if several passers-by saw them, they didn't think further and thought they might be friends. I know you're following me. Tell me, who sent you? What's your purpose? Chu Peihan calmly stared at them. Hearing that, the four men were surprised. Unexpectedly, Chu Peihan had already seen them and even knew there was another person behind them. In addition, she didn't seem scared at all. They wondered whether she was pretending, but if she was just pretending to be calm, she must be excellent at acting. You're smart. Right, we've followed you for a long time, but you don't need to know who sent us. As for the purpose, of course we need to have some fun tonight. Since Chu Peihan knew it, there was nothing for them to hide. The man who stood next to Chu Peihan chose to be honest. Chu Peihan understood what he was implying. Since they refused to tell her who sent them, Chu Peihan stopped asking. Even if she was going to figure it out, she wouldn't do that until they were all beaten down. Have some fun. Chu Peihan squinted at them with an evil smile on her lips. She said coldly, sure. Let's have some fun then. After that, Chu Peihan directly attacked them. The four men didn't expect Chu Peihan to attack them before they could do anything, so they were amazed. They didn't know that Chu Peihan was good at kung fu, but Chu Peihan kicked the belly of one of them before they could laugh at her. Chu Peihan was strong, so the man was directly kicked to the ground. The next instant, the man screamed in pain. Seeing that, the other men were scared. To their astonishment, a girl could be so strong. Obviously, she must have learned martial arts for years. The other three men suddenly wanted to retreat, but felt it was too humiliating. Moreover, Chu Peihan might not be able to defeat all of them alone. Chu Peihan didn't care about what they were thinking. Right after the first man was kicked, she attacked the second. Before they were prepared to fight back, the second man was kicked down by Chu Peihan as well. You're too weak to hurt me. Chu Peihan disdained them. She wasn't being arrogant, but these men were really too weak compared to her. Witnessing that scene, several passers-by were shocked by Chu Peihan's fighting skills. As a girl, she beat two strong men to the ground within seconds. Afterwards, they all walked over to watch the drama. Two men were left standing not far away, so Chu Peihan continued to hit the third man. After the first two men were beaten down, the other two men came back to their senses, so they immediately fought back when Chu Peihan attacked them. However, it was barely helpful and Chu Peihan soon beat the third man down to the ground. The fourth man had the same result. From the beginning to the end, the fight only lasted for a minute. Jesus, the girl is so amazing. Right, she's unbelievably strong. Young girl, did these men try to hurt you? Do you need us to call the police? Asked a kind onlooker. Although those men were beaten, the onlooker felt that they weren't good people. No need, thanks. I can deal with it on my own. Chu Peihan smiled and thanked the kind onlooker. If so, the kind onlooker said nothing further, because Chu Peihan wasn't hurt. Coldly staring at those men on the ground, Chu Peihan asked, tell me, who sent you? Although Chu Peihan couldn't put as great a pressure on other people as Ji Yuning could, she wasn't weak at all, so she was able to make ordinary men feel stressed. As a result, the four men were under great pressure now. However, they only exchanged a glance without a word, because the person who sent them to cause Chu Peihan trouble had some influence. They didn't dare to offend the person. Seeing they refused to say it, Chu Peihan stepped on a man's foot without hesitation. The man moaned in pain the next second. Tell me, said Chu Peihan once more in a colder voice. The man, however, still said nothing, and Chu Peihan realized that the person who hired them must be influential, so they were too scared to say the person's name. Chapter 2099, Easy to bully anyway. Chu Peihan wasn't afraid. Even if the Qing gang couldn't protect her, she had Ji Yuning's support. Therefore, Chu Peihan used greater force and the man's face turned pale from the pain. You must be afraid of the person who hired you to hurt me, right? How can you be sure that I don't have powerful support behind my back too? You should know that there are a lot of people with power in the capital, said Chu Peihan slowly. Obviously, she was implying that she wasn't an ordinary girl. She aimed to force them to tell her the name of the person behind the scenes. Chu Peihan was determined to discover the truth. She wouldn't grin and bear it just because she was unwilling to bother Ji Yuning. She couldn't submit to humiliation. Hearing that, the four men stiffened. All of a sudden, they realized that Chu Peihen couldn't be a girl from an ordinary family given her air and fighting skills. Is she from a powerful family too? Thinking of that, those men hesitated. I don't have the patience to waste time on you. This is your last chance. Tell me, who sent you? If you keep silent, Chu Peihen didn't finish the last sentence, but she was clearly threatening and frightening them. It seemed that those men caused themselves trouble today. They exchanged a glance again. This time, they reached an agreement and gave in. They couldn't bear the pressure Chu Peihen put on them, and they were afraid that Chu Peihen's family would punish them seriously. She's the daughter of the Jinrui organization, Jin Jingshan. She hired us. Chu Peihen didn't know the Jinrui organization, but she was familiar with Jin Jingshan. Jin Jingshan was also a freshman this year, but they didn't study in the same class. There was no grudge between them either, after all they had only met twice. They first met at the selection for shows for the welcome party, then they met again on the day of the welcome party. Both of them were going to perform on the stage. However, she didn't think she had grudges against Jin Jingshan. So why would Jin Jingshan hire people to hurt her? Was it out of jealousy? Chu Peihen had that idea not because she thought too highly of herself, but because she couldn't think of a more persuasive reason. After all, there was no grudge between them. In fact, it was understandable that other girls were jealous of her. Han Chengelin treated her differently, and she was Professor Gu's student now. Because of these things, many students were jealous of her. Are you lying to my face? Are you sure it's Jin Jingshan? Chu Peihen questioned, staring at them. She wanted to see their faces to gauge whether they were telling the truth. It was possible that they gave another name to cover the real person. We're not lying. It's Jin Jingshan. I have a voice recording. If you don't believe me, you can listen to it. A man hurriedly took out his phone to play the voice recording of their conversation. There was a male and female voice in it. This girl in the photo is a student of the Capital Film Academy. Her name is Chu Peihen. I want you to rape her. Do some intimate poses with her to make people believe she lives a life of debauchery. Take photos and send them to me. Here is the deposit of 10,000 yuan. I'll give you another 10,000 yuan after it's done. This was a female voice. No problem. This was a male voice. Chu Peihen had watched Jin Jingshan's performance, so she was sure the female was Jin Jingshan from the voice. Jin Jingshan's real purpose was very clear. She aimed to ruin Chu Peihen's reputation. Onlookers were also mad after hearing the voice recording. The heiress of the Jinrui organization was so evil. How could she do that to hurt another girl? Could people of wealth and power really do whatever they wanted? Some rich and powerful people indeed felt they could do anything they wanted. It was also true that power and wealth could solve many problems. If Chu Peihen was just a girl from an ordinary family, she might have been terribly hurt even if she survived tonight, because no one would trust her. Luckily, Chu Peihen wasn't weak at all. In the end, Chu Peihen stopped venting her anger on those men and told them to send the voice recording to her. Once Chu Peihen was gone, the four men ran away quickly. They didn't tell Jin Jingshan that they failed because they didn't dare to. Chu Peihen wasted some time on those men, so Ji Yuning, Mu Ke, and Yu Mixi were already present when she arrived at the appointed place. Anyway, it didn't take Chu Peihen much time, and it was very normal that she came a few minutes earlier or later, but they became anxious when they saw Chu Peihen's angry face. What happened? You look mad, asked Ji Yuning with concern. Boss, I need to pay someone back in a few days. If I'm in trouble, come and help me, said Chu Peihen to Ji Yuning. She wouldn't let Jin Jingshan go, but she had to let Ji Yuning know first in case any accidents happened. Chu Peihen then told her everything. After hearing about it, Ji Yuning and the others were annoyed even though Chu Peihen was fine. She was fine, but it didn't mean they could forget the terrible incident. We must teach Jin Jingshan a lesson, or she will think you're easy to bully, said Mu Ke. He didn't beat girls, but he supported Chu Peihen in paying Jin Jingshan back. Yu Mixi said nothing, but she agreed in silence. No problem, feel free to tell me whenever you have trouble, said Ji Yuning. She also supported Chu Peihen in punishing Jin Jingshan. Oh, you should also be careful. You're going to join the entertainment industry after all. Your reputation is very important. I know, said Chu Peihan. She had no plan to pay Jin Jingshan back in public. Instead, she would do it in private. However, if she decided to pay Jin Jingshan back in private, Jin Jingshan might continue to cause her trouble afterwards. Anyway, Chu Peihan had the voice recording as evidence, so Jin Jingshan should think about her reputation if she dared to cause Chu Peihan more trouble. If Jin Jingshan didn't care about her own reputation, she could report it to their teachers and their parents would find out. The only thing that worried Chu Peihan was that their teachers might be snobs and that Jin Jingshan's parents might play the blame game. Although Chu Peihan ran into trouble today, she was soon cheered up and enjoyed the meal with her friends. "Boss, are we going to have some fun tonight?" asked Chu Peihan. It was a weekend and she rarely saw Ji Yuning, so she didn't want their gathering to be over so soon. "Where do you want to go?" asked Ji Yuning. Something terrible had happened to Chu Peihan today, so Ji Yuning decided to stay and spend some more time with her friends. Chapter 2100, The Girl Who Likes Mu K. I have no idea. "I just don't want the gathering to be over so soon," said Chu Peihan. "There aren't many activities we can do at night. We can go to a bar, music club, or amusement arcade. Which do you prefer? Have a seat in a bar, sing songs in a music club, or play games in an amusement arcade?" asked Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Chu Peihan said, "Let's go to a bar." "We agree," said Mu K and Yu Mixi. "Great, then let's go to Song Nan's bar," said Ji Yuning. She disliked unfamiliar bars, so Song Nan's bar was the best choice. Because it was still early, they decided to walk around in a nearby shopping mall. When they were shopping, Ji Yuning remembered that she would go back to Century City tonight, so she called Zi Beiying and asked her whether she wanted to hang out together. Zi Beiying was free anyway, so she agreed. "Mixi." As they walked around, they heard a female voice calling Yu Mixi's name. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at her and saw two young girls at the same age as them. They should be Yu Mixi's schoolmates. One of them was indeed Yu Mixi's schoolmate, while the other was the friend of her schoolmate. However, Yu Mixi seemed a little displeased to see her schoolmate, but she still greeted her with a smile. "Hi, Zhao Ran. Oh, it's really you. I thought I was wrong," Zhao Ran happily said when she was sure it was really Yu Mixi. Then she turned to look at Mu K next to Yu Mixi with affection flashing in her eyes. "Hi, Mu K," she greeted him afterwards. The others didn't notice the flashing affection in Zhao Ran's eyes when she stared at Mu K, but Ji Yuning did. She slightly squinted, then gave a glance at Mu K and Yu Mixi. "Hi, Zhao Ran," Mu K replied. He was polite, but deliberately kept a distance from Zhao Ran. He didn't notice the admiration in her eyes either. Anyway, Yu Mixi saw it, so she became angrier. Yu Mixi knew that Zhao Ran admired Mu K from afar, so she was unwilling to see her. Seeing their reactions, Ji Yuning understood that Yu Mixi was aware of Zhao Ran's special feelings towards Mu K. However, even if Yu Mixi knew, Ji Yuning thought she should still talk about it with Yu Mixi later or it might cause unnecessary trouble. "Zhao Ran, I need to go with my friends now. Bye-bye," said Yu Mixi. She had no intention of talking with Zhao Ran for longer. She knew that Zhao Ran admired her boyfriend, so she was unwilling to let her close to her boyfriend. Zhao Ran didn't know that Yu Mixi was already aware of her affection towards Mu K. If she knew, she would have a different attitude towards Yu Mixi. "What? Are you leaving right now? Or will you continue to shop? If you're going to shop for a while longer, why don't we shop together? It'll be more enjoyable if we shop together," said Zhao Ran in a hurry. She really wanted to join them. To be specific, she wanted to shop with Mu K. "I'm sorry, we've shopped for a while and it's time to leave now," said Yu Mixi, becoming a little tough. "Are you going back to school? I don't want to shop any while longer either. Why don't we go back together?" said Zhao Ran. She didn't want to miss this chance to stay with them. Chu Peihan couldn't see Zhao Ran's affection for Mu K, so she was unaware of her purpose, but she disliked her for being so relentless. However, it was Yu Mixi's schoolmate, so she said nothing. Ji Yuning knew Zhao Ran's real purpose, but she had no plan to be involved. "I won't go back to the school, I'm going to my friend's place," said Yu Mixi. "Friend?" You have a friend in the capital. Knowing that, Zhao Ran seemed a little upset and jealous. Yu Mixi was from a small city. How could she have a friend in the capital? In Zhao Ran's eyes, a third-tier city like City F was a small city because she was from a first-tier city. Since she knew Yu Mixi, she had learned some about Yu Mixi's family background. Yu Mixi's parents only owned a small restaurant, while her parents both worked in a state institution, so she believed that Yu Mixi wasn't comparable to her. However, Yu Mixi used Kuzi and had such a handsome boyfriend. She even had a friend in the capital. Thinking of that, Zhao Ran grew more jealous of Yu Mixi. At this moment, Chu Peihan finally saw the jealousy in Zhao Ran's eyes. She couldn't help but open her mouth. Why can't Mixi have a friend in the capital? Is it very strange? Zhao Ran didn't notice Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning until she heard Chu Peihan's voice. Because she focused on Mu Ke, she ignored the other people at his side. They were very pretty. It was Zhao Ran's first impression of them, but she became even more jealous afterwards. Zhao Ran's friend had noticed Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan earlier on, but she wasn't jealous. Zhao Ran wasn't ugly, and she was beautiful too, but she was barely comparable to Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan. No, I didn't mean that. As if she was scared, Zhao Ran put on an innocent look and explained at once. It seemed she was just bullied. As she said that, she even glanced at Mu Ke, hoping he could stand out for her. Mu Ke, however, didn't bother to give her a glance because Mu Ke was only close to Yu Mixi, Ji Yuning, and Chu Peihan, who were his good female friends. He always politely kept a distance away from other girls, and didn't bother to pay more attention to other girls. Although he could hear that Zhao Ran felt aggrieved, he didn't think Chu Peihan's words were wrong. In fact, he was dissatisfied with Zhao Ran's words. Chu Peihan only argued with her. She didn't bully her. Seeing Zhao Ran's reaction, Yu Mixi was mad. How dare Zhao Ran try to win her boyfriend's sympathy right in front of her? Chu Peihan rolled her eyes at Zhao Ran's behavior. Without paying more attention to her, she pulled Ji Yuning away after dropping a simple sentence that she was leaving. Yu Mixi and Mu Ke said nothing either and followed them right away. Zhao Ran closed her mouth this time and watched them walking away, but there was obvious hatred and jealousy on her face. Yu Mixi's friend just embarrassed her in public, and Yu Mixi didn't defend her, which was unacceptable in her eyes. Ranran, are you all right? Seeing Zhao Ran's annoyance, her friend asked with concern. Chapter 2101, he touched me inappropriately first. I'm fine, said Zhao Ran, then she turned around walking away too, but she still looked very upset. She said to herself that she would steal Mu Ke away from Yu Mixi one day in the future. When Ji Yuning and the others walked far away, Ji Yuning said, the girl called Zhao Ran likes Mu Ke. Hearing that, Chu Peihan and Mu Ke were surprised, but Yu Mixi stayed calm. No way. Mu Ke felt it couldn't be true, because he had only met Zhao Ran a few times. They seldom talked with each other and she was Yu Mixi's schoolmate, while he was Yu Mixi's boyfriend. How come she liked him? Anyway, since Ji Yuning said that, it should be true. Right, I found it out by accident. We had a good relationship, but I became unwilling to hang out with her after knowing that she admires Mu Ke, said Yu Mixi. She sounded and looked unhappy and was clearly in a bad mood. Oh, no wonder she wouldn't stop asking to go with us. It's because of Mu Ke. Chu Peihan said angrily, her impression of Zhao Ran decreasing even more. Mixi, don't worry, my heart is yours. You can just stay away from her from now on. Mu Ke held Yu Mixi's hand to comfort her. Yu Mixi wasn't mad at Mu Ke because Mu Ke had no idea that Zhao Ran liked him. He had no interest in Zhao Ran either, but Yu Mixi still felt displeased because of Zhao Ran. Oh, please, stop showing off your affection for each other in front of me. I'm single, said Chu Peihan with dissatisfaction. If you don't want to be single, find yourself a boyfriend, said Ji Yuning. Forget it, I prefer to be alone. It's freeing. Chu Peihan immediately shook her hand. She still wanted to be alone. In fact, she stayed single because she hadn't met someone she liked. If she met someone, she wouldn't be willing to be alone. At 9 p.m., Ji Yuning and the others arrived at Song Nan's bar. Song Nan was absent today, but the manager remembered Ji Yuning, so he arranged seats for them once they came. It was still early, so there weren't many people. About a dozen minutes later, Zi Beiying showed up with Mengda and Nan. Because of their job, Mengda and Nan didn't drink. They would drive later, so Ji Yuning could enjoy drinks too. They weren't alcoholics, so they only drank a little, then chatted and played games with each other. In a bar, there were always drunk people having conflicts. Chu Peihen was quite unlucky today. A group of men just tried to cause her trouble that afternoon, and now a man tried to sexually assault her again on her way to the washroom in the bar. The man who tried to sexually assault Chu Peihen was sitting at the table next to the washroom. When a young man with a plain look saw Chu Peihen walking over, he directly grabbed her hand and said, "Come on, beauty, have a drink with us." Chu Peihen had a quick temper and she was in a terrible mood now, so she didn't hesitate to grab the man's wrist and break it. The man screamed at once. Seeing that, other people around the table were scared. To their surprise, a girl could easily break one's wrist. Anyway, their friend was hurt, so 5 people around the table stood up glaring at Chu Peihen, ready to fight. Because she was a girl, they hesitated. If she were a man, they wouldn't hesitate to punch her. "How can you be so evil?" A man criticized Chu Peihen. "He touched me inappropriately first." Chu Peihen retorted. "He was drunk. He didn't do that on purpose." The man argued. "Can I kill you when I'm drunk and pay no price for it?" Chu Peihen sneered and looked very unkind, frightening those men. It seemed she was really going to kill. They were ordinary men, and they felt stressed in front of Chu Peihen. Therefore, they were struck dumb all of a sudden and didn't know what to say. Although the man was really drunk, he was unkind to women, so he tried to sexually assault Chu Peihen. In addition, why should Chu Peihen accept his sexual insult just because he was drunk? The manager stood not far away, so he ran over once he saw that scene. The manager knew that Chu Peihen came with Ji Yuning, so he undoubtedly sided with Chu Peihen. The other men knew it was their friend's fault, so they stopped causing trouble, but Chu Peihen broke their friend's wrist, so she had to pay the medical fee. Chu Peihen refused to do that, but she helped the man move the wrist back to its original position. Their friend was fine after the wrist was moved back, so they didn't dare to say anything further. What a bad day today. Chu Peihen was still mad after going back to her seat. She heavily sat down on the sofa, then drained her glass. What happened? Ji Yuning asked, and others also stared at Chu Peihen with concern. They couldn't see the situation at the washroom from their seats, so they didn't know what had happened. If they had seen, they wouldn't have sat here quietly. I was walking by a table on my way to the washroom, when a drunk man pulled my hand and asked me to drink with them. I was mad, so I broke his wrist, said Chu Peihen angrily and drank up another glass. And next? Asked Mu K. The manager came to mediate. I reset the man's wrist to its original position. He's fine, and I'm back, said Chu Peihen. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. Although she was grabbed by the hand, she was fine. She was just in a bad mood today. Since Chu Peihen was fine, her friends were relieved. At 11 p.m., they left the bar. After leaving the bar, Zi Beiying said she wanted to have night snacks, so they went to eat some night snacks. When they finished and went back to Century City, it was already 1:30 a.m. They washed up and went to bed. The next day, they got up to run in the morning, meeting Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie by chance. "Hi, handsome man, we meet again." Once Chu Peihen saw Baili Zongyang, her eyes lit up and greeted him with great enthusiasm. "Oh, hi, Miss Chu." Baili Zongyang treated Ji Yuning's friends kindly, so he didn't despise Chu Peihen. Chapter 2102, Bring Me With You. After replying to Chu Peihen, Baili Zongxie turned to look at Ji Yuning and said, "It's rare to see you stay here." "Yeah, I seldom stay here, I often stay in other places," said Ji Yuning. After running, Baili Zongyang proposed to buy morning tea for them, but Ji Yuning declined because Mengda and Nan had already made breakfast. If so, Baili Zongyang didn't insist. Ji Yuning also invited them to join her for breakfast. Baili Zongyang wanted to decline because he felt it was inappropriate, but Baili Zongxie agreed without hesitation because of her close relationship with Ji Yuning. So Bailey Zongyang didn't have other choices and went with them. Ji Yuning, will you go to have fun today? If you are, bring me with you, said Bailey Zongxie. She was bored at home by herself, so she wanted to join them if they were going to have fun. Most importantly, she preferred to be with Ji Yuning. If there weren't people she was familiar with, she would rather stay at home. I'm not sure, but I need to go to my company this morning. Why don't you talk about it first? If there are any places you want to go, we can go together this afternoon, said Ji Yuning. In fact, Ji Yuning didn't want Bailey Zongxie to follow her because Leng Xiaoting would be back today. If she brought Bailey Zongxie with her, she wouldn't be able to stay with Leng Xiaoting. However, she was unwilling to turn her down, so she could only spend the night with Leng Xiaoting. Back in the house, Gao Yi and Chao Ya were also present. Gao Yi and Chao Ya had been back in the capital for a few days. They had become familiar with Zi Beiying and the others. So as long as they were home, they dined together. During these days, Gao Yi and Chao Ya often practiced fighting skills with Mengda and Nan, but they were better than Mengda and Nan. After having breakfast, Bailey Zongyang left first, while Bailey Zongxie stayed to talk with Chu Peihan and the others about where to have fun this afternoon. Ji Yuning also went back to her room to pack up, then went to her company with Gao Yi and Chao Ya. Everything was normal in the company, but the staff was very busy. Kei reported the condition of Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya to Ji Yuning. They were fine and had left the hospital a few days ago, but they seemed to be investigating something recently. He didn't know the details. Kei couldn't find out what they were investigating, but Ji Yuning knew. It must have something to do with cultivators. No need to pay attention to them now. I'll come see you if I need you, said Ji Yuning. For now, Karaki Akemi and Kato Toya didn't cause serious trouble, so there was no need to waste Kei's time on them. After all, Kei had other things to deal with. At noon, Ji Yuning and the others left and went back to Century City. They shared a meal with Chu Peihan and the others, then went outside to have fun. Because Ji Yuning was occupied, Leng Xiaoting went to the Sihewan first after he got back to the capital. And in the afternoon, he brought Jing Yunyo back to the Leng family's house. He called Sheng Guanyang to go with him, but Sheng Guanyang turned him down and didn't go back with them. Because it was a weekend, Leng Xiaoming was back too. The members of the Leng family were all present today. Once Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo showed up, Zhang Shuyuan, who was in the living room, got up and went upstairs, because the last thing she wanted to do was to see them, let alone greet them. Sitting in the living room, Leng Xiaoming felt embarrassed, but couldn't criticize his mother. Although he disliked Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo, he hid his real feelings and greeted them as usual. Other than Leng Yuanchen's family who treated Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo coldly, the other members welcomed them with enthusiasm. Yu Yin directly pulled Jing Yunyo aside to chat with her, while Leng Xiaoting was pulled away by Leng Xiaoxun to teach him kung fu. Aunt Yunyao, why didn't Ji Yuning come with you? Leng Xiaoxi asked Jing Yunyo. She hadn't seen Ji Yuning for a long time because Ji Yuning seldom went to school and she was busy with an internship recently. So she didn't have much time to see Ji Yuning. She went to have fun with several of her friends, said Jing Yunyo. Fine. Leng Xiaoxi was a little disappointed, but she couldn't do anything about it. Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia didn't come out until they needed to have supper at night. It was the first time that Leng Xiaojia had seen Jing Yunyo after Jing Yunyo joined the Leng family again, but she was already aware that Jing Yunyo was back. When Zhang Shuyuan went upstairs, she also told her that Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo came. Leng Xiaojia was afraid to see Leng Xiaoting, so she stayed in her room all the time, but she had to go downstairs for dinner. She needed time to recover, but was able to walk now, so Master Leng would be mad at her if she refused to come down. That was the reason why she came downstairs. It was Leng Xiaojia's first meeting with Jing Yunyo after Jing Yunyo came back. When Jing Yunyo had the terrible accident, Leng Xiaojia was only 7 and didn't have many memories of her. Anyway, as soon as she saw Jing Yunyo, Leng Xiaojia was sure it was her and she was also astonished because of that. Jing Yunyo looked so young, she seemed to only be in her 30s. In addition, she was very pretty too. After all, if she wasn't pretty, she wouldn't be able to have such a handsome son as Leng Xiaoting. Although she disliked Leng Xiaoting and even hated him, she never denied the fact that Leng Xiaoting was very handsome. Leng Xiaoting was even more beautiful than her own older brother and was outstanding among his peers too. Seeing Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao, Leng Xiaojia had no intention of greeting them. Master Leng was displeased and said to Leng Xiaojia, "This is your Aunt Yuniao." He was ordering Leng Xiaojia to greet Jing Yuniao. Even if it was the first time that Leng Xiaojia had seen Jing Yuniao after Jing Yuniao came back, Master Leng was aware that Leng Xiaojia could recognize Yuniao. After all, Jing Yuniao was the only one she hadn't seen before in the room, and Master Leng also knew that Zhang Shuyuan would tell Leng Xiaojia that Jing Yuniao was back. Leng Xiaojia deliberately refused to greet Jing Yuniao. If she didn't forget her manners, she would have asked about the new face even if she didn't know Jing Yuniao. It wasn't a big deal that Zhang Shuyuan didn't say hi to Jing Yuniao because they were in the same generation, but Leng Xiaojia was a junior. She shouldn't ignore Jing Yuniao. Leng Xiaojia was reluctant to do so, but she had to listen to Master Leng, so she said with reluctance, "Hi, Aunt Yuniao." "Hi, you must be Xiaojia, right?" Since Leng Xiaojia greeted her, Jing Yuniao couldn't ignore her. Therefore, she replied in a flat voice. "Yeah," said Leng Xiaojia. After that, she said nothing further and they sat down to have the meal. As long as Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao came, Zhang Shuyuan didn't have much appetite, and neither did Leng Xiaojia. On the other hand, Leng Yuanqin and Leng Xiaoming weren't affected. Chapter 2103, I Won't Hurt You. Ji Yuning and the others went to dine together after they had fun till the afternoon. Ji Yuning planned to leave alone after having dinner, but she sensed the air of the evil practice when she walked out of the restaurant. Besides, the member of the evil practice was staring at them. To be specific, the evil cultivator was staring at her and Baili Zongxie. She and Baili Zongxie were a girl born in a lunar year and a cultivator, which was quite helpful for the evil cultivator, so the evil cultivator wanted them both. Since they were targeted, they had to face it. In order to not hurt the innocent, Ji Yuning told Baili Zongxie to stay and let the others leave. She made up an excuse that they needed to visit their friend in the hospital, so she couldn't go with them. Hearing that, the others understood and left before them. "Ji Yuning, who's in the hospital?" After they were gone, Baili Zongxie asked worriedly. She thought what Ji Yuning said was true. Their common friends were Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai. "No, I lied to them because I found someone is following us. I'm the target, so I told them to leave first in case they got hurt." Ji Yuning said, then asked, "Are you mad that I kept you with me?" Although the evil cultivator wanted them both, if they separated, the evil cultivator was highly likely to attack Baili Zongxie because Baili Zongxue's level as a cultivator was much more useful than Ji Yuning, who was a girl born in a lunar year. Ji Yuning didn't want Zi Beiying and the others to be hurt because of them, so she could only keep Baili Zongxie with her. However, in order to keep her secrets, Ji Yuning couldn't tell Baili Zongxie that the person was an evil cultivator, so she made up an excuse. Anyway, Ji Yuning was afraid that her secrets would be exposed soon, because she was a new cultivator and her own abilities weren't enough to defeat the evil cultivator. Baili Zongxie alone wasn't able to do it either, so she had to use her magical energy. Hearing that, Baili Zongxie was mad, but she definitely wasn't mad at Ji Yuning for telling her to stay. "I don't mind at all. We're friends. We should deal with difficulties together." "Great, let's go now. Since we're being targeted, we have to face it. Once the person shows up, we'll beat him or her to prevent more trouble from being made," said Ji Yuning. In fact, even if they wanted to avoid it, they might not be able to do that, otherwise Ji Yuning would have left earlier. In that case, she wouldn't need to face the evil cultivator and expose her secrets. "Sure," said Baili Zongxie. After that, they walked in another direction and Ji Yuning could feel that the evil cultivator was still following them. As they walked, Ji Yuning suddenly asked Baili Zongxie seriously, "Zongxie, we're friends. Even if you know one of my secrets, you won't tell other people or betray me, right?" Actually, Ji Yuning trusted Baili Zongxie, or she wouldn't have asked her that question. Even if Bailey Xianxia really told other people, she wouldn't be in danger because she had no grudge against the cultivation world. The cultivation world wouldn't punish her even if it found out. If someone really wanted to hurt her, Ji Yuning wouldn't be afraid either because Shengguan Yang supported her. Ji Yuning became so serious all of a sudden, so Bailey Xianxia was struck dumb for a second, then felt anxious. Did Ji Yuning find out her purpose for forming a good relationship with her? Ji Yuning, I won't hurt you. Bailey Xianxia didn't know how to answer Ji Yuning's question, because she wasn't sure whether she would tell other people about Ji Yuning's secrets. However, she could promise that she wouldn't hurt Ji Yuning because she sincerely took Ji Yuning as her friend, even though she approached Ji Yuning for a purpose. Hearing Bailey Xianxia's answer, Ji Yuning understood that she couldn't keep her secret between them. Ji Yuning could understand it though. She also believed that Bailey Xianxia wouldn't hurt her. The Bailey family didn't have backstabbers. Great, I trust you, said Ji Yuning, but she couldn't tell Bailey Xianxia what the secret was. Bailey Xianxia felt guilty facing Ji Yuning, so she didn't ask further about that. There was a park ahead of Ji Yuning and Bailey Xianxia. A man-made lake was in the park, and there was a forest next to it, which was relatively secluded, so Ji Yuning planned to lead the evil cultivator over. It wasn't 8 p.m. yet, but there weren't many people in the park. After all, it was already cold in November, so few people came out to have a walk. And even though there were some people, they all stayed on the square and rarely walked by the man-made lake. The evil cultivator had no idea that she was already exposed, because Ji Yuning was only a mortal in her eyes. It was impossible for a mortal to notice her, and Bailey Xianxia was a cultivator, but her level was very average, so she couldn't see the evil cultivator. It was a she instead of a him, because the evil cultivator was a woman. Bailey Xianxia was a little upset because she didn't notice that anyone was following them, but Ji Yuning did. However, even though she was confused, Bailey Xianxia didn't ask about it. She believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't lie to her. The evil cultivator didn't have any doubts when Ji Yuning and Bailey Xianxia walked to a quiet place. She just focused on moving near them. Once she found a great chance, she moved fast to attack Ji Yuning and Bailey Xianxia with pride in her eyes. She believed that she could knock them down within seconds. She might just have a short fight against Bailey Xianxia. If they had been mortals, they would be caught by her without even noticing her, but Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. Moreover, Ji Yuning could sense every movement of the evil cultivator. Therefore, once the evil cultivator came near, Bailey Xianxia felt the threat and saw the evil cultivator. In an instant, Bailey Xianxia was scared. Since it was an evil cultivator, Bailey Xianxia was sure that the woman came for her and Ji Yuning was in trouble because of her. Bailey Xianxia had that idea because her level was low and she was a good cultivator. She couldn't smell the air of a girl born in a lunar year from Ji Yuning's body. After Bailey Xianxia was frightened, she immediately fought back and shouted, "Ji Yuning, move away. Leave her to me." Although Bailey Xianxia knew that Ji Yuning was very good at martial arts, the woman was an evil cultivator. Mortals were no match for her and she was afraid that Ji Yuning might be injured. Ji Yuning didn't move away, and instead attacked the evil cultivator before Bailey Xianxia. Chapter 2104, Let You Go. Do you think it's possible? Because she had to use her magical energy to fight against the evil cultivator and she planned to tell Bailey Xianxia her secrets, she directly released her magical energy to beat the evil cultivator. Once her strong magical energy met the evil cultivator, the ill-prepared evil cultivator backed several meters away in shock. To her surprise, this mortal was able to release strong magical energy. And it was not only the evil cultivator, Bailey Xianxia was also stunned. Ji Yuning had magical energy. After fighting against the evil cultivator, Ji Yuning showed her level as a cultivator. She was in the fusion stage. Even if Ji Yuning was only in the fusion stage, the evil cultivator became alert and stared at her. How come a cultivator in the fusion stage could release magical energy above her level? Although she took Ji Yuning lightly earlier and reacted slowly, she didn't sense any air of a cultivator from Ji Yuning. So why did it suddenly appear? Was Ji Yuning's level able to hide her air? It was impossible. Ji Yuning looked about 20 years old, so the evil cultivator refused to believe that she could be at a high level. Even Bailey Zhongshe had the same idea. All of a sudden, Bailey Zhongshe remembered what Ji Yuning just said to her. Whether she would tell other people or betray Ji Yuning after she learned her secret. The secret should be that Ji Yuning was also a cultivator. If Ji Yuning was a cultivator, she must have already known that Bailey Zhongshe and her older brother were cultivators and their real purpose. Thinking of that, Bailey Zhongshe felt embarrassed to face Ji Yuning, but it wasn't the right time to think about that now. Who are you? The evil cultivator asked, coldly looking at Ji Yuning, looking creepy. I am me, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning showed no fear at all before the evil cultivator, so the evil cultivator was even more confused about Ji Yuning's real level. Anyway, she thought that the magical energy just broke out for a moment and Ji Yuning simply pretended to be calm in order to confuse her so that they could leave and survive. The evil cultivator believed it was the truth, so she became less alert to Ji Yuning. Humph, I don't care who you're. Both of you are going to be my food tonight, said the evil cultivator in a cold, low voice. After that, she attacked Ji Yuning and Bailey Zhongshe again. Bailey Zhongshe couldn't figure it out either. Why could Ji Yuning release strong magical energy when she was at the same level as her? She didn't believe that Ji Yuning's level was high enough to hide her skills either. Therefore, she was worried that Ji Yuning might not be able to defeat the evil cultivator and she did her best to help Ji Yuning. However, they underestimated Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning's level was low, she had the help of the blood of the phoenix, so she wasn't weak. The evil cultivator was only at a middle level, so Ji Yuning was able to defeat her by herself. Seeing that, the evil cultivator and Bailey Zhongshe were both astonished. To their surprise, Ji Yuning was actually much stronger than she seemed to be. The evil cultivator felt a sense of danger and realized that she had offended someone she shouldn't mess with, but it was too late for her to give up. Because Ji Yuning had to use magical energy and skills to fight against the evil cultivator, they caused loud and scary sounds. There were people in the park, so Ji Yuning had to finish the battle as soon as possible. She didn't hesitate to use her full strength, and the evil cultivator couldn't escape. Bailey Zhongshe backed up in the shock of their fight of magical energy. Because her level couldn't offset the impact of their magical energy, she could only watch Ji Yuning fighting against the evil cultivator with great surprise in her eyes. How strong could Ji Yuning be? Other people heard the noises, so they walked over to see what was happening. Because of the long distance and late night, they couldn't see it clearly. They only felt that some people were fighting. Someone wanted to walk near, so Ji Yuning told Bailey Zhongshe to stop him immediately. If mortals came too close, they could be hurt by the magical energy. They would also see abnormal things and rumors might start spreading. It would be difficult to deal with if it became a sensation. However, Bailey Zhongshe could only stop people at one side, and couldn't stop those at the other. On the other side, several people approached, but they felt great pressure once they entered a certain area. They couldn't move ahead any longer, so they walked back. Luckily, they moved back and wouldn't go forward anymore. Within 10 minutes, Ji Yuning controlled the evil cultivator and only a few people saw what had happened. Once the battle was over, the place became quiet again and the onlookers were chased away by Bailey Zhongshe. Let me go. The evil cultivator struggled, but she couldn't escape. Let you go? Do you think it's possible? You just wanted to eat us, said Ji Yuning and mocked. Who are you? Why can you release strong magical energy when your level isn't high? I couldn't sense any air of a cultivator from your body earlier, asked the evil cultivator. At this key moment, she was still very curious to know the reason. Bailey Zhongshe was also curious. She wouldn't ask about it. If Ji Yuning was willing to tell, she would listen to her explanation. Can't tell you, said Ji Yuning. What do you want to do? Asked the evil cultivator. She knew nothing good would happen to her after she failed, but she still hoped that Ji Yuning might let her go. Ji Yuning didn't answer, but turned to Bailey Zhongshe and said, Zhongshe, you can go now. Please keep what has happened tonight a secret. She was going to punish the evil cultivator, but she needed Leng Xiaoting's help because the flood dragon was with him. Baili Zhongshe understood that Ji Yuning wanted to punish the evil cultivator without her presence. Anyway, since Ji Yuning was able to defeat the evil cultivator, she could take care of the problem. Baili Zhongshe wasn't worried about Ji Yuning's safety. Therefore, Baili Zhongshe agreed to what Ji Yuning said. Since she agreed, she would do what she promised. Once Baili Zhongshe was gone, Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao were still in the Leng family's house. They just finished a meal and were chatting with the others. After receiving Ji Yuning's call, Leng Xiaoting told Master Leng that he needed to deal with something urgent. Master Leng didn't force him to stay, so Leng Xiaoting left with Jing Yunyao to meet Ji Yuning. Baili Zhongshe kept on thinking about what had happened with Ji Yuning after she walked away. She couldn't digest the fact that Ji Yuning was also a cultivator. Chapter 2105, Can't I Now Why Could? She feel the air of cultivators from Ji Yuning's body after so long. Why was Ji Yuning able to release stronger magical energy when she seemed to be at the same level as her? All of a sudden, Baili Zhongshe thought of Shengguan Yang's female disciple, Qinghe. Ji Yuning was in the exact same situation as Qinghe. Thinking of that, an idea dawned on Baili Zhongshe. Could Qinghe be Ji Yuning? Although they had two different faces, it was easy to change one's appearance. After all, if Ji Yuning was really Qinghe and Shengguan Yang was her master, she could change her appearance as she liked. In addition, she also felt Qinghe looked familiar and Qinghe had saved her twice. She used to think that they might have known each other when they were kids, but now she felt it was impossible. Moreover, Ji Yuning had power crystals with her. She said a master gave them to her, but if Ji Yuning was Qinghe, it would make sense. The power crystals were given to her by Shengguan Yang. It was just a guess, but she couldn't ignore the possibility. Anyway, since she agreed to keep what had happened today a secret, she wouldn't tell other people. Before Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao came, the evil cultivator tried to escape many times, but failed. Shortly after Baili Zhongshe left, Ji Yuning hid her level as a cultivator and became an ordinary mortal. The evil cultivator was surprised and curious, so she asked, "How did you do it?" "Can't tell you." Ji Yuning said the same sentence. She wouldn't tell an outsider her secret. After half an hour, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao came. Because they needed to punish the evil cultivator, they didn't need to avoid Jing Yunyao. However, when the evil cultivator saw Jing Yunyao, she was surprised. "Are you Jing Yunyao? Aren't you already dead?" Obviously, the evil cultivator recognized Jing Yunyao, so she knew that Jing Yunyao was dead. After so many years, it was indeed shocking when a dead person suddenly showed up in front of her. Besides, she couldn't see Jing Yunyao's level and felt stressed in front of her, which meant that Jing Yunyao was stronger than her. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao observed the evil cultivator for a while and soon recognized her. "Miao Jingjing, how come it's you? When did you join the evil practice?" Miao Jingjing looked upset at once, showing sadness and hatred. It was obvious that she became an evil cultivator after experiencing something terrible. "Yunyao, could you please let me go once for the sake of the deadly experience we've been through together? I promise I won't attack cultivators and girls born in the lunar year again." Miao Jingjing begged Jing Yunyao. She was unwilling to be killed just like that. She still needed to take revenge. Miao Jingjing and Jing Yunyao had been through something deadly together before. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting exchanged a glance, then stopped. They wanted to know what Jing Yunyao wanted to do. Although the evil cultivators weren't welcome everywhere, they didn't need to be killed. Therefore, if Jing Yunyao was willing to let her go, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could help her. "You're an evil cultivator now. I can't trust you," said Jing Yunyao, because the evil cultivators couldn't control themselves sometimes. She couldn't take the risk. "Yunyao, I'm sorry. I've never really hurt cultivators and girls born in a lunar year until this time. I've only done it once. Please." Miao Jingjing knelt down before Jing Yunyao and begged her. She didn't expect to be caught when she tried to hurt cultivators and girls born in a lunar year for the first time. With a frown, Jing Yunyao stared at her without a word. In fact, she believed Miao Jingjing's words, but she was an evil cultivator after all. She didn't hurt innocent people before, but she might do it in the future. Yuniao, please forgive me this time. I haven't taken revenge yet. I can't die now. Saying that, Miao Jingjing showed strong hatred and reluctance with a distorted expression. Her eyes became red too. If it weren't for revenge, she wouldn't have joined the evil practice. Revenge. Jing Yuniao slightly frowned and felt touched because she felt for it. She had worked so hard in order to take revenge too, but she didn't walk on the wrong path. Although they didn't have a close relationship, they had experienced deadly situations together before. If they hadn't helped each other, they might have been dead already. Therefore, they were grateful to one another. All in all, she didn't have the heart to let Leng Xiaoting kill Miao Jingjing. I understand your feelings, but we can't let you go without a punishment. You don't need to be killed, but we'll deprive you of your level, said Jing Yuniao. As long as Miao Jingjing lost her level as a cultivator, she would become a mortal or a disabled person. No, if so, I can't take revenge. Miao Jingjing struggled once she heard that she would be deprived of her level. Without the abilities as a cultivator, she wouldn't be able to take revenge. Actually, her current level wasn't enough for her to take revenge. Who's your enemy? Perhaps I can help you, asked Jing Yuniao. She would help her, but wouldn't do it for her. What? Miao Jingjing's face lit up once she heard that. She knew it was very difficult for her to take revenge alone, so she didn't care who helped her as long as her enemy could be killed. I need to know who your enemy is first, but we can't talk about that here. Leave with us. We can talk on our way back, said Jing Yuniao. No problem. Miao Jingjing agreed without hesitation because it was impossible for her to run away now, and she might survive if she left with them. As long as she could take revenge, she wouldn't mind becoming immortal without any magical skills. She lived to take revenge. After that, Miao Jingjing left with Jing Yuniao and the others. To Wufu Hills, or the Siheiwan. Leng Xiaoting asked Jing Yuniao. Let's go to the Siheiwan, said Jing Yuniao. It was safer there. If they were going to deprive Miao Jingjing of her level as a cultivator, it would surely make loud sounds. Only in the Siheiwan would they not be found out by other people. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting drove to the Siheiwan. After that, Miao Jingjing told her story. My enemy is Wei Xian's disciple, Hong Yifeng. 10 years ago, he killed my husband and raped me. He even wanted to kill me afterwards. I survived because I wasn't fated to die. However, I was seriously hurt. I can't accept it, so I want to take revenge. I absorbed monsters' energy to recover, then joined the evil practice. I wanted to improve and take revenge as soon as possible, so I don't mind taking a shortcut. Chapter 2106. Look guilty. Thinking of what had happened 10 years ago, Miao Jingjing trembled in anger. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were familiar with the name of Hong Yifeng. When they just arrived in the cultivation world, they met the shameless person who wanted to dine with them at a hotel. He was hateful at first glance and didn't seem to be a good guy. Hong Yifeng. Jing Yuniao frowned when she heard that name and looked displeased because Hong Yifeng had made things difficult for her and Jing Jining. Because Hong Yifeng was Jing Yunfei's friend, while they were a thorn in Jing Yunfei's side, Hong Yifeng naturally bullied them along with Jing Yunfei. Although she could easily kill Hong Yifeng given her current level, Jing Yuniao wouldn't kill Hong Yifeng for Miao Jingjing. If Miao Jingjing was going to take revenge, she could do it with her own hands and Jing Yuniao would only help her a little. I promise I'll catch Hong Yifeng and bring him to you, but you must kill him with your own hands. Before you finish your revenge, I won't punish you, but you must give up your level after it's done if you don't want to be killed. Before you take revenge, you must listen to my arrangements. Don't go anywhere, said Jing Yuniao. No problem, as long as I can take revenge, I'm willing to die, said Miao Jingjing. If it hadn't been for revenge, she would have killed herself already. It was torture for her to live with those memories. Xiaoting, Ningning, do you mind? Jing Yuniao asked Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Although she already made the decision, she needed to ask for their opinions. Of course not, said Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. They didn't get involved in it from the very beginning precisely because they wanted Jing Yuniao to deal with it. Yuniao, who are they? Miao Jingjing asked Jing Yuniao curiously. My son and daughter-in-law, said Jing Yuniao. She didn't bother to keep it secret. Anyway, Miao Jingjing was under their control, so she wasn't worried that Miao Jingjing would tell other people. Knowing that, Miao Jingjing was a little surprised. She didn't expect Jing Yuniao to have a son. She soon figured it out after remembering what had happened to Jing Yuniao that year. Jing Yuniao fell in love with a mortal, then was punished and chased away after it was exposed. The young man must be the son of Jing Yuniao and the mortal. Surprisingly, Jing Yuniao's son inherited the blood of cultivators and became a high-level cultivator. Jing Yuniao's daughter-in-law seemed to be in the fusion stage, but she was as strong as cultivators in the golden core stage. In addition, she was able to hide her level so that other people couldn't see it. It was quite unbelievable. She wasn't curious to ask about it any longer, because they wouldn't tell her even if she asked them. So there was no need for her to do such a meaningless thing. She only knew that she could take revenge as long as she listened to Jing Yuniao's arrangement. When Ji Yuning and the others were on their way to the Sihewan, Baili Zongyang were already home. Because she had a secret, she felt guilty to see Baili Zongyang. Because she learned Ji Yuning's secret, but she couldn't tell her own older brother, she could only avoid him. Therefore, once she was home, Baili Zongxie greeted Baili Zongyang, who sat in the living room, then immediately went back to her room. Baili Zongyang, however, noticed Baili Zongxue's abnormal behavior, so he called her to stop. Why do you look guilty? What happened? Hearing that, Baili Zongxie was scared and did her best to calm down as if nothing had happened. Nothing. Nothing. Baili Zongyang squinted at Baili Zongxie. I don't think so. Baili Zongyang wasn't going to scold Baili Zongxie, but she was very abnormal today. He was worried that she might be in love with a mortal, which wasn't allowed. Oh, Baili Zongxie felt Baili Zongyang would be suspicious of her if she couldn't think of a good reason. However, if he kept on asking her about it, she wouldn't be able to hide the secret for long, so she made up a lie. Well, I just heard noises in the grass when I came home. I gave a glance and saw a man and a woman. I didn't expect them to be so bold. I'm so embarrassed now. Hearing that, Baili Zongyang was awkward too and stopped asking more questions. He didn't doubt Baili Zongxue's words. After a light cough, he stopped looking at Baili Zongxie. All right, go back to your room now. Baili Zongxie nodded, then went to her room right away. At the same time, Ji Yuning and the others arrived back at Sihewan. When they were outside, the evil cultivator didn't feel the Sihewan had anything special, but the Sihewan was filled with magical power once she walked inside. However, she couldn't see it at all from the outside. It seemed there was a formation here, but she knew nothing about it, so she didn't know what kind of formation it was. It wasn't late, just about 9 p.m., so Sheng Guanyang was still up. He was reading in the study. The moment the evil cultivator walked in Sihewan, Sheng Guanyang felt it, but he did nothing because Ji Yuning had just called him. So he knew that they would come with an evil cultivator. However, he didn't know what had happened yet. After walking into the Sihewan, they directly went to Sheng Guanyang's yard. Sheng Guanyang also walked out when he felt them coming. The moment the evil cultivator saw Sheng Guanyang, she felt greatly stressed and knew that he was a very strong senior cultivator. This is the elder of the Kunlun sect, Senior Sheng Guanyang. Jing Yuniao introduced Sheng Guanyang to Miao Jingjing. Although Miao Jingjing hadn't seen Sheng Guanyang before, she had heard about him, so she was amazed when she learned that he was Sheng Guanyang. Without delay, she knelt down on one knee, covering a palm with another. Junior Miao Jingjing, honored to see Senior Shengguan, she said respectfully. Thanks, Senior Shengguan. Miao Jingjing thanked him and stood up. Senior Shengguan, she's an old acquaintance of mine. She took the wrong path because of a long-standing grudge. I didn't have the heart to kill her, so I plan to deprive her of her magical skills after she takes revenge, said Jing Yuniao. Sure, if you need my help, feel free to let me know, said Sheng Guanyang. He didn't stop Jing Yuniao. Although the evil cultivators weren't welcome, it didn't mean that all of them were crazy and evil. She'll stay with me during this time. We'll figure out a way to lead her enemy out of the cultivation world, said Jing Yuniao. Afterwards, Jing Yuniao and Ji Yuning took Miao Jingjing away and arranged a room for her. You can cultivate and recover with the magical power here these days. You need to be strong enough to kill Hong Yifeng, said Jing Yuniao. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.